A youth with short black hair and white pupils lay upon the ground, while a group of similarly aged boys, also possessing strikingly white eyes, gazed down at him with mocking expressions. Isn't that the prodigious youth, Hinata no Feng? Can't even withstand a few punches. Ha ha ha. Genius? Yeah, you overestimate him. Hinata no Feng clenched his fists silently, acutely aware that now was not the time to confront them. What's wrong? Still not convinced. The boy named Jia stepped forward, placing his foot upon Hinata no Feng's face. You are merely a branch family mongrel. A caged bird is your eternal shackles. Hinata no Feng endured the humiliation, understanding that he must bide his time until an opportune moment arose. His gaze hardened, and within, he vowed, one day, I shall shatter these confining chains and make you all pay. Stop, what are you doing? A gentle female voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see a sweet-looking girl with black short hair. Rushing over it was Hinata Hanabi. Lady Hanabi, we are merely practicing. He is a genius after all, Jia said with a sycophantic tone. Hanabi frowned. Concern etched across her features as she looked at the fallen Hinata no Feng. No Feng, are you all right? Hinata no Feng shook his head, slowly rising to his feet and brushing off the dust. Humph, I don't need your feigned concern. With that, he turned away without a glance back. Unbeknownst to the boys, he bore no injuries, only dirt upon his form. Hanabi watched his retreating figure with a twinge of sadness. She understood that her brother No Feng had long suffered due to the caged bird situation, yet felt powerless to assist him. Ungrateful wretch, Jia scoffed at Hinata no Feng's back. All right, let's go, another boy suggested. The group surrounded Hanabi as they departed, leaving Hinata no Feng standing alone in the distance. He gazed skyward, his hatred intensifying. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. One day, I will ensure that you all regret your actions. Originally, he had thought that being born into the Hinata clan in Konoha, with his knowledge of the plot, would allow him to live carefree. However, everything changed when he could activate the Byakugan without hand seals, and the news of the branch family's prodigy spread. The elders of the main house, fearful of the branch family's rise and the potential unbinding of the caged bird seal, sent his parents to the battlefield, returning only with 2 corpses. It was evident that the higher-ups of Konoha were complicit in these events. In a moment of recklessness, he confronted the elders and clan leader, revealing his ability to awaken the Byakugan at such a young age, coupled with wisdom beyond his years, allowing him his first taste of the caged bird's bitterness. From that moment forth, Hinata no Feng understood that power was paramount in this world. He began to secretly cultivate his skills while feigning despondency, patiently awaiting his chance for vengeance. Since then, the prodigy of the branch family had fallen from grace. Unbeknownst to them, Hinata no Feng had created the Taichi soft fist, drawing inspiration from the Taichi health exercises taught by an elderly man in his past life. His strength gradually increased, yet he maintained his facade of despondence before the main family, aware that any hint of abnormality would be exposed under the scrutiny of the Byakugan. Thus, regardless of the humiliation he faced from the main family, Hinata no Feng offered no resistance. He also realized that not all branch family members were the same. Like Niji, whose father was the brother of the clan leader, he received considerable care from Hinata Hisashi, in stark contrast to his own isolated plight. As the years passed, Hinata no Feng devised a plan. Before escaping this family, he needed to address the caged bird seal. Each day, he would carve a signal onto a snake in the forest. Upon release, the snake would swiftly slither away, as if to say, I just came out for a snack, you tattooed me? Hinata no Feng shook his head, sitting back down. This was a routine he had performed countless times until he could dispel the caged bird seal. Leaving Konoha was impossible. This method was his only hope of locating Orochimaru. Orochimaru had defected from Konoha due to his human experimentation. Hinata no Feng was uncertain if he would return suddenly, and he could only attempt this method, lest he wait several years for the Chunin exams. Time elapsed slowly as Hinata no Feng waited patiently in the woods. Finally, upon concluding his training, he returned home, and back, his calm voice echoed, yet no one replied. Moonlight poured through the windows, illuminating his face with resolve. I shall personally shatter these caged bird shackles and ensure that those who have wronged me pay dearly. The following day, Hinata Nofeng continued to don the guise of despondency, as usual. He arrived at the training ground, observing other ninjas diligently training, inwardly sneering. Let you revel in your triumph for a while. During training, Hinata Nofeng deliberately performed poorly, inviting mockery from several main family members. Yet he remained unfazed, silently awaiting the right moment. "Hey, come spar with me," a main family boy called out disdainfully. Hinata Nofeng glanced at him, internally mocking yet another seeking confrontation. He rose and strolled leisurely to the main family boy. "Let's go," Hinata Nofeng replied with a flat tone. The main family boy assumed a fighting stance, launching punches and slaps at Hinata Nofeng, who pretended to struggle in defense. Moments later, the main family boy landed a few hits. Hinata Nofeng's pained expression elicited laughter from the onlookers, yet unbeknownst to them, the force of their strikes dissipated into thin air. Hinata Nofeng suppressed his growing anger, acutely aware that now was not the time to reveal his strength. He feigned being overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground. "Ha ha, what a waste!" The main family boy laughed triumphantly. Hinata Nofeng silently rose, dusting himself off, and wordlessly left the training ground. He quietly vowed that one day he would ensure these individuals faced the consequences of their actions. Returning home, Hinata Nofeng resumed his training. He understood that only through continuous self-improvement could he achieve his goals. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and his strength steadily grew. 2 years swiftly passed, and Hinata Nofeng reached the age of 15. That year, Konoha commenced joint exams with Sunagakure. Although he was still a genin, his strength had surpassed many jounin. Arms crossed, expression impassive, he surveyed the bustling exam arena. At long last, the day had arrived. This is the first step of my revenge. Chapter 2. The caged bird with arms crossed and an impassive expression, he gazed upon the lively examination hall, finally awaiting this day, the first step of his revenge. Within the examination room, Hinata stood before him, having matured, her eyes still brimming with admiration for him. His heart stirred momentarily but was swiftly quelled. This was not the time for weakness. The initial examination was a written test, not a challenge for Hinata, who had traversed into this world. He teamed up with 2 retaking genin, informing them of the final trial, and the trio successfully passed the examination. The subsequent challenge lay in the forest of death. Hinata was acutely aware that this was a phase designed to eliminate the weak. Upon entering the forest, he conferred with his temporary allies before choosing to separate. High above, a boy with short black hair and white pupils exuded an extraordinary aura, his facial veins visibly pronounced. With his Byakugan, Hinata focused intently, witnessing the trees peel away layer by layer. The Byakugan's 360-degree vision possessed formidable insight, capable of perceiving the opponent's bodily structure and chakra flow, as well as their acupuncture points, even allowing for long-distance observation. It appeared as though he could see through everything, boasting a vast perspective. However, as a member of the branch family, he was hindered by a 5-degree blind spot behind his thoracic spine due to the constraints of a caged bird. Utilizing his self-developed taijutsu, he managed to compress this blind spot to 3 degrees, a 2-degree difference that enhanced both his defense and offense. While traversing, in pursuit of the Earth Scroll, he encountered a group of genin, assaulting a shinobi from the grass village. Among them was a striking girl with crimson hair. In an instant, Hinata dispatched the group and, upon searching, found no scroll of his requirement. Before the red-haired girl could express her gratitude, he departed. "None? Then I shall search in that direction," he murmured to himself, speeding off towards a certain point. As time slipped away, Hinata navigated the forest until dusk, reaching near entrance 44, where he commenced another search with his Byakugan. With each layer of trees shedding away from his sight, he spotted Uchiha Sasuke clutching his neck, eliciting a gasp of surprise. Was that the direction? He darted through the trunks, soon witnessing Haruno Sakura escorting the injured Naruto and Sasuke away. His Byakugan scanning the area continuously. While meticulously observing, he kept moving until nightfall, when he caught sight of Mitarashi Anko and slowed his pace to follow discreetly. Before long, Anko located Orochimaru, and an intense confrontation ensued, though Orochimaru exhibited overwhelming dominance. As Anko collapsed against a tree, Hinata activated his Byakugan and pursued Orochimaru the moment he departed. Hinata trailed closely behind Orochimaru, contemplating how to approach this perilous individual. He understood that Orochimaru was a rogue ninja from Konoha, possessing formidable strength and enigmatic jutsu. If he could obtain assistance from him, it might significantly aid his efforts to unravel the caged bird seal. After a while, it seemed that Orochimaru sensed he was being followed. He abruptly halted, turning to regard Hinata with a cold stare. "What do you want, kid?" Orochimaru's voice was low and gravelly. Drawing a deep breath, Hinata mustered his courage. "Lord Orochimaru, I wish to propose a transaction." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. a glint of interest flickering in his eyes. Oh, a transaction? What could a child like you possibly offer me? I possess information that may pique your interest, such as your decision to place a curse mark on Uchiha Sasuke. Surely, it wasn't merely for his youthful physique. Given that the Sharingan surpasses our Byakugan, wouldn't you agree, Lord Orochimaru? Hinata smiled, his words momentarily surprising Orochimaru. Orochimaru licked his lips, his gaze turning colder. You know quite a bit, kid. However, that alone is insufficient for a transaction. Hinata shrugged nonchalantly. I did not imply that this would be the basis of our exchange. What I offer is information regarding the Sharingan. Assist me in resolving this matter, and I assure you it will be worth your while. As he spoke, he removed his forehead protector, revealing the green curse mark. Orochimaru's eyes fixated on the mark on Hinata's forehead, a flicker of greed crossing his expression. The cage bird seal. I had expected a member of the main family to approach me for a transaction. However, this poses a bit of a challenge. I know you have the capability. Hinata asserted, his gaze unwavering. And I am not without preparation. There exists information regarding the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Are you interested? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils constricted, followed by a chuckle. Oh, the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. You certainly pique my interest, kid. But how can I trust your words? Hinata, intrigued, replied, Lord Orochimaru. You've researched the first Hokage. Do you believe I would divulge information before addressing my issue? Orochimaru scrutinized Hinata, seemingly contemplating something. After a moment, he spoke, Kid. You are quite clever. But you must understand, engaging in a transaction with me is not a simple endeavor. Hinata pondered briefly, then produced a scroll and tossed it towards Orochimaru. This contains information regarding the capabilities and flaws of the Mangekyou. If all is well, then I would appreciate your assistance with this cursed seal. Orochimaru received the scroll, unfurling it for a meticulous examination, a satisfied smile emerging on his face. Indeed, this information holds considerable value. However, unraveling the cage bird seal is no trivial task. I will require time to prepare. I hope to conclude this before your plans commence. Considering my time is limited, Hinata stated before vanishing from sight. Orochimaru watched the direction Hinata had departed, muttering to himself, what an intriguing child. He then turned to leave, commencing preparations to dismantle the cage bird seal. After concluding the transaction with Orochimaru, Hinata returned to the meeting point with his two temporary allies. Calmly inquiring, what news? Nothing significant, one teammate responded. But it's only the first day, can we pass successfully? Let us rest for the night. Tomorrow, we shall search for other teams and seize their scrolls. The subsequent matters will depend on your capabilities, Hinata replied with an air of tranquility. The two teammates exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. They understood that Hinata's strength surpassed their own, thus, they would heed his guidance. In the deep of night, the trio settled down to rest. Hinata lay upon a branch, gazing at the moonlit sky, his thoughts swirling. He recognized that this examination was but a minor step in his grand scheme of vengeance. A lengthy journey still lay ahead. At dawn, Hinata set forth with his teammates in search of other teams. Utilizing the prowess of his Byakugan, they swiftly located a weaker squad. Confirming that they possessed the Earth Scroll he sought, Hinata unleashed a Bagua, empty palm strike. Chapter 3. Yakushi Kabuto and invisible pressure suddenly enveloped the three individuals, compelling the members of the team to instinctively adopt defensive stances. Bang! Despite their preparedness, the long-range techniques of the Hyuga clan were beyond the capabilities of mere Genin to withstand. Cough cough, it's you. Aren't you the disgrace of the Hyuga family? One of the youths, who had connections with the younger generation of the Hyuga main branch, managed to inquire with great difficulty. Hyuga Nofeng calmly approached him and snatched the scroll from his grasp. His two temporary companions looked on in astonishment. They had heard whispers of the fallen genius of the Hyuga clan, though as commoner ninjas, their understanding was limited. You. The young man attempted to say more but was swiftly knocked unconscious by a kick from Hyuga Nofeng. He turned to his two teammates and said nonchalantly, let's go. We have acquired the scroll. Regaining their senses, the two hurried to follow Hyuga Nofeng, secretly relieved to be on the same team as him. Otherwise, they feared they might have met a dire fate. Hyuga Nofeng and his comrades successfully passed the second round of the Chunin exams. Yet ahead lay an even more brutal series of matches. Standing within the tower, they listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen recite the Will of Fire. To Hyuga Nofeng's surprise, Yakushi Kabuto did not forfeit, while his two temporary teammates chose to withdraw. As they ascended to observe the first match, a voice echoed, You, who have forfeited so many times, actually participated in this Chunin exam. Turning around, he recognized it as Hyuga Niji from the 12 ninja group. Hyuga Nofeng replied coolly, I'm merely here to observe. Hyuga Niji frowned slightly, your strength. He hesitated, seemingly sensing the changes within Hyuga Nofeng. Hyuga Nofeng chuckled lightly. If you can see it, then refrain from speaking further. After all, I have no desire to engage with you. Hyuga Niji scoffed, you remain as arrogant as ever. But do you think I fear you? Hyuga Nofeng merely smiled, choosing not to engage, recognizing that conflict with Hyuga Niji held no purpose at that moment. At this juncture, a timid voice emerged from the side, in Nofeng, brother. Hyuga Nofeng turned to see Hinata gazing at him shyly, his expression softening slightly. Within the family, If Niji was the proud genius cousin, then Hinata was the gentle sister. In the absence of outsiders, Hyuga no Fing would not wear a stern face towards her. Smiling as he said, "Hinata, don't overexert yourself." Hinata lowered her gaze, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. I will do my best." She felt a surge of happiness. Her brother No Fing still cared for her as he always had. Hyuga Niji observed their interaction, his feelings complex. He had always harbored dissatisfaction towards the main family, yet he could not deny a certain admiration for Hyuga no Fing. Casting a cold glance at the main family heiress, he scoffed and walked away, harboring the resentment of having lost his father to the main branch. Hyuga no Fing watched Niji's retreating figure, understanding his thoughts. Yet he had more pressing matters to attend to. Turning back, he gently encouraged Hinata, "Hinata, give it your all in the exam. Believe in yourself." Hinata nodded vigorously. "Yes, I will." As they observed the matches below, the screen eventually displayed two names, causing Hyuga no Fing's pupils to widen slightly. Yakushi Kabuto versus Hyuga no Fing. Taking a deep breath, Hyuga no Fing realized with some surprise that his turn had come so swiftly. In the original storyline, Yakushi Kabuto had forfeited, and he was a spy embedded by Orochimaru. This realization dawned on him. It was a test from Orochimaru. After all, a mere boy possessing information about the Sharingan was inherently suspicious, until its authenticity could be confirmed. The simplest solution was power. Only formidable strength could validate one's worth, which was why Yakushi Kabuto did not forfeit. What puzzled Hyuga no Fing was how Orochimaru could arrange for him to face Yakushi Kabuto, as such matches were supposed to be randomly generated. Contemplating this, he approached the arena. Aware that now was not the time for such distractions, having drawn Yakushi Kabuto as his opponent, he resolved to give it his all. As the match commenced, Hyuga no Fing immediately activated his Byakugan, scrutinizing Yakushi Kabuto's every movement. Not one to back down, Yakushi Kabuto quickly formed hand seals and unleashed his ninjutsu. The chakra scalpel, a technique that envelopes the hand, could effortlessly sever human tissue and meridians, capable of both healing and killing. Veins around Hyuga no Fing's eyes bulged as he focused on the various chakra points of Yakushi Kabuto's body. Although he needed to remain cautious, he did not wish to reveal too much of his strength. Dodging Yakushi Kabuto's attack, Hyuga no Fing swiftly executed the 8 trigrams for palms, landing several rapid strikes on Yakushi Kabuto's left-hand chakra point. Yakushi Kabuto felt his arm go numb, the chakra scalpel rendered ineffective in an instant. He was taken aback by Hyuga no Fing's swift reactions. Regaining his composure, he pushed up his glasses and charged forward once more. "Hey, Niji, your cousin has some skills," he remarked in astonishment. Hyuga Niji nodded slightly while observing the battle. His strength is indeed formidable. In the arena, Hyuga no Fing and Yakushi Kabuto exchanged blows fiercely. While Hyuga no Fing was reluctant to reveal too much of his prowess, Yakushi Kabuto was no pushover, resulting in a stalemate. "Kakashi, what are your thoughts on these two?" Might Guy inquired with keen interest. Kakashi's uncovered eye widened slightly. One is the fallen genius of the Hyuga, while the other is a ninja who has failed multiple exams. Their skill should not be present in this exam. Might Guy nodded in agreement. Indeed, this battle is quite captivating. However, I sense that Hyuga no Fing has yet to unleash his full potential. Kakashi smiled. He is likely holding back. After all, this is merely the Chunin exam, and there is no need to expose all his cards. At that moment, the tide of battle shifted. Yakushi Kabuto seized upon a flaw in Hyuga no Fing's defense, executing a powerful knife hand strike that grazed Hyuga no Fing's shoulder. Hyuga no Fing leaped back, furrowing his brow in irritation, pressing his fingers against his shoulder. Yakushi Kabuto was taken aback by this action, his expression growing serious. "TCH, thought it would be easier. What a hassle," Hyuga no Fing muttered in frustration. Before Yakushi Kabuto could retort, Hyuga no Fing unleashed the 8 trigrams, empty palm, sending an invisible shockwave that slammed him against the wall. In an instant, Hyuga no Fing appeared before him, launching the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hyuga no Fing's onslaught rained down like a tempest, leaving Yakushi Kabuto with no choice but to defend himself desperately. As Hyuga no Fing delivered his final strike, Yakushi Kabuto could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed to the ground. The referee announced Hyuga no Fing as the victor. And as he descended from the arena, he reflected on the battle. Yakushi Kabuto's strength exceeded his expectations. Had he not decided to reveal a fraction of his true power at the last moment, the outcome could have been uncertain. "Humph, he possesses some skill," Hyuga Niji remarked, a hint of acknowledgement in his tone as he regarded Hyuga no Fing. Hyuga no Fing smiled but did not respond. He understood that in Niji's heart, their rivalry was far from over. Chapter 4. The Rebirth. Observing the retreating figure of his cousin, Hyuga Niji's expression grew grave. The advanced technique of the gentle fist, the 8 trigrams air palm, was still beyond his complete mastery, yet his kin effortlessly wielded it. Despite his previous despondency and the relentless humiliation he faced from the main family, he now revealed a strength that left Niji perplexed. However, he understood that now was not the time for such contemplations. He needed to focus on his own match. Meanwhile, Hyuga no Fing was strategizing his next steps. He recognized that this examination was merely the inception of his path to vengeance. He must grow stronger to achieve his ambitions. As both cousins were lost in their thoughts, the names of the combatants reappeared on the screen. Hyuga Niji versus Hyuga Hinata. Niji's face remained impassive, devoid of any discernible emotion, while Hinata appeared pale yet resolute in her decision to confront him. This clash between the main and branch families intrigued many spectators. Hinata's instructor, Kurenai Yuhi, felt a wave of concern. In her heart, she believed Hinata stood no chance against Niji. Hyuga no Feng regarded the names on the screen with a furrowed brow. Niji, maintaining his cold demeanor, urged Hinata to forfeit the match. As she hesitated, a loud voice echoed through the arena. Don't give up easily, Hinata. Defeat him. The voice belonged to the destined child, Naruto Uzumaki. Upon hearing Naruto's encouragement, Hinata's gaze grew steadfast. Niji felt a surge of irritation. He could not comprehend why Hinata would heed Naruto's words. With a scoff, he contemptuously regarded Naruto, thinking, you think you can change anything? As the match commenced, Niji launched an immediate assault, with Hinata barely managing to defend against his onslaught. The two exchanged blows, but to no Feng's discerning eye, Niji held the upper hand. The gentle fist technique, even when lightly grazed, inflicted subtle damage. With each of Niji's strikes, Hinata found her chakra pathways sealed, while Niji executed his attacks with precision, causing only negligible harm. Before long, Hinata had fallen multiple times, each time struggling to rise again. It was only when she touched upon Niji's inner vulnerabilities that he charged at her with fury. The referee, Moonlight Kakashi, prepared to intervene, sensing the escalating situation. Niji. No Feng's icy voice reverberated with authority. Kurenai Yuhi and Might Guy faltered in their approach to restrain Niji, casting surprised glances at No Feng. Hearing his voice, Niji hesitated momentarily, but the rage in his heart propelled him forward. Hinata stood frozen in fear as Niji advanced, yet her spirit remained unyielding. Just as Niji was about to strike Hinata, No Feng interjected, Enough, Niji. His tone was frigid. Don't make me repeat myself. With those words, an ominous aura emanated from him. Kakashi, observing from the elevated platform, felt a weighty tension in the air. The sudden display of power from No Feng astonished the gathered crowd, their eyes widening in disbelief at the latent strength of the seemingly despondent youth. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, also expressed surprise as the leader of the Hidden Leaf. He was intimately aware of the village's ninja capabilities, yet No Feng's prowess was unexpected. Gaara, with an expression of indifference, re-evaluated No Feng's strength. All eyes turned to No Feng, who appeared unfazed, as if this revelation was anticipated. Niji, with a disdainful huff, turned and walked away, bringing this episode of the duel to a close. With Hinata down, medical ninjas carried her away, followed closely by Kurenai. The tournament continued amidst the unfolding drama, as No Feng scrutinized each match, particularly noting Li's use of the 8 gates, which ultimately led to his defeat at the hands of Gaara. As the Chunin exam progressed, No Feng quietly assessed each opponent's abilities and strategies. At that moment, Orochimaru's figure emerged in the corner of the arena, his chilling gaze fixating on No Feng, seemingly conveying some hidden message. No Feng furrowed his brow, aware that the time agreed upon with Orochimaru was nearing. As night descended, the Chunin exam temporarily concluded. No Feng discreetly distanced himself from the crowd, arriving at the designated meeting point with Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, how prepared are you? No Feng inquired eagerly. Orochimaru smirked ominously, not bad for a little brat. Consider joining me. With unwavering resolve, No Feng rejected him outright. Lord Orochimaru, I seek only to lift the curse of the caged bird seal. Nothing else interests me. Orochimaru licked his lips, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Based on the information regarding the Sharingan, I must inform you that I cannot lift this seal. No Feng's countenance darkened at the revelation, and he exclaimed, Orochimaru, do you dare to deceive me? Unfazed, Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Patience, little brat. While I cannot directly lift it, I am aware of a potential method. Suppressing his fury, No Feng demanded, what method? The caged bird seal, in essence, restricts the Byakugan's ocular techniques and disrupts the brain's neural development. To break it, there are 2 possible outcomes. One is death, for once the body ceases to function, chakra ceases to flow, and the body systems will halt, akin to a river drying up without water. Orochimaru paused before continuing. The second option is to locate the caster and compel them to release it. However, this is nearly impossible, for the main family of the Hyuga clan will not easily let you go. No Feng clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Is there truly no other way? Orochimaru's smirk deepened. There are alternatives, though they carry great risk. Similar to the Sharingan's enhancement, one could potentially shatter the constraints with overwhelming power. However, my research indicates that historically, the Hyuga clan has never possessed a means to evolve the Byakugan. As Orochimaru concluded his explanation, No Feng's eyes widened, and a name from the original narrative surfaced in his mind, the Rebirth Eye. Chapter 5. The Elder. Once his emotions settled, Hinata Kazafuri had no intention of sharing this matter with Orochimaru. He gazed at Orochimaru and remarked, Since you summoned me, Lord Orochimaru, I presume you wouldn't divulge information that is non-existent? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. Humph, clever boy. Indeed, I have a method. But you should be aware of what I desire. Hinata Kazafuri's gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a grave tone. Please, Lord Orochimaru, reveal your method. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will not refuse. Orochimaru leaned closer, lowering his voice. You regained your composure rather quickly. Yet I know you must possess a way to augment your ocular techniques. I require all information regarding the Sharingan. A pang of anxiety gripped Hinata Kazafuri's heart. Yet his expression remained impassive. Lord Orochimaru, your demand seems rather excessive. However, if you can indeed assist in lifting the caged bird seal, I shall consider it. Orochimaru snorted derisively. Humph, boy, do not attempt to deceive me. You are well aware of the consequences of tricking me. Taking a deep breath, Hinata Kazafuri replied. Then please share your method, Lord Orochimaru. If it is indeed feasible, I shall keep my word. Orochimaru extended 2 fingers. First, I will capture the individual who placed the seal upon you. Second, I will assist you in setting a counter seal on the caged bird. The choice is yours. Hinata Kazafuri furrowed his brow, lost in thought. After a moment, he raised his head and declared resolutely, I choose the second option. His reluctance to select the first method did not stem from a lack of faith in Orochimaru's abilities, but rather an understanding that the caged bird seal was not as straightforward as Orochimaru perceived. The clan elders held dominion over such matters, and capturing just one would not suffice. Furthermore, the seal only vanished upon death. He would not naively believe that the clan possessed a means to lift it, thus his choice of the second option. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Very well, then prepare yourself. The sealing process is no simple task. Hinata Kazafuri gritted his teeth. As long as it results in the lifting of the caged bird, I can endure any pain. Soon after, observing his reflection in a mirror, he noted the green script of the seal on his forehead, alongside the newly etched black patterns. With a sigh of relief, he realized he could now proceed with his plan of departure. Orochimaru's breath grew slightly ragged as his gaze turned covetous. Now, it is time for my reward. Hinata Kazafuri regarded him with a perplexed expression. The phrase not easy had been a misinterpretation. It was Orochimaru himself who found the process arduous, while he had assumed it would be painful. With a smile, Hinata Kazafuri reassured, Rest assured, Lord Orochimaru, I will not go back on my word. I shall share with you every detail regarding the Sharingan. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I hope you will not play any tricks. Hinata Kazafuri inhaled deeply and began to divulge the secrets and abilities of the Sharingan. Upon concluding, Orochimaru erupted into excited laughter. So that is it, the eternal Mangeki, is it? It seems I must not only acquire Sasuke's body, but also devise a method to seize Itachi Uchiha's eyes. As Hinata Kazafuri observed Orochimaru descend into madness, he silently fortified his resolve. Lord Orochimaru, the transaction is complete. I shall take my leave now. As he turned to depart, Orochimaru abruptly ceased his laughter. Boy, should you come across any intriguing information in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Without looking back, Hinata Kazafuri acknowledged him and swiftly vanished into the night. The following day, at the Hyuga clan's estate, within the main hall, Hinata Kazafuri received a summons. Upon entering, he was met by 6 clan elders and Hinata Hisashi. One elder, with a frigid demeanor, questioned Hinata Kazafuri. It seems you have forgotten your identity, daring to conceal matters from us. Hinata Kazafuri let out a cold laugh. My identity? From the moment the caged bird seal was placed upon me, what identity do I still possess in your eyes? Hinata Hisashi frowned deeply. Kazafuri, do not be insolent. Hinata Kazafuri glared at them defiantly. Insolent? I merely wish to survive. Is that a crime? Is the caged bird not enough? Shall I not demonstrate my strength, and you fear it? Are you intimidated by a mere display of my abilities? An elder slammed his palm on the table. Rising in anger. You insolent fool. The rules of the Hyuga clan are not to be challenged. With that, he formed a series of hand seals. And Hinata Kazafuri doubled over in agony, clutching his head as he writhed in pain. Hinata Hisashi, witnessing this, displayed a look of compassion. Elder, is this not excessive? The elder huffed dismissively. Hisashi, do not show weakness. If this boy is not disciplined, he may become a significant threat in the future. Hinata Kazafuri, struggling on the ground, continued to laugh maniacally. Haha, you dare not kill me, for you fear the repercussions. You dread the village's gossip, the branch family's resistance, and the potential loss of their loyalty. Thus, you can only torment me with the caged bird. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, another elder spoke slowly. Enough, cease this. The inflicted pain finally abated, and Hinata Kazafuri collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The elder fixed his gaze upon him, coldly stating, Hinata Kazafuri, if you remain obedient, we can guarantee your safety. But should you dare to provoke the clan's authority again, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. With great difficulty, Hinata Kazafuri rose to his feet, his eyes filled with defiance and hatred, and staggered away. Upon returning to his dwelling, Hinata Kazafuri appeared unperturbed, devoid of any semblance of pain. Initially, he had feared that Orochimaru's seal would prove ineffective, prompting him to incite the elders with his words. During the sealing, his heart raced, but as he pretended to suffer, he sensed no signs of the caged bird being activated, thus he felt entirely reassured. After his departure, within the clan estate, a hot-tempered elder expressed frustration. Hisashi, you are far too kind. This boy harbors clear resentment towards our clan. Did you not see his eyes? He has been concealing his abilities. He has even mastered Bagua, empty palm based on his performance during the assessment. Hinata Hisashi remained silent for a moment before responding, Elder. He is still one of us. Perhaps we could find a different approach to guide him. The elder snorted in anger. Guide? Hisashi, you are naive. This child will never submit easily. We must exercise extreme caution. Sighing softly, Hinata Hisashi replied, I hope he can understand our intentions. Enough. Mingyan, calm yourself. He is currently participating in the CH9 exams. Once this assessment concludes, we can further deliberate on Hinata Kazufuri's situation, a composed elder advised. Elder Mingyan snorted but fell silent. Hinata Hisashi and the other elders sank into contemplation, enveloping the hall in a momentary stillness. Meanwhile, Hinata Kazufuri began to devise his next course of action in his quarters. He was acutely aware that following this confrontation, the clan would be even more vigilant against him, and he needed to hasten his quest for vengeance. Clenching his fists tightly, he vowed silently, Wait for me, clan, I shall ensure you pay the price. Chapter 6. Overly gentle in the days leading up to the third examination, Hinata Mukase diligently practiced daily, integrating the gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan into the Taichi he had developed. He meticulously marked a map of the ninja world, preparing for the culmination of years of planning since his journey began. His intent was to execute Orochimaru's scheme to dismantle Konoha, thus liberating himself from both the village and the Hyuga clan. Fortunately, his plans progressed smoothly, although Orochimaru did not assist him in breaking free from his cage. He did impose seals that rendered the cage's control ineffective. Before the third assessment, he stood before the hero's memorial in Konoha, gazing at the names of the world's parents inscribed upon it. A complex array of emotions flickered in Hinata Mukase's eyes, a blend of nostalgia for the departed and determination for the future. He murmured softly, Mother, Father, I will soon be free of all this and avenge you. At that moment, a familiar voice called from behind him, Brother Mukase. He turned to see Hinata shyly standing there. Hinata, you should be resting in the hospital. What are you doing here? His tone was gentle, yet his gaze held a wary edge, despite her being the only family member who cared for him. Hinata lowered her head, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, and spoke softly, I was worried about you, Brother Mukase. He paused, a flicker of emotion swelling within him, but quickly masked it with indifference. You need not concern yourself with me. Take care of yourself. Hinata lifted her head, her gaze resolute. Brother Mukase, no matter what, I believe in you. With that, she turned and weakly departed. Mukase watched her retreating figure in silence for an extended moment. Taking a deep breath, he returned his attention to the memorial, his mind racing with thoughts. He understood Hinata's sentiments, yet he knew his path of vengeance would be fraught with peril and solitude. After placing a bouquet of flowers at the memorial, he whispered, Father, Mother, I am leaving. When I return home, those old bastards will surely accompany you in death. With renewed determination, he turned from the memorial and quickened his pace, preparing for the final steps of his plan. Meanwhile, Hinata returned to the hospital, lying on her bed and staring at the ceiling, silently praying for Hinata Mukase. In the village of Konoha, tranquility belied the impending storm that was about to unfold. Days later, in a circular arena within Konoha, a multitude of people gathered. On the elevated platform sat the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, alongside Orochimaru disguised as the Kazekage. The participants of the examination lined up on the field, and Uchiha Sasuke's tardiness left the crowd feeling disappointed, while Naruto Uzumaki's unconventional entrance elicited laughter. Hinata Mukase stood among the crowd, his expression impassive as he surveyed the scene, his gaze honing in on Orochimaru with a cautious mindset. The third Hokage rose to announce the examination rules. Mukase's thoughts, however, were already consumed by his subsequent plans. With the rules declared, the examination commenced, and all eyes turned to the arena, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Mukase calmly raised his hand, declaring, I forfeit. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they turned to him, bewildered and surprised. The third Hokage furrowed his brow and asked, Hinata Mukase, are you certain? This is a rare opportunity for promotion. Mukase's expression remained resolute. I am certain, Lord Hokage. With that, he turned and exited the arena amidst the crowd's confusion. Niji Hyuga watched him leave, perplexed, while Gaara cast a disinterested glance before returning his focus. After Mukase's departure, Inazuka Kiba, chewing on a toothpick, scratched his head in irritation and began rewriting the match schedule. The first match mirrored the original storyline, with Naruto facing Niji, the underdog against the genius. Having left the arena, Mukase found a secluded corner to discreetly observe the unfolding battles. The fight between Naruto and Niji escalated fiercely, with Niji initially dominating through his superior gentle fist techniques, pushing Naruto back relentlessly. You're just a loudmouth underdog. You can never defeat me, Niji coldly declared. Yet Naruto, unyielding, gritted his teeth and rose time and again, retorting, I refuse to lose to you. Observing the exchange, Mukase activated his Byakugan, murmuring, 73 Umbu, is it? Quite a number. But let Orochimaru handle Hiruzen. They're all destined to die anyway. There was no trace of compassion in Mukase's eyes. His focus remained on identifying the optimal moment and route for escape. As the battle reached its climax, Naruto's chakra began to fluctuate dangerously, hinting at an imminent outburst of the Nine-Tails' power. Mukase narrowed his eyes, realizing it seems Naruto is about to unleash the Nine-Tails' strength. The sight of the red chakra breaking through the chakra points surprised him, leading him to contemplate the meticulous precision required should he face such a situation. When Neji was ultimately knocked down, Mukase shook his head, recognizing that Naruto was employing a rather unorthodox strategy. This was also one of the reasons he felt no camaraderie with Neji. His hatred for the main family was unwavering, while Neji's father had willingly sacrificed himself, leaving Neji unaware of the true circumstances. With his attention now diverted from the match, Mukase continued to scan his surroundings, ensuring that his plans would unfold without a hitch. After confirming the positions of all hidden Umbu, Sand, and Sound ninjas, he approached the spectator's platform and said gently to Hinata, "You won. It's time to rest. Your injuries have yet to heal." Hinata looked at Mukase and nodded softly, "Yes, brother Mukase." He guided her away, noticing her hesitations as they walked. "If you have something to ask, feel free to speak," he encouraged gently. After a moment's hesitation, Hinata quietly inquired, "Brother Mukase, why did you forfeit?" Mukase paused for a moment before responding, "This is my choice, Hinata. Focus on your recovery, do not delve into matters beyond that." Hinata obediently acknowledged, falling silent. Upon returning to the hospital, Mukase summoned the medical staff to check on Hinata's condition. Once they departed, he noticed her lingering hesitance and inquired, "Is there something you wish to say?" Hinata bit her lip, summoning her courage, "Brother Mukase, are you planning to leave?" Mukase met her gaze calmly, pulling up a chair and lapsing into silence. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling, "Brother Mukase, whatever decision you make, I will support you, but please, be careful." Mukase sighed softly, "Hinata, focus on your recovery. Do not remain weak, nor attempt to change things, for this world is cruel. You are too gentle." Hinata bit her lip, looking resolutely at Mukase, "Brother Mukase, I will strive to grow stronger and ensure I am not bullied again." Mukase nodded slightly, "I hope so." With that, he rose, preparing to depart. Hinata called out urgently, "Brother Mukase, will you return?" Chapter 7. Defection. Hinata no Feng approached the window with a serene demeanor, gazing towards the venue. As a barrier rose in the distance, he returned to face Hinata, removing his forehead protector to reveal the mark of a caged bird, adorned with black patterns. He drew a kunai and etched a line across the forehead protector. This was his answer to his clan sister, to become a rogue ninja. Hinata covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Brother no Feng." Hinata no Feng placed the slashed forehead protector into Hinata's hands, his voice heavy with emotion. "Hinata, take care of yourself." With that, he turned and left the hospital without hesitation. Hinata clutched the forehead protector tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. After leaving the hospital, Hinata no Feng returned to his dwelling to gather his belongings and quickly made his way towards the outskirts of Konoha. As he fled, Hinata no Feng cautiously avoided any patrolling ninjas. His heart raced, fully aware of the dire consequences should he be discovered. Just as he was nearing the border of Konoha, a figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. "You think leaving Konoha will be that easy?" It was none other than the elite Jonin from the Hokage's guard, and his name was Inzutsu Reizong. Hinata no Feng's eyes sharpened, preparing for a confrontation. "I never claimed to be leaving Konoha. With the current turmoil, I am heading out to offer support." He regarded the figure before him, puzzled, as he had thought Inzutsu was beside Sarutobi Hizashi. Inzutsu Reizong sneered, "Stop trying to deceive me, Hinata no Feng. Come back quietly, and perhaps you may receive leniency." Clenching his fists, Hinata no Feng replied, "I am more curious about how you discovered my intentions." Inzutsu scoffed, "Your movements have long caught the attention of the Umbu, but I never anticipated you would dare to defect." Hinata no Feng sighed, "Is that so? It appears Sarutobi Hizashi has issued the order. Even in death, he creates trouble for me." He had underestimated Sarutobi Hizashi. For someone who had held the position of Hokage for decades surely had the means to keep a watchful eye. "Enough chatter, surrender." Inzutsu shouted, charging towards Hinata no Feng. Activating his Byakugan, Hinata no Feng swiftly grasped Inzutsu's hand, sneering, "You don't think I'm weak, do you?" As he spoke, a spectral image of Taichi manifested beneath his feet, Taichi, returning heaven. A powerful gust erupted from Hinata no Feng's center, sending Inzutsu Reizong reeling backward. He steadied himself, a grave expression crossing his face. "Damn it, why does your ninjutsu differ from that of the Hyuga clan?" Inzutsu inquired, troubled. Upon hearing returning heaven, he had intended to restrict Hinata no Feng as he turned, but the technique was unleashed without any physical movement, catching him off guard. Hinata no Feng smirked. "That is a secret you cannot know." With a fierce glint in his eyes, Inzutsu retorted, "Don't get too cocky, kid." He charged again, kunai glimmering menacingly. Hinata no Feng remained unfazed, using his Byakugan to effortlessly evade Inzutsu's relentless attacks. Surrounded by the homes of villagers, Inzutsu dared not use ninjutsu, engaging in pure taijutsu instead. Hinata no Feng seized an opening, executing Taichi, empty palm. An invisible shockwave surged forth, and seeing no way to evade, Inzutsu crossed his arms to block the attack, but was still sent crashing to the ground with a thud. As he struggled to rise, pain hindered his movements. "Cursed! Why can't I comprehend Hinata no thing? Inzutsu gritted his teeth, bewildered. Isn't it peculiar? You blocked the attack, yet were still sent flying, Hinata no thing remarked calmly. Inzutsu glared at him. You traitor. Even if it costs me my life, I will not let you escape. Hinata no thing remained undeterred, swiftly moving in front of him to execute the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Inzutsu was struck at multiple chakra points, collapsing to the ground, rendered incapable of fighting. Hinata no thing looked down at him coldly, saying, You cannot stop me. Without pausing, he dashed towards the village's exit. At that moment, a cacophony of noise erupted in the distance, signaling that more Konoha ninjas were approaching. Hinata no thing's heart raced. He hastened his pace, disappearing swiftly into the woods. Upon arrival, several Konoha ninjas found the fallen Inzutsu and urgently inquired, Reizong, what happened? Are there Suna and Odo ninjas here? Inzutsu pointed in a direction, struggling to speak. It was Hinata no thing. He has defected. Quick, pursue him. The ninjas' expressions shifted dramatically as they hurried after Hinata no thing's fleeing form. In the woods, Hinata no thing detected the sounds of pursuit behind him. He set traps at 2 directions and utilized the shadow clone technique. 2 clones appeared, darting in opposite directions, while he continued to sprint forward. The Konoha ninjas soon reached a fork in the path, observing traces leading in 3 directions. Split into 3 groups and pursue, one suggested. They quickly discovered Hinata no thing's traps. Be careful. There are traps. One ninja shouted. Despite their caution, a few fell victim, injured and collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Hinata no thing, observing the 3 remaining pursuers with his Byakugan, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing only 3 left. His plan to leave today relied on Konoha's inability to dispatch more than this. Hinata no thing halted, concealing himself behind a large tree. The 3 Konoha ninjas soon approached, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Be cautious, that guy may be hiding nearby, one warned. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata no thing leaped from the tree, executing the 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Instantly striking one ninja. The other 2 quickly reacted, launching an assault. Hinata no thing nimbly dodged their attacks, searching for a chance to counter. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged towards him, the air radiating intense heat. Hinata no thing countered with the 8 trigrams, empty palm, dispersing the fireball. Seizing the moment while the Konoha ninja was momentarily stunned, he flashed in front of him, delivering a blow to his chest, gentle fist, crushed meridian. The 2 injured ninjas watched helplessly as Hinata no thing disappeared into the distance, frustration and despair flooding their hearts. We should return to report. This guy is too powerful. One murmured. The remaining Konoha ninjas helped their injured comrades and turned back towards the village. Hinata no thing ran at full speed, finally eluding his pursuers. He came to a halt, panting heavily, gazing at the distant mountains, silently vowing, From this moment forth, I shall no longer be bound by anyone. Chapter 8. The Land of Waves. On the following day, in Konoha, the skies were overcast. The turmoil in Konoha culminated in the tragic demise of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At the hero's monument, numerous ninjas clad in black attire gathered. Among them was Hinata Hyuga, her expression one of sorrow, clutching a bouquet of flowers. Her gaze frequently drifted towards the blank surface of the monument, memories of Hisashi Hyuga's departure flooding her mind. At that moment, Naruto approached and stood beside Hinata, softly saying, Hinata, please don't be too upset. Hinata nodded slightly, tears welling in her eyes. Naruto-kun, I just don't understand why it has come to this. Naruto, looking at the monument with determination, replied, We will grow stronger, protect Konoha, and ensure such tragedies do not occur again. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of Konoha convened urgently to discuss the implications of Hisashi Hyuga's defection. Danzo Shimura was the first to speak, his voice laced with disdain. The Hyuga clan has truly outdone themselves, allowing a branch family member to defect during Orochimaru's invasion. Speak. Are you colluding with Orochimaru? Hisashi's brother, Hayashi Hyuga, responded grimly, Danzo. You lack evidence. Please refrain from slandering the Hyuga clan. Kohara Yutane interjected, Now is not the time for blame. We must prioritize how to address the repercussions of this incident. Midogate's Ino echoed, Indeed, Hisashi's defection may provoke other villages to test our resolve. We must be prepared. Danzo fixed a cold gaze on Hayashi. You must provide an explanation to the village regarding this matter. Taking a deep breath, Hayashi replied, I will investigate thoroughly and provide a satisfactory response to the village. The representatives from other clans remained silent, some observing with curiosity, while others seemed lost in thought. The genius of the Hyuga clan was well known to them, especially since the Uchiha clan's annihilation. The Hyuga clan had become the largest family in Konoha. The notion that a talented member of the branch family would fall into despair overnight was hard to believe without some hidden agenda. Feeling the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, Hayashi's heart simmered with anger and helplessness. He understood the significant damage this incident had inflicted on the Hyuga clan's reputation and recognized the urgent need to rectify the situation. At this moment, the previously silent Shikaka Nara spoke up. Our immediate priority should be to send someone to search for Hisashi's whereabouts, lest he be exploited by other villages. Yamado agreed. Precisely, we cannot allow him to become a liability to the village. Hayashi bowed slightly, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your suggestions. The Hyuga clan will fully cooperate with the village's actions. Upon returning to the clan's residence, Hayashi was met with a cacophony of voices arguing in the hall. I have long said we should have eliminated him. Do you realize how much slander this defection brings to the Hyuga clan? The furious voice belonged to Elder Hugamayon. Enough. What good does it do to discuss this now? Another elder rebuked. Hayashi stepped into the hall, his expression dark. Everyone, quiet down. The most important thing now is to find a solution to this problem. The elders fell silent upon his entrance. Head of the clan, what should we do now? Elder Hugamayon asked. After a moment of contemplation, Hayashi replied, First, we must send someone to investigate his potential whereabouts. Additionally, we must strengthen internal management to prevent further disturbances. Meanwhile, outside, Niji Hyuga, having resolved his inner turmoil, pondered why Hizashi had defected. The mark of the caged bird still lingered. What purpose did defection serve? As long as the main family was within a certain distance, Hizashi was doomed. Furrowing his brow, Niji murmured, could he possess some special means to escape the caged bird's control? Or was it merely a momentary impulse? After much contemplation without clarity, Niji resolved to set the matter aside and focus on enhancing his strength, for in this tumultuous ninja world, personal power was the only true safeguard. Half a month later, in the land of waves, near a construction site of a large bridge, a boy with short black hair and white eyes appeared. Hizashi gazed at the bridge under construction, his mind swirling with thoughts. He knew his path of defection had only just begun, and countless challenges awaited him. At that moment, several wandering ninjas took notice of Hizashi and approached him with ill intentions. Hey, kid, all alone? Hand over anything valuable you have. The leader of the ninjas growled. Hizashi cast a cold glance at them, dismissing them as mere nuisances. Moments later, the group of wandering ninjas lay kneeling, too terrified to speak. Ah, delicious. Good cooking. Thank you for the food, Hizashi remarked, patting his full belly with a smile. The wandering ninjas, filled with fear, pleaded, Please spare us, we beg you. Hizashi stood up and brushed off his clothes. Now tell me, have you ever killed any civilians? What are your names? The leader of the wandering ninjas trembled as he replied, My name is Yamamoto, sir. We have never harmed civilians. We only seek to survive. Hizashi scrutinized his eyes for a moment before asking, Really? Yamamoto nodded vigorously. Absolutely, sir. We have never engaged in any heinous acts. Hizashi narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you wish to enjoy a life of comfort? Yamamoto and his companions exchanged glances, hesitant yet curious. Sir, what do you mean by that? They asked cautiously. Although these individuals were weak, they were still ninjas, and Hizashi understood that survival in this world required more than mere strength. Not everyone was an Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama. Crossing his arms, Hizashi declared, I can offer you an opportunity. Follow me, and I will ensure you live without worry. However, you must obey my commands without hesitation. Yamamoto and the others exchanged glances, and after a moment of hesitation, they nodded in agreement. Yes. We are willing to follow you. A smirk formed on Hizashi's lips. Good. Then let us remain in the land of waves for a while. Several days later, within a luxurious mansion in the land of waves, the former leader of a smuggling group, Kato, had been dealt a fatal blow by Zabuza Momochi during the bridge construction. Now, his son, Kamen, had inherited the remnants of his father's empire, though most of their wealth had been seized, leaving him with less than a tenth of what they once possessed. Observing the individuals before him, particularly the wide-eyed boy who had effortlessly taken down dozens of guards and now feasted like a lord, Kamen struggled to suppress his fury. My friend, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting? He asked, his voice strained. Hizashi set down the food, wiped his mouth, and smiled. Oh, nothing much. I just thought your place was quite nice and wished to stay for a while. Kamen's expression darkened. Friend, this is rather excessive. Hizashi's gaze turned icy. Excessive? Do you believe you have the standing to negotiate with me? You. Kamen clenched his fists, fighting back his anger, fully aware that the individuals before him were ninjas, and provoking them could lead to his downfall. Hizashi looked at Kamen, who was too afraid to express his anger, and scoffed. Taichi, utterly useless. Kato at least dared to confront Zabuza head-on. You. Ha. Kamen's fist tightened, gritting his teeth. Do not push your luck. My father may have, but I am not someone to be trifled with. Hizashi raised an eyebrow, tauntingly saying, Oh? Then do something worthy of my respect. Kamen's face flushed with anger. Yet he struggled to find a retort, resorting to merely glaring at Hizashi in frustration. Chapter 9. A startling encounter. Observing the subdued Carmen, Hinata Woofing remarked with interest. You are certainly more astute than Cardo. Aware of your inability to triumph, yet you still engage in a head-on confrontation. With such intelligence, I can offer my assistance. Carmen, taken aback, questioned, Assist me? Why would you do that? Hinata Woofing, arms crossed, replied nonchalantly. It is rather simple, mutual benefit. I will aid in revitalizing your family business. And in return, you will provide me with resources. After a moment of hesitation, Carmen inquired, What resources do you seek? With a smirk, Hinata Woofing responded, Money, intelligence, and connections. Carmen pondered briefly before shaking his head. What you propose is unfeasible. Even if I were to reclaim my family's wealth, the merchants would not extend their goodwill towards me, as we have not conducted business in quite some time. Hinata Woofing scoffed. Oh, You do not intend to resort to smuggling or drug trafficking, do you? Such petty crimes may suffice for small gains, but should they jeopardize a nation? Do you truly believe the powerful feudal lords would remain passive? Carmen's countenance shifted. Then what do you suggest? I cannot conceive of any other swift means to generate income. Rising from his seat, Hinata Wufeng approached the window. The geographical position of the Land of Waves is quite favorable. There exists immense potential for developing the fishing and transportation industries. Carmen frowned. Is that viable? The initial investment is considerable. Turning to face Carmen with unwavering determination, Hinata Wufeng declared, you must be willing to take risks. Without courage, one cannot achieve greatness. Carmen calculated in his mind until realization dawned upon him. He sighed, the people, due to my father's actions, will likely refuse to work for me, regardless of the compensation I offer. Hinata Wufeng, with a hint of mockery, replied, you were just deemed clever, and now you appear foolish. Carmen looked at him, bewildered. What do you mean? How am I foolish? Clenching his fist, Hinata Wufeng stated, human emotions are easily influenced. Why do the common folk despise your father? Because he oppressed them, leaving them no path to live. Once you reclaim your inheritance, allocate some funds to repair roads and bridges, personally apologize, and assure them of your lawful conduct. The hearts of the commoners are tender, they merely desire a better life. Carmen's eyes lit up with excitement as the realization struck him. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? What about the merchants? Hinata Wufeng rolled his eyes. Merchants are driven by profit. If you present them with collaboration terms more advantageous than their current arrangements, why would they hesitate to partner with you? Carmen nodded fervently. Yes, you truly have a plan. What should we do next? Hinata Wufeng approached the table, taking a piece of paper and writing as he spoke. First, we shall devise a detailed plan. The initial step is to recover the funds. Later that night, in their quarters, Yamamoto asked, Boss, we could execute these plans ourselves. Why rely on him? Seated with eyes closed, Hinata Wufeng replied, do you possess his financial resources and connections? To achieve success, brute force alone is insufficient. Yamamoto scratched his head. But what if he reneges on our agreement once he succeeds? Opening his eyes, Hinata Wufeng's gaze turned icy. Should he dare, I have numerous methods to ensure he regrets it. Enough for tonight. There is much to accomplish tomorrow. The following day, Carmen and Hinata Wufeng conferred, deciding to act simultaneously. Carmen would visit the villages to apologize and compensate, while Hinata Wufeng, accompanied by a steward, would confront those who had seized the inheritance. Arriving at an opulent mansion, they were met with immediate suspicion from the guards. Halt! Who are you? One guard commanded. As the guard's shout echoed, cold sweat broke out. For Yamamoto had drawn a blade to his throat. Indifferent to further conversation, Hinata Wufeng entered with his steward. The commotion drew the attention of the mansion's occupants. A figure resembling a steward approached, demanding, how dare you trespass? Do you wish to perish? Hinata Wufeng coldly responded, summon your master. Otherwise, this abode will be lost to you today. The steward's expression changed, and after a brief hesitation, he turned to inform his master. Shortly thereafter, a corpulent middle-aged man appeared, scrutinizing Hinata Wufeng and his companions. What is your business? The man inquired. With a slight smile, Hinata Wufeng stated, surrender Cardo's inheritance to me, and I shall spare your life. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. You dare challenge me? With a wave of his hand, a dozen guards brandished their weapons and charged at Hinata Wufeng and his group. A cold snort escaped Hinata Wufeng as he activated his Byakugan, swiftly launching shurikens. The anguished cries of the guards filled the air, and the middle-aged man's eyes widened in realization. So that little brat Carmen found himself a ninja. Advancing toward the middle-aged man, Hinata Wufeng warned, enough talk. Hand over the inheritance, or you shall be the next to fall. At that moment, a voice echoed, ha ha ha, Matsushita, 1,000,000 ryo. I will take care of this little brat for you. What do you say? Hinata Wufeng furrowed his brow, turning to see a mysterious figure in a straw hat perched atop the rooftop. Matsushita's eyes gleamed, and he eagerly replied, excellent. If you can deal with him. Money is no object. Hinata Wufeng's expression hardened. If you wish to trade me for coin, you must first prove your worth. The mysterious figure chuckled lightly, leaping down from the rooftop to confront Hinata Wufeng. With a serious demeanor, Hinata Wufeng met the incoming blade, only to deliver a swift blow that sent the assailant crashing down. I was expecting a formidable opponent. You startled me. Indeed. It was no wonder Hinata Wufeng was taken aback. Prior to entering, he had not activated his Byakugan for reconnaissance but merely observed the guard's movements. The sudden appearance of the straw-hatted figure had led him to believe he was facing a hidden master from the world of shinobi. Growing increasingly irritated, he turned to Yamamoto and the others, shouting, give him a thorough beating. I was genuinely startled. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto and the others rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the mysterious figure, who cried out in agony and pleaded for mercy. Witnessing this scene, Matsushita's face drained of color, his body trembling involuntarily. Hinata Wufeng approached him, coldly stating, now, it is your turn to decide. Will you willingly surrender the inheritance? Or will you meet the same fate as him? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Matsushita stammered, I will comply. I will comply. After gathering all the assets, they returned with a cart, leaving Matsushita to gaze despondently at his now empty mansion. Upon returning to Carmen's residence, Carmen was overjoyed to see the cart brimming with treasures. "This is wonderful. With these, our plan can proceed smoothly," he exclaimed. Hinata woofing nodded. "Now, it is your performance that matters." Carmen patted his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, I will not disappoint you." Little did they know, however, that Matsushita, watching them depart, harbored dark thoughts of revenge. Chapter 10. The Wind Organization. Days later, near the Divine Bridge, Kamen was distributing rice and other essential supplies in a nearby village. Meanwhile, Yamamoto sat at a table with a dozen wandering ninjas, his expression grave as he inquired about their names, the ninjutsu they practiced, and whether they had ever harmed civilians. A tall ninja introduced himself as Onamaru, claiming expertise in earth release techniques and asserting that he had never harmed a civilian. Another lanky individual followed suit, stating, "I am Takeda, skilled in water release, and I too have committed no wrongs." As Yamamoto recorded their responses, he scrutinized their expressions, assessing the veracity of their claims. By noon, with the temperature rising, Yamamoto led them to the shade of a tree, where a teenager reclined. He gently called out, "Boss, I have assessed them. Aside from this Onamaru, the others are merely low-ranking ninjas." Hinata Kazufu opened his eyes, glanced at the group, and fixed his gaze on Onamaru for a moment before speaking. "Skill is inconsequential. What matters is obedience. You seem reluctant. So I offer you a chance to experience the strength of a true ninja. Shall we engage?" The group exchanged uncertain glances, but ultimately it was Onamaru who stepped forward, declaring, "If that is the case, then we must offend you." With that, they unleashed their ninjutsu against Hinata Kazufu. A cold smile spread across his face as he activated his Byakugan, effortlessly evading their attacks. "Too slow," he taunted. Infuriated, they intensified their assaults. Yet their efforts were futile against him. Soon, Hinata seized the opportunity, sweeping his leg and toppling several of them to the ground. "Is this the extent of your capabilities?" he remarked, looking down upon them. Gasping for breath and filled with awe, the group lay on the ground. Once they regained their composure, Hinata dusted himself off and calmly instructed, "Take them to eat. After you have finished, summon everyone to me, and be sure to bring Kamen." "Yes, boss," Yamamoto replied. The group followed him to their meal, their minds still lingering on the formidable prowess displayed by Hinata Kazufu, a mix of anticipation and anxiety brewing for the upcoming meeting. After dining, everyone gathered again, and Hinata Kazufu addressed them, including Kamen. "You are all wandering ninjas, mere ordinary people with some chakra, possessing only a handful of jutsu." At his words, expressions of defiance flickered across their faces, yet they dared not contest him, intimidated by the strength he had previously exhibited. Hinata continued, "Why should we be subservient to others? Why can we not learn ninjutsu? We are ninjas too, free in our own right. We do not harm others. We only seek to survive." As they listened, their resentment gradually transformed into resolve, their gazes hardening. Kamen observed thoughtfully as Hinata surveyed the crowd, raising his voice. "From this day forth, we shall strive to claim our place in this world. We are the free winds, and from now on, we are all members of the Wind Organization." In unison, they shouted, "Wind Organization! Wind Organization!" Satisfied, Hinata nodded. "Now, we must devise a detailed plan to establish the Wind Organization firmly in this world. Kamen, please share our current resources and situation." Kamen stepped forward, clearing his throat. "Currently, our funds are sufficient, but we lack connections and intelligence." Hinata pondered for a moment. "I will assign you some business ventures to manage. I will lead them to the land of grass, where I will cultivate our strength. Once we grow, we can initiate the next phase of our plan." Kamen nodded. "Understood. I will follow your lead." Hinata turned to the others. "Prepare yourselves. We depart tomorrow." In unison, they replied, "Yes." The next day, Hinata Kazufu, accompanied by a host of ninjas, embarked on their journey to the land of grass. Along the way, they faced numerous challenges, yet under Hinata's guidance, they overcame each obstacle. Finally, they arrived in the land of grass, and Hinata gazed upon this unfamiliar territory, silently vowing, "Here, the rise of the Wind Organization shall commence." During their journey, they traversed the lands of river and rain, dispatching rogue ninjas that threatened civilians and recruiting wandering ninjas, among them the formidable Shinkyo man, who possessed special jounin strength. The Wind Organization grew to several dozen members. They arrived in this chaotic land of ninjas where power struggles were rife. Hinata led his group to a temporary refuge. "From today onwards, let us proceed with caution and ascertain the local dynamics," he instructed. The group nodded in agreement. Shinkyo man stepped forward. "Boss, I will gather intelligence." Hinata patted his shoulder. "Exercise caution." Shinkyo man quickly departed and soon returned with information. "Boss, there are several powerful ninja organizations here, frequently clashing over resources," he reported. Hinata contemplated. "Let us refrain from provoking them for now. We must first bolster our own strength." In the subsequent days, the Wind Organization discreetly undertook various missions to accumulate funds while recruiting talent. Gradually, they gained a measure of renown in the land of grass. Hinata Kazufu, having reverted to his original name, Hinata Kaze, remembered the words of his beloved mother, who had advised him to be as free as the wind. Unfortunately, having been born into the Hinata branch family, freedom had eluded him, leading him to adopt the name Kazufu. Sitting in his room, He reflected on his mother's words, his heart heavy with emotion. Just then, Shinkyo-man knocked and entered. "Boss, we have a predicament," he said, furrowing his brow. Hinata looked up. "What is it?" "We undertook a escort mission previously, but the employer was ambushed by another group, who are now demanding a hefty ransom for their release," Shinkyo-man explained. Hinata's gaze hardened. "Have you identified the group behind this?" Shinkyo-man nodded. "They are known as the Black Wolf Gang in the Land of Grass, notorious for their malevolence." Hinata rose. "Prepare yourselves. We shall confront them." Before long, Hinata, along with Shinkyo-man, Onamaru, and several others, arrived at a small hill, where they faced an imposing crowd of nearly 100. With an icy demeanor, Hinata stepped forward and called out, "Who is the leader?" From the throng emerged a burly man with a scarred face, grinning wickedly. "I am the one. You've come to meet your demise, Wind Organization?" Hinata scoffed. "Release them, and I shall spare your lives." The scarred man laughed heartily. "You've got some nerve, kid. You think you can intimidate us with just a handful of people?" Without further ado, Hinata activated his Byakugan, launching himself like a specter towards the scarred man. Chapter 11. Reputable. The leader of the Black Wolf Gang cursed under his breath. "Damn, the brat fights dirty." He hastily parried as Hinata approached him. With his Byakugan, Hinata clearly saw the chakra points on the scarred man's body, and his hands moved swiftly, striking over a dozen points. The Black Wolf Gang leader instantly felt his chakra cease to flow, his entire body paralyzed. He felt a chill on his neck. Hinata's lips curled into a frigid smile. "Release the hostage, and I won't kill you today." The Black Wolf Gang leader gritted his teeth and roared, "Release him." Soon, the kidnapped employer was brought out, appearing disheveled. After the employer was escorted away, Hinata issued a chilling command to execute all those who had harmed civilians. "You're breaking your word," the scarred man shouted, his face ashen, ignoring his furious cries. Hinata saw it as nothing more than the yelping of a dying cur. Besides, he needed to expand his sphere of influence. As Hinata's command echoed, Shinbashi and Onamara, among others, surged forth like tigers released from their cages, pouncing upon the Black Wolf Gang. Instantly, the light of ninjutsu flashed, and battle cries shook the heavens. Hinata kept his gaze fixed on the Black Wolf Gang leader, preventing any sudden movements. Though the Black Wolf Gang outnumbered them, they quickly descended into chaos and defeat under the relentless assault of the Wind Organization members. One by one, those who had reveled in wickedness fell. Before long, the battle concluded, the ground awash with blood and corpses, bearing witness to the fierce carnage. Hinata struck several more chakra points on the scarred man, then looked down at him with cold eyes. "Rest assured, I said I wouldn't kill you today. I am a man of my word." Turning to Onamaru, he instructed him to dig a pit and bury the man, leaving only his head exposed. "Oh, and remember to mix some water with the soil." Upon hearing this, the scarred man struggled in terror, cursing incessantly. But with his chakra points sealed, he was utterly helpless. Onamaru obeyed, and with several others, began to dig. Soon, a large pit was ready. They tossed the scarred man in, leaving only his head above ground, and then slowly covered him with the muddy soil, as Hinata had instructed. The scarred man's face grew increasingly horrified, his curses turning into pleas for mercy. But Hinata remained unmoved, watching the scene with a detached gaze. After dealing with the scarred man, Hinata led his group away from the bloody scene. Back at their hideout, after summoning Yamamoto, Hinata, without looking up from his writing, told them to intensify their training. Getting injured while fighting a bunch of weaklings is unacceptable. He added, "Also, inform the nearby villagers that the Black Wolf Organization has been eliminated, and they will now be under our protection." Yamamoto responded respectfully, "Yes, boss. However, this may attract the attention of other factions." Hinata paused, looked up, and said with a resolute gaze, "Investigate whether there is a rogue ninja from Konoha named Ryukish Kue operating within the Land of Rain, and if so, whether he is alive or dead. Also, gather information on Kurisuki Raiga of the Land of Rivers." He recalled characters from the original storyline, potential targets for his plans. As currently only Shinbashi could be considered a high-level combatant within the organization, Yamamoto responded with a look of resolve, "Yes, boss, I will arrange it immediately." A few days later, Yamamoto hurried to report, "Boss, there is no definite information about Ryukish Kue yet, but the information on Kurisuki Raiga has been mostly gathered. He is holding a live burial ceremony in the Land of Rivers, carrying a child named Ranmaru, and is the wielder of the lightning blade from the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. He is said to have founded the Kurisuki family." Hinata tapped the table thoughtfully. "Continue to investigate Ryukish Kue's whereabouts. Leave no stone unturned. As for Kurisuki Raiga, monitor his movements closely for the time being." Yamamoto nodded. "Understood, boss." After a moment of consideration, he added, "Send someone resourceful to infiltrate Konoha and keep a close watch on the wind and thunder gods in Konoha prison." Yamamoto was slightly taken aback but replied, "Yes, boss, I will arrange it." Several days passed. Hinata was contemplating the organization's future direction when Yamamoto returned to report, "Boss, the person sent to Konoha has departed, but Konoha's defenses are tight, so obtaining useful information may be difficult," Yamamoto said. Hinata frowned. "Make every effort. Those two may be crucial to our organization's future development." Yamamoto nodded. "Understood, boss. What about Kurisuki Raiga and Ryukish Kue?" Hinata waved his hand. Continue to monitor them and report any movements immediately. Hinata put down his pen and rubbed his temples. He had been constantly planning the organization's development and carefully recalling useful characters from the storyline. He now regretted saving Karen ahead of Sasuke during the Nin exams in Konoha. He hadn't decided on a location for their base at the time and hadn't told her where to settle, so she probably still thought he was in Konoha. He thought to himself that he needed to find Orochimaru and find a way to get her to come and help. At that moment, Shinbashi walked in. Noticing Hinata's weary appearance, "Boss, don't overwork yourself. The organization's development won't happen overnight." Hinata shook his head with a wry smile. "I know, but the situation is pressing. By the way, how is the organization's training going?" Shinbashi replied, "Everyone is working hard, and their strength has improved." Hinata nodded. "That's good. Have someone locate Tsunade's whereabouts. I want to go there. Jiraiya from Konoha is probably looking for her too, so just follow him." Shinbashi responded, "Yes, boss, I will arrange it. Soon." Shinbashi returned in haste. "Boss, we haven't found Tsunade's exact location yet, but we've sent more people to investigate," Shinbashi said. Hinata stood up and paced the room. "Speed it up. We don't have much time. Also, tell the brothers to stay alert during this time and avoid any mishaps," Hinata said. Shinbashi nodded in agreement and turned to leave and arrange the relevant matters. Hinata looked out the window, silently contemplating his next plans. The next day, Yamamoto rushed to Hinata's residence. Boss. Hinata frowned. "Don't panic. Speak slowly. What happened?" Yamamoto took a few breaths and said, "Boss, we just received information from the Cayman Trading Company that there is a fat sheep in a casino in the land of hot water, suspected to be Tsunade. One of the legendary Sannin. A fat sheep? That's Tsunade's nickname, isn't it? Tsunade always loses when she gambles. So she's called a fat sheep. The only time she won was by betting on Jiraiya's life." Hinata's eyes lit up. "Is the information reliable?" Yamamoto nodded quickly. "It should be reliable. The information from Cayman is never wrong." Hinata immediately gave the order, "Notify Shinbashi, Onamaru, and Takeda to come here." Yamamoto hurried to notify everyone. Soon, Shinbashi, Onamaru, and Takeda arrived at Hinata's residence. Hinata looked at them and said with a serious expression, "I'm going to the land of hot water to find Orochimaru. Shinbashi, you are in charge of the organization's training. Yamamoto, you are responsible for the affairs of the civilians. Onamaru and Takeda will come with me." Shinbashi frowned. "Boss, just the three of you? Won't it be too dangerous? Should I come too?" Hinata waved his hand. "No, the organization needs you to keep an eye on things here. Don't worry, we'll be careful." Onamaru and Takeda said in unison, "Boss, we will protect you." Hinata nodded. "Let's go." The three set off immediately, heading towards the land of hot water. Chapter 12. Exchange within the borders of the land of soup. Orochimaru, whose hands were tightly bound in bandages, had already met with Tsunade. Following her conversation with Jiraiya, Tsunade had reprimanded Naruto and established a pact for him to master the Rasengan within a week. After Hinata, Kaze, and the others arrived, they found a place to rest. "Boss, should we not seek out Orochimaru?" Gamaru asked anxiously. After sipping his tea, Hinata Kaze replied nonchalantly, "Gamaru, one must always contemplate carefully. In what circumstances can we secure the greatest advantage? Acting in haste may only lead to our detriment." Gamaru scratched his head, nodding in a semblance of understanding. Takeda, sitting nearby, inquired, "Boss, what shall we do next?" Hinata Kaze set down his teacup, his gaze profound. "We wait. The three legendary ninjas have gathered. Surely, you do not think they are here for a reunion? While I fear neither Tsunade nor Orochimaru, Jiraiya possesses true strength that surpasses them both." Exchanging glances, Gamaru and Takeda fell silent. As time slipped away, the trio spent the day in quiet anticipation. On the following morning, Hinata Kaze suddenly rose, his expression serious. "Prepare yourselves. Action may soon be required." Gamaru and Takeda, invigorated, readied for battle. Just then, a violent explosion echoed in the distance. They exchanged glances and swiftly proceeded toward the source of the sound. Arriving at a meadow, they beheld the fierce battle unfolding before them, especially the three summoning beasts, Gamabunta, Manda, and Katsuyu. Hinata Kaze whispered, "Do not act rashly. Let us observe the situation." Gamaru and Takeda nodded in agreement, concealing themselves behind a boulder as they focused intently on the battlefield. Tsunade and Orochimaru clashed fiercely, while Jiraiya lurked, awaiting an opportune moment. The air shimmered with the brilliance of various ninjutsu, the powerful chakra waves rendering the atmosphere almost searing. "Boss, the aftermath of this battle seems terrifying. Should we truly intervene?" Takeda asked, his voice tinged with concern. Hinata Kaze's eyes hardened. "Remain calm. We must wait for the ideal moment." As the trio labored under the tension, the three summoned beasts vanished, and Hinata Kaze smiled. "You two stay here. I will proceed alone." "Boss, be careful," Gamaru urged. Hinata Kaze nodded, his form flickering as he sped toward the three legendary ninjas. Upon his sudden appearance, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya all regarded him with shock. Orochimaru, his hands hanging limply, remarked ominously, "I did not expect anyone to dare join the fray." Tsunade barked, "You brat, who are you?" Jiraiya was preparing to inquire further when he recognized the black band on Hinata Kaze's forehead and the white pupils of his eyes, exclaiming, You are from the Hyuga branch, a rogue ninja from Konoha, Hinata Kaze. Ignoring Jiraiya's words, Hinata Kaze teased, Orochimaru-sama, it has not been long since we last met. What has happened to your hands? Do you require assistance? Orochimaru's gaze turned frigid as he retorted, what could you possibly do to assist me? Tsunade frowned. Enough of this nonsense, boy. Whatever your intentions, leave at once. Undeterred by Tsunade's admonition, Hinata Kaze continued to address Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, it is quite apparent, 2 against 1. And if you require assistance, just ask. No need for compensation. Orochimaru fell silent for a moment before coldly stating, let us see what you are capable of. Tsunade glared. Brat, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you, or you shall suffer the consequences. Hinata Kaze smirked. Tsunade-sama, do not be so fiery. At this juncture, Jiraiya interjected, Hinata Kaze, you have betrayed Konoha. What is it that you seek? Hinata Kaze turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama, this is my choice. For now, I wish to negotiate a transaction with Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. A transaction? Pray tell. Lowering his voice, Hinata Kaze proposed, this is not the right place. Let us move to a more suitable location. After a moment's contemplation, Orochimaru nodded. Very well, follow me. With that, he turned and departed with Kabuto, while Hinata Kaze trailed closely behind. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, hesitating briefly before deciding against pursuit. Jiraiya was affected by Tsunade's medication, his chakra somewhat disordered, while Tsunade required time to recuperate from the Baika no Jutsu. Hinata Kaze followed Orochimaru to a secluded cave. Orochimaru halted and turned to Hinata Kaze, his gaze icy. Speak. What transaction do you propose? Hinata Kaze smiled. Orochimaru-sama, I seek some ninjutsu scrolls and a person in exchange for intelligence regarding the Manjiki Sharingan. A flicker of greed sparkled in Orochimaru's eyes. The Manjiki? What do you know of it? Crossing his arms, Hinata Kaze replied, Orochimaru-sama, do not rush. The ninjutsu scrolls and the individual must be provided first. Orochimaru scoffed. Are you not concerned that I might eliminate you after acquiring the information? Hinata Kaze glanced at his bound hands and chuckled. Orochimaru-sama, even if you were at your prime, I could still evade you. Besides, our last transaction went rather pleasantly. Did it not? After a brief silence, Orochimaru coldly responded, Fine, I accept your terms. But should you deceive me, you know the consequences. Hinata Kaze nodded, of course. The Manjiki Sharingan possesses unique ocular powers, including Susanoo, Amaterasu, and the special genjutsu known as Izanachi. Despite having previously traded information about the Sharingan with Orochimaru, Hinata Kaze had withheld details, opting to exchange the Uchiha clan's ocular prowess this time. After all, anyone familiar with the world of ninjas would recognize the significance of such powers. Orochimaru, unaware of the full extent of these abilities, having only been defeated by Taichi's genjutsu without first-hand experience, listened intently, his intrigue piqued by the scant information he had previously encountered. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement. Continue. However, Hinata Kaze paused, adding, Orochimaru-sama, first, provide me with what I requested. Grinding his teeth, Orochimaru signaled to Kabuto to retrieve the ninjutsu scrolls and the individual. Shortly thereafter, Kabuto returned with the items in hand. Hinata Kaze inspected them, nodding in satisfaction. Orochimaru-sama, you are indeed a man of your word. Now, let me continue. The conditions for awakening the Manjiki Sharingan are exceedingly stringent, requiring immense emotional stimuli, and overuse may lead to blindness. Orochimaru's gaze was fixated on Hinata Kaze, anxious not to miss a single word. Hinata Kaze continued, however, as far as I am aware, there exists another method to further enhance the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. Orochimaru eagerly inquired, what method? Hinata Kaze smiled mysteriously. This is the most crucial information, Orochimaru-sama. You must provide me with additional benefits. Orochimaru's expression darkened. Do not put your luck. Chapter 13. Xianglin. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, inquiring, who? Hinata Fong replied slowly, Xianglin. A flicker of confusion crossed Orochimaru's eyes. Her? What do you want with her? Hinata Fong chuckled lightly, that as for you to worry about, just hand her over to me. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru said, Very well, I can give her to you, but you had better not deceive me, for you know the consequences. Hinata Fong nodded. Do you remember what I mentioned about the eternal Manjiki Sharingan? Orochimaru's gaze sharpened. Of course, what about it? With a serious expression, Hinata Fong continued. You must have seen a pair of particularly unique eyes, haven't you? Orochimaru frowned, pondering for a moment before asking, unique eyes? What do you mean? Hinata Fong glanced at the side, signaling to Kabuto that the following conversation should remain undisclosed, as he needed to keep his cards close for future dealings with Sage Kabuto. Orochimaru waved his hand, and Kabuto, understanding, retreated. Lowering his voice, Hinata Fong revealed, the leader of the Akatsuki. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, you mean pain? Hinata Fong smiled without answering, implying that he was indeed correct. Orochimaru's expression grew grave. Are you suggesting that Pain's eyes are related to the eternal Manjiki? Hinata Fong nodded. Precisely. That is the pinnacle of the Sharingan. Now, let us save the rest of the information for our next transaction. Where is she? After a brief silence, Orochimaru replied. Xianglin is confined in the eastern cell. Hinata Feng widened his eyes, clicking his tongue as if to accuse Orochimaru of mistreating a child. Noting his gaze, Orochimaru scoffed. Enough of this pretense. Hurry up and bring her out. Without further ado, Hinata Feng stepped outside, instructing Kabuto to guide him to Xianglin. Though Kabuto harbored some dissatisfaction, he dared not defy Orochimaru's orders and led Hinata Feng eastward. Along the way, Kabuto's eyes flickered, lost in thought. Yet, Hinata Feng appeared relaxed, as if merely taking a leisurely stroll. At last, they arrived at the cell where Xianglin was held. Upon opening the door, they entered. Xianglin weakly raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding light. Upon seeing Hinata Feng, she smiled like a young girl. You have come to rescue me again? Hinata Feng quickly approached her, gently helping her to her feet. Do not fear. I shall take you away. Xianglin nodded, leaning against him. At that moment, Kabuto suddenly interjected, Hinata Feng, do you really think you can take her away so easily? Hinata Feng turned, glaring coldly at Kabuto. What? Do you intend to defy Orochimaru's orders? Kabuto smiled. Lord Orochimaru did not specify that you could leave unscathed. With that, Kabuto swiftly launched an attack toward Hinata Feng and Xianglin. Hinata Feng, cradling Xianglin, summoned his chakra, invoking taijutsu, reversal. Kabuto's attack was completely thwarted, and he was sent flying back, crashing into the wall and coughing up blood. Hinata Feng noticed a circular dent left in the ground beneath him and looked at Kabuto incredulously. Are you out of your mind? You couldn't defeat me last time, and yet you dare to try again? If you want information, come back when you have something worth trading. With that, he turned away, carrying Xianglin as he departed. Kabuto rose from the ground, his expression dark as he watched Hinata Feng's retreating figure, filled with anticipation. Hinata Feng dashed away with Xianglin, swiftly departing from Orochimaru's stronghold. In his arms, Xianglin softly said, Thank you for rescuing me once more. Hinata Feng smiled, replying, Do not mention it. I will not allow you to suffer again. Upon returning to the grasslands, he brought Gamaru and Takeda to a small town to rest, as Xianglin's body remained weak and unable to travel. Hinata Feng decided to take a break before heading back, also to assess the management capabilities of the Divine Bridge. At the inn in the town, Hinata Feng arranged a comfortable room for Xianglin, allowing her to recuperate. Gamaru and Takeda occupied another room, discussing their recent experiences. Why has the boss rescued yet another girl? Gamaru scratched his head in confusion. Takeda shot him a glare. Do not speak carelessly. The boss surely has his reasons. Meanwhile, Hinata Feng sat in the corridor outside, contemplating his next plans. At that moment, Xianglin opened her door and stepped out. Why are you out? Shouldn't you be resting? Hinata Feng asked. Xianglin shook her head. I feel much better and do not wish to lie down any longer. After a moment of silence, Xianglin suddenly asked, Why did you choose to save me? Hinata Feng chuckled, candidly responding, Because you possess value, though not solely due to your physique. Xianglin was taken aback for a moment, her expression dimming. So that's how it is. Seeing her despondent demeanor, Hinata Feng calmly stated, After all, one must hold value. Otherwise, life loses its significance. However, your value is unique. You can assist me. Xianglin looked up, her eyes filled with curiosity. How can I assist you? Hinata Feng gazed into the distance, speaking slowly. You will come to understand in time. For now, focus on your recovery. Xianglin gently bit her lip. I will. In the days that followed, Xianglin gradually regained her strength. Hinata Feng and his companions procured supplies in the town, preparing for their continued journey. However, just as they were about to leave the town, a group of mysterious ninjas suddenly appeared, blocking their path. The leading ninja spoke coldly. Hand over that red-haired girl, or you shall not leave. Hinata Feng frowned. Who are you? The ninja scoffed. We are sent by Lord Orochimaru. This girl is an important experiment of his, and you cannot take her away. Hinata Feng's eyes narrowed. A tiresome charade. Those who know Orochimaru are from Danzo's route, correct? The ninja was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure. Stop your nonsense. Hand her over. And you may yet escape with your lives. Noticing their shifting expressions, Hinata Feng surmised he was correct. He had no doubt that given Jiraiya's search for Tsunade to inherit Hokage, Danzo would not remain idle and had likely dispatched someone to follow him, ordering them to intercept when they learned he was negotiating with Orochimaru, eager to see what transpired. Hinata Feng sneered. Enough of your theatrics, root scum. You think you can stop me? At this moment, Gamaru yelled, Boss, stop wasting time. Let us just fight. Hinata Feng nodded, instantly vanishing from sight, charging toward the leading ninja. Seeing this, the ninja hastily assumed a defensive stance. However, Hinata Feng's speed was astonishing, effortlessly breaking through his defenses and landing a powerful punch to his chest. The ninja spat blood, flying backward. The other ninjas, witnessing this, unleashed their ninjutsu attacks upon Hinata Feng. Unfazed, Hinata Feng spun around, summoning a powerful chakra shield in the form of the 8 trigrams palm, reversal, successfully deflecting all incoming assaults. Gamaru and Takeda, unwilling to be outdone, engaged in fierce combat with the other ninjas. Xianglin watched anxiously from the side, her hands instinctively tightening. Hinata Feng weaved through the fray, each strike resulting in a fallen ninja. The root ninjas gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, their composure faltering. Do not waver. Keep attacking. the leading ninja shouted. Yet, Hinata Feng's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, overwhelming the root ninjas who could not withstand the pressure. Eventually, under Hinata Feng's relentless assault, the root ninjas suffered severe casualties, and the few remaining, sensing defeat, turned to flee. Hinata Feng watched their retreating figures with a cold snort. You may have escaped swiftly this time. Gamaru and Takeda approached, battered and bruised. Just as Hinata Feng prepared to speak, he was interrupted. Boss, we are fine, Gamaru assured. Xianglin hastily stepped forward, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her arms marred with bite marks, leaving the two onlookers perplexed by her actions. Hinata Kazuki quickly pulled her sleeves down, solemnly stating, I told you, you can assist me, but not at the expense of your own well-being. If you do this again, you may leave on your own. Determination shone in Xianglin's eyes as she replied, but I wish to help. Hinata Kazuki frowned, helping isn't done this way. You must first take care of yourself. On the sidelines, Gamara scratched his head and said, Boss, don't be harsh on her. She means well. Takeda echoed, Indeed. But Miss Xianglin, please don't act so impulsively in the future. Xianglin lowered her head, softly acknowledging with a gentle Hinata Kazuki sighed in resignation. All right. Everyone take a moment to rest and tend to your wounds, then we shall continue our journey. The group found a relatively quiet spot to sit and tended to their injuries. Hinata Kazuki looked at Xianglin, his tone softening slightly. Once we return, you must focus on enhancing your abilities rather than relying on such methods. Xianglin nodded resolutely. I understand. After addressing their needs, they resumed their journey towards their destination. Chapter 14. The branch family of Hyuga in the Land of Fire, at the root base in Konoha village. Several battered root ninjas knelt before the expressionless figure of Shimura Danzo, the leader of Konoha's root. With a cane in hand and one eye wrapped in bandages, he questioned them coldly. Are you certain? Is that brat Hyuga no Feng the traitor? His strength is formidable enough to defeat more than a dozen of you. The lead ninja bowed his head, his voice trembling. Lord Danzo, we are certain, he is indeed Hyuga no Feng. Moreover, he has companions, but they are not particularly strong. Danzo scoffed, a bunch of useless fools. Hyuga no Feng. It seems he has encountered quite a few fortunate events outside. His strength has grown astonishingly fast. He paced back and forth, contemplating for a moment before stating, send someone to keep an eye on him. At the first opportunity, strike immediately. I wish to see just how much turmoil this traitor can stir. Yes. The ninjas replied in unison. Danzo waved his hand dismissively. You may leave now. Heal your wounds and do not disgrace me again. The ninjas hurriedly withdrew, relieved to escape. Danzo remained in place, his expression darkening. Hyuga no Feng. It seems the Hyuga clan must handle this matter. Having received intelligence, Danzo was already aware that Jiraiya was returning with Tsunade, and he coveted the position of Hokage. During this period, he could not afford any incriminating evidence against him. Furthermore, he needed to continue lurking. The Hokage position required the support of Konoha's senior officials and the daimyo. To his surprise, Mito Gate, In, and T-Rune Koharu had chosen Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, as their candidate. He had not anticipated this betrayal from former allies after years of covert rivalry with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Reflecting on this, Danzo's animosity towards the two deepened, but he understood that he had no opportunity to intervene directly. He could only engage in small schemes in the shadows. Seated in a dimly lit room, his face was as dark as thunderclouds, gripping his cane tightly until his knuckles turned white. He rose and began to pace, his mind swirling with various conspiracies. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, four figures traversed a forest, the foremost being Hinata Kaze, the leader of the Wind Organization. Over several days, Kei-Rin had grown more familiar with Onimaru and Takeda, shedding her previous timid demeanor. Now, she yearned for the Wind Organization, a congregation of individuals united for freedom. Suddenly, Hinata Kaze halted, alertly scanning the surroundings. Onimaru and Takeda immediately assumed a defensive stance, while Kei-Rin nervously hid behind them. What's wrong, boss? Onimaru whispered. Hinata Kaze furrowed his brows. This forest is too quiet. There may be an ambush. No sooner had he spoken than several figures emerged from the shadows, wearing Konoha headbands, their eyes glinting eerily as they fixed their cold stares upon Hinata Kaze. Upon recognizing their forms, Hinata Kaze realized they were members of the branch family. Their presence traced back to Konoha. At the Hyuga clan's grounds, Danzo stood, flanked by two root operatives. Hyuga Hizashi and several clan elders regarded Danzo with hostility. Noticing their disdain, Danzo lifted a teacup and took a sip, casually remarking, the emergence of a traitorous ninja from your clan is not uncommon. Every village has its share. The high-ranking members of the Hyuga clan wore expressions of extreme displeasure. After the Uchiha clan was annihilated by Uchiha Itachi, the Hyuga clan had proudly proclaimed itself the strongest in Konoha, taking great care of their reputation. Hizashi prioritized the welfare of his heir and kin. Therefore, after Hyuga no Feng's defection, he refrained from deploying personnel for capture, while the elders debated, uncertain of trusting the branch members. Dispatching main family members risked the loss of the Byakugan to those with ulterior motives. When Danzo appeared, they were still deliberating on how to deal with the traitor, and now that Konoha's most formidable figure, Danzo, sought answers, they could no longer remain passive. Before anyone could speak, Danzo interjected, if you lack leads on the traitor, I can provide assistance. After all, he has already eliminated over a dozen of my subordinates. His gaze bore into them, a warning that if they failed to act, his root would keep a close watch on the Hyuga clan. Hisashi's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. Lord Danzo, we of the Hyuga clan will handle this matter ourselves. No need for your concern. Danzo sneered. It would be best if that were true. If you fail to manage it, do not blame me for being ungracious. The elders exchanged worried glances. One elder spoke up. Head of the clan, we cannot delay any longer. Otherwise, we will have trouble explaining ourselves to Danzo. After a moment of contemplation, Hisashi replied. Let us select a few elite members from the branch family to capture Hyuga no Feng. Thus, the scene in the forest unfolded. Hinata Kaze regarded the branch family members before him, his voice cold. I did not expect you to come. The newcomers were elite members of the branch family, including Hinata Ha and Hinata Sanfeng, alongside 3 special Jainin. Hinata Ha stepped forward, declaring, Hyuga no Feng, you have betrayed the family and brought shame upon the branch family. Come back with me and face your punishment. In response to Hinata Ha's reprimand, Hinata Kaze turned to Onamaru, calmly instructing, you two take K-Rin back. I will catch up with you after I settle this. Understanding that they could not assist him with their current strength and might hinder their leader, they hurriedly escorted the worried K-Rin past the branch members. The branch members did not impede their passage, as proud members of the Hyuga clan. They had become the strongest clan in Konoha since the fall of the Uchiha clan, and they held the pride of the Uchiha. They deemed it beneath them to engage with mere trash. They were there to take Hinata Kaze back for punishment. After Onamaru and Takeda led K-Rin away, Hinata Kaze fixed a sharp gaze upon the branch members. Hinata Ha scoffed, Hinata Kaze, do not resist futilely. You cannot escape. Hinata Kaze flexed his wrists, chakra surging within him. A group of caged sparrows thinks they can capture a soaring eagle. With that, he unleashed the taijutsu technique, 8 trigrams, void palm, sending a wave of chakra pressure towards the branch members. Hinata Ha sneered, the 8 trigrams, void palm may be a challenging technique for young disciples. But for us elite members of the Hyuga clan, it is a fundamental skill. He countered with his own void palm technique. Bang! As the 2 waves of pressure collided, a shockwave erupted at the epicenter. Just as the branch members reveled in their superiority, Hinata Ha was struck by the backlash of the shockwave. Coughing up blood in disbelief as he looked at Hinata Kaze, he could hardly fathom how, despite countering with the same technique, he was still hit. Chapter 15. Returned to the land of grass, the other members of the branch family were taken aback, their expressions growing increasingly grave. They too activated their Byakugan, observing meticulously. Despite only a single shockwave, how could Hinata you have been struck? If this question remained unanswered, they would soon find themselves at a disadvantage. Noticing that several were momentarily stunned, Hinata Kaze understood they were speculating about the earlier attack. The Hinata clan had employed the gentle fist technique. While he had utilized Taichi, though differing in execution, both bore a semblance of style. Taichi gives rise to dualities, which in turn generate the 4 symbols. The Hinata clan manifests the 8 trigrams. Even though the branch family executed the gentle fist, the trigrams beneath their feet bore the Taichi symbol. Yet they were ultimately not Taichi. Hinata Kaze's Taichi, empty palm, inch was imbued with inch power, a technique from traditional Chinese martial arts, also known as inch power fist. It emphasizes the rapid delivery of powerful strikes at close range, channeling all explosive force to vanquish the foe. Within this world of shinobi, Hinata Kaze integrated it with gentleness, elucidating why the same empty palm produced shockwaves that injured Hinata Yu, due to the explosive force contained within the inch power. Witnessing Hinata Yu collapse and spewing blood, the other 4 surged forward, their Byakugan activated. In an instant, a fierce melee ensued. The sounds of clashing echoed as they pushed their gentle fist techniques to their utmost limits. Under the onslaught of 4, Hinata Kaze began to struggle. After all, each opponent was a jonin. Though a prodigy, he had squandered considerable training time due to the branch family's demands for him to feign weakness. As the Byakugan of Hinata Kaze turned ceaselessly, the 4 coordinated their efforts, continuously applying pressure. With the invocation of the gentle fist, heavenly spin, Hinata Kaze's body began to rotate, and the branch family members likewise employed the technique in response. In that moment, the forces of their heavenly spin collided, the powerful chakra waves causing leaves to tremble and fall. The 4 encircled him with rotating chakra, and just as Hinata Kaze found himself unable to spin, he altered the flow of chakra into Taichi, heavenly spin. Suddenly, the 4 felt their heavenly spin falter, as if a stone had sunk into the ocean, completely ineffective. Bang! 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 In an instant, aside from Hinata Kaze, the other 3 were flung away, crashing violently against the trees. With the 3 dispatched, Hinata Kaze felt the pressure lift. Engaging in a continuous exchange of blows with Hinata Yamath, their palm techniques clashing like a tempest. Seizing upon a fleeting opening, Hinata Kaze struck his chest with Taichi, Shatter Vein. Hinata Yamath let out a muffled groan, retreating several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise, only to find his meridian shattered, rendering him utterly powerless. As the other 3 rose from the ground, their eyes filled with fury and dread at the sight of Hinata Yamath incapacitated. Hinata Kaze, how dare you strike so ruthlessly? One of them bellowed. Hinata Kaze regarded them coldly. Return and inform the branch family leader and the clan elders to prepare for their demise. One day, I shall return and sever their heads in tribute to my parents. You. Faced with Hinata Kaze's icy gaze, the three could not utter further threats. They hoisted the severely injured Hinata-yu and Yamath and made their way back toward Konoha. This concluded the reckoning from the Hinata branch family, resulting in the severe injury of 2 members while probing Hinata Kaze's true prowess. On the journey to catch up with Kagaya and the others, Hinata Kaze realized this had been a test from the Hinata clan. After all, a former prodigy remains a prodigy, despite past setbacks. He was not one to be trifled with, especially after exhibiting his strength during the Chunin exams. Upon reuniting with Kagaya and the others, he swiftly led them back to the land of grass. Days later, in the Hinata clan's estate within Konoha, the clan leader Hinata Hizashi convened with 6 clan elders. The branch family had Hinata Hayoshi and 3 branch elders. As they listened to the reports from the returning members, fury ignited in all but Hizashi. This Hinata Kaze is utterly audacious, betraying the village, injuring our kin, and daring to threaten us. One elder slammed his palm on the table. Hinata Hayoshi's countenance darkened. Leader, we can no longer afford to let this slide. We must dispatch a stronger force to capture him. Hinata Hizashi remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. This matter requires careful consideration. For this branch family prodigy, Hizashi contemplated more deeply, hoping Hinata Kaze might one day return to the clan. Now, it seemed hopeless. This did not mean he would continue sending clan members after him. The reasoning was simple. 5 branch family jonin had failed to apprehend him, 2 of whom had been severely injured. Should the main family send their members, they risked having there be a Kugan seized by those with ulterior motives. Furthermore, this served as an explanation to Danzo. It was not that they did not capture the traitor, but rather that they were unable to do so, providing the village with a plausible narrative. As the clan leader's expression shifted, the elder pondered briefly before realizing the gravity of the situation. With closed eyes, he declared, "This cannot be resolved merely by sending more people. This child has grown too formidable. We shall wait until Lady Tsunade returns as Hokage to deliberate further." Hinata Hayoshi spoke impatiently. "Elder, are we to simply let him go? This will tarnish our family's reputation." The elder opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Hinata Hayoshi. "Then what do you propose? To send more men to their deaths? Or to risk the main family's safety?" Hinata Hayoshi fell silent, unable to respond. Hinata Hizashi sighed. "We shall heed the elder's counsel. We will wait for Lady Tsunade's return before making any decisions." Meanwhile, Hinata Kaze returned to the organization in the land of grass with Kagaya and the others. Initially, Kagaya felt some trepidation toward this land that had once brought her harm. However, upon reaching the organization's base, she discovered that this area had transformed from its chaotic past into a progressively stable environment. Upon returning to the base, Hinata Kaze noticed that Kambashi had managed affairs commendably. He instructed Yamamoto to summon everyone for an update on recent developments. Before long, the members gathered in the hall. Listening to the reports, Kambashi noted that the organization was thriving, with the common folk of this small region increasingly favoring them. Hinata Kaze's current concern lay with the lack of high-level combat strength within the organization. Only Kambashi barely reached the level of Special Jonin. Initially, Yamamoto had only been a Genin, which was why he had been assigned to handle civilian matters. Both Onimaru and Takeda had just attained Shunin status. And the newly acquired Kagaya was not a combatant. Though possessing some of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, Hinata Kaze intended to train her as a medical ninja, as casualties were inevitable after every battle. Seated at the head of the table, Hinata Kaze gently tapped his fingers against the surface, lost in thought. Distribute the ninjutsu scrolls acquired from Orochimaru among you, and learn them swiftly to enhance your combat capabilities. You all shall master the higher-level ninjutsu before passing them on to the lower ranks, Hinata Kaze instructed. Kambashi and the others nodded in understanding, acknowledging their leader's intent. As key members of the organization, they needed the strength to suppress those beneath them, for the unpredictability of human nature was always a factor to consider. Then, turning to Kagaya, he softly advised, "Kagaya, focus on enhancing your medical ninjutsu and refrain from relying solely on your special physique for healing." Kagaya obediently nodded. "I will, Kaze." Chapter 16. The superior Hokage. When Xianglin expressed curiosity about the title her boss used for himself, Shin Xiaoman dismissed the thought and slowly began to speak. "Boss, we have news about Shinya Aoi, whom you instructed us to investigate. He was originally a Nin from Konoha, and after joining the Rain Village, he was promoted to Jonin. However, after seizing the Konoha artifact, the Raijin sword, he was defeated by the Konoha Genin, Uzumaki Naruto, leading to the destruction of the sword and his subsequent fall from a cliff in the Land of Tea. There have been sightings of him in the Land of Earth." Hinata Fong slightly squinted his eyes. "The Land of Earth, you say? Continue the pursuit. We must ascertain his exact location." Shin Xiaoman nodded in agreement. "Understood, boss." However, regarding this Shinya Aoi, after a moment's hesitation, Shin Xiaoman voiced his concern, suggesting that this individual might not be suitable for our organization, as he is one who would betray his nearest kin for the sake of power. Upon hearing this, Hinata Fong tapped his fingers on the table and then smiled. "Indeed. While it is essential to gather intelligence on this individual, your investigation lacks depth. Though he betrayed Konoha and professed his willingness to turn against family for power, I believe he seeks to prove himself. Otherwise, he would not covet those so-called artifacts. Shin Xiaoman suddenly understood. Boss, you make a valid point. What shall we do next? Hinata Feng's gaze was resolute. For now, we shall remain inactive and continue to observe his movements. A person with such a fervent desire to prove himself will undoubtedly make more significant moves. Yes, Shin Xiaoman responded. Hinata Feng continued. Also, remind the brothers to exercise caution during their missions. The current situation is quite unstable, and other factions seem poised for action. Shin Xiaoman nodded. Understood, boss. I will ensure they are advised. Hinata Feng waved his hand. You may go. Shin Xiaoman turned to leave. And the room fell silent once more as Hinata Feng plunged into deeper contemplation. What he urgently needed was a high-end combat force for the organization, and time, yes. Time was of the essence. He was acutely aware that once the Wind organization's reputation spread, it would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. This was not the animated world he once observed. This was a tangible reality. Having spent 15 years within Konoha, he understood well the machinations of the so-called elite, who would stop at nothing for their interests. The downfall of the Uchiha, the demise of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the death of his own parents were all orchestrated by the higher-ups. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had passed, figures like Danzo and the elders of the clan remained. In the land of fire, Konoha Village, the village was abuzz with excitement, for today marked the ascension of their fifth Hokage, the illustrious Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. In addition to her fame, she was also the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage and a pupil of the third Hokage, earning her the respect of both ninjas and villagers alike. After the inauguration ceremony concluded, Tsunade, looking fatigued, sank into the chair in the Hokage's office. Before she could catch her breath, her assistant, Shizen, entered with a mountain of documents. Lady Tsunade, these require your prompt attention, Shizen stated. Tsunade surveyed the towering pile of papers, rubbing her temples. So many? I just took office. Shizen chuckled wryly. There's no avoiding it. The Hokage's duties are inherently demanding. With a sigh, Tsunade straightened her posture. Very well, let us begin. She picked up a document and read it intently, her brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently. After a while, Tsunade raised her head to inquire, what is the current situation in the village? Shizen replied, it remains relatively stable. However, there are signs that some minor factions nearby may be stirring. Tsunade scoffed, let the Umbu keep a close watch on any who dare to target Konoha. Understood, Shizen acknowledged. Tsunade resumed her focus on the paperwork, the only sound in the office being the rustle of pages turning. As the number of documents gradually dwindled, she encountered one that caused her brow to furrow slightly. It read, Hinata Woofing age, 15 scion of the branch family of the Hyuga clan. Once a prodigy of the family. After the death of his parents in battle, he fell into despair for several years. During the joint Nin exams held in Konoha, he defected when Orochimaru initiated the Konoha collapse plan. He defeated elite Jonin and pursued 3 special Jonin, resulting in the dispatch of 5 elite members from the Hyuga branch for his capture, 2 of whom returned severely injured. His current whereabouts are unknown. Previously classified as an A-rank rogue ninja, now requested to be reclassified as S-rank, with an urgent need for resolution. Reading this, Tsunade was shocked. At merely 15 years of age, he possessed such formidable strength. Yet, the reasons for his defection remained unclarified. Upon seeing the names listed, Tsunade understood the involvement of Konoha's higher-ups, Nara Shikaku, Mito Kamen, and Shimura Danzo. Tsunade set down the document, her expression darkening. What are these old fools plotting? Shizen interjected. Lady Tsunade, this matter may not be straightforward. Tsunade crossed her arms. The Hyuga clan has always been united. For Hinata Woofing to defect with such power, there must be deeper issues at play. She picked up the document again, scrutinizing it closely. Send someone to investigate thoroughly. We cannot allow such a potential enemy to arise from within Konoha. Shizen nodded. Yes, I will make the arrangements. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, her gaze contemplative. I hope this does not become another hidden threat to Konoha. Tsunade took the Hokage position not to escape her gambling debts, after all. Jiraiya had cleared her debts to facilitate her return, but to safeguard the village her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, had founded, ensuring it was not dismantled by anyone. The current circumstances were evidently worse than she had anticipated. If someone from the Hyuga clan, known for their rigid control over the branch family's lives, could defect, what could be said of others? A prodigy willing to betray even unto death painted a grim picture. The ramifications of Konoha's elite causing such defections could lead to unforeseen consequences. Tsunade furrowed her brow, her expression grave as she declared. We must uncover the truth behind this matter swiftly. We cannot allow such a liability to persist. At that moment, Shizen entered, stating, Lady Tsunade, I have already arranged for personnel to investigate Hinata Woofing's situation. Tsunade nodded, instructing them to proceed with caution, ensuring not to raise any alarms. Understood, Shizen affirmed. Tsunade rose and approached the window, gazing out at the lively Konoha village, silently vowing, Grandfather, I will protect Konoha with all my strength. Meanwhile, Within the borders of the land of Earth situated between the water and fire nations, Hinata Feng had been in this land for several days, accompanied by Takeda Onamaru. After Shinxiao Man reported on Qingya Aoi's intelligence, Hinata Feng entrusted him with the organization's affairs once more and ventured here with the two companions. Though the ninjutsu scrolls obtained from Orochimaru had elevated the capabilities of the organization's members, the lack of high-end combat power compelled him to hasten the recruitment of Qingya Aoi. Chapter 17. The pursuit of the fugitive Hinata Kazuki and his companions settled in a quaint town within the land of rock. Boss, is this Green Aoi truly worth all this trouble? Takeda could not help but inquire. Kazuki cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, the prowess of Green Aoi should not be underestimated. The ninjutsu he commands will greatly benefit our organization. Kimin nodded. So how do we locate him? After a moment of contemplation, Kazuki suggested, first, we should gather intelligence on his recent whereabouts and determine where he has been seen in the land of rock. Thus, the trio commenced their inquiries throughout the town. However, their actions caught the attention of local ninjas. These individuals do not appear to be from around here. They seem rather suspicious. Do they harbor ulterior motives? One ninja remarked to his companion. Let us keep an eye on them and assess the situation, came the response. Kazuki sensed that they were being shadowed but chose to remain discreet, continuing his search for leads on Green Aoi. At last, they learned from a merchant that Green Aoi had been spotted on a nearby mountain. Without delay, Kazuki led Takeda and Kimin toward the mountain. As they traversed the mountain path, Kazuki, even without activating his Byakugan, could detect the presence of someone following them. Upon reaching a halfway point, he instructed Takeda and Kimin to proceed ahead while he lingered behind, prepared to discern the identity of their pursuer. Moments later, several figures emerged. Observing the two who had moved forward, leaving only a short-haired boy with white eyes behind, clearly the leader among them. Notably, this boy was fixated on their concealed direction, revealing that their covert pursuit had been discovered. Oh, Mist Village Ninjas, Kazuki remarked as he recognized their forehead protectors upon their emergence. The leader of the Mist Ninjas, upon catching sight of Kazuki's eyes, appeared momentarily astonished, then spoke with palpable excitement. You are from the Hyuga clan of Konoha? His inquiry stemmed from the Mist Village's awareness of the significance of the Byakugan, which contrasted with the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. They also recalled that an elite jonin from their village had once seized a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, successfully transplanting and utilizing it. Recognizing the potential fortune before him, the leader believed that if he could eliminate this boy and procure his eyes for transplantation, he would earn the favor of the 5th Mizukage. Rather than merely pursuing a failed mission against Green Aoi, as Mist Ninjas, their duty should prioritize missions. Yet the prospect of acquiring a Byakugan before them ignited a greedy glint in their eyes, akin to ravenous wolves fixating on their prey. Kazuki gradually rose to his feet, dusting off non-existent debris, and as he faced them, the veins around his eyes and cheeks became pronounced. In an instant, he activated his Byakugan, clearly perceiving the chakra flow and the chakra points of the pursuers. The leader was taken aback, though not well versed in the Byakugan. He sensed that this boy's ability to activate it without hand signs was extraordinary. Before he could regain his composure, Kazuki thrust his palm forward, unleashing a powerful burst of air. 8 trigrams palm, air palm. The fierce gust surged forth, striking the pursuing ninjas. The one at the forefront was caught entirely off guard, propelled backward, and crashed violently against a tree, spitting blood. The remaining pursuers were struck by panic, yet their avarice compelled them to continue their assault. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. One ninja formed hand seals, summoning a roaring water dragon that lunged at Kazuki. With a swift movement, Kazuki evaded effortlessly and countered with 8 trigrams 32 palms. His figure darted like a specter among the pursuers, each strike precise and ruthless, rendering them powerless. This guy is too strong, one of the pursuers exclaimed in terror. Kazuki's gaze remained icy, showing no signs of restraint. 8 trigrams 64 palms. His speed escalated, and the force of his strikes sent the pursuers crashing to the ground, groaning in agony. Having dispatched the pursuers, Kazuki regained his composure. As if the fierce battle had been a mere trifle, Takeda and Kimin approached, gazing at Kazuki with admiration. Boss, that was incredible, Takeda exclaimed. Kazuki, dismissing the flattery, glanced upward. Before his Byakugan, no one could conceal themselves. He spotted a man with green hair, carrying a paper umbrella, stealthily observing them. Have you seen enough? Do I need to invite you down? Kazuki called out with a smile. Startled by Kazuki's words, the man hesitated, then leaped down gracefully to the ground. I didn't expect to be discovered so easily, he replied, a hint of rebelliousness in his tone. Kazuki scrutinized him. Green Aoi. I have been searching for you for quite some time. Green Aoi met his gaze, raising an eyebrow warily. You seek me? A member of the Hyuga clan from Konoha isn't here to drag me back, is he? After all, he had defected from Konoha for stealing forbidden scrolls and the Thunder God sword, and since the Byakugan represented the Hyuga clan's legacy, he felt compelled to be cautious upon recognizing Kazuki's eyes. Moreover, having witnessed the swift defeat of the Mist Ninjas moments ago, Green Aoi did not believe he could contend against such formidable adversaries. Noticing Green Aoi's apprehensive demeanor, Kazuki raised his hands. Konoha has nothing to do with me anymore. I am here to invite you to join the Wind Organization. Green Aoi furrowed his brow, skeptically asking, Wind Organization? I've never heard of it. Why should I trust you? Kazuki chuckled lightly. Simply because I can assist you in evading the pursuit of Konoha and other factions, providing you with a safe haven along with ample resources to enhance your strength. Green Aoi scoffed. That sounds enticing, but how do I know this isn't another trap? Stepping closer, Kazuki pressed. Do you have a better option? To live perpetually on the run? Green Aoi fell into contemplation, and after a moment, he replied. Let me think it over. Kazuki's gaze remained steadfast. Very well. I await your response, but time is of the essence. Green Aoi turned aside, torn within himself. He recognized the gravity of his situation, yet remained uncertain of whether to trust Kazuki. Kazuki, meanwhile, remained patient, silently awaiting Green Aoi's decision. Though he had no intelligence regarding the Wind Organization, Kazuki could discern its strength from his own recent display of power. After careful consideration, Green Aoi understood that joining another faction would be challenging, even though he had recently affiliated with the Mist Village. He was aware that special ninjas like pursuers were dispatched only to hunt down traitors or those deemed worthless. Taking a deep breath, Green Aoi turned to Kazuki, declaring, All right. I will join, but I have one condition. Intrigued, Kazuki asked, What condition? Green Aoi fixed him with an intense gaze. I require sufficient freedom within the organization and cannot be treated as a mere pawn. Kazuki smiled. That is not an issue. As long as you adhere to the organization's rules, I can grant you that freedom. Green Aoi nodded. Very well. I hope you keep your word. Kazuki replied, Of course. Welcome to the Wind Organization. From now on, we are family. Takeda and Kimin stepped forward. Takeda said, Welcome. We will fight side by side from now on. Kimin added with a smile, Indeed, I believe our organization will grow ever stronger. Green Aoi inclined his head slightly, silently resolving to carve out a name for himself within this new organization. Chapter 18. Who is it? Days later, in the Land of Water, within the Hidden Mist Village. A place recently ravaged by the Blood Mist policy, the village has now suffered a significant cleansing, leaving it considerably weakened. The newly appointed 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei stands before her desk accompanied by her guard, Ao, and a young boy named Taichi, illustrating the diminished strength of the Hidden Mist Village. Although Ao possesses a Byakugan, its utility is limited to reconnaissance, thus yielding little enhancement to his combat prowess. The young boy, however, is exceptional. He is the new wielder of the double-bladed sword of the 7 ninja swordsmen. At this moment, Terumi Mei's office has just received intelligence regarding the failure of the pursuit of the rogue ninja, Aoi. Yet the circumstances surrounding the total annihilation of the pursuing force remain shrouded in mystery. Standing before Terumi Mei, Ao wears a frown as he articulates his confusion. Lady Mizukage. Aoi had only Ch-Nin level strength when he defected from Konoha. Even after his arrival in our village, he only advanced to special J-Nin, making it improbable that the pursuing ninjas fell to him. Seated in her chair, Terumi Mei lightly taps her fingers on the desk, pondering the implications. Are you suggesting that other forces may have intervened? Ao nods in affirmation. It is highly probable. The fact that the pursuers fell without a single report is indicative of formidable strength on the part of the adversary. Terumi Mei furrows her brow. Could it be members from another village? Ao contemplates. That possibility cannot be dismissed. It may well be that rival ninja villages seek to weaken our power in the Hidden Mist. At this juncture, Taichi, who has been silently observing, interjects, Lady Mizukage. What course of action shall we pursue next? With unwavering resolve, Terumi Mei responds, We must bolster the village's defenses and dispatch personnel to further investigate this matter. The truth must be uncovered. In unison, Ao and Taichi reply, Understood. Terumi Mei gazes out the window, her heart heavy with concern. The current state of the Hidden Mist Village is precarious, where even the slightest disturbance could precipitate a grave crisis. Simultaneously, in the Land of Fire, a significant incident unfolds within Konoha. The orphan scion of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha, defects from the village under the cover of night, heading towards Orochimaru. In the early hours, the two gatekeepers, Kamizuki Izumo and T. Yama, approach the Hokage's office with documents only to discover Haruno Sakura asleep on a stone bench. Upon inquiry, they learn of Sasuke's betrayal. In haste, Tsunade summons Nara Shikamaru, who has recently attained Ch-Nin status, instructing him to assemble a pursuit team with utmost urgency. The reason Tsunade does not dispatch a J-Nin leader is due to the majority of their elite shinobi being engaged in missions outside the village, leaving only those who cannot be mobilized. Thus, the highly intelligent Shikamaru is tasked with leading the chase. Within half an hour, Shikamaru gathers Uzumaki Naruto, Akimichi Chg, Hajie Niji, and Inuzuka Kiba for the pursuit. Shikamaru addresses his comrades with a serious demeanor. This mission is daunting. Sasuke has defected, and we must retrieve him. Naruto clenches his fists, resolutely stating, I will bring Sasuke back. Chg assures, Don't worry, Shikamaru, we will give it our all. Niji, with unwavering conviction, declares, I will follow your lead. Kiba echoes, Let's go. The group swiftly sets off in the direction where Sasuke had fled. Meanwhile, during their return to the organization, Hinata finds herself unexpectedly confronted by an unanticipated figure, Kabuto Yakushi. The remaining three companions regard him with suspicion, uncertain of his intentions. Kabuto, disregarding their wariness, adjusts his glasses and addresses Hinata. I have come to seek your assistance as Orochimaru's vessel is en route. To avoid any unforeseen complications, I would like to request your intervention, with terms of your choosing. Hinata narrows her eyes, assessing Kabuto while recalling past events. It appears that Sasuke's defection aligns perfectly with this timeline, and he has succeeded. Confused as to why Orochimaru would require her assistance when he has access to Kinshiki, a formidable opponent from the Ketsurigan clan, she contemplates her next move. Kabuto, sensing her hesitation, remains patient, fully aware of Hinata's capabilities. After careful deliberation, Hinata, with a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox, responds, I will agree, provided Orochimaru gives me one person. Kabuto raises an eyebrow. Are you certain you wish to choose Keirin? She is not easily controlled. With confidence, Hinata crosses her arms. I have my methods. Just tell me if you can make it happen. After a moment of contemplation, Kabuto affirms, it can be arranged. As long as you obstruct Konoha's pursuit and ensure Sasuke reaches his destination successfully. Subsequently, I will send Keirin to find you. Hinata smirks, it's settled. However, do not attempt any tricks. Kabuto offers a slight smile, just a heads up, it's not just Konoha that's on the move. The Sand Village has also dispatched 3 ninjas to assist. Hinata, unfazed, replies, I see, that must be Gaara. Sasuke will undoubtedly end up in Orochimaru's hands. She waves dismissively, unfazed by the news. Kabuto, astonished by her nonchalance, recognizes the rarity of such intelligence, having invested considerable time to acquire it. With a knowing smile, he vanishes in a puff of smoke, revealing it was merely a shadow clone. Hinata, watching the spot where Kabuto had stood, scoffs, that fellow is indeed cautious. She turns to her companions, Jimaru, you two take all way back to the organization. I shall venture forth alone. Jimaru responds, boss, take care of yourself. Hinata nods, her form blurring as she disappears from sight. As Jimaru leads all way back towards their organization, Hinata speeds away, mulling over Kabuto's actions, convinced that he harbors secrets yet to be unveiled. After an indeterminate period, Hinata arrives at a grassy expanse near the Valley of the End, where she observes a bare-chested figure wielding a bone sword engaged in combat with a boy clad in a green jumpsuit, characterized by a watermelon hairstyle and thick brows. Kisame and Rock Lee. With narrowed eyes, Hinata scrutinizes their duel. Kisame, with ferocious precision, wields his bone sword, creating gusts of wind with each swing, while Lee counters with impressive taijutsu skill. Both participants exhibit formidable strength, Hinata muses. However, Lee's movements gradually slow, clearly fatigued from exertion. Seizing the opportunity, Kisame thrusts his bone sword towards Lee's vital points. With a gasp, Lee narrowly evades, only to be sent flying by a kick from Kisame, landing on the soft sand. The grains, almost sentient, cradle him gently before receding back into a gourd. Kisame, narrowing his gaze, questions, who are you? A ninja from the allied nation of Sand. Gaara replies calmly, his arms crossed. Kisame frowns at Gaara. A ninja from the Sand Village? Humph. No matter who you are, do not interfere with my mission. A glint of coldness flickers in Gaara's eyes. Your mission is destined for failure. As tensions escalate, the air thickens with anticipation, and a distinctive sound of footsteps echoes, drawing both combatants' attention, revealing a new presence shrouded in intrigue and uncertainty. Chapter 19. The death of Kimimaro. Upon the verdant expanse of grassland, an unexpected figure emerged, capturing the attention of all present. The sound of footsteps echoed, and 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon the newcomer. Kimimaro was unfamiliar with him, yet the other 2 were well acquainted. Gaara's piercing panda-like gaze settled coldly on the figure. Hinata Kazekage? I never anticipated you would be here. Hinata Kazekage, his expression devoid of emotion, regarded them and replied, Gaara, it has been a long time. Kimimaro furrowed his brow and inquired, who is he? Gaara, in a low tone, responded, he is a rogue ninja from Konoha, a traitor of the Hyuga clan. The sand within Gaara's gourd began to stir ominously. As the wind swept across the grassy field, Hinata Kazekage stood before them, addressing Kimimaro, you may return now. You can still see Orochimaru one last time. And while you're at it, inform him to send me what I seek. Kimimaro let out a derisive laugh. Humph. Who do you think you are to give me orders? Orders? You misunderstand. You are but a dying man, with the Byakugan and the knowledge of the unfolding narrative. Hinata Kazekage was acutely aware that Kimimaro's body could not endure much longer. Although he could have refrained from action, he decided to confront the future Kazekage to gauge his strength and to prevent Orochimaru from evading his obligations. Kimimaro, incensed by these words, glared with murderous intent. Then allow me to demonstrate my prowess. With that, he launched himself toward Hinata Kazekage like a specter. Unfazed, Hinata Kazekage activated the Byakugan to meet the challenge. The two engaged in a swift exchange of strikes. Kimimaro's bone sword clashed against Hinata Kazekage's palm strikes, shattering upon impact, leaving Kimimaro startled and retreating. Taijutsu, bone shatter. This was not the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan, but rather a manifestation of martial arts, blending the principles of yin and yang. harnessing chakra to obliterate the hard and unyielding. This technique was not derived from the world of shinobi, but rather from the foundations of martial arts. Observing Kimamaro's astonishment, Hinata Kazekage turned and remarked, "It would be prudent for you to leave. Your body will not withstand another encounter before you can say farewell to Orochimaru." Kimamaro's complexion paled, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, yet he obstinately declared, "I can still fight." Hinata Kazekage shook his head. "Do not feign strength. You know your condition." With a clenched jaw, Kimamaru ultimately refrained from advancing, casting a resentful glance at Hinata Kazekage before slowly departing. Hinata Kazekage watched him retreat, feeling a twinge of reflection. Kimamaru's unwavering loyalty to Orochimaru, albeit blind, was indeed moving. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Gaara and Rock Lee, inquiring, "Shall we engage further?" Upon hearing this, Gaara-san surged toward Hinata Kazekage, confirming his intention not to relent easily, as he had long desired to confront him since the Chunin exams. Now that Hinata Kazekage was a rogue ninja from Konoha, and Gaara an ally of the village, it was only natural to resolve this conflict. As the sand neared Hinata Kazekage, he effortlessly dispersed it with a swift palm strike. Gaara's eyes widened slightly. The sand within his gourd was infused with a substantial amount of chakra, capable of ensnaring and crushing foes, yet it was easily brushed aside. With arms crossed before him, Gaara's gaze sharpened as he commanded the sand to seize Hinata Kazekage once more. Slapping his hands together, Hinata Kazekage deftly countered the sand's approach, scattering it with a series of swift movements. This only heightened Gaara's vigilance. His primary means of attack was proving ineffective, necessitating a cautious approach. Rock Lee, witnessing this, charged forward, relying solely on his taijutsu to close the distance, hoping to enable Gaara's assault. Despite Rock Lee's proficiency in hand-to-hand combat, Hinata Kazekage adeptly evaded his strikes while simultaneously contending with Gaara's relentless sand. Rock Lee, having sustained injuries during the Chunin exams, was unable to open the 8 gates, thus granting Hinata Kazekage an opportunity to swiftly incapacitate him with a series of precise strikes, sending Rock Lee flying. Gaara quickly used his sand to cushion Rock Lee's fall. With a brooding expression, Gaara glared at Hinata Kazekage, coldly stating, "You are truly ruthless." Hinata Kazekage retorted with a dismissive scoff. "There is no room for mercy on the battlefield." Gaara formed hand seals, culminating in a resounding clap that sent waves of sand surging forth, akin to a tumultuous sea, engulfing Hinata Kazekage in its wake. The sheer magnitude of the sand wave sent beads of cold sweat cascading down Hinata Kazekage's brow. He could not help but acknowledge Gaara's potential as the future 5th Kazekage. In the face of this overwhelming tide, he executed a series of body flicker techniques, swiftly vacating the scene. He was not foolish enough to engage Gaara head-on, especially since he had already fulfilled his obligations to Kabuto. Not pursuing Hinata Kazekage, Gaara gradually retracted the sand, his gaze fixed warily on the direction of his departure. "That man," Gaara murmured to himself. Afterward, he departed the grassland with Rock Lee, both heading back towards Konoha, having successfully completed their mission to assist the Leaf Village. Meanwhile, Hinata Kazekage made his way back to the organization, initially intending to test Gaara's strength. However, upon considering the potential consequences of provoking the likes of the Shikaku, he resolved to flee without a hint of hesitation. On the other side, Kimamaru heeded Hinata Kazekage's advice, making his way back to Orochimaru's base. Yet midway, he succumbed to his bloodline illness, coughing up blood and collapsing to the ground, whispering Orochimaru's name in a feeble tone. As Hinata Kazekage ran at full speed, he silently congratulated himself for his swift decision to escape. Upon returning to the organization, he reflected on the brief skirmish with Gaara, quietly assessing the disparity in their strengths. At Orochimaru's base, Kimamaru's fallen form was discovered by his subordinates, who hurriedly carried him inside. However, his life force was steadily waning. Orochimaru arrived shortly after. Gazing at the gravely weakened Kimamaru, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. "Kimamaru," Orochimaru murmured softly, summoning his remaining strength. Kimamaru opened his eyes just enough to meet Orochimaru's gaze, offering a faint smile of satisfaction before gradually closing his eyes once more. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru turned away, feeling a pang of regret at the loss of such a capable subordinate. Within Konoha, the repercussions of this mission were dire. Choji, due to a family secret medicine, was left in a precarious state, while Niji sustained severe injuries. Kiba was also gravely wounded but not life-threatening, and his partner Akamaru was undergoing emergency treatment. Naruto remained unconscious, while Shikamaru, serving as the team leader, had only sustained minor injuries. They faced the Sound Four, and after activating their cursed seal states, only Choji and Niji were able to claim victory against their respective opponents. The remainder succeeded only with the aid of Gaara and his companions. In the hospital corridor, Shikamaru was consumed with guilt, believing that the injuries sustained by his comrades were solely his fault. However, with the encouragement of his father and Temari, he gradually regained his composure. Days later, at the Hokage Tower. Chapter 20. Crimson Lotus. A few days later, within the Hokage building, after Tsunade's dedicated efforts, everyone had emerged from the brink of death and was now recuperating. Tsunade, visibly fatigued, settled into her chair, while her assistant, Shizen, stood nearby. Before them stood a few summoned individuals, Kakashi Hitaki, the copy ninja and elite jonin of Konoha, the skilled swordsman and jonin, Aoi, the chunin Shikamura Nara, and the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga. This meeting was convened following a report from Lee, revealing that not only had Sasuke Uchiha defected to Orochimaru, but also that Hinata's Wind seemed to have a close association with him. Moreover, after the failure of their recent mission, Hinata's Wind had once again vanished, prompting Tsunade to take the matter seriously. Rubbing her temples, Tsunade addressed the assembly. Everyone, please share your thoughts on this situation. Kakashi turned to Hayashi and spoke first. The emergence of Hinata's Wind was quite abrupt. Since his defection from Konoha, he has been missing. The last sighting was after your confrontation with Orochimaru, Tsunade-sama. According to Jiraiya, he left with Orochimaru, suggesting a possible alliance formed at that time. His formidable strength was evident even during the Chunin exams, where he defeated several jonin. This former prodigy of the Hyuga clan likely harbors great hostility towards Konoha. Hayashi frowned and replied, "This is a disgrace to the Hyuga clan. We should never have allowed." Alas, Shizun interjected, "Tsunade-sama, I believe we must strengthen the village's defenses to prevent any potential attacks from him." Tsunade nodded and looked around. Does anyone have anything to add? Shikamura pondered for a moment before saying, "We need to gather more intelligence on Hinata's Wind to comprehend his motives and patterns of action, so we can respond more effectively." Just then, Naruto burst into the meeting room. "Tsunade Baba, no matter how powerful that guy is, I, Naruto Uzumaki, will not be afraid of him." Tsunade chuckled helplessly. "Naruto, don't be reckless. This isn't a matter that can be solved with brute force." After further discussion, they resolved to adhere to their formulated plan, keeping a vigilant watch on Hinata's Wind while bolstering Konoha's security. In the land of grass, at the base of the Wind organization, the members now boasted a minimum strength nearing that of Chunin, with their ranks swelling to over 100. However, their high-level combat power still rested solely with Shinkai and Aoi, while an important member, Yamamoto, after much effort, realized his lack of talent and shifted his focus to handling the organization's mundane affairs. Upon the return of Onimaru and Takeo to the organization, they intensified their training, feeling that every outing was a burden on their leader, which spurred them to train harder. At this moment, Hinata's Wind observed a woman with striking blue-violet hair, elegantly styled atop her head, her gaze sharp and cold. Accompanying her were a small boy and a burly man. These were the formidable Crimson Lotus, Waikai, and Takeo. Noticing Crimson Lotus's evident displeasure regarding being treated as a mere bargaining chip, she glared at the young boy before her. Despite his handsome appearance, she refused to acknowledge him as her superior, even under the orders of Orochimaru, whom she revered. Hinata's Wind calmly regarded her and began, "Crimson Lotus, since Orochimaru entrusted you to me, you must adhere to my directives from this point onward." With a scoff, she retorted, "Why should I? I only heed the commands of Orochimaru." Hinata's Wind smiled slightly. "What do you think Orochimaru's intention was in sending you here?" Crimson Lotus fell silent, her anger palpable. Yet she understood there must be a deeper significance behind Orochimaru's decision. Waikai hid timidly behind Crimson Lotus, casting wary glances at Hinata's Wind, while Takeo, with his straightforward demeanor, remained closely by her side. Hinata's Wind continued, "As long as you fulfill your duties diligently, I shall not mistreat you. However, should anyone dare to defy my orders, they shall not escape my wrath." Crimson Lotus clenched her teeth but refrained from further protest. Observing her reaction, Hinata's Wind proceeded to assign them tasks. "Crimson Lotus, you and Takeo will be responsible for training the new members in combat techniques. Waikai, well, you can go play with Cheyenne." For this child capable of summoning the three tails, Hinata's Wind felt no particular interest. Had it not been for Crimson Lotus bringing him, he might have forgotten this character from the original narrative. Waikai blinked, somewhat confused by Hinata's Wind's orders, but upon hearing he could play with Cheyenne, he happily scampered off. Reluctantly, Crimson Lotus took Takeo to train the new recruits. In the training ground, she was distracted, her movements rough and unrefined, leaving the new members in distress. Takeo, with a simple-minded approach, gently advised, "Crimson Lotus, don't be upset. Let us just complete our task first." Crimson Lotus shot him a glare. "I know." Meanwhile, Waikai found Cheyenne. Initially, they were somewhat awkward, but soon they were laughing and playing together, their joy echoing throughout the organization. Observing this, Hinata's Wind contemplated how to harness this newly joined strength for the benefit of the organization. With Crimson Lotus now affiliated, Hinata's Wind continued to strategize on how to enhance the organization's power. Although Crimson Lotus possessed the unique bloodline limit of the crystal release, she was still but one individual, and high-level power remained in scarce supply. With Kamen handling logistics, many troubles were alleviated. True to his lineage as Kato's son, Kamen exhibited a shrewd business acumen. Under Hinata's Wind's guidance, he began trading ninja tools, including acquiring a large stock of explosive tags to sell to the Rain Village. Initially skeptical about the ninja tools market, considering only ninjas would utilize them, Kamen soon recognized the ongoing skirmishes among small nations necessitated a vast supply of such items, leading him to seize the opportunity for sales. However, Cayman found it curious that the Rain Village was purchasing an extensive quantity of explosive tags. Especially since they faced no immediate threats, yet he chose not to probe further, as Rain Village remained their largest client. Learning of Cayman's business success brought a sense of relief to Hinata's Wind. However, he was acutely aware of the implications behind the Rain Village's bulk acquisition of explosive tags. The Rain Village was affluent, and one of its prominent members, Conan from the Frog Squad, was now part of the Akatsuki organization. It was the pitiable Kakazu, who, through hard work, had funneled every earned coin into purchasing explosive tags for Conan. Regarding this matter, Hinata's Wind entrusted Cayman with full responsibility, as he now needed to formulate a plan to recruit the former member of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, Raiga, along with the Red-Eyed Child, who could pose a significant threat to the Byakugan. In his future plans, the role of this child would be pivotal. Chapter 21. The Wind God and Thunder God Hinata Kaze sat in his chamber, his fingers gently tapping upon the surface of the table, his mind tirelessly pondering methods to win over Kirok, Raiga, and Ramaru. He was acutely aware of Raiga's proud disposition. Persuading him to join would not be a simple endeavor. At that moment, Kamek Man entered. Boss, we have received word from our infiltrator within Konoha. That fellow, Mizuki, is plotting a revolt. Upon hearing this, Hinata Kaze's spirits soared. Although he held no regard for Mizuki, the two formidable fools in prison, Wind God and Thunder God, possessed immense strength, unmatched even by elite Jonin Asuma and Kurenai. Summon Atrin, Kabar, and Takeda. We must infiltrate the vicinity of Konoha, Hinata Kaze urged eagerly. Kamek Man nodded and swiftly gathered the others. Before long, Atrin, Kabar, Takeda, and the rest arrived in the chamber. Hinata Kaze regarded them with unwavering determination. This is a rare opportunity. Mizuki's insurrection in Konoha's prison will undoubtedly lure the Wind God and Thunder God to his side. We must seize the chance to take them with us. Atrin furrowed his brow, voicing his concern. Those two are not easily dealt with, and Konoha's defenses will be formidable. Kabar concurred. Indeed, boss. Is this risk not too great? Hinata Kaze scoffed. Are you fools? We won't be entering Konoha. Mizuki will bring them out. We merely need to take them away. The thought of acquiring two beings with strength rivaling that of Jonin thrilled Hinata Kaze. He was in dire need of combat prowess, for in a few years, the Fourth Great Ninja War would erupt, and time was of the essence for him. Realizing his resolve, the others ceased their objections and commenced preparations. In the Land of Fire, within Konoha Village, Mizuki was imprisoned in Konoha's jail for deceiving Naruto and stealing forbidden jutsu. This facility housed many delinquent ninjas, including two exceptional individuals, not ninjas by trade but rather simpletons with insatiable appetites and colossal strength. Thus, the Wind God and Thunder God were confined there for labor and supervision. The two cared little for their surroundings as long as they were well fed. Mizuki seized the opportunity to stockpile food and coax them into aiding his escape. Upon learning of Mizuki's unusual activities, Tsunade dispatched elite Jonin Saratobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai to investigate, unaware that the guards had already been eliminated. Upon their arrival, they faced hundreds of imprisoned ninjas alongside the Wind God and Thunder God. Consequently, all inmates escaped from Konoha's prison, prompting the village's forces to pursue the fugitives. While Mizuki absconded with the Wind God and Thunder God beyond Konoha's borders, Shikamaru, accompanied by Ino and Choji, advanced to capture them. Relying on the Ino-Shikucho formation to stall the two titans while awaiting reinforcements, Mizuki hastened his escape toward a location housing Orochimaru's failed Curse Seal Potion. Shikamaru, brow furrowed, directed Ino and Choji. Choji, watch out for their fists. Ino, restrain their movements. Ino employed her mind-body switch technique, attempting to control the Wind God and Thunder God's actions, yet their immense strength diminished her efforts. Choji charged at them with his human bullet tank technique, only to be effortlessly thwarted. As they struggled to hold their ground, a calm voice rang out. You're putting in a commendable effort. Need any assistance? The group turned to see Hinata Kaze, causing Shikamaru to exclaim in shock. Hinata Kaze, how did you end up here? Since their last mission's failure, Shikamaru had gathered intelligence and learned from Gaara that Hinata Kaze was collaborating with Orochimaru to impede them, although they had not yet crossed paths directly. As a rogue ninja from Konoha now present in the Land of Fire, Shikamaru remained skeptical of his intentions. With a subtle smile, Hinata Kaze replied, I have my reasons for being here. However, your predicament does evoke a sense of sympathy. Shikamaru eyed him warily. Spare us the pretense. What do you truly intend to do? Hinata Kaze crossed his arms. I merely passed by. Yet, these two seem to be quite the handful. Ino gritted her teeth. Don't waste time with him, Shikamaru. Be cautious. He may be scheming. Breathing heavily, Choji added, he surely harbors ill intentions. Hinata Kaze chuckled, since you refuse my goodwill, I shall take my leave. He feigned to turn away. Conflicted, Shikamaru saw the Wind God and Thunder God charging again. Realizing they could not withstand the assault, called out, Wait. Hinata Kaze paused, glancing back at Shikamaru. What is it? Changed your mind? With a serious expression, Shikamaru replied, If you can indeed help us subdue them, we can overlook past grievances. But should you attempt any tricks, Konoha will not spare you. Hinata Kaze nodded, agreed. With that, he vanished into the fray. Bang! How heavy! In an instant, Hinata Kaze blocked a punch from the Wind God. unable to suppress a remark, as the strength of the two was unlike any other. His arms are so sturdy, brother, Thunder God exclaimed, feeling the impact on Hinata Kaze's arm. The Wind God nodded in agreement. Indeed, Raiga, let us crush him together. From a distance, Atron furrowed his brow, observing Kabar and Takeda, pointing at Hinata Kaze. Has he always been this peculiar? Kabar shook his head. The boss has his reasons for acting as he does. We shall wait and see. Takeda clenched his fists. His expression tense as he focused on the battlefield. Hinata Kaze adeptly utilized the principles of Taichi, redirecting the Wind God and Thunder God's formidable force while strategically distancing himself from the area. Initially, Atron was uncertain of Hinata Kaze's plan. However, upon seeing a figure emerge from his grasping hand, he calmly stated, "Let us go. Reinforcements have arrived." Kabar and Takeda exchanged glances, still puzzled, yet chose to heed Atron's command and follow her toward Hinata Kaze's position. In the distance, a figure advanced rapidly toward them, none other than the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Upon learning that the Wind God and Thunder God had also escaped, she rushed over, unaware that by the time she arrived, the two had already been deceived. On the outskirts of the forest, as the Wind God and Thunder God caught up to Hinata Kaze and prepared to strike, they spotted him seated on the ground, roasting a wild boar, the aroma wafting enticingly. The Wind God, salivating, approached. "Doesn't that look delicious? It smells amazing." Hinata Kaze smiled, offering a piece of the roasted meat. "You'll know once you taste it." Thunder God, intrigued, also approached and eagerly devoured the meat. Just then, Atron, Kabar, and Takeda arrived, stunned by the sight. Atron realized the truth. These two beings of immense strength were simply fools, and in such circumstances, they would not engage in combat. Hinata Kaze cheerfully addressed them. "Would you like to eat your fill of such delicacies in the future?" The Wind God and Thunder God, eyes gleaming, nodded fervently. Atron stepped forward, frowning. "Hinata Kaze, what is your intention? Do you think you can win them over with food?" Hinata Kaze shrugged. "Sometimes, the simplest methods are the most effective." Kabar observed the Wind God and Thunder God with curiosity, while Takeda scratched his head beside him. Atron sighed. "Even if you manage to temporarily win them over, what use are they?" Hinata Kaze fixed his gaze on Atron, resolute. "Do not underestimate their strength. In critical moments, they may prove to be unexpectedly valuable." Atron merely pouted, choosing to remain silent. Hinata Kaze then addressed the Wind and Thunder Gods, declaring, "As long as you follow me, there will be an abundance of delicious food in the future." The Wind and Thunder Gods erupted in jubilant cheers. Thus, the Wind organization welcomed two seemingly unreliable yet immensely powerful new members. Chapter 22. The Roots observing the excitement of the two individuals. Hinata Kaze turned his gaze towards the forest, where an immense chakra was moving swiftly in this direction. He promptly instructed Honglian and the others to escort the Wind God and Thunder God away, while he remained behind to delay the inevitable confrontation. After all, the approaching figure was Tsunade, a person of extraordinary caliber, far beyond their ability to confront. Although Honglian was somewhat reluctant, she understood that their presence would only be a burden, so she quickly departed with Gamaru, Takeda, and the divine duo. Hinata Kaze took a deep breath, adjusting his demeanor and preparing himself for the impending challenge. Moments later, Tsunade's figure appeared before him, her gaze sharp as she fixed her eyes upon him, coldly inquiring, "Where are the Wind God and Thunder God?" After ensuring the safety of Shikamaru and the others, Tsunade felt a sense of relief. However, upon learning that Hinata Kaze had appeared and taken the divine duo away, an unsettling feeling washed over her, prompting her to hurry to this location. Yet, upon arrival, she found only Hinata Kaze, which caused her expression to turn frigid. Though she was uncertain of his intentions, a sense of conspiracy loomed in the air. As Tsunade's icy demeanor bore down on him, Hinata Kaze activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes pulsating. He needed to buy time here. For although the Wind God and Thunder God were easily misled, they would react like mice fleeing from a cat upon encountering Tsunade. Recognizing that questioning him would yield no answers, Tsunade surged forward with great force. Boom. Crack. Crash. With a single punch, she sent him flying. The sound of fractures ringing in the air. Tsunade frowned, for as a medical ninja, she was well aware that the sound she had just heard was not that of bones breaking. As the dust settled, Hinata Kaze slowly rose from the rubble, muttering, "That hurt," while shaking his injured arm. This display of resilience began to weigh heavily on Tsunade's mind. Her extraordinary strength was not something the Wind God and Thunder God could compare to, and yet her full-force strike had left him unscathed. As she pondered this perplexity, Hinata Kaze rolled up his sleeve and discarded the broken lead weights that had been affixed to his arm. Thud. The lead weights struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. She recognized these weights immediately. They were the same type used by Might Guy for his intense training, specially crafted and far heavier than ordinary weights. As Hinata Kaze removed the ankle weights, he felt an immediate lightness envelop him. Tsunade regarded him with a serious expression, remarking, "It seems you have put considerable effort into enhancing your strength." Observing the discarded weights, Tsunade's gaze sharpened. "Ah, so that's how you managed to escape that brutal clan." Hinata Kaze replied calmly. Tsunade snorted dismissively, "But your betrayal of Konoha is a grave error." A smirk curled at the corners of Hinata Kaze's lips as he raised his hand, unleashing an invisible shockwave. Tsunade deftly evaded. But the trees behind her splintered under the force. Realizing further conversation was futile, Tsunade charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. Though Hinata Kaze narrowly dodged, Tsunade's fist struck the ground with such force that a massive pit formed, shattering the earth around it. Hinata Kaze's expression sharpened. He was taken aback by the raw power Tsunade wielded. He swiftly moved, seeking to exploit any openings in her defense. Tsunade offered him no respite, her punches whistling through the air as she relentlessly pursued him. In response to her might, Hinata Kaze employed a strategy akin to Taichi, deflecting her attacks with minimal effort while swiftly striking several points along her arm. Before long, Tsunade felt her chakra flow obstructed. Yet, as a medical ninja, she gathered her chakra into a surgical blade, deftly slicing through the blockages in her channels, restoring her flow and launching an even fiercer assault. Hinata Kaze maintained his composure, skillfully evading her strikes while remaining vigilant for an opportunity to escape. Tsunade's fist missed its mark, crashing into the ground and sending debris flying. She followed with a sweeping kick, her momentum formidable. Hinata Kaze executed a backflip to evade, simultaneously gathering chakra in his hand and directing it towards Tsunade. She sidestepped, closing the distance once more, and the battle intensified, neither willing to concede an inch. Then, in a moment of clarity, Hinata Kaze detected a slight opening in Tsunade's onslaught. He swiftly darted behind her. Startled, Tsunade turned to retaliate, but Hinata Kaze used her momentum to leap backward, declaring, "Lady Tsunade, our battle shall conclude here for today. I shall seek you out another time to continue." With that, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from her sight. Tsunade watched him depart, her brow furrowed. This fellow disappears swiftly. Meanwhile, Hinata Kaze had returned to his hiding place, panting heavily as he contemplated. Tsunade is indeed formidable. To triumph over her, I must cultivate even greater strength. He steadied his breathing and began to assess the injuries sustained during the fray. A few scrapes were manageable, but his chakra reserves required time to replenish. Seated in the corner, he reflected on every moment of his confrontation with Tsunade. Her powerful strikes, precise judgment, and indomitable spirit filled him with both admiration and pressure. It appears I must enhance my speed and increase my attack's potency, he murmured to himself. With that, Hinata Kaze closed his eyes once more, intending to rest before returning to base. In Konoha, through collective effort, all fugitives were finally apprehended. The mastermind, Mizuki, lay on the brink of death due to the side effects of the cursed seal drug, and the matter was no longer pursued. In the Hokage building, a meeting room convened with the clan leaders of Konoha, high-ranking officials, and elite jonin, such as Kakashi, Yagura, and Might Guy. Asuma and Hong were absent due to injuries. Tsunade addressed the assembly with gravity, stating that this meeting pertained to Hinata Kaze's sudden appearance at Konoha's periphery, particularly with the Wind God and Thunder God in tow. What are your thoughts? Kakashi spoke first. Hinata Kaze is a rogue ninja. His presence is undoubtedly ominous. Moreover, having the Wind God and Thunder God with him suggests ulterior motives. Yagura nodded in agreement. I concur with Kakashi. We must remain vigilant. Might Guy proclaimed loudly. Regardless of his intentions, should he dare disrupt Konoha, I shall send him flying. A silence fell over the room until one clan leader suggested, Lady Tsunade, should we not bolster Konoha's defenses? Tsunade crossed her arms. This is imperative, yet we must also discern Hinata Kaze's true intentions. At that moment, a high-ranking official proposed. Could this be related to Orochimaru? After all, Hinata Kaze has had prior contact with him. The room fell into contemplation, voices rising in discussion. Only Hinata Hizashi remained silent. For Hinata Kaze was of their branch family, having vanished after defecting from Konoha, and subsequent intelligence from Danzo had resulted in deep injuries for the branch family members. Tsunade tapped the table lightly, urging silence. Regardless, from this moment forward, all must remain on high alert. Observing Tsunade in her commanding position, Danzo's eyes gleamed with desire. He coveted the position of Hokage more than anyone. His gaze then shifted to the silent Hinata clan leader, whose unshielded eye flickered with a hint of light. The matter of Hinata Kaze shall be resolved by my roots, he resolved. Chapter 23. The village hidden in rain. Tsunade furrowed her brow and said, Danzo, this matter requires careful deliberation. Your root organization has always acted ruthlessly, and I fear it may provoke unnecessary trouble. Danzo scoffed. Tsunade, your indecisiveness will only plunge Konoha into a deeper crisis. At that moment, the Hyuga clan leader spoke up. Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama, this issue pertains to the safety of Konoha, and we must proceed with caution. Tsunade nodded. The Hyuga clan leader is correct. Hyuga Wind's strength should not be underestimated, and rash actions may lead to losses. However, Danzo remained unconvinced. I know my limits. As the debate raged on, a ninja hurriedly approached and knelt, reporting, Hokage-sama, we have detected the presence of unidentified forces at the border. Tsunade's expression hardened. Dispatch someone immediately to investigate. The assembly dispersed, each preparing to confront the impending crisis. Upon returning to route, Danzo pondered how to exploit the ensuing chaos to serve his own ends. In the Land of Grass, at the base of the Wind Organization. Following the return of the Wind God and Thunder God, the organization began to take shape, with more wandering ninjas joining. It had already reached a scale comparable to a small ninja village. The Wind God and Thunder God acted as guardians for Hyuga Wind, reveling in the abundance of food and the camaraderie with K-Rin and Waikimaru, far happier than during their time in Konoha's prison. Initially, the duo sought only to satiate their hunger, but after defeating everyone in their path, they garnered even more respect from the organization. Even Honglian's crystalline defense could not withstand their monstrous strength. Ultimately, it was Hyuga Wind who managed to restore order. One day, Hyuga Wind held a meeting with several core members to discuss the next course of action. Our organization is gradually expanding, yet we remain insufficient to contend with the major ninja villages, he stated gravely. Honglian nodded slightly. Indeed, we require more resources and intelligence. At that moment, a ninja rushed in with news. Leader, emissaries from the Land of Grass have arrived, wishing to discuss a collaboration. Hyuga Wind contemplated briefly. Bring them in. Let us discern their intentions. Soon, the emissaries from the Land of Grass were ushered in. The lead emissary respectfully stated, Leader Hyuga Wind. The Daime wishes to establish cooperation with your organization to jointly fend off threats from neighboring countries. Hyuga Wind's gaze sharpened. Cooperation? What benefits can the Daime offer us? The emissary hastily replied. The Daime promises to provide material support and grant you a degree of operational freedom. Hyuga Wind exchanged glances with his companions, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Just then, the Wind God and Thunder God burst forth, exclaiming, Are there any delicious treats? The emissary was startled by this unexpected turn of events, prompting Hyuga Wind to shake his head in exasperation and instruct that they be taken away. After much deliberation, Hyuga Wind ultimately decided to cooperate with the Daime of the Land of Grass, fully aware that this was merely a temporary measure, and the road ahead was fraught with unknown challenges. The Daime expressed great satisfaction with Hyuga Wind's willingness to collaborate, promptly sending a substantial shipment of supplies. In a nation already in turmoil, with various factions vying for power, the emergence of a new and formidable organization presented an opportunity for the Daime. After extensive discussions with senior officials, they deemed cooperation with the Wind Organization the most prudent course of action, as the organization posed no threat to civilians. Ensuring stable tax revenues. Observing the influx of supplies, Hyuga Wind began to formulate preliminary plans. He gathered his team and stated, These resources will serve as the foundation for our development. They must be allocated wisely. Honglian concurred. Indeed, we should use some to fortify our defenses and recruit more ninjas. K-Rin chimed in. We should also prepare more delicacies for the Wind God and Thunder God, lest they cause a ruckus again. Laughter erupted among the group. Simultaneously, the Daime of the Land of Grass continued discussions in the palace with their officials. Although the Wind Organization appeared reliable for the moment, vigilance was necessary. As one official remarked, the Daime nodded, naturally, but for now, their presence benefits our rule. We shall observe for a while. On the other hand, Hyuga Wind recognized that the cooperation with the Land of Grass was a mere temporary equilibrium. He resolved to strengthen the organization during this period to prepare for the potential challenges ahead. As time passed, the influence of the Wind Organization in the Land of Grass grew, attracting an increasing number of ninjas. However, this also aroused the suspicion and envy of surrounding factions, hinting at an impending storm. In the Land of Rain, within a concealed chamber, numerous projections loomed, each exuding immense power. If Hyuga Wind were present, he would recognize them as members of the Akatsuki organization from the original narrative, with intelligence on the tailed beasts still incomplete and limited funds for operations. Pain calmly instructed everyone to focus on gathering intelligence. He then turned to Kakuzu and Haiden. You two are responsible for raising funds. Kakuzu grunted. Understood. Leave it to me. Haiden cheerfully added. Then we can cause a ruckus. Pain continued. Everyone else, proceed with your tasks and report any developments promptly. The group responded affirmatively, and one by one, the projections vanished. Pain sat alone in the chamber, contemplating the next steps in their plan. Meanwhile, Kakuzu and Haiden embarked on their mission to gather funds. Kakuzu, where shall we go to procure money this time? Haiden inquired. A glint of greed flashed in Kakuzu's eyes. I've heard there's a wealthy merchant nearby, rumored to possess a treasure trove. Haha, let us hurry then. Haiden exclaimed excitedly. They arrived at the merchant's estate and launched a merciless assault. Cries of alarm and sounds of combat erupting. Meanwhile, Hyuga Wind remained oblivious to the movements of the Akatsuki, diligently working to develop and strengthen the Wind Organization. Thus, driven by Hyuga Wind's butterfly effect, some regions began to change as the Daime of the Land of Grass extended their full support. Most of the wandering ninjas had joined the Wind Organization, while those unrepentant ninjas had fled the Land of Grass. As he consolidated his rule, Hyuga Wind ventured to the Land of Rivers, successfully recruiting Kurozai Raya and Ramaru into his ranks. Initially, Kurozai Raya was dismissive, but the Wind God and Thunder God surprised Hyuga Wind with their prowess. The lightning unleashed by Kurozai Raya's lightning blade merely tickled the two brothers, whose unique immunity to most lightning enhanced the organization's strength. Observing Kurozai Raya and Ramaru before him, Hyuga Wind smiled. From this day forth, you are members of the Wind Organization. Kurozai Rhea frowned. Humph. I hope you can truly provide what we desire. Hyuga Wind confidently replied, as long as you remain loyal. The Wind Organization will not neglect you. Upon returning to the Land of Grass, Hyuga Wind began reorganizing and training the members of the organization. Chapter 24. Concerns from all sides. As the Wind Organization's reputation spread far and wide, neighboring nations began to closely monitor its movements. For this nascent group emerging from a small country, Pain regarded it with disdain and ceased surveillance after receiving intelligence, for he believed they posed no threat to his plans. Additionally, he was well aware, thanks to Baijue's meticulous investigations, that the organization was founded by its leader seeking vengeance against the Hyuga clan of Konoha. Within the depths of Konoha, Danzo also received reports regarding the Wind Organization. He merely instructed his subordinates to keep an eye on them without any interference, his gaze flickering with a glimmer before settling into silence. On the side of the Wind Organization, Hyuga Kaze was acutely aware that he had attracted significant attention but did not waver. He gathered the core members of the organization and stated, "We have garnered much attention, which serves as both pressure and motivation. We must hasten our development and bolster our strength." Honglian nodded in agreement. Indeed. We must demonstrate our prowess to those who underestimate us. However, Xianglin expressed concern, but with so many potential threats, what should we do? After a moment of contemplation, Hyuga Kaze replied, "We must enhance our training, unearth more potential members, and simultaneously seek additional allies." Meanwhile, in the distant Sunagakure, Gaara also received intelligence regarding the Wind Organization. What changes will this suddenly risen organization bring to the ninja world? He pondered aloud. Under Hyuga Kaze's leadership, the Wind Organization pressed onward, their future fraught with uncertainty and challenges. In the Land of Earth, Iwagakure was a prominent nation situated near the Land of Grass. Within a meeting room, high-ranking officials and elite ninjas of Iwagakure convened. At the forefront was a short, elderly man with graying hair and a prominent nose, Anoki, the third Suchikage. Anoki exhibited a modicum of interest in the rise of this neighboring organization, particularly given his nation's scarcity of resources compared to other great powers. The meeting was convened due to an agreement reached between the daimyo of the Land of Grass and the daimyo of the Land of Earth, wherein the former would sell food and supplies at favorable prices to the latter, thereby establishing a peace accord. Unbeknownst to them all, this proposition had originated from Hyuga Kaze himself. Anoki, arms crossed, spoke slowly. Since the Third Great Ninja War, our resources have been dwindling. This agreement with the Land of Grass alleviates our struggles. Are there any objections? The Iwagakure officials exchanged glances, and one stepped forward. Suchikage, will the sudden emergence of the Wind Organization affect our agreement with the Land of Grass? Anoki furrowed his brow. Let us observe for a while, as it stands. They do not pose a direct threat to us. Another official interjected, however, we must also prepare for potential contingencies. Anoki nodded, of course. Dispatch some scouts to closely monitor the movements of the Wind Organization. After the meeting, Anoki stood alone at a height, gazing into the distance, contemplating the future trajectory of Iwagakure. Meanwhile, within the Wind Organization, Hyuga Kaze was discussing their forthcoming actions with Honglian. Honglian remarked, with the attention of surrounding nations upon us, we must exercise greater caution in our dealings. Hyuga Kaze's gaze was resolute. Regardless, we must adhere to our plan and grow stronger step by step. At this juncture, the Wind Organization, under the scrutiny of various powers, steadfastly pursued its own path. As time progressed, under the alliance between the daimyo of the Land of Grass and the Wind Organization, half of the ninjas within the territory of the Land of Grass had become affiliated with the Wind Organization, while other smaller factions united in resistance. In response to these unproductive ninjas, the daimyo of the Land of Grass, after discussions with his senior officials, resolved to suppress or eliminate them. The new policies executed in collaboration with the Wind Organization not only earned them a commendable reputation but also yielded substantial profits. Upon learning of the daimyo's decision, Hyuga Kaze fell into deep contemplation. He recognized that such suppression might incite greater unrest, yet he also understood it presented an opportunity to solidify the Wind Organization's standing. He gathered the core members and declared, the daimyo's decision presents both an opportunity and a challenge for us. We must strive to minimize civilian casualties during our operations. We cannot afford to lose the public support. Honglian nodded in understanding, understood, but those opposing organizations will likely not yield easily. A flicker of determination crossed Hyuga Kaze's eyes. Then let us compel them to submit through our strength. Simultaneously, the small organizations uniting in resistance were diligently preparing. The Wind Organization is merely a pawn of the daimyo of the Land of Grass. We cannot remain idle, declared one of their leaders. Indeed, if we unite, we shall surely withstand them, responded the others in agreement. A fierce conflict was imminent in the Land of Grass, and the Wind Organization was poised to face a formidable test. Under Hyuga Kaze's direction, Honglian, Luqing, Leia, and Shinxiao Man led numerous members to initiate a purge within the Land of Grass. The so-called alliance began to crumble from within, against the might of the Wind Organization. They found themselves utterly incapable of resistance, especially with the support of the daimyo of the Land of Grass. In merely half a month, the ninjas throughout the Land of Grass had aligned themselves with the Wind Organization, while those guilty of transgressions either perished or fled the borders. After this reorganization, the land of grass emerged with a renewed vitality. Hyuga stood atop a height, surveying the land with a sense of accomplishment intertwined with the weight of responsibility. Upon the return of Honglian and the others, they reported to Hyuga. Honglian stated, "Leader, everything has been executed according to plan." Hyuga nodded slightly. "Well done. We must now solidify our gains and enhance the management and training of our members." However, the rapid rise and expansion of the Wind Organization had aroused the vigilance of other great nations. In the Land of Fire, Tsunade convened the high-ranking officials of Konoha. With a grave expression, Tsunade remarked, "The Wind Organization in the Land of Grass has now become a significant force. We cannot afford to stand idly by." Narashikaku analyzed. Their swift development may conceal a far more sinister plot. Simultaneously, Inoki was discussing countermeasures with the senior officials of Awagakure. Inoki stated, "The Wind Organization's growth could disrupt the regional balance. We must be prepared to respond." Under the watchful gaze of various powers, the future of the Wind Organization was fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Chapter 25, The Hidden Star Village. After receiving intelligence from operatives in various nations, Hinata understood that their complete takeover of the Grass Country would provoke trepidation among various factions. Thus, he realized the necessity for more time and stronger personnel to bolster the organization. That very night, Hinata arrived at a surveillance point of another faction, where all believed they had concealed themselves well. In the presence of the Byakugan, all attempts at concealment appeared ludicrous. "Inform Danzo that I wish to discuss a collaboration." Hinata stated indifferently, observing the hiding place of the Root personnel. The Root operative was startled, having never expected his concealment to be so effortlessly discovered. After a moment of hesitation, he swiftly departed to relay the message to Danzo. Upon hearing Hinata transmission, Danzo narrowed his eyes, contemplating. This young man seeks collaboration at such a time. I wonder what scheme he has in mind. Yet, he also perceived it as a potential opportunity for exploitation. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Wind Organization, Honglian inquired, "Leader, do you truly intend to collaborate with Danzo?" Hinata gaze was profound as he replied, "Given the current situation, collaborating with him may procure us some time and resources. However, we must remain vigilant against him." Shortly after, Danzo dispatched an envoy to negotiate the details of the collaboration with Hinata. Seated in the foremost position, Hinata calmly regarded the envoy and instructed, "Convey to Danzo to devise a means to delay Konoha's actions against us, and I shall assist him in attaining his desired position." Despite his nonchalant tone, the Root operatives widened their eyes in disbelief. While it was true that Hinata was a rogue ninja from Konoha, the intelligence of the Root was known only to the upper echelons of Konoha. Moreover, Danzo, as the leader of the Root, was exceedingly eager for that position, and only a select few of his trusted confidants were privy to such information. The envoy suppressed his astonishment and responded, "I shall relay this information faithfully." With that, he hurried away. Upon returning to the Root, the envoy conveyed Hinata words to Danzo. Danzo scoffed, "This young man is quite audacious, however. I can certainly make use of this." In the Wind Organization, Honglian expressed her concerns. "Leader, Danzo is treacherous and cunning. Collaborating with him is akin to allying with a tiger." Hinata replied firmly, "I am fully aware. Currently, we must leverage the internal conflicts within Konoha to carve out a space for our organization to develop." In Konoha, Tsunade, upon learning of Danzo's contact with Hinata, wore a grim expression. "Danzo, what are you plotting?" Danzo, however, retorted, "Lady Hokage, this is for the benefit of Konoha, merely probing the veracity of the Wind Organization." Tsunade glared at him. "It better be, or I shall not hold back." Simultaneously, ninja villages from other nations closely monitored the dynamics between the Wind Organization and Konoha, calculating how to capitalize on this upheaval. This turmoil undoubtedly held significant implications for the entire ninja world, yet for the major nations, it was akin to a pebble cast into water, merely causing a ripple. In the Cloud Village, the fourth Raikage merely smiled faintly. The Cloud Village could be considered the strongest in the ninja world, boasting both the Two Tails and Eight Tails Jinchuriki, alongside the most formidable leader among the shadows. Furthermore, the Grass Country, being a small nation with just over 1,000 ninjas, posed no real threat, especially with the Wind Organization's leader being a mere child. Their only concerns lay with Konoha and Awagakure. Within Konoha, under Danzo's coalition with two of the highest-ranking officials, Tsunade declared an abandonment of the investigation into the Wind Organization, secretly sending a message to Jiraiya to look into this so-called Wind Organization. Meanwhile, Awagakure, led by the third Tsuchikage Anoki, felt little concern, as their agreement had only solidified following the Wind Organization's unification of the Grass Country's ninjas, previously engaged in minor skirmishes along the border. Both parties had now reached an accord, with the Grass Country providing abundant resources to Awagakure at favorable rates. Thus, all high-ranking officials in Awagakure unanimously agreed to support the Grass Country, allowing Awagakure to grow stronger for future strategic development. Under such circumstances, the pressure on the Wind Organization intensified. Hinata was acutely aware that, although they had temporarily secured a relatively stable external environment, latent threats lingered. We cannot solely rely on external support. We must swiftly enhance our internal strength, he declared at a meeting. Haikido Raya suggested, Leader, should we not intensify our training regimen? Hinata Kaze nodded. Not only that, but we must also unearth more unique ninjutsu and tactics. Xianglin proposed, perhaps we could recruit some ninjas with special abilities from other regions. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata Kaze replied, investigate the location of the star-hidden village. Their peacock technique may provide us with more options. The members promptly received their tasks and began preparations. Honglian took charge of devising a new training plan, while Haikido Raya personally supervised the training of the members. Xianglin dispatched personnel to gather intelligence regarding the star-hidden village. However, their movements did not escape the watchful eyes of various factions. Upon learning of the Wind Organization's interest in the star-hidden village, the Cloud Village immediately heightened surveillance in the vicinity. Danzo and Konoha also covertly monitored the Wind Organization's every move, scheming to profit from the situation. As the star-hidden village sensed the impending threat, they proactively began preparations for battle, readying themselves for the storm that loomed. Hinata Kaze recognized that this endeavor was fraught with challenges, yet for the future of the Wind Organization, he had to take the risk. For the star-hidden village, aside from routine commission tasks, any investigation into their village was met with utmost vigilance. The star-hidden village was a place where individuals trained under a celestial star, and their unique peacock technique was coveted by other factions. Were it not for their stringent training requirements and the toxic gas cliffs surrounding their village, they would have long been absorbed by larger nations. With the unexpected demise of the third star shadow, the ambitious Akahoshi, acting as the fourth star shadow, could only rally the villagers to bolster their defenses. Fear not. As long as we unite, we can protect our village and the peacock technique, Akahoshi proclaimed loudly. The villagers responded with enthusiasm, expressing their willingness to fight to the bitter end for their home. Simultaneously, ninja villages from other major nations continued to closely observe the dynamics between the Wind Organization and the star-hidden village, awaiting the opportune moment to strike and secure the greatest advantage for themselves. In this tense atmosphere, the Wind Organization treaded carefully, aware that a single misstep could lead them into an irretrievable abyss. Chapter 26, The Peacock's Marvelous Technique. Upon receiving the message from Xianglin, Hyuga promptly made arrangements and hastened towards the Land of Bears, accompanied by the Wind God and Thunder God. During his journey, his presence was detected by Jiraiya, who was investigating the Wind Organization. Jiraiya immediately relayed the intelligence back to Konoha and followed suit. Having recognized that the leader of the Wind Organization was the same youth who had previously encountered Orochimaru. In his eagerness to pursue, however, he overlooked the fact that Hyuga belonged to the esteemed Hyuga clan. Under the scrutiny of his Byakugan, he unwittingly fell into a trap. By the time he extricated himself, the trail had gone cold. Having successfully evaded Jiraiya, Hyuga continued his advance toward the Land of Bears. The leader. That individual pursued us quite tenaciously, remarked the Wind God. Hyuga expression grew grave. He is a formidable opponent. We cannot afford to be complacent. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, having freed himself from the trap, was filled with frustration. Damn it, I've lost him. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to return to Konoha and report the known circumstances to Tsunade. In Konoha village, Tsunade listened intently to Jiraiya's report, her brow furrowed. It appears that Hyuga is not to be underestimated. He managed to evade your pursuit. Jiraiya nodded in agreement, adding, moreover, his journey to the Land of Bears remained shrouded in mystery. At that moment, Hyuga had already arrived in the Land of Bears, setting his next plan into motion. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade urgently summoned several elite genin to prepare for a capture operation. Among them were the exceptionally skilled swordsman Bayun Zhaochin, the former bodyguard of the 4th Hokage Kazuki Jinkan, Asuma, a member of the 12 Guardians of the Fire, the Genjutsu master Yuhi Kurenai, and Hyuga Takuma of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. The 5 formed a capture team, arriving at the Hokage's office one by one. Due to the previous defeat of the 5 genin from the Hyuga branch at the hands of Hyuga Tsunade had assembled this particular group. Bayun Zhaochin and Asuma could engage in close combat, while Yuhi Kurenai would use her genjutsu to create diversions. Kazuki Jinkan would wait for the opportune moment, and Hyuga Takuma could attempt to bind and track him. Once everyone was gathered, Tsunade spoke with a serious demeanor. This mission is of utmost importance. We must capture Hyuga. Asuma spoke up first. Fear not, Lady Hokage. We shall not fail in our duty. Yuhi Kurenai added, however, we must not underestimate Hyuga strength. Hyuga Takuma confidently declared, with my ability to bind him, he will not escape. Tsunade nodded. Let us proceed with caution. The 5 swiftly departed, pursuing the direction where Hyuga might appear. Along the way, they remained vigilant, leaving no stone unturned. Kazuki Jinkan kept a watchful eye on their surroundings to guard against ambush. Meanwhile, Hyuga was immersed in his plans in the Land of Bears, blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. On a cliff shrouded in toxic gas, Hyuga and his companions gazed at the dense fumes below, suppressing a grimace. If circumstances allowed, Hyuga would have relished the idea of establishing a base here. The toxic atmosphere provided a natural defense. Yet, he recalled that the poison could be neutralized. as he vaguely remembered a resident of the star-hidden village named Xia, though the details had become hazy over time. He instructed Xianglin to analyze the toxic gas and concoct an antidote, as the key to subjugating the star-hidden village lay with the individual beneath the cliff. Unlike Naruto, the protagonist who could simply fall and be rescued, Hyuga believed that a fall for him would surely result in disaster. Upon receiving the directive, Xianglin immediately began analyzing the components of the toxic gas, meticulously collecting samples with a focused expression. The Wind God and Thunder God, growing impatient, inquired, "How long must we wait?" Hyuga snapped, "Cease your disruptions and remain quiet." At that moment, faint sounds echoed from a distance. Hyuga instincts kicked in, signaling his companions to be cautious. Could someone be pursuing us? He pondered. Meanwhile, Xianglin remained engrossed in her work, beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead. After a while, Xianglin finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Kaze, the antidote has been prepared." A flicker of joy crossed Hyuga face. "Excellent. Let us proceed." However, just as they were about to act, a swarm of shadowy figures began to encircle them from all sides. As the figures emerged, they formed hand signs and shouted the peacock's marvelous technique, unleashing purple chakra that transformed into beastly forms to assault Hyuga and his companions. Without turning back, Hyuga commanded the Wind God and Thunder God, "Capture them alive." After issuing his orders, he contemplated how they might descend the cliff. The Wind God and Thunder God, fists clenched, charged toward the chakra beasts. The two brothers surged into the fray like raging bulls, their immense strength overwhelming the chakra beasts. "Huh, watch this." The Wind God laughed, delivering a powerful blow to a wolf-shaped chakra beast, scattering it into nothingness. The Thunder God, not to be outdone, seized a tiger-shaped beast and hurled it far away. Seeing the tide turning against them, the ninjas from the star-hidden village attempted to augment their chakra output, urging the beasts to attack with renewed ferocity. Meanwhile, Hyuga remained fixated on the cliff below, lost in thought. "Leader, these opponents are too weak," the Wind God exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, an elder stepped forth from the ranks of the star-hidden village ninjas. With palms together and murmuring incantations, a powerful wave of chakra surged forth. Hyuga finally turned his gaze, a glint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Observing the elder before him, he felt a surge of caution. In the original narrative, aside from the deceased third star shadow, there were no other elderly figures from the star-hidden village. Now, this elder, enveloped in purple chakra reminiscent of a peacock's display, was preparing to strike. As Hyuga Byakugan activated, he couldn't help but marvel at the peculiarity of the peacock's marvelous technique. Beyond the special bloodlines, the chakra possessed by ordinary ninjas did not exhibit such uniqueness. Typically, chakra can be categorized into various types, reflecting a ninja's strength. Merely having a large chakra reserve does not guarantee prowess. However, the powerful often possess vast reserves, such as the Uzumaki clan, known for their sealing techniques, Naruto being the exception. Another example is the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, whose would release is formidable, relying on substantial chakra to manifest its power, unlike the original narrative's Yamato, who could barely construct a few houses before becoming exhausted. Additionally, chakra can undergo transformations in nature and properties, manifesting in various forms, such as the Rasengan and lightning release, Chidori. The most remarkable is manifestation itself, exemplified by the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. Upon examining the elder performing the peacock's marvelous technique, Hyuga discerned a remarkable fusion of three distinct types. Yet within the chakra, there existed a unique force that allowed these three forms to coalesce. Hyuga was acutely aware that the star-hidden village's ability to cultivate the peacock's marvelous technique stemmed from a celestial star that had fallen from the heavens. However, that power was not easily tamed. Chapter 27. The capture team as the Wind God and Thunder God charged towards the elder, he swiftly shifted his hand seals, summoning a vast net of purple chakra. In an instant, both were ensnared within, rendering even their prodigious strength ineffective against their confinement. With a sigh of resignation, Hinata Kaze intervened, channeling chakra into his fingertips and deftly slicing through the net at its weakest point, causing it to shatter. Freed, the Wind God and Thunder God prepared to advance angrily, only to be halted by a gesture from Hinata Kaze. The elder, taken aback by the ease with which his technique was countered, feigned calmness, exclaiming, "Humph, you possess some skill." Hinata Kaze clasped his hands in respect, stating, "Elder, we harbor no ill intentions, we merely seek to collaborate with the Star-Hidden Village." The elder retorted vehemently, "Collaborate? The Star-Hidden Village requires no alliances with outsiders." Patience evident in his demeanor, Hinata Kaze elaborated, "Elder, I am aware of who was responsible for the demise of your third star shadow, as well as the whereabouts of your stolen stars. Time was of the essence, and Hinata Kaze was unwilling to squander it attempting to subdue the Star-Hidden Village." The most straightforward approach mirrored the original narrative. The third star shadow, aware of the side effects of the peacock mystic method, acquiesced to the genius's request to take the stars and obliterate them. Little did he anticipate that this very thought would incite the village's ambitious traitor to strike, catching him off guard and leading to his demise. Yet, even in the aftermath, the genius did not relent. reclaiming the stars once more. Upon hearing this, the elder trembled. Disbelief etched across his face. How? How do you know this? Hinata Kaze replied, Elder, my knowledge alone attests to my sincerity. I can assist you in recovering the stars and resolving the village's crisis. The elder's expression grew pensive, torn between skepticism and contemplation. At that moment, other ninjas from the star-hidden village approached, their gazes fixed on the elder, awaiting his decision. After a moment's deliberation, the elder gritted his teeth and declared, Very well. I shall tentatively place my trust in you. However, should you deceive us, the star-hidden village will not show you mercy. Hinata Kaze smiled gently, assuring him, Rest easy. Elder, I shall uphold my end of the bargain. With that, he turned toward the precipice. Observing through his Byakugan, he noticed the dense toxic gas becoming clearer. However, even with the enhanced vision, the bottom of the chasm remained obscured. This prompted the elder to follow suit, peering over the edge, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. The elder asked, You don't mean to suggest that the stars we seek are down there, do you? Hinata Kaze nodded earnestly, stating, Indeed, I possess an 80% certainty. The elder furrowed his brow, questioning, The poisonous gas here is pervasive and unfathomable. What leads you to such a conclusion? With calm assurance, Hinata Kaze replied, Elder, I have my own clues and deductions. Furthermore, this presents a viable direction for resolving the village's dilemma. After a brief silence, the elder mused. Even if what you say holds some truth, how do we safely descend to investigate? Confidently, Hinata Kaze responded, I have instructed my subordinates to prepare tools and protective measures. Once everything is in place, we can proceed. The elder, observing the resolute determination in Hinata Kaze's eyes, felt a flicker of hope amidst his lingering doubts. Xianglin. He called out, as she approached, holding the antidote she had concocted alongside a gas mask provided by the star-hidden village. She handed them over to Hinata Kaze. With a subtle smile, he turned to the Wind God and Thunder God, who were playfully bantering. Wind God, Thunder God, ensure Xianglin's safety while I descend. Upon hearing his command, the duo immediately ceased their antics, pounding their chests in assurance. Chief, rest assured, with us here, no harm shall come to Xianglin. Hinata Kaze accepted the antidote and mask, instructing the others to safeguard Xianglin and retreat at the first sign of danger. The Wind God and Thunder God would indeed protect her, but the others, while not as formidable, possessed far greater cunning and awareness of when to flee. Having conveyed his orders, Hinata Kaze leaped into the toxic chasm, leaving the astonished onlookers of the star-hidden village behind. As he plummeted, the sound of rushing wind filled his ears. Approaching the toxic fumes, he released chakra that enveloped him in a protective sphere, an application of the Hyuga clan's techniques known as Taijutsu, Return to Heaven. This method allowed chakra to circulate without requiring physical rotation. As the noxious gases drew near, they were repelled and dispersed by the force of his technique, prompting gasps of astonishment from the villagers above. With a resounding thud, Hinata Kaze landed securely on the ground as the chakra sphere dissipated. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a vast cavern illuminated by an otherworldly glow. He began his search, knowing that within this cavern resided a pivotal figure crucial to his mission of unifying the star-hidden village. With the Byakugan actively scanning, he detected a surge of chakra and swiftly moved towards it. Meanwhile, at the border of the Bear Country, the capture team from the Hidden Leaf took a moment to rest. Let us take a breather. It may take us another 2 days to reach the star-hidden village, remarked by Yun, a member of the team. Hinata Kaze soon arrived at the source of the chakra, discovering a frail figure lying on the ground. Indeed, it is you, Summerstar, he stated. As Summerstar slowly opened her eyes, she regarded him warily. Who are you? Kneeling beside her, Hinata Kaze spoke gently. Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist your star-hidden village. With a huff of skepticism, Summerstar retorted, Assist us? Why should I trust you? Hinata Kaze smiled reassuringly. Simply because I have located this place and am privy to your village's secrets. Summerstar fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Meanwhile, at the Bear Country border, the Leaf's capture squad remained vigilant. Everyone, conserve your energy. We do not know what challenges lie ahead, Inuzuka Gunma advised. Yui Kurenai nodded slightly. This mission must not falter. Asuma gazed into the distance, expressing hope that they could successfully capture Hinata Kaze. Hinata Takashi, however, remained silent, quietly contemplating potential scenarios. Back at the cavern's depths, dim firelight flickered as Hinata Kaze earnestly tried to persuade Summerstar, revealing that the third Star Shadow had been murdered. And the perpetrator was none other than the current acting Star Shadow, Akihoshi. Hinata Kaze was aware of the pitfalls associated with the villagers practicing the Peacock Mystic Method. Many believed the third Star Shadow's demise stemmed from the technique's side effects, which overwhelmed them. As someone who had traversed time and space, Hinata Kaze understood that the cause of death lay not in the inability to bear the power, but rather in the radiation emitted by the celestial star. The closer one approached, the greater the peril, and the longer one lingered, the more severe the effects on the body. Through his Byakugan, Hinata Kaze discerned that the villagers possessed only minimal traces of stellar elements within them, aside from a few unfortunate souls who, due to their need to practice the Peacock Mystic Method, had to train near the star, resulting in prolonged exposure. Summerstar listened in disbelief, her expression one of shock. Is what you say true? Akihoshi, he actually. Hinata Kaze nodded solemnly, affirming, I have no reason to deceive you. If you cooperate with me, I can help the Star Hidden Village navigate this crisis. Summer Star bit her lip, determination glimmering in her eyes. Very well, I trust you. But you must follow through on your promises. Hinata Kaze beamed. Rest assured, we shall depart from here. Just as they prepared to leave, an odd noise echoed from the depths of the cavern. Alarmed, Hinata Kaze activated his Byakugan once more. This is not good. Danger approaches. Chapter 28. Atop the Crimson Star Cliff, how is this possible? These two monstrosities. A middle-aged man exclaimed in terror. This man was none other than the acting Star Shadow of Shingin Village, a henchman of the Crimson Star, and an accomplice in the murder of the third Star Shadow. At this moment, he was forming hand seals, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His companion bore a similar expression as they unleashed the peacock mystical art, manifesting a chakra beast that was now firmly pinned to the ground by the Wind God and Thunder God brothers. As time rewound to the moment Hinata Feng leapt from the cliff during their conversation, lurking in the shadows were the Crimson Star, along with Yi Ying and Si Zong. Observing the scene, the elderly figure was the village elder of Shingin, who had long remained detached from worldly affairs, only emerging upon hearing of impending marauders from other nations. He had even refrained from appearing after the death of the third Star Shadow, for the Crimson Star understood that the elder had no interest beyond the preservation of their legacy, believing the elder's intervention would easily resolve the situation. He was utterly astonished when the elder chose to remain uninvolved. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes after Hinata Feng's descent. He attacked and severely injured the elder alongside his two subordinates. The Crimson Star, observing the suppressed chakra beast below, scowled, incompetence. You cannot even manage this trivial task. Yi Ying and Si Zong felt a pang of anxiety, fearing the wrath of the Crimson Star would be directed at them. Meanwhile, the injured elder lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Crimson Star, you traitor, your end will not be a good one. With a cold smirk, the Crimson Star retorted, Humph, old fool. It is too late for such words. Once I eliminate those below, Shingin Village will be mine to command. The Wind God and Thunder God struggled to subdue the chakra beasts conjured by Yi Ying and Si Zong, unable to break free. Other members of the Wind Organization were no match for the Crimson Star either, and it took mere moments for them to be defeated. The remaining inhabitants of Shingin Village, mere youths, stood no chance against him. Seizing the opportunity, the Crimson Star unleashed the peacock mystical art at the spot where Hinata Feng leapt, causing the ground to collapse and boulders to tumble down. Xiang Lin, filled with urgency, understood that she could only wait for Hinata Feng's return. She lacked the power to alter the course of events. Her only option was to utilize medical ninjutsu to heal the elder, thereby buying time. At the cliff space, Xia Rixing gazed at the massive boulder blocking the cave's entrance, feeling utterly helpless. Hinata Feng activated his Byakugan, scrutinizing the surroundings to ensure the cave would not easily collapse. He struck the boulder with a palm, employing the Taichi method, bone shatter, with a thunderous boom. The boulder remained unmoved, while the recoil left Hinata Feng's arm tingling. Observing his distress, Xia Rixing anxiously inquired, What should we do? We have no idea what is happening above. Before Hinata Feng could respond, cracks began to appear at the spot he had struck, spreading like a spider's web. With a decisive kick, the boulder shattered into fragments, and Hinata Feng calmly stated, Let us go. It seems trouble awaits us above. Oh, Xia Rixing exclaimed. Momentarily mesmerized by the falling debris, hastily following him outside the cave, where Hinata Feng awaited her. She soon realized the daunting height of the cliff posed significant challenges for others attempting to ascend. Hinata Feng then utilized the peacock mystical art, and violet chakra transformed into wings behind Xia Rixing, lifting them skyward. Gazing at the purple wings, Hinata Feng felt a surge of envy. How delightful it would be to soar through the skies. In his previous life, Huan Ti dreamed of flight. However, after this ordeal, he resolved to explore the possibility of chakra manifestation through the training of the peacock mystical art. The pair swiftly ascended to the cliff summit, where the villagers of Shingin regarded them with astonished expressions. The Crimson Star, embroiled in a struggle against the Wind God and Thunder God, exclaimed, How is this possible? His disbelief mirrored that of someone trapped beneath an immovable boulder, where escape seemed impossible. Feng, Xiang Lin cried joyfully upon seeing Hinata Feng. Once they landed, he offered her a gentle smile before turning to the Wind God and Thunder God. Enough of this play. Resolve it quickly. We must return. Upon hearing Hinata Feng's command, the brothers intensified their assault, swiftly dissipating the chakra beast. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, the Crimson Star turned to flee. You think you can escape? Hinata Feng scoffed. In an instant, he appeared before the Crimson Star, blocking his path. The latter's expression darkened. What do you want? Hinata Feng replied coldly. Your crimes have been exposed. Come with me back to Shingin Village for judgment. Gritting his teeth, the Crimson Star retorted. Do not revel just yet. Shingin Village will not let you off easily. As the villagers closed in, glaring fiercely at the Crimson Star, Xia Rixing stepped forward, declaring, Do not be deceived. He is the one responsible for the third Star Shadow's death. A wave of outrage swept through the crowd, their fury directed at the Crimson Star. Seizing the moment, Hinata Feng urged. If you cooperate with me, I assure you Xingyin village will thrive. Amidst the villagers' hesitation, the elder spoke up. Let us first bring the Crimson Star back. Just as they prepared to seize him, he swiftly retreated to his two subordinates. His speed so remarkable that even Hinata Feng could not catch it. Once beside Yi Ying and Si Zong, the three exchanged knowing glances. The two formed hand seals. Gathering their chakra as the Crimson Star immediately invoked the peacock mystical art, his purple beast devouring their chakra. In an instant, the Crimson Star's chakra surged, transforming into a monstrous and terrifying form. This is bad. He is going all out. Xia Rixing exclaimed, panic etched on the faces of the villagers. The Wind God and Thunder God brothers, eager to advance, were halted by Hinata Feng's outstretched hand. Frustration flickered across his brow. The Crimson Star's obstinacy had provoked him, and the veins around his eyes pulsed as his Byakugan activated. Approaching the Crimson Star alone, he coldly remarked, little brat, you're ruining my plans. I'll send you on your way first. Unfazed, Hinata Feng, with the clarity provided by his Byakugan, discerned the Crimson Star's every flaw. In a flash, he appeared before him, delivering a flurry of strikes. Soft fist technique, 8 trigrams 32 palms. Hinata Feng's strikes were swift and precise, each landing on the Crimson Star's chakra's weak points. The latter roared in fury, yet could not land a single hit on Hinata Feng. How is this possible? You wretched boy! The Crimson Star exclaimed, both astonished and enraged. Hinata Feng chuckled derisively, your skills are insufficient to pose a challenge before me. With that, his attacks grew increasingly fierce, leaving the Crimson Star struggling to defend himself. Chapter 29. Of no use to me in a moment of despair. Chixing found himself questioning the very essence of his existence. He had believed that absorbing the chakra of the two opponents would turn the tide in his favor. Yet he could not help but internally grumble about the emergence of such a formidable adversary. With such prowess, it was no wonder that someone so young could command an entire nation of ninjas. At this juncture, Chixing leaped into the air, invoking the peacock mystical art, wings. Chakra coalesced into wings behind him as he sought to escape this dire situation through flight. Observing this, Xia Rixing also activated her wings in pursuit, only to be halted. For in Chixing's current state, he was beyond her capability to confront. From the onset, Hinata Feng had been meticulously monitoring the flow of chakra within Chixing. And now he comprehended everything. The manifestation of the peacock mystical art involved the externalization of chakra, akin to the reversion technique. Upon this realization, the onlookers noticed a massive chakra emanating from Hinata Feng. Behind him, a subtle blue chakra began to coalesce, preparing to form wings. Peacock mystical art. How could he? The elder of Star Hidden Village gasped in disbelief at this spectacle. Xia Rixing, equally astonished, reflected on the stringent surveillance of the stars in their village. Had it not been for the third star shadow, she would never have been able to seize the stars intended for destruction. Moreover, Hinata Feng was not from Star Hidden Village. It was inconceivable that he had mastered the peacock mystical art. She hesitantly pondered whether he had learned it in combat against Chixing. As the chakra wings formed behind Hinata Feng, he suddenly flapped them vigorously, propelling himself towards the airborne Chixing. Chixing glanced back in alarm at the pursuing Hinata Feng. How is this possible? With astonishing speed, Hinata Feng swiftly closed in on Chixing. You cannot escape, he declared with a cold voice, launching another assault. Chixing frantically summoned chakra to defend himself, yet having already expended a considerable amount against Hinata Feng, he found himself gradually weakening. The spectators below gazed up at the aerial confrontation with bated breath. Xianglin clasped her hands tightly, murmuring, Feng, you must prevail. The Wind God and Thunder God shared a look of eager anticipation as they watched the sky. At last, Hinata Feng identified a flaw in Chixing's defense and struck him with a powerful punch. Chixing let out a pain scream as he plummeted from the sky. In that moment, Hinata Feng seemed to sense something and began to descend as well. Just before reaching the ground, his chakra wings dissipated, leaving him breathless, clearly suffering from chakra overexertion. Under Xianglin's orders, the Wind God and Thunder God restrained the struggling Chixing. She approached Hinata Feng, examining him closely, and upon discovering that he had merely exhausted his chakra, she felt a sense of relief. Lost in contemplation of ninjutsu, Hinata Feng remained oblivious to the peculiarities around him. He mused that despite understanding how to utilize the peacock mystical art, he still lacked the requisite power. He could not achieve the seamless integration of chakra transformation, substance, and manifestation. The reason he could perform it at all was due to his vast reservoir of chakra, rather than genuine mastery of the technique. The members of Star Hidden Village regarded Hinata Feng with a medley of emotions, admiration, confusion, and concern. The elder stepped forward, stating, young man, you have truly opened my eyes, but mastering the peacock mystical art is not a simple feat. Regaining his composure, Hinata Feng smiled gently, elder, I understand. But this has provided me with a new perspective. Xia Rixing approached as well, adding, regardless, we owe our success in capturing Chixing to you. Hinata Feng waved his hand dismissively. There are still many matters to address in Star Hidden Village. At that moment, the Canola capture team drew ever closer to their location. The inhabitants of Star Hidden Village proceeded to punish Chixing and his companions, while Hinata Feng and the others took a moment to rest. Within a day, The elder of Star Hidden Village ordered the execution of the three, demonstrating surprising decisiveness. Following this, he engaged in lengthy discussions with Hinata Fong. During their conversation, the elder learned from Hinata Fong about the perils posed by the stars and ultimately decided that over 100 villagers would join the Wind Organization. Although many questioned this decision, they chose to trust the elder's judgment. Meanwhile, the children who had suffered side effects from practicing the peacock mystical art began to stabilize under Xianglin's care. The purple markings no longer ravaged their bodies. However, due to Xianglin's limited medical ninjutsu abilities, complete recovery remained elusive. Hinata Fong assured them that once they returned to the organization, he would seek assistance for their treatment. After addressing the affairs of Star Hidden Village, Hinata Fong prepared to lead everyone away. Just as they were about to depart, the Konoha capture team finally arrived at Star Hidden Village. In the early morning, Bayun called out to Hinata Fong, you cannot escape. Nara Shikamaru and others stood ready for confrontation, poised to act at any moment. Seeing them, Hinata Fong furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that Konoha would uncover his whereabouts so swiftly. It appeared that the individuals who had tracked him previously were indeed dispatched by Konoha. He instructed Xianglin to lead the villagers away, uncertain if he could gain the upper hand against these opponents, but confident in his ability to flee. With concern, Xianglin looked at Hinata Fong, please be careful. With that, she quickly evacuated the villagers from Star Hidden Village. Hinata Fong took a deep breath and faced the Konoha capture team. Gentlemen, why must you press so relentlessly? Bayun retorted coldly. You must answer for your crimes before Konoha's judgment. Hinata Fong smirked. Then let us see if you possess the capability to enforce that judgment. With that declaration, Hinata Fong launched the first attack, darting toward Bayun with the swiftness of a phantom. Bayun reacted swiftly, drawing his sword to meet the assault. After a brief exchange, Hinata Fong evaded expertly, struggling to keep pace with Bayun's exceptional swordsmanship, which even the Byakugan struggled to track. As he retreated, stepping onto a soft patch of ground, he sensed something amiss and shouted, release. The soft earth reverted to solid ground. What a quick reaction. Yuhi Karini, who had been casting Jinjutsu from the side, marveled at his agility. Unbeknownst to her, while Hinata Fong and Bayun battled, she had stealthily deployed her Jinjutsu. However, she had underestimated Hinata Fong's familiarity with the terrain. Asuma nodded toward Nara Shikamaru, who promptly formed hand seals, but his technique proved ineffective. Cage bird is useless, he exclaimed, having intended to employ the cage bird seal to incapacitate Hinata Fong. To their astonishment, the technique did not work. They were unaware that Hinata Fong had struck a deal with Orochimaru during the Nin exams, resulting in an additional seal placed upon the caged bird, rendering it uncontrollable. Seizing the opportunity amidst their shock, Hinata Fong retaliated swiftly, exclaiming, gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. The palm strikes surged forward with fierce intensity toward the group. Bayun and Asuma scrambled to defend themselves as Yuhi Karini attempted to disrupt Hinata Fong with another Jinjutsu. However, Hinata Fong discerned her movements with the Byakugan and coldly dismissed. This Jinjutsu is of no use to me. Nara Shikamaru joined the fray, wielding kunai in his mouth while deftly maneuvering his shuriken. Hinata Fong faced them all, refusing to falter in the face of overwhelming odds. This man is astonishingly powerful, Asuma thought to himself in awe. The battle escalated in intensity, with both sides exerting every ounce of their strength. Chapter 30. Taichi. As the sun set, Hinata Kaze retreated to evade, swiftly forming hand seals to unleash a fire technique, spewing forth dense smoke towards Asuma. In response, Asuma launched an air palm strike, dispersing the smoke, and then advanced towards him. Meanwhile, Bayun Zhaojin wielded his sword, generating several sword strikes to intercept the shockwave. The collision of their powers resounded with a thunderous boom. Asuma retreated beside Bayun Zhaojin, nodding in gratitude. Taking advantage of the smoky haze, Hinata Kaze swiftly charged at Yuhi Karini. Startled, she quickly stepped back. Trying to escape? Not so easily, Hinata Kaze shouted. Observing this, Asuma and Bayun Zhaojin promptly turned to support Karini. Earth style, earth flow wall. Nara Genin formed hand seals, causing a wall of earth to rise before Hinata Kaze. With a powerful punch, Hinata Kaze smashed through the wall in an instant. This guy is simply a monster, Nara Genin exclaimed. Hinata Kaze continued to close in on Karini, but just as he was about to seize her, Asuma and Bayun Zhaojin arrived, engaging him in a fierce confrontation once more. In a matter of moments, the five surrounded Hinata Kaze, preventing any possibility of escape. TCH, Hinata Kaze scoffed. Realizing that a quick getaway was no longer feasible, Bayun Zhaojin, tightly gripping his sword, sternly commanded, Hinata Kaze, come back with us obediently. Ignoring him, Hinata Kaze turned his gaze to Hinata Dijian, surprised to see a member of the clan's main family dispatched. This was a golden opportunity. The conditions to awaken the Byakugan were exceedingly stringent. First, a substantial quantity of high-purity Byakugan was required, which the main family could provide. Secondly, a lineage from the Otsutsuki clan was necessary, but alas, the current Hinata clan lacked this bloodline. However, he had alternative methods. Feeling the chill of scrutiny, Hinata Dijian instinctively took a step back, as if being eyed by a ravenous wolf. Just as he was about to shout for relief, he heard Hinata Kaze say, Allow me to demonstrate the true gentle fist technique. The five grew even more vigilant, and Hinata Dijian was left dumbfounded. The true gentle fist technique? How is that possible? The scroll of the gentle fist technique had always been strictly guarded by the main family, and the branch family could never access it. Despite the previous branch family head being the clan leader's younger brother, he had never learned the complete gentle fist preserved by the main family. They could only observe how Hinata Kaze executed it. Under their watchful eyes, Hinata Kaze stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, arms as if lifted by a gentle breeze. Slowly raising them with palms facing downward, taking a deep breath, his movements fluid and graceful. Taichi, gentle fist technique. The yin-yang fish appeared as a phantom beneath his feet. This was a ninjutsu of his own creation, surpassing the conventional techniques of the Hinata clan. Taichi separates into two, which give rise to 4, and 4 to 8 trigrams. The Hinata clan had always practiced the 8 trigrams palm. So how could they comprehend the true essence of Taichi? Seeing this, Bayun Zhaojian exchanged glances with Asuma, and they both attacked simultaneously. Their long swords aimed at critical points, while their fists targeted his head. Hinata Kaze gently waved his hands, executing such speed that even a child could perceive it. However, as Bayun Zhaojian and Asuma's strikes were about to connect with Hinata Kaze, they suddenly felt their strength being drawn off course by an invisible force. What is happening? Bayun Zhaojian gasped in shock. Hinata Kaze smiled faintly. This is the profundity of Taichi seizing the opportunity. Nara Genin unleashed another jutsu. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon surged towards Hinata Kaze, who remained unfazed, effortlessly turning his hands, causing the water dragon to curve in midair and charge back at Nara Genin. Not good. Nara Genin quickly dodged. Yui Kurenai seized the moment to cast her genjutsu again. Illusion. Tree-binding death. Hinata Kaze felt the scenery shift around him, surrounded by countless trees that ensnared him tightly. Let's see how you escape this time, Kurenai declared. Hinata Dijian, observing nervously, was taken aback by the sight of Hinata Kaze utilizing Taichi upon hearing Kurenai's voice. He rushed forward, channeling chakra into her to dispel the illusion. As Kurenai broke free from the genjutsu, her eyes trembled in disbelief. She had fallen victim to her own illusion. This had only happened once before when facing Uchiha Itachi, who possessed the Sharingan. But how could Hinata Kaze rebound her genjutsu without such an ability? Taichi, bone shatter, bang, crack. During Kurenai's moment of shock, Hinata Kaze struck, shattering Bayun Zhaojian's sword in his hand. This left Bayun Zhaojian significantly weakened, and the pressure on Asuma increased dramatically. Whoosh! A shuriken flew towards Hinata Kaze, forcing him to abandon his assault on Asuma and dodge. As Nara Genin's shuriken disappeared from his mouth, Hinata Kaze narrowly evaded it, and Asuma seized the chance to attack. Swinging his fist towards him, Hinata Kaze sidestepped, delivering a swift kick to Asuma, who reacted quickly, blocking the strike with his arm. This guy is too strong, Asuma thought to himself, astonished. Hinata Dijian, although wary of Hinata Kaze, also attempted to restrain him with the 8 trigrams, air palm. Nara Genin hurled another shuriken, aiming to disrupt Hinata Kaze. While evading their attacks, he sought an opportunity to escape. The 5 worked seamlessly together, and he did not wish to reveal too many of his trump cards, so he retreated to the edge of a cliff. As they watched in horror, he leaped off, prompting them to pursue. However, behind him, chakra wings emerged, allowing him to soar away at incredible speed. Damn it, he got away. Asuma fumed, watching Hinata Kaze's retreating figure. Bayun Zhaojian frowned. This guy is too cunning. He has such tricks up his sleeve. Nara Genin sighed helplessly. This will not be easy to explain upon our return. Kurenai suggested, let us return to Konoha and reconsider our plans. Hinata Dijian wore a sullen expression, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Hinata Kaze, having flown a distance, landed in a secluded area. Phew, finally rid of them, he gasped. But he knew Konoha would not relent. I must quickly enhance my strength. With that, he vanished into the forest. Days later, in the land of fire, Konoha village, the 5 returned to report to Tsunade in the Hokage's office. Their mission to capture Hinata Kaze had failed, and the caged bird technique was rendered ineffective, seemingly broken. Tsunade listened intently to their report, tapping her fingers lightly on the desk. She needed to contemplate how to address Hinata Kaze's situation. Escaping from 5 skilled shinobi indicated he possessed extraordinary power. With 3 elite jonin among them, their coordinated efforts made it improbable for anyone else to escape. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Hinata Kaze's strength was at least that of an elite jonin at the highest level. Rubbing her temples, Tsunade softly remarked, let us revisit the matter of Hinata Kaze later. You've all worked hard. Please, go rest. After the 5 left her office, Tsunade fell into deep thought. Hinata Kaze, how did you achieve this? She murmured. Simultaneously, the village buzzed with whispers regarding Hinata Kaze's exploits. Did you hear? Hinata Kaze escaped from the capture team. Indeed. How has he grown so powerful? We must tread carefully from now on. Within the Hinata clan, chaos erupted. How could this be? The caged bird technique has failed. This was dire news for the Hinata clan. We must devise a strategy to address this. Amidst the turmoil, Hinata Kaze's name became the focal point of attention within Konoha Village. Chapter 31. Cooperation in the Hyuga clan's ancestral hall located in Konoha Village. Hyuga Hazashi sat alongside 6 esteemed elders of the main family, the heads of the branch families, and 3 elders from the branch families. Among them was Hyuga Takuma, who had just returned from a mission. Since assuming his position, Hazashi had remained uncharacteristically silent. Acutely aware that the rift between Hyuga Kaze and the family had reached an irreparable state, any words he might utter would be futile. Upon receiving intelligence regarding Hyuga Kaze, the others were astonished but not fearful. Rather, they were consumed by a covetous desire for his Taichi soft fist technique. They fervently discussed strategies to capture Kaze, aspiring to extract this formidable ninjutsu to bolster the Hyuga clan's strength. As their animated discourse filled the room, the eldest of the main family rapped his knuckles on the table, commanding silence. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the elder. His gaze swept over the assembly as he solemnly intoned, "Hyuga Kaze has become a grave threat. We must not underestimate him. Do not allow greed to cloud your judgment. Do you truly believe that the traitor has journeyed to the star-hidden village for mere leisure?" With this, the room fell into deep contemplation. Hazashi glanced at the elder, relieved that none seemed solely fixated on immediate gains, forgetting that Kaze was no longer alone in this fight. The elder continued. The fact that he evaded capture by Konoha's pursuit teams is a testament to his significantly enhanced capabilities. We must prepare thoroughly for any potential retaliation. Hazashi nodded in agreement. Your words ring true. We must reassess the threat he poses. At that moment, a clan member stood up, asking, "Are we to simply allow him to roam unchecked?" The elder snorted dismissively, "Certainly not. However, we must proceed with caution. First, we shall send someone to investigate his activities in the star-hidden village before formulating our next steps." The assembly nodded in agreement, commencing discussions on specific arrangements. Within the root organization, Danzo observed the intelligence brought forth by his subordinates, a glint of calculation flickering in his eyes. His interest in Hyuga Kaze surpassed that of others in Konoha. Otherwise, how could rumors of failed captures spread so widely? Although he had not fully embraced Kaze as previous proposition, he understood that to ascend to the position he coveted, he would need not only Tsunade's resignation, but also the backing of the upper echelons. Initially, he had dismissed the Hyuga clan, especially after the sacrifice of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, during the Nine Tails incident. The efforts of Sarutobi Hiruzen to reclaim the 3rd Hokage title had relied heavily on the support of these clan leaders, particularly the self-proclaimed strongest clan in Konoha, the Hyuga. Now, having tentatively formed an alliance with Kaze, Danzo was intrigued to discover how Kaze intended to facilitate his rise to Hokage. Despite the numerous strong members within Root, they lacked the capacity to directly confront the Hyuga clan. The village boasted an overwhelming number of elite shinobi, numbering in the thousands, with the clans comprising the majority. In contrast, Root's elite shinobi numbered merely in the hundreds, with only a handful classified as elite. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo instructed his subordinate, "Continue to monitor Hyuga Kaze's movements. Report any unusual activity immediately." The subordinate responded respectfully, "Yes, Lord Danzo." As Danzo began to pace the room, he mused, "Hyuga Kaze, I hope you do not disappoint me. If you can aid me in attaining the Hokage position, perhaps I may spare your life." Meanwhile, in the Land of Grass, at the base of the Wind Organization, Hyuga Kaze was also strategizing for his future. After arranging matters with the people of the Star-Hidden Village, he proceeded to the residence of the Land of Grass's daimyo. Upon his arrival, the daimyo, sipping tea, welcomed him warmly, eager to discuss the integration of the Star-Hidden Village. Like Kaze, the daimyo was a man of ambition, seeking to bolster the number and strength of Grass's shinobi while reaping greater rewards and territory. Their conversations had been exceedingly pleasant since the onset of their collaboration. The daimyo had summoned Kaze to deliberate not only on partnerships with the Land of Earth but also on establishing alliances with other major nations. Following significant benefits afforded to the Land of Earth, the daimyo had issued directives to supply additional resources to Awagakure. The Awagakure had also engaged in fruitful discussions with the Wind Organization, leading to a seamless exchange. Consequently, after deliberation among the daimyo and his advisors, they resolved to heed Kaze's counsel and pursue cooperation with another major nation, conceding a portion of their profits to restrain the other 3 great nations, thereby affording themselves more time to cultivate their internal strength. As Kaze took a seat, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. The Land of Lightning's fierce disposition and decisive nature may render collaboration challenging. You are aware that I defected from Konoha, and thus, I cannot support an enemy, rendering the Land of Fire unsuitable. The Land of Wind, situated amidst the desert, is resource deficient, and their extensive ties with Konoha disqualify Sunagakure as an option. At this point, the daimyo's eyes gleamed with insight as he smiled. Then it appears only the Land of Water remains. Kaze nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed. Kirigakure has been significantly weakened following the 4th Mizukage incident. Our alliance could serve to balance Awagakure, deterring them from rashly violating agreements." He continued his analysis. The daimyo pondered. "That makes sense, but the internal situation within Kirigakure remains complex. How shall we establish effective cooperation with them?" With confidence, Kaze replied, Your Excellency. I am aware that among the younger generation of shinobi in Kirigakure, there are many who yearn for reform. We could leverage this by offering them support and assistance, thus laying the groundwork for trust and collaboration. The daimyo stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before stating that is indeed a feasible approach. Yet the execution requires careful planning. Kaze assured him, "Rest easy, my lord. I shall draft a detailed plan to ensure its success." The daimyo smiled with satisfaction. "Very well. You shall oversee this matter. Should it succeed, you will be duly recognized for your contributions." Once the discussions concluded, Kaze returned to the base with the emissaries dispatched by the daimyo of the Land of Grass. Along the way, the emissaries were pleased to hear the praises of ordinary citizens regarding the newfound prosperity of the Land of Grass. Before the rise of the Wind Organization, the region had been rife with chaos, and taxes had been woefully inadequate. Yet, in a mere year, it had undergone a remarkable transformation. Upon arriving at the base, the emissaries were treated with great hospitality, thoroughly impressed by Kaze's adeptness and leadership. Once the emissaries were settled, Kaze convened a meeting with his allies. In attendance were Shinbashi Man, Onamaru, Takeda, Saban, Kurenai, K-Rin, Aoi, and the current representatives of the Star Hidden Village, Summerstar, and the business magnate, Kamen. As everyone gathered, Kaze addressed the assembly. The daimyo of the Land of Grass has decided to establish a partnership with the Land of Water, and the emissaries are now in our midst. We must dispatch individuals to Rain Hidden Village to forge an alliance. Those selected must be well versed in the circumstances of Rain Hidden Village, articulate, and possess formidable strength. As Kaze concluded, the room fell into contemplative silence. Chapter 32. Alliance. Hinata. Kaze observed the crowd, aware that they were contemplating their capabilities and the potential of others. After a brief pause, Shinbashi Man took the lead, stating, "Leader, I believe Honglian can go. Her strength is formidable, and she possesses a keen intellect." Rising to her feet with determination, Honglian affirmed, "Leader, I am willing to proceed." Within this organization, she had discovered a future she cherished, no longer priding herself on being the vessel for Orochimaru. She aspired to contribute meaningfully. Hinata. Kaze nodded at Honglian, signaling her to take her seat before turning his gaze to Yamamoto. Yamamoto's prowess was rather mediocre, yet his eloquence was remarkable. Presently, he was adept at addressing civilian matters and resolving various conflicts within the organization. "Yamamoto, I entrust you with the negotiations. Do you foresee any issues?" Hinata. Kaze watched him with anticipation. Yamamoto replied confidently, patting his chest, "Leader, rest assured, I excel in negotiations and shall fulfill the task." Upon hearing Yamamoto's response, Hinata. Kaze nodded appreciatively before looking towards Aoi Midori. Having defected from Konoha, Aoi Midori had joined the Hidden Mist Village and was presumably well acquainted with some of its personnel. "Aoi Midori, accompany Yamamoto on this journey. You represent the alliance of the Land of Grass. The Hidden Rain Village would not dare to harm you." Aoi Midori, with a serious expression, responded, "Yes, leader. I shall not disgrace this mission." With a piercing gaze, Hinata. Kaze reminded, "Exercise utmost caution. The situation in the Hidden Mist Village is intricate and ever-changing. We must not let our guard down." Yamamoto and Aoi Midori answered in unison, "Understood." The three then prepared their belongings, accompanied by 20 ninjas from the Wind Organization, setting forth towards the Hidden Mist Village. As Hinata. Kaze watched their departing figures, he silently prayed for the successful completion of their mission. En route to the Hidden Mist Village, Yamamoto and Aoi Midori proceeded cautiously, while the envoy of the daimyo appeared increasingly anxious. "Aoi Midori, do you think the Hidden Mist Village will readily agree to collaborate?" Yamamoto could not restrain his curiosity. Aoi Midori furrowed his brow, contemplating before replying, "It is difficult to say. The Hidden Mist Village is riddled with internal strife and intertwined factions. However, we come bearing sincerity, which does afford us some opportunity." The envoy's anxiety grew. "What if we fail to reach an agreement?" Yamamoto reassured, "Do not worry, esteemed envoy. We shall do our utmost." The group pressed on day and night, finally nearing the borders of the Hidden Mist Village. "Everyone be vigilant. We are entering the territory of the Hidden Mist Village, and all actions must be executed with caution," Yamamoto advised. The others nodded in agreement, proceeding with heightened vigilance. Within a conference room in the Hidden Mist Village, Terumi Mei sat at the head of the table, flanked by her guards, Aoi and Jur. Below, a gathering of high-ranking officials from the Hidden Rain Village awaited her command. A few days prior, she had received word from the daimyo of the Land of Water that the Land of Grass wished to discuss an alliance. For these daimyos, as long as sufficient benefits were present, the notion of alliance was readily accepted. As the fifth Mizukage, she was acutely aware of the challenges of her position, especially having endured the blood mist policies of her predecessor, which had left the Hidden Rain Village in a weakened state. She needed to negotiate effectively during this alliance meeting to secure greater benefits and expedite the restoration of the village's strength. Terumi Mei scanned the room and initiated the discussion. "Esteemed colleagues, let us share our thoughts on this impending alliance with the Land of Grass." One official voiced his concern, "Mizukage, the strength of the Land of Grass is rather ordinary. Is it necessary for us to ally with them?" Aoi interjected, "Though their strength may be lacking, gaining an additional ally in the current climate is not without merit." CHR nodded in agreement. Moreover, should we secure resources through this alliance, it would greatly aid our village's recovery. Another official expressed trepidation. We must be wary. The land of grass may have ulterior motives. Terumi May pondered for a moment before responding. Regardless, we shall first assess their terms and sincerity. Our decision must prioritize the interests of the village. The assembly concurred, commencing preparations for the forthcoming alliance discussions. 2 days later, at the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Water, following Yamamoto's persuasive discourse, the envoy from the Land of Grass commenced their meeting with abundant flattery towards the daimyo, inducing a sense of euphoria. The ensuing discussions were amicable, resulting in an agreement to establish a commercial hub in Kamo, generating profit for the Land of Water. Subsequently, the envoy was graciously hosted by the daimyo, leaving behind 10 guards while Yamamoto and the others proceeded to the Hidden Rain Village. Upon arriving at the gates of the Hidden Mist Village, they encountered a striking woman with fiery red-brown, cascading curls, and delicate pink lips, accompanied by a contingent of hidden mist ninjas awaiting their arrival. Prompted by Aoi Midori's reminder, Yamamoto recognized her as the newly appointed Mizukage and approached with respect. You must be the Mizukage. It is a privilege to finally meet you. I have long heard of your remarkable blend of strength and beauty. Terumi May smiled faintly, responding, You flatter me. Your journey must have been arduous. Yamamoto replied, Not at all. It is our honor to meet you. Terumi May gestured, Please, enter the village. Accommodations have been arranged for your comfort. As the group followed Terumi May into the village, Yamamoto diligently observed the surroundings. Upon reaching their resting quarters, Terumi May stated, Please take a moment to rest. We shall reconvene shortly to discuss the alliance. After expressing their gratitude, Terumi May departed with her entourage. In the room, Yamamoto and Aoi Midori conversed quietly. Yamamoto remarked, The Mizukage seems quite amiable. I wonder how the negotiations will unfold. Aoi Midori, furrowing his brow, cautioned, We must not underestimate the complexity of the Hidden Mist Village's situation. Just then, a voice called from outside, Mizukage invites you to the conference room. Chapter 33, the meeting room within the confines of a spacious meeting room. A long table was flanked by chairs on either side. At the head of the right side sat Mizukage Terumi May, surrounded by several high-ranking officials from the Hidden Mist Village. Upon Yamamoto's arrival, he settled himself with Honglien and Lufkinki. The composed demeanor exhibited by Yamamoto earned him the respect of those present from the Hidden Mist Village. Guard Chin cast a fleeting glance at Lufkinki before averting his gaze. Despite Lufkinki's defection from their village, he now stood as an envoy for an alliance, and further scrutiny would be unwise, lest they become a source of ridicule for other great nations. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Yamamoto was the first to speak. Addressing the assembly, Honorable Mizukage and esteemed guests, our leader has imparted a significant truth. There are no everlasting friends, only enduring interests. Thus, we come here with genuine intent. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials began to murmur amongst themselves, while Terumi May's piercing gaze deepened. She quickly discerned that Yamamoto referred to his leader, rather than a feudal lord or a shadow. The term leader implied an organization, and intelligence reports indicated that there was but one organization in the Land of Grass, the Wind Organization. With this realization, her attention shifted towards Lufkinki, recognizing him as a member of that organization. The previous failure to capture the rogue ninjas might have been orchestrated by this very leader. As the pieces fell into place, Terumi May contemplated the intelligence she had gathered. Although the Hidden Mist Village had embarked on a series of policies aimed at regaining strength since her ascension, they still lacked substantial information. Recent reports indicated that all ninjas from the Land of Grass had been absorbed into the Wind Organization, and even the Star Hidden Village had joined forces, albeit with a modest number, significantly bolstering the organization's might. Regaining her composure, Terumi May spoke, In that case, let us discuss the sincerity of your intentions. Yamamoto smiled and replied, Our leader has expressed a willingness to provide the Hidden Mist Village with a supply of precious resources, including weapons and medicinal herbs. Furthermore, we can assist in facilitating trade between the Hidden Mist Village and other nations to enhance your village's revenue. The high-ranking officials of the Hidden Mist Village exchanged hushed whispers, deliberating. At this juncture, one of them interjected, This sounds promising. But what do you wish to gain from us? Yamamoto responded, We hope to establish a mutual assistance agreement in military matters, enabling us to confront potential threats together. Additionally, we seek to engage in intelligence sharing. Terumi May pondered for a moment and replied, These terms require further consideration. Hearing this, Honglien and Lufkinki furrowed their brows, seemingly expressing their disbelief that they would be negotiating after such a generous offer. Yamamoto, however, was acutely aware of the political landscape. He recalled the words of Hinata Kaze before their departure. If the meeting could not be resolved in one session, the opposing side would gain greater leverage. With this in mind, Yamamoto opted to align with his leader's strategy, dropping a bombshell. Honorable Mizukage and esteemed guests, we are not merely seeking an alliance with you. The Hidden Stone Village has already forged an agreement with us. At this proclamation, the meeting room erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Terumi May's expression shifted. Her gaze fixed intently on Yamamoto as she inquired, Is this truly the case? Yamamoto confidently affirmed, Indeed, Mizukage. The Hidden Stone Village has established a close cooperative relationship with us. Should the Hidden Mist Village continue to hesitate, it risks missing a golden opportunity. One of the high-ranking officials could not contain his astonishment. How is this possible? The Hidden Stone Village would never. Yamamoto interjected. The facts speak for themselves. Our leader is wholly committed to fostering collaboration and mutual growth among all parties. However, if the Hidden Mist Village lacks the desire for such an alliance, we will not impose it upon you. Terumi-Mei took a deep breath and stated, this matter bears great significance. Allow us to deliberate further. Yamamoto smiled, saying, very well. I hope Mizukichi will arrive at a decision promptly. With that, he rose alongside Honglian and Lukinki, returning to the lounge. Within the meeting room, the high-ranking officials of the Hidden Mist Village engaged in fervent discussions. Terumi-Mei remained troubled as Yamamoto's revelations disrupted her initial plans. Since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, despite the Hidden Stone Village suffering considerable losses, it had maintained its position as the third strongest among the 5 great nations. The Hidden Cloud Village now reigned supreme. Bolstered by its formidable raikage and the presence of the Two Tails and Eight Tails Jinchuriki, the Hidden Leaf Village, having endured the Uchiha massacre, Orochimaru's invasion, and the death of the third Hokage, remained powerful, second only to the Hidden Cloud Village. Were it not for the diverse clans within the Leaf, its strength would not be as pronounced. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, had also eliminated many who possessed the dust-release Kekkei Genkai, alongside the Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki, maintaining a formidable overall strength. Had the Hidden Mist Village not undergone the Blood Mist policy, its strength would not have diminished significantly, though it had lost the Three Tails Beast. The fourth Kazekage had perished, yet intelligence indicated that the higher-ups were cultivating a Jinchuriki for the One Tail, Gaara, to assume the role of the next Kazekage. Terumi-Mei lightly tapped the table, commanding attention. Esteemed colleagues, let us remain calm. The current situation is not in our favor. Should the Land of Grass indeed ally with the Hidden Stone Village, it poses a substantial threat to us. One official inquired, Mizukichi, could this be a deliberate falsehood intended to pressure us into a hasty decision? Terumi-Mei shook her head. That is a possibility. However, we cannot afford to take risks. The Hidden Stone Village has long harbored ambitions, and if they truly ally with the Land of Grass, our position would be precarious. Another official proposed, should we not send someone to investigate? Terumi-Mei contemplated this briefly. That is feasible, yet time is of the essence. We must prepare for multiple scenarios. I urge everyone to weigh the pros and cons and present a viable plan swiftly. Once again, the meeting room was engulfed in fervent debate. In the base of the Wind Organization in the Land of Grass, while discussions unfolded within the Hidden Mist Village, an unexpected visitor arrived on the scene. Hinata Kaze gazed at the woman seated across from him, adorned in a red cloud cloak with violet blue hair. She was Konan, a member of the Akatsuki organization. Renowned as the wealthiest woman in the Naruto world, possessing explosive tags worth 600 billion, which could obliterate the likes of Obito, were it not for the Izanagi. The narrative would have concluded long ago, precluding the events of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Hinata Kaze smiled and inquired, what brings a member of the Akatsuki organization to seek me? Upon hearing this, Konan's heart skipped a beat. Surprised that this young man knew her name, she steadied herself and replied, Hinata Kaze, your wind organization has been developing swiftly, drawing our attention. Hinata raised an eyebrow. Oh? And what of it? Konan continued earnestly, you are likely aware of the Akatsuki's objectives. I am here today to present you with a choice. Hinata, crossing his arms, feigned interest. What choice? Konan stated solemnly, you may either join us or become our adversary. Hinata erupted into laughter. The Akatsuki? I have no interest in your organization. However, should I become your enemy, you may find the cost to be quite steep. Konan's expression darkened. You must think carefully. Opposing the Akatsuki will not end well for you. Hinata's gaze remained resolute. Then let us see. I am curious to witness the extent of the Akatsuki's might. Chapter 34. The meeting concludes. Tension filled the air as the meeting came to an end. The man seated behind Konan opened his eyes, which had remained closed until now. His pale violet eyes, rippled with concentric waves, fixed intently on the members of the Wind Organization. The members of the God Bridge were momentarily taken aback by his gaze. Swallowing hard. Humph. Observing the stunned expressions of the others, Hyuga F., who was already aware of the Renegade's capabilities, let out a cold snort. The group snapped back to reality, filled with embarrassment and indignation at being so easily intimidated in front of their own leader. They glared at the two men. Seeing Hyuga F's demeanor, both Pain and Konan regarded him with newfound respect. However, Hyuga F was not one to be easily placated. He derided the Renegade, claiming it to be nothing remarkable, merely a power belonging to one of the 6 paths. His words shocked Pain and Konan, as the Renegade was a unique ability of Nagato. While others might be unaware, Hyuga F, having traversed from another world, understood that it was also the eye of Uchiha Madara. Pain's icy gaze bore into Hyuga F, his desire to eliminate him evident. Yet, upon meeting F's calm countenance, he was compelled to abandon such thoughts. Their objective was to recruit this young man, who possessed the potential to unify the ninjas within the Land of Grass, a prospect not to be underestimated. Given that their own capabilities were known to the enemy while the enemy's strength remained uncertain, it was prudent to refrain from rash actions, thus averting unforeseen complications. Furthermore, Pain's own chakra reserves could not be excessively depleted at this moment, limiting the use of many formidable techniques. Sensing that the animosity emanating from Pain had dissipated, Hyuga F resumed his seat, exuding an air of composure. If you were here to discuss collaboration, I would be more than willing. However, should you desire to instigate conflict, I assure you that your plans shall surely falter. Pain scoffed. Hyuga F, you possess quite the bravado. But are you aware of the fate that befalls those who oppose Akatsuki? Hyuga F's lips curled into a faint smile. Pain, do not attempt to intimidate me. My journey thus far has not been paved by fear. Conan interjected, everyone, let us remain composed. Our purpose today is to explore the potential for collaboration. After a brief silence, Pain inquired, Hyuga F, what do you propose this collaboration entails? Hyuga F clasped his hands beneath his chin. It is rather simple. We each obtain what we desire. I am indifferent to Akatsuki's objectives, but should they encroach upon my interests, I shall not tolerate it. Pain replied, Humph. And what can you offer Akatsuki? Hyuga F smiled slightly. Intelligence, resources, even military support, everything is negotiable, provided it benefits both parties. Pain and Conan exchanged thoughtful glances, uncertain whether they were contemplating cooperation or devising a means to eliminate F. Nevertheless, Hyuga F held firm in his belief that if they were wise, they would choose the path of collaboration. Akatsuki's intent to capture tailed beasts necessitated vast amounts of intelligence, while White Zetsu had unique investigative abilities. Hyuga F had the advantage of the Carmen Trading Company. His desire to ally with Akatsuki did not stem from their formidable strength, but rather from his intention to disrupt the ninja world, thereby gaining more time for his own development. He was acutely aware of the impending finale. The ensuing battles would be akin to gods clashing, with lower-ranked ninjas embroiled in chaos while a towering giant loomed over them. Moreover, he was not yet prepared to allow the narrative to unfold smoothly before unlocking the rebirth eye. Finally, Pain spoke, Hyuga F, your proposal does possess a degree of feasibility, but we require time to deliberate. Hyuga F nodded. That is acceptable, but do not keep me waiting too long. Conan reassured him, rest assured. We will provide you with a prompt response. With that, Pain and Conan turned and departed. Hyuga F watched their retreating figures, silently calculating his next move. He understood that collaborating with Akatsuki was merely a temporary measure. He must continually strengthen his own power to establish a true foothold in this tumultuous era. In the land of water, at the hidden mist village, after a day filled with intense discussions, Terumi Mei and her high-ranking officials resolved to forge a strategic alliance with the Wind Organization. After finalizing the agreement, Yamamoto extended a firm handshake to the Mizukichi. I believe you will be pleased with this decision. Terumi Mei offered a slight smile. Let us hope so. I wish to meet your leader when the opportunity arises. During the meeting, Yamamoto had successfully persuaded several dissenting officials with his eloquence, leaving a lasting impression on Terumi Mei. However, as a mere member of the Wind Organization, she had only a cursory understanding of their leader and was curious about the kind of individual he was. Yamamoto respectfully stated, Mizukichi, I am confident that such an opportunity will present itself. Our leader holds you in high regard. Terumi Mei nodded gently. Very well. Let us proceed step by step according to the details we have discussed. After the meeting concluded, Yamamoto and his associates left the hidden mist village, embarking on their journey home. Upon returning to the land of grass, Yamamoto reported the details of the alliance to Hyuga F. F listened intently, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Well done, Yamamoto. Next, we must prepare thoroughly for our collaboration with the hidden mist village. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei began organizing the relevant arrangements within the hidden mist village, her curiosity about the elusive leader of the Wind Organization intensifying. Although the alliance was conducted discreetly, it was common for major nations to have spies embedded within. During the time Yamamoto and his companions were returning, the Carmen Trading Company was simultaneously establishing itself in the Land of Water. At the same moment, the daimyo of the Land of Water received gifts from Carmen, which delighted him greatly. He promptly instructed that the hidden mist village receive support, increasing their resources by 30%. In Kanahagakure, within the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat at her desk listening to a report from the Umbu, her brow furrowed in concern. Hyuga F is scheming something grand. Relay orders to the boarders. They must remain vigilant. The Umbu member departed to carry out her command. Just then, Shizun entered the office, saying, Lady Tsunade, do not be overly worried. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. Tsunade shook her head. Hyuga F harbors a deep-seated grudge against the Hyuga clan, and our investigations reveal that his parents perished on the battlefield, with the higher-ups of Konoha involved. Do you still believe the situation is manageable? His betrayal of Konoha has led to a rapid rise in power, and the personnel dispatched to capture him have all returned in failure. Shizun's expression turned grave. Then, Lady Tsunade, how should we respond? Tsunade pondered for a moment, her brow furrowing in thought. First, we must bolster our village's defenses and closely monitor Hyuga F's movements. Simultaneously, we should dispatch intelligence operatives to gather as much information as possible regarding him and the Wind Organization. Shizun nodded in understanding. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade gazed out the window, murmuring to herself, Hyuga F, What exactly do you intend to accomplish? Chapter 35. In times of turmoil in the land of Earth. Within the conference room of Awagakure, a diminutive elder presided over the gathering, none other than the third Suchikage, Inoki. Seated below him were the high-ranking officials of Awagakure, who wielded greater authority than their counterparts in Konohagakure. News from the Wind Organization had arrived, revealing that they had successfully forged a strategic alliance with Kirigakure. A most welcome development. The daimyo's support for them was increasingly robust, prompting preparations for the impending conflict with an assortment of supplies. Prior to the rise of the Wind Organization, the daimyo of the Land of Earth had already reached a preliminary agreement with the daimyo of the Land of Grass. Subsequently, through the Karamon Trading Company, favorable resources were allocated to Awagakure, all while keeping the strategic agreement concealed from others. Only Inoki and a select few high-ranking officials were privy to this information. Thus, upon learning of the Wind Organization's alliance with Kirigakure, Inoki was assured that they would not need to retreat due to a lack of resources in the next battle. One high-ranking official inquired, Lord Suchikage, should we adjust our training plans moving forward? Inoki contemplated for a moment before responding. We must enhance the practical combat training of our ninjas to bolster our overall combat capabilities. Another official then asked, what of our intelligence-gathering efforts regarding other villages? Inoki replied solemnly, we must intensify our efforts. We cannot overlook any valuable information. The assembly nodded in agreement and dispersed to carry out their orders. Seated in his chair, Inoki silently contemplated the future landscape of conflict. In the Land of Lightning, at Kumogakure, the news of the Wind Organization's journey to Kirigakure reached them. While the specifics remained unclear, the formidable Fourth Raikage, dismissed the matter with scorn, deeming the Land of Water too distant. The surrounding nations of the Land of Lightning comprised smaller states, and although the Land of Earth was nearby, its meager resources failed to pique their interest. Any offensive action would be directed towards the Land of Fire's Konohagakure. The Land of Grass? The Wind Organization? Merely a minor concern. Their ninja count barely exceeded 2,000. What could they possibly achieve? However, A's assistant, Mabui, held a differing perspective. She remarked, Raikage, we must not underestimate any potential threats. The Wind Organization's rapid rise in their connection to Kirigakure may harbor unknown capabilities. A scoffed, Mabui, you are overthinking. Even if they possess some skills, they cannot create significant waves. Our strength at Kumogakure far surpasses theirs. Mabui shook her head, responding, Raikage, it is wise to remain cautious. A waved his hand dismissively. Enough talk. Our focus is on Konohagakure. Everything else is inconsequential. Mabui, resigned, shrugged her shoulders and fell silent, though she kept her guard up. As for Sunagakure, they had yet to stabilize fully. Gaara, with the backing of several high-ranking officials, ascended to the position of Kazekage at a young age. Yet, opposition lingered. Gaara exhibited remarkable tolerance towards dissenters. Following his defeat against Naruto, he learned to care for those around him. However, as a Jinchuriki of the One-Tail, he faced rejection and fear from many, for tailed beasts were not only powerful but also instilled a profound terror. Each village had endured tailed beast rampages, with Konohagakure suffering the loss of the fourth Hokage due to the Nine Tails. Consequently, many opposed Gaara's role as Kazekage. Their dissent, however, held little weight, as the esteemed Chiyo disregarded the turmoil, while her brother, Aiz, supported Gaara's leadership. Amidst this intricate situation, Gaara acutely felt the weight of his responsibilities. He diligently managed the village's affairs, striving to prove his worthiness for the title of Kazekage. One day, after sifting through a mountain of paperwork, he stood by the window, gazing upon the village, lost in thought. At that moment, Temari entered, saying, Gaara, do not burden yourself too heavily. Gaara turned, replying, I cannot let down those who support me. I must strengthen the village. Temari nodded. I believe you can do it, but take care of your health. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, a group of dissenters whispered among themselves, how can that monster serve as Kazekage? He will inevitably bring disaster to the village. Indeed, we must find a way to unseat him. However, their discussions were overheard by patrolling ninjas, who promptly reported back to Gaara. Upon hearing the news, Gaara merely stated, let them speak. As long as I perform my duties well, their opinions will change. In this challenging predicament, Gaara steadfastly pursued the goal of leading Sunagakure toward prosperity. The entire ninja world was steeped in a tense atmosphere, where any slight movement from a great nation could ignite conflict. Within Konohagakure, the village had quieted considerably. As Jiraiya took Naruto Uzumaki away for training, the bustling village had fallen into a hush. The flutter of Hyuga Niji's wings had altered many things. Niji intensified his training, determined to one day bring his cousin back. Conversely, Hinata Hyuga sought out Tsunade, hoping to learn medical ninjutsu. She had nearly mastered the gentle fist technique of the main branch, but lacked true proficiency. As the eldest daughter of the main branch, she lacked the conviction and confidence to ascend as clan leader, leaving Hayashi with no choice but to cultivate Hanabi as the heir. Tsunade regarded the timid Hinata before her and said, Hinata, learning medical ninjutsu is no easy feat. You must be prepared to endure hardship. Hinata resolutely nodded, Lady Tsunade. I am unafraid of hardship. I wish to grow stronger and assist everyone. Tsunade smiled gently, very well. Starting tomorrow, you will train with Shizen on the fundamentals. Hinata expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, Niji sweated profusely, each movement imbued with strength and determination. Hinata, I will surpass you. Niji gritted his teeth. Others in the village were equally diligent, preparing for the potential crisis that loomed ahead, shifting focus to the land of grass. After the previous negotiations with Pain, both parties ultimately reached an agreement. Hyuga Niji breathed a sigh of relief. Recognizing that each member of the Akatsuki possessed strength rivaling that of a Kage, with the exception of Haiden. Each individual had unique abilities. While Haiden relied solely on his immortality, his combat skills being less formidable. Consequently, Hyuga Niji publicly developed the economy and solidified trade relationships, while covertly recruiting wandering ninjas through the Karamon Trading Company. As a result, the Wind Organization bolstered its ranks with several hundred additional ninjas, yet this was still insufficient. After all, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the combined forces of the 5 great nations exceeded 80,000 ninjas. Each village contributed an average of 16,000. With minimum strength at the Chunin level, Hyuga Niji was acutely aware of the disparity in strength. He sat in his room, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, contemplating the next course of action. Chief, the newly recruited ninjas have been assigned accommodation and training arrangements, one subordinate reported. Hyuga Niji nodded. Ensure they adapt quickly and enhance their strength. Additionally, continue searching for potential ninjas. Yes, the subordinate acknowledged and departed. Hyuga Niji rose, approached the window, gazing at the scenery outside, murmuring, to establish a foothold in this chaotic world, we require even greater strength. Chapter 36, Information Leak in the Land of Rain. Within the village of Amigakure, perpetual clouds cast a shadow, and relentless rain falls, marking the region as a battleground of several wars. This village suffers from a scarcity of resources, and had it not been for the emergence of the demigod Hanzo the Salamander, this small nation would have long been consumed. Subsequently, Pain forcefully eliminated Hanzo and ascended as the new leader. However, this information is known only to the time-traveling Hyuga Kaze, while the others remain oblivious. High atop a building, within a statue, white paper coalesces into the figure of a woman. Zetsu relays intelligence. The Wind Organization is actively recruiting wandering ninjas. Pausing. As if in contemplation, Zetsu continues, while they may not affect our plans, do we truly need to collaborate with them beyond procuring supplies? Pain's distinctive voice resonates in the darkness. Conan, having one more ally is preferable to acquiring another foe. The rapid rise of the Wind Organization should not be underestimated. They may prove useful when the time comes. Conan remains silent for a moment before replying, I hope so, yet we must keep a close watch on their movements. Pain affirms, naturally, Zetsu will continue gathering information. Conan's figure gradually dissipates, leaving the room shrouded in silence once more. Meanwhile, in a concealed area, an indistinct figure stands, discernible only by a single crimson eye. Suddenly, 2 leaves emerge from the ground, enveloping a starkly contrasting head. Upon seeing the newcomer, a low voice inquires, how goes the task? Everything is proceeding according to plan. Although the Wind Organization is rising swiftly, it is not yet sufficient to sway the larger situation, the head replies. With a cold snort, the figure commands, monitor them closely. Do not allow any unforeseen events to disrupt my plans. Understood, the head responds. Following this, the figure vanishes, leaving only the 2 leaves to slowly sink into the earth. In the land of grass, within the Wind Organization, a familiar figure appears. All right, from here on, they merely need rest. They will be fine, says Yakushi Kabuto in a calm tone. He has been summoned by Hyuga Kaze to treat children suffering from ailments caused by stellar radiation. Once he has gathered his belongings, Kabuto gazes intently at Hyuga Kaze. Now, let us discuss what information you intend to offer as compensation. He adjusts his glasses as he speaks. Hyuga Kaze nods and leads the way, indicating Kabuto should follow. They arrive at a house where 2 robust figures stand. Kabuto's eyes widen slightly, only to quickly regain composure. He recognizes the 2 as the Wind God and Thunder God but feels little interest. His current desire is to obtain the information Hyuga Kaze has traded with Orochimaru. Once inside the house, Hyuga Kaze sits comfortably and, under Kabuto's expectant gaze, proclaims, this matter is trivial for you, yet my information holds substantial value. Observing Kabuto's expression of burgeoning anger, he interrupts, however I possess experimental information that will pique your interest. Kabuto raises an eyebrow and asks, oh? What kind of experimental information could captivate me? Hyuga Kaze smiles slightly and lowers his voice. It pertains to the fusion experiment of Hashirama cells. Kabuto's eyes sharpen instantly as he leans forward slightly. Continue. Hyuga Kaze maintains his relaxed demeanor. I know of a particular method that can enhance the success rate of Hashirama cell fusion. Kabuto scrutinizes Hyuga Kaze, seemingly assessing the credibility of his words. You had best not be deceiving me. Hyuga Kaze crosses his arms. Of course, I have no reason to deceive you. However, the specifics will have to wait until you fulfill the tasks I assign. After a brief silence, Kabuto replies, very well, I hope you keep your promise. Hyuga Kaze then begins to elaborate on Hashirama cells and the data collection experiments concerning the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Kabuto's eyes gleam with interest, yet upon concluding, he frowns. This information appears to stem from Hyuga Kaze's conjectures rather than any substantial experiments. He ponders whether Hyuga Kaze is merely toying with him. After all, how could a mere boy possess such extensive knowledge? Noticing Kabuto's skeptical gaze, Hyuga Kaze takes a sip of tea and slowly states, Danzo, who concealed his arm, possesses both Hashirama cells and Sharingan, though those are but failures. Kabuto is taken aback, realizing that Hyuga Kaze is aware of Danzo's secrets. He begins to re-evaluate this young man before him, contemplating the reliability of his claims. How did you learn of this? Kabuto cannot help but inquire. Hyuga Kaze chuckles lightly. That is of no concern to you. Suffice it to say, the information I provide is undeniably valuable. If you act as I suggest, the likelihood of success is considerable. Kabuto remains silent for a moment before stating, I can extract Hashirama cells from my previous laboratory, but the issue lies with the Sharingan. Currently, Sasuke serves as Orochimaru's vessel, and I cannot acquire it. The Uchiha clan has been exterminated, leaving only Sasuke alive. With Itachi's defection, there are now only 2 pairs of Sharingan remaining. Yet one is exceptionally powerful, while the other is near Orochimaru, rendering them unattainable. This dilemma poses no challenge for Hyuga Kaze. Unlike others, he is aware that the eyes of the Uchiha clan, slayed in their massacre, were all collected by Danzo. Focus on thoroughly researching the Hashirama cells first. When the data is sound, I will provide you with the Sharingan. Kabuto adjusts his glasses and remarks. I hope you follow through on your words. I shall prepare at once. With that, he turns and departs. Hyuga Kaze watches his retreating figure, contemplating his subsequent plans. He understands that collaborating with Kabuto is fraught with uncertainties, yet to realize his ambitions, he must be willing to take risks. As time passes, the ninja world remains tranquil. Just as everyone believes the Wind Organization will continue in this calm, Hyuga Kaze takes a shocking action. He instigates a new war. This incident unfolds a month after his conversation with Kabuto. The Wind Organization comprises wandering ninjas, with Kamen acting as a business mogul. Many matters are delegated to subordinates. Yet some are driven by greed. During a trade with the Stone Country, a merchant from the organization, blinded by profit, leaks sensitive commercial intelligence to the other party and infiltrates the Stone Country. Upon learning of this, Kamen is filled with dread. If it were merely a loss of resources or finances, it would be manageable, as such matters are easily remedied. However, the breach of commercial intelligence is no trifling matter. Much of the information was entrusted to him by Hyuga Kaze. Not only has he failed to manage personnel properly, but he has also compromised crucial intelligence, leaving him in a state of panic. After a moment of contemplation, he hastens to meet Hyuga Kaze in the land of grass. Meanwhile, Hyuga Kaze is equally furious and promptly dispatches Shinbashi and Yamamoto to negotiate with the Stone Country, while he himself heads to the land of grass's daimyo. Chapter 37. Shinbashi and Yamamoto arrived at the Stone Country with great intensity, demanding the surrender of traitors and the return of commercial intelligence. However, the Stone Country scoffed at their request, dismissing the Wind Organization as a mere rabble, unworthy of fear. The negotiations quickly reached an impasse, with tensions escalating further. Shinbashi glared furiously, his weapon tightly gripped, while Yamamoto calmly observed the unfolding situation. Stone Country, do not mistake our courtesy for weakness. Shinbashi bellowed. The representative from the Stone Country sneered, if you have the courage, come and take it. Let us see who fears whom. Meanwhile, Hinata Kaze was passionately arguing with the daimyo of the Grass Country, elucidating the implications of this incident on their realm, hoping to garner the daimyo's support. The daimyo furrowed his brow, contemplating the pros and cons. Lord Daimyo, Hinata Kaze implored earnestly, if we retreat now, the reputation of the Wind Organization will plummet, and the interests of the Grass Country will also be jeopardized. The daimyo finally nodded. Very well, I shall grant you certain support. With the daimyo's permission, Hinata Kaze swiftly mobilized troops, preparing to take action against the Stone Country, thus igniting the flames of war. Simultaneously, Hinata Kaze discreetly communicated with Iwagakure and Kirigakure, alerting them to monitor the movements of Konohagakure and Kumogakure to prevent any covert support, while providing substantial resources to both villages. Although Iwagakure and Kirigakure were eager for the commercial intelligence, after deliberation among their higher-ups, they decided to discreetly support the Wind Organization, as they were unaware of the intelligence's true value and had received benefits from the Wind Organization. This made it difficult for them to compete openly, especially since they had signed a strategic agreement. Upon securing the support of the daimyo of the Grass Country, Hinata Kaze returned to the Wind Organization, assembling a ninja army of 1,000, including 10 elite jounin, among them Honglian. There were 120 jounin, while the remainder consisted of chunin. This represented 2/3 of the Wind Organization's strength, comprising primarily of wandering ninjas with varied abilities. Many had only slightly improved after joining, and crucially, most had not experienced combat, making the primary goal of this war for Hinata Kaze to train troops. Once the personnel were prepared, Hinata Kaze assigned Shiari Shing to remain behind as a precaution. In an open area, shadows gathered. Some were exhilarated, others anxious. This was war, not merely a mission, but a large-scale conflict where lives would be lost. The news was unsettling. On a makeshift platform, Hinata Kaze, with his youthful visage, gazed at the crowd, understanding their mixed emotions. However, with war looming, fear could not be afforded. He raised his voice to rally their spirits. Before joining the Wind Organization, you wandered aimlessly, with little ninja skills, living only to undertake minor escort missions. But, is this what you desire? Your lives in the Wind Organization now contrast starkly with your previous existence. I formed the Wind Organization not for any other reason but for freedom, to be unbound. And you are here to live better. The Stone Country has stolen commercial intelligence, not for the organization, but for your brighter futures. The organization does not demand from you. Yet your resources stem from this. If you are afraid, you may return to your former lives. At this point, observing the crowd's fervent emotions, Hinata Kaze's eyes filled with rage as he shouted, I can leave at any time, still free as a bird, but can you? The choice lies with you. For a moment, silence enveloped them as they contemplated Hinata Kaze's words. Indeed, since joining the Wind Organization, their quality of life had improved tremendously, and they had learned numerous ninjutsu techniques. Standing behind Hinata Kaze was Xianglin, a member of the Uzumaki clan, endowed with perceptive abilities, sensing the surging chakra among the crowd. She playfully nudged the Wind God and Thunder God. Prior to gathering, Xianglin had instructed them that if they shouted loudly when she kicked them, they would feast on roast chicken. The two brothers thundered, Wind. This shout ignited a powder keg, and the crowd's emotions erupted as they collectively cried, Wind, Wind, Wind. Hinata Kaze, witnessing the fervor of the crowd, felt a surge of pride and satisfaction. He raised his hand, signaling for silence. All right, since everyone is resolute, let us fight together for our future. Let the Stone Country know that we, the Wind Organization, are not to be trifled with. Hinata Kaze proclaimed loudly. The crowd responded in unison, fight, fight, fight. Their voices reverberated through the heavens, and the morale of the Wind Organization reached its zenith. As a grand battle was about to unfold, the Stone Country, a small nation nestled between the Earth and Wind countries, possessed land resources not significantly superior to that of the Wind Country. Otherwise, their daimyo would not have resorted to bribing the head of the common trading team. Now, upon hearing that the leader of the Wind Organization was approaching with over 1,000 ninja, the daimyo of the Stone Country turned pale with fear, urgently summoning advisors for a council while simultaneously sending out distress signals to the major nations. During the meeting, a high-ranking official dismissively remarked, My lord, it is just 1,000 ninjas, is it not? Although we cannot compete with those great nations, the Grass Country has been in chaos for years. While we in the Stone Country have enjoyed stability for a long time, we can easily dispatch 1,000 ninjas ourselves. Another official, however, voiced his concerns. We must not underestimate them. The Wind Organization's rapid rise must have its merits. We cannot be complacent. The daimyo of the Stone Country furrowed his brow and asked, What do you suggest we do? After a moment of contemplation, the concerned official replied, First, send envoys to negotiate with them and see if a peaceful resolution is possible. Meanwhile, we must also prepare for battle. The previously dismissive official countered, Negotiate? Why not just fight? Are we to fear them? The meeting room buzzed with heated debate, while the daimyo of the Stone Country found himself in a dilemma. As the Wind Organization prepared for action, nations across the land were equally invested in the brewing war. They received the Stone Country's distress signal, but Iwagakure dispatched a multitude of ninjas to the border region, declaring they were conducting border patrols. Their neighbor, Reikage AI of Kumogakure, remarked, If I trust you, Anoki, I must be a fool, and subsequently sent a large contingent of ninjas to the border to prevent any surprise attacks from Iwagakure. Kanahagakure was equally vigilant, their neighbor. The small nation of the Wave Country, the location of the common trading company, suddenly found itself flooded with personnel from Kirigakure. Tsunade dispatched numerous ninjas to the border between the Fire Country and the Wave Country. Within the Wave Country, the leader of the Kirigakure contingent, Ao, who had recently acquired a Byakugan, led his team into a village, indulging in meat and drinks, showing no intention of attacking the Fire Country. He was under the orders of the Mizukage to lead his team for a feast, with all expenses charged to the Wind Organization. This was an effort to support their allies, as it would be remiss to aid them without providing some benefits in return. Chapter 38, The Pinnacle of Stone. Meanwhile, Gaara of the Sand Village was closely monitoring the unfolding situation. Helpless, he noted that internal issues plagued the Sand Village, and most of the higher-ups opposed aiding the Land of Stone. Even the astute political strategist, Chiyo, did not lend her support, as they were themselves facing resource shortages. And the Land of Stone was not in a significantly better position. There was simply no need for intervention. In the Land of Rain, raindrops fell to the ground as thousands moved through the area. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead. Hyuga raised his hand to signal everyone to halt. Upon recognizing Konan of the Akatsuki, he instructed Honglian to lead the group onward while he approached Konan. Konan regarded Hyuga and calmly remarked, You've certainly made quite a stir. Hyuga chuckled softly. What can I say? The Land of Stone has been exceedingly arrogant. Konan replied, I hope your actions do not jeopardize our collaboration. Hyuga solemnly assured her, Rest assured, I am fully aware of the implications. Konan nodded slightly. That is good to hear. Pain has asked me to advise you to know when to stop. Hyuga gaze sharpened as he responded, I understand. But I shall not forsake the pursuit of justice. With that, he turned and walked back toward his team. Days later, a large encampment arose at the border of the Land of Stone, where core figures convened. Hyuga studied the sand table and indicated a position, instructing Honglian. You take a team to scout this area to prevent ambush. Honglian nodded in compliance. Understood, leader. Hyuga then addressed the others, continuing his strategy. Shinbashi. You are responsible for assisting Rhea in transporting supplies. Kuka, ensure the medical unit operates smoothly. Wind and Thunder gods, guard Kuka closely. Everyone else, await the signal for a decisive strike against the Land of Stone. In unison, they affirmed, yes. Honglian led her team forward, determination and resolve etched on every face. Shinbashi swiftly led a contingent toward the supply location, his eyes alert as he scanned the surroundings. Kuka followed closely with the medical team, flanked by the Wind and Thunder gods. Within the Land of Stone, amidst a chaotic rock formation, over 2,000 ninja assembled. A hurried ninja approached the leader, Lord Chio, and reported, the enemy's vanguard is approaching. The man known as Lord Chio focused intently, his voice firm, prepare to engage, do not underestimate them. The assembled ninjas echoed in unison, yes. They readied themselves, weapons gripped tightly, eyes fixed on the horizon, anticipating the arrival of the Wind Organization's vanguard. In the distance, Honglian led her team to the site. She raised her hand, glimmering with chakra, signaling for the group to halt. After glancing at her hand, she whispered, informed the leader. The enemy is concealed within the rocky terrain. A nearby ninja swiftly formed seals, relaying Honglian's message to Hyuga. With a calm gaze, Honglian surveyed the rocky outcrop, mentally strategizing her response. Meanwhile, the ninjas of the Land of Stone remained oblivious to the fact that their ambush had been uncovered, tensely awaiting the confrontation. Upon receiving the message, Hyuga arrived with hundreds of his men. Before Honglian could elaborate, he activated his Byakugan. Instantly, he perceived thousands of chakra signatures hidden within the rock formation. Taken aback, he realized the Land of Stone had managed to assemble such a formidable force. Though there were merchant caravans gathering intelligence, perfection was often unattainable, and the backstory of these smaller nations had not been fully explored in the previous narratives. Understanding the enemy's position in Jutsu, Hyuga contemplated for a moment before commanding 1st and 3rd Divisions deploy the Lightning Water Combination Jutsu, targeting the entire rock formation. The ninjas behind him promptly complied, preparing their techniques. 200 warriors positioned themselves at the forefront of the rocky terrain. Before the ninjas of the Land of Stone could act, they all began forming seals. Water style, water barrier. Lightning style, earth walk. In an instant, a torrent of water and electric currents surged towards the rocky outcrop. The unsuspecting ninjas of the Land of Stone were thrown into disarray by the sudden assault. Not good. We've been discovered. The ninjas of the Land of Stone cried out. Chio bellowed, steady yourselves, counterattack. The ninjas of the Land of Stone unleashed their respective jutsu, engaging in fierce combat with those of the Wind Organization. Fire. Hyuga stood atop a rise, commanding his forces. Everyone brandished their ninja tools, hurling countless shurikens imbued with explosive tags toward the enemy. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, engulfing the ranks of the Land of Stone ninja in smoke and chaos, accompanied by cries of despair. Curse them, fortify our defenses. Chio roared. Yet, the relentless onslaught from the Wind Organization kept the ninjas of the Land of Stone reeling. Hyuga, his gaze steely, urged, do not relent, continue the assault. The morale of the Wind Organization surged as they pressed their attack against the enemy's defenses. Realizing they were losing ground, Chio shouted, retreat. Fall back to the pinnacle of stone. The ninjas of the Land of Stone hurriedly withdrew, abandoning the corpses of their comrades as they fled in disarray. Meanwhile, the Wind Organization's forces celebrated their victory with exuberance. Observing Hyuga furrowed brow, Honglian approached, asking, why do you appear so troubled? Is this not a victory? Hyuga sighed. I fear we may be celebrating too soon. Their leader is formidable. Even with our numerical advantage, they retreated decisively under pressure. Honglian's expression grew grave at his words. What shall we do next? Hyuga contemplated briefly before stating, first, we must regroup. Do not let this minor victory cloud our judgment. Remain vigilant for any enemy deception. Under Hyuga orders, the ninjas of the Wind Organization began to clear the battlefield, tending to the wounded and preparing for the battles ahead. As Hyuga gazed in the direction of the retreating Land of Stone ninjas, a sense of unease settled within him. The pinnacle of stone, as its name suggests, was a barren peak adorned with countless sharp stones. Upon arriving, Chio and her companions accounted for their numbers and commenced their rest. After half an hour, Chio addressed several elite jonin. You will lead 200 men to ascertain the enemy's supply routes. In this cross-border conflict, their logistics will undoubtedly be challenging. Devise a plan to disrupt their supplies. The elite jonin responded in unison, understood. They swiftly departed on their mission. Chio watched their departing figures, silently praying for the success of their endeavor. Meanwhile, Hyuga anticipated such a move from the enemy and had already prepared his defenses. Within the supply convoy, Rhea led a team of elite ninjas, vigilantly guarding against ambush. Stay sharp, be mindful of potential enemy assaults, Rhea urged. Just then, faint rustling sounds echoed through the woods. Chapter 39, Night Raid on the Other Side. After counting the numbers, only a few sustained minor injuries, which were quickly treated. Hinata Kaze instructed everyone to rest briefly before continuing their journey. Upon arriving at Sharpstone Mountain, they realized that the impending battle would be exceptionally fierce. This peak, situated on a vital route, was evidently easy to defend and difficult to assault unless they took a detour through the land of earth to penetrate the heart of the land of stone. However, Hinata Kaze did not wish for anyone to discover that they had secretly allied with the Wagakure. Thus, they could only set up camp at a distance and contemplate their strategy for capturing the mountain. Standing in the camp, Hinata Kaze gazed at Sharpstone Mountain. His brow furrowed. Honglian approached and remarked, "Leader, maintaining this stalemate is not a solution. We must devise a plan to break through quickly." Hinata Kaze nodded, "I understand. But we cannot launch a reckless assault. We must first ascertain the enemy's defensive arrangements on the mountain." At that moment, a reconnaissance ninja returned with a report. "Leader, the enemy's defenses on the mountain are quite formidable, with heavy troops stationed at every strategic point." After a moment of contemplation, Hinata Kaze instructed, "Continue scouting to see if there are any alternative points of breach." Reluctantly, he allowed the group to rest. On Sharpstone Mountain, a ninja approached Chikage, kneeling on one knee. "Master Chikage, the enemy shows no intent to attack and is resting not far from the base of the mountain." Upon hearing this, Chikage fell into deep thought. He had heard of Hinata Kaze, the leader of this organization, who had unified all the ninjas of the Land of Grass at a young age. Considering the mountain's defensibility and their numerical superiority over the enemy, Chikage solemnly commanded, "Ensure everyone is well fed and rested. Tonight, we shall take advantage of the enemy's unsteady footing to raid their camp." Yes, the ninja took his leave to relay the orders. As night fell, the Wind Organization's camp remained eerily quiet, while Chikage stealthily descended Sharpstone Mountain with several hundred men. They cautiously approached the camp, observing that only vague silhouettes were moving within. With a slight lift of his arm, Chikage made several hand signs, prompting the ninjas behind him to disperse and encircle the entire camp. Once everyone reached their positions, Chikage was the first to infiltrate the camp, followed closely by his companions. However, upon lifting the tent flap, he was taken aback. Disaster struck. The tent was empty, and the other ninjas of the Land of Stone realized the danger simultaneously. At that moment, countless torches ignited around them, illuminating the Stone Country ninjas and rendering them defenseless. Hinata Kaze sneered, "Chikage, you have indeed come." Clenching his teeth, Chikage retorted, "Hinata Kaze, you actually plotted against me." Hinata Kaze replied, "It is mutual. You sought to ambush me. How could I not be prepared?" At Hinata Kaze's command, the ninjas of the Wind Organization emerged from their hiding spots, surrounding the ninjas of the Land of Stone. A fierce battle erupted instantly. As a time traveler, how could he fall victim to a night raid? Honglian's crystalline vision was an excellent surveillance tool. They had detected Chikage's descent long ago, allowing Hinata Kaze to set a trap. Understanding the tenacity of Chikage, he intended to eliminate him right there. At that moment, Chikage was drenched in cold sweat. He never anticipated that a mere boy would possess such cunning to foresee his night raid. To keep his ambush concealed, Chikage had brought only 300 or 400 men. Now surrounded, he feared that any attempt to break free would result in heavy losses. Before he could devise a plan, Hinata Kaze had ordered his forces to launch their weapons. Swoosh! Countless kunai imbued with explosive tags rained down upon the ninjas of the Land of Stone. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions erupted, plunging the stone ninjas into chaos. "Do not panic. Form a defensive formation," Chikage shouted. Yet, under the relentless assault, casualties among the stone ninjas continued to mount. With a cold gaze, Hinata Kaze commanded, "Continue the attack. Do not give them a moment to breathe." The ninjas of the Wind Organization fought with high morale, relentlessly throwing their weaponry, while the stone ninjas found themselves in dire straits. Seeing his men in peril, Chikage resolved to capture the leader first. Gripping a kunai, he charged directly at Hinata Kaze, who prepared to meet him. The two clashed in an instant, and Hinata Kaze, utilizing his Byakugan, effortlessly countered Chikage's various techniques. Chikage was astonished. The boy's taijutsu surpassed his own. In no time, he found himself entangled, unable to unleash his jutsu. This predicament only heightened his anxiety, for in battle, the more one panics, the greater the chance of error. Taichi, Shatter Pulse. Hinata Kaze seized upon Chikage's misstep, delivering a palm strike to his chest. Thud. Struck in the chest, Chikage felt a weight in his chest. His throat tightened as he coughed up blood. In an instant, his vitality waned, and he collapsed to the ground. Master Chikage. The ninjas of the Land of Stone rushed to his side, disregarding the danger. They helped him up, while others provided cover for his retreat. Hinata Kaze refrained from issuing a pursuit order, fully aware of the principle that one should not chase a cornered foe. Watching the stone ninjas flee in disarray, he let out a slight sigh of relief. "Leader, why do we not pursue them while we have the advantage?" Honglian inquired. Hinata Kaze shook his head. "They are already desperate. If we pursue, we too shall suffer considerable losses. Let us first regroup and assess our casualties." The ninjas of the Wind Organization began to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Meanwhile, Hinata Kaze gazed in the direction of the stone ninjas' retreat, contemplating their next strategic move. At this moment, the injured Chikage was escorted back to Sharpstone Mountain by his subordinates. His face was pale, filled with resentment and fury. "I cannot believe I was defeated by a mere boy." Chikage gritted his teeth. His subordinates comforted him. Master Chikage, focus on recuperating, and we shall devise a longer-term strategy. However, Chikage felt his energy waning. He knew that the blow had severely injured his heart. Defend Sharpstone Mountain. Do not attempt to attack. Inform the Lord of the Land to send someone else to command. Chikage weakly relayed his orders. But before he could finish, his eyes dimmed, and he passed away. Master Chikage. His subordinates cried out in grief, but Chikage could no longer respond. Amidst their sorrow, they understood the gravity of the situation. They swiftly relayed the news of Chikage's death to the Lord of the Land of Stone. Upon receiving the news, the Lord was both shocked and enraged, hastily summoning his ministers to discuss countermeasures. What shall we do? Chikage has fallen in battle. How shall we defend Sharpstone Mountain? The Lord anxiously inquired. One minister suggested, might we seek assistance from the other great nations? Another minister countered, the other great nations may not genuinely offer help. They might seize this opportunity to impose harsh conditions. The Lord, agitated, paced back and forth, his gaze drifting to a striking young man seated at the back, Himura Taro, son of the former general of the Land of Stone. Beside him sat the one who had divulged the commercial secrets of Cayman, Ura Hayabusa. Himura Taro, as the general's son, had not inherited his father's wisdom and, like many second-generation individuals, engaged in nefarious acts. Ura Hayabusa seized the opportunity to collaborate with him. Though Himura Taro possessed some intelligence, it was never applied to righteous pursuits. He concealed his misdeeds well. Chikage was aware of his actions, but the Lord remained oblivious. Now, at this crucial moment, the Lord of the Land of Stone, sensing an opportunity, calmly addressed Taro. You and Ura Hayabusa shall command the defense. You are the son of General Himura, and Yoru Hayabusa understands the wind organization. You two should work well together, yes? Himura Taro's heart leaped with joy. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He quickly rose and responded, rest assured, my lord, I will not fail my mission. Ura Hayabusa followed suit, saying, I will do my utmost to assist Lord Taro. As he spoke, a subtle smirk played at the corner of his mouth, unnoticed by anyone. The Lord nodded, good. Then you shall set off immediately and ensure the defense of Sharpstone Mountain. Hiram Taro and Yubian received their orders and set forth with a company of warriors, heading straight for Sharpstone Mountain. At this moment, the ninjas of the Stone Nation atop Sharpstone Mountain were still engulfed in the sorrow of Sencha's demise. Their morale significantly diminished. Chapter 40. Pursuit. At the camp beneath the mountain, the atmosphere was a blend of relaxation tinged with a hint of vigilance. Following the fierce battle of the previous night, the enemy had fought desperately to break through, resulting in over 100 deaths and 233 captives, with only a handful managing to escape. The Wind Organization suffered the loss of 7 members, with more than 100 lightly wounded and over 30 severely injured. Thanks to the medical team, the lightly injured recovered swiftly, while the severely wounded, including Hinata Kaze, were stabilized and sent back to the base for recuperation. The camp now had only around 600 personnel available, yet Hinata Kaze did not rush to launch an attack, opting instead to bide his time. Hong Lian, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Chief, why not seize the opportunity to strike at Sharpstone Mountain while the enemy's new leader has yet to arrive? Hinata Kaze shook his head, responding, an assault at this moment is not opportune. Having just endured a battle, we require time to recuperate. Furthermore, the circumstances surrounding the enemy's new commander remain unclear. A hasty attack could lead us into a disadvantageous position. At that moment, a reconnaissance ninja approached with news. Chief, the new leader of the Stone Country has arrived with his troops, heading toward Sharpstone Mountain. Hinata Kaze's gaze sharpened. Continue to monitor their movements and report any developments immediately. Hong Lian asked, what shall we do next, Chief? After a brief contemplation, Hinata Kaze replied, we wait until they reveal a vulnerability. Thus, a few days passed in relative calm for both sides. Eventually, Hiram Taro and Yusuha arrived with hundreds of ninjas to lend support. Upon reaching Sharpstone Mountain, Hiram Taro's condescending demeanor irked the ninjas of the Stone Country. However, none dared voice their dissatisfaction, as he was appointed by the daimyo. Behind him, Yusuha suppressed a laugh, knowing well that Hiram Taro, the son of a general, was but a fool, his limited intelligence squandered on petty tyrannies. Addressing the gathered crowd, Hiram Taro scorned, what is the matter? A bunch of useless fools, unable to handle a mere few enemies. That scoundrel Chika was even felled by a mere child. Though anger simmered within the Stone Country ninjas at his words, they swallowed their pride. Yusuha interjected, feigning concern. Lord Taro, now is not the time for such grievances. We should focus on how to deal with the enemies below the mountain. Hiram Taro scoffed. What is there to fear? I have brought so many men. We shall charge down and annihilate them. Yusuha, though inwardly amused, replied, Lord Taro, having traveled so far, we should rest for a day. Let everyone regain their strength, then we can strike decisively. Hiram Taro frowned in displeasure. Very well, we shall rest for a day. But by dawn tomorrow, we must launch an assault and make those wretches below regret their actions. Yusuha quickly affirmed, yes, Lord Taro. The ninjas of the Stone Country dispersed to prepare for rest, while Yusuha observed Hiram Taro's arrogance, devising his own plans. Meanwhile, on a damp road, Kurochi Raiga wiped the blood from his thunderblade. He glanced at Kamikyo Man and asked, what shall we do with these people? Bury them? Kamikyo Man paused, recalling Raiga's past deeds of conducting living burials. Brother, you are part of an organization now. Have your hobbies not changed? Raiga dismissed the notion, asserting, we take the living back and bury the dead. The boss aims to swallow the entire stone country. We need manpower. After considering, Raiga nodded. Very well. I leave that to you. I shall deliver the supplies to the chief first. The over 100 fallen, overhearing their conversation, were left in shock, eyes wide. What do you mean by swallowing the entire stone country? Weren't you here for that commercial secret? How did it turn into a national war? Shouldn't we negotiate after one side is unable to continue? These captives were sent by Chika to destroy supplies, and they had not anticipated being ambushed so swiftly. The group that had appeared was Kamikyo Man's reinforcements, who had been lurking nearby, unaware that someone would come to raid the supplies. In mere moments, they were encircled and swiftly dealt with. Kamikyo Man surveyed the stunned captives and scoffed, do not presume that what you know is everything. The goals of our wind organization extend far beyond this. He then began directing his subordinates to manage the scene, while Kurochi Raiga hurriedly transported the supplies back to the camp. In the camp, upon learning that the supplies had been successfully delivered, Hinata Kaze felt a sense of relief. Chief, Kamikyo Man has also captured over 100 prisoners, a ninja reported. Hinata Kaze contemplated for a moment, secure them for now. We will decide their fate after the battle. At that moment, Hiram Taro atop Sharpstone Mountain was still lost in dreams of decisively defeating the wind organization, unaware that the situation was turning increasingly unfavorable for them. As night fell, while studying the terrain of Sharpstone Mountain in the tent, Hinata Kaze received a scroll of intelligence. After reviewing its contents, he immediately summoned everyone for discussion. Upon their arrival, Hinata Kaze handed them the scroll. After reading the details, Kurochi Raiga remarked, Chief, the enemy leader is a fool. We can simply charge in. Hong Lian shot him a glare, cautioning, do not underestimate them. Even if Hiram Taro is a fool, the ninjas of the stone country are not to be trifled with. Draw them in. Hinata Kaze murmured absently. Before anyone could inquire further, he smiled and instructed, Karen, take the medical team and withdraw from the battlefield. Hong Lian and Raiga exchanged glances and replied in unison, understood. Hinata Kaze continued, everyone should rest well tonight, gather your strength. Tomorrow's battle will determine our fate. The group dispersed to prepare. On the following day, sunlight bathed Sharpstone Mountain, and the wind organization's camp buzzed with activity. With a command from Hinata Kaze, they set forth toward Sharpstone Mountain. Upon receiving this news, Hiram Taro laughed heartily. These fools dare to attack us. Prepare to meet them head-on. The two sides soon clashed, and fierce combat erupted. Hundreds advanced toward the peak, while the ninjas of the stone country hurled ninja tools and employed earth techniques against the wind organization. As Hinata Kaze shielded his comrades with empty palms, he surveyed the mountain. Sharpstone Mountain, indeed, was easy to defend yet difficult to assault. He mused that if he were to defend it, a mere 100 men could withstand an attack from thousands. However, within moments, several individuals were injured, prompting Hinata Kaze to issue a retreat order. On the mountain, witnessing the enemy's withdrawal, Hiram Taro bellowed, pursue. Do not let them escape. The ninjas of the stone country rushed down the mountain in pursuit. Yasuha cautioned, Lord Taro, be wary of a trap. Hiram Taro glared at him. What trap? They have already been routed. If we do not pursue now, when shall we? Yasuha, resigned, followed suit, though a sly smile briefly flickered across his face before vanishing. Hinata Kaze led the wind organization's members in a strategic retreat, appearing disorganized yet maintaining an underlying order. Hong Lian and Kurochi Raiga concealed themselves on either flank, closely monitoring the pursuing enemies, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Chapter 41, Intelligence from the Land of Stone. Soon, a comical scene unfolded. Hundreds fled ahead, while thousands pursued them from behind. The wind organization moved swiftly, while a formidable group from the Land of Stone strived to catch up. Half an hour later, several individuals had already stopped, leaning against trees to catch their breath. One man gasped heavily, a shadow casting over him. Just as he turned to speak, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Hong Lian observed the fallen enemy, signaling to his subordinates who promptly dragged the unconscious foe away. Meanwhile, Leia from the Black Host similarly dealt with several lagging ninjas from the Land of Stone. Hiram Taro remained oblivious to the situation behind him, urging everyone to keep pursuing relentlessly. Hurry, do not let them escape, he bellowed. As time passed, the number of people around Hiram Taro gradually dwindled, prompting him to sense something amiss. What is happening? Where has everyone gone? He halted, scanning the surroundings. Yeyun also turned to look, immediately grasping the answer upon seeing the exhausted faces of the crowd. Lord Taro, he chuckled, the enemy has been chased like rabbits. Everyone has pursued for an hour and cannot keep up. They must have fallen behind. Upon hearing Yeyun's words, Hiram Taro frowned. A bunch of useless fools. He himself was utterly fatigued, yet the taste of victory exhilarated him. Unbeknownst to him, they had already chased a considerable distance, with Yeyun providing an escape route. He merely cursed under his breath before turning back with his men. Hinata Kaze perched upon a tree, observing through his Byakugan. Noticing the pursuit had ceased, he allowed his team a brief respite before returning. Hong Lian and Leia, having captured dozens of lagging ninjas, found a secure location to confine them, assigning a dozen guards. They had already sealed their chakra, rendering escape impossible. The two then proceeded to rendezvous with Hinata Kaze. Upon seeing Honglian and Leia return, Hinata Kaze nodded. How goes it? All is well. We captured quite a number, Honglian reported. Leia grinned. This time, they've suffered a significant loss. Hinata Kaze replied. Let us rest first and then devise our next course of action. The group settled on the ground to recuperate. Meanwhile, Harama Taro returned to Sharpstone Mountain, still lamenting the failure to completely eradicate the Wind Organization. Yeyun chimed in. Lord Taro, although today was not a total victory, we have imparted a lesson to them. Harama Taro scoffed. Next time, I shall annihilate them completely. Despite his outward disdain, he was internally elated. For the first time leading troops into battle, he had forced the enemy into a disorganized retreat, which only fueled his arrogance. Yeyun, aware of Taro's thoughts, promptly summoned someone to relay the good news to the daimyo. Taro did not comment on Yeyun's display, merely allowing a smile to grace his face. That night, Hinata Kaze returned to the camp with his men. Upon learning of the situation, Harama Taro coldly laughed, instructing everyone to rest well for the next day's confrontation. As for their offensive, he harbored no fears. Sharpstone Mountain was not only defensively advantageous but also possessed a hardness akin to iron. Otherwise, Qianhe would not have held it during his lifetime. It was not something that could be destroyed by mere ninjutsu, barring a few formidable figures in the ninja world. In the camp below, Hinata Kaze also allowed his team to rest, preparing to gradually wear down the forces of the Land of Stone. Over the next few days, Harama Jiro attacked at dawn, and upon seeing the enemy charging at them, the Wind Organization turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, reports of victories flooded in from the daimyo of the Land of Stone, although the specifics of enemy casualties were absent. It was clear from Yeyun's accounts how Harama Taro relentlessly pursued and even seized a substantial amount of supplies. The daimyo was elated, proclaiming to his high-ranking officials that choosing Harama Taro for the expedition was undoubtedly the right decision. However, the situation on the battlefield at Sharpstone Mountain was far from the optimistic portrayals in the reports. Although the Wind Organization appeared to flee in disarray each time, their core strength remained largely intact, while the ninjas from the Land of Stone grew increasingly fatigued from the relentless pursuit. Hey, what are you doing here? Oh, you just got captured? Hey, make some room, it's cramped. Hey, don't shove. This cave is only so large. Within a secluded cave near Sharpstone Mountain, voices clamored. These were the individuals who had fallen behind during Harama Taro's pursuit. Honglian and Leia delivered 70 to 80 individuals daily, and the cave, now housing nearly 400 captives, had become overcrowded. What should we do? The leader said these people are to join the organization in the future. A frowning guard remarked, let us not worry about that for now. Just keep a close watch on them until the leader returns to decide. Inside the cave, the captured ninjas from the Land of Stone exhibited a range of emotions. Some were furious, some despondent, while others plotted their escape. We cannot just sit here and wait. We must find a way to break free, a ninja whispered. How can we escape? Their guard is too tight, and they have sealed our chakra, another ninja replied helplessly. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the cave, prompting the guards to become alert. A cloaked man suddenly appeared, handing a scroll to one of the guards, instructing, deliver this intelligence to the leader. I cannot remain too long, or I will raise suspicion. The guard took the scroll, nodding solemnly. Rest assured, it will reach the leader. The cloaked man hurriedly departed. The guards wasted no time, sending someone to deliver the scroll to Hinata Kaze, who was currently discussing the next steps with Honglian and Leia. Leader, someone has sent a scroll, a guard announced. Hinata Kaze accepted the scroll, opening it to reveal a smile. Splendid. Our plan can proceed ahead of schedule. Honglian inquired curiously, Leader, what does the scroll contain? Hinata Kaze replied, intelligence from the Land of Stone, a communication to our infiltrators, instructing them to act according to our plan. Chapter 42. Where is everyone? In unison, Honglian and Haishaliya responded, yes. A soaring eagle departed from the camp, carrying a scroll, heading towards the heart of the Stone Country. Even the dull-witted Hiram Taro sensed something amiss atop the Sharpstone Mountain. It appeared that their numbers had significantly dwindled. Upon inquiry, it became evident that each time they returned, everyone was preoccupied with dining and resting, oblivious to the absence of their comrades. Hiram Taro fumed in rage. A bunch of gluttons, and they don't even notice when someone is missing. Lord Taro, please refrain from anger, Night Falcon interjected. Our priority is to ascertain where those individuals have gone. How should I know where they have gone? Send someone to investigate. Hiram Taro bellowed. Night Falcon nodded in agreement and ordered a feast to be brought forth to soothe Taro's temper before he proceeded with the arrangements. As he turned away, a smile crept onto his face. After the ninjas of the Stone Country finished their meal, they prepared to rest, only to see Night Falcon approaching. They harbored no fondness for this traitor who had defected from their organization, despite his status as the appointed deputy of the Lord. Upon his arrival, Night Falcon assigned 100 men to investigate the missing personnel. Those tasked with this mission wore expressions of suppressed anger and fatigue as they stealthily descended Sharpstone Mountain. In recent days, they had been relentlessly pursuing the Wind Organization's members, but each time, their foes outpaced them like rabbits, making it impossible to catch up. Yet, they had no choice but to pursue. Hirame Taro, the fool, pursued recklessly. How could they not follow? Returning without results would surely lead to dire consequences. Thus, they only received orders to rest after Taro had exhausted himself from the chase. Today, however, they had not yet rested and were once again assigned to investigate the missing individuals. A weary group made their way to the foot of the mountain, skirting around the Wind Organization's encampment. This band of ninjas trudged along with heavy steps, grumbling to one another. What kind of nonsense is this? They don't even allow us a moment to rest. Indeed, that Hirame Taro only knows how to give foolish commands. As they walked, one ninja suddenly exclaimed as he was yanked away by a nearby branch, while those around him remained utterly unaware. After a short distance, another ninja, about to speak, was silenced and dragged underground by an emerging hand, with the others still oblivious. One by one, they vanished, leaving only a solitary ninja who continued to mutter to himself. Hey, why is everyone silent? Turning around, he found himself utterly alone, his face draining of color. Where is everyone? Where have they gone? At that moment, he heard laughter echoing around him. Looking up, he saw himself surrounded by a throng of Wind Organization members. Aha, you finally noticed you're all alone. The remaining ninja trembled in fear, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of his companions. Encircled by nearly 100 members of the Wind Organization, he cursed Hirame Taro and Night Falcon within the confines of his mind, lamenting, what kind of madness is this? Isn't this supposed to be a battle? This is downright terrifying. His gaze shifted to the ground, where a multitude of writhing figures lay. Those figures bore an uncanny resemblance to his comrades. No, please. Don't kill me, he cried, his voice quaking. The members of the Wind Organization erupted into laughter. Fear not, as long as you obey, you will come to no harm. The ninja nodded vigorously, though his eyes could not resist glancing toward the heap of figures. Are they really my comrades? He stammered. One of the Wind Organization members replied with a smirk, indeed, they are right here. But soon, you will join them. Upon hearing this, the ninja nearly collapsed, his heart raging against Hirame Taro and Night Falcon. These two bastards have put me through this torment. Meanwhile, within the Wind Organization's tent, Hinata Kaze was engrossed in sketching a Taichi diagram on a piece of paper when Honglian entered, announcing, we have captured everyone. Very well, signal to continue. We can conclude this by tomorrow, Hinata Kaze replied without lifting his gaze from his drawing. After acknowledging this, Honglian departed. Suddenly, an owl hooted from below Sharpstone Mountain. Night Falcon, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, snapped them open. The owl's call echoed once more, then faded away. The figures below immediately vacated the area. Wake up. Yes. Lord Night Falcon, what is it? A drowsy squad leader stirred, seeing Night Falcon before him. Observing their disheveled appearance, Night Falcon sneered inwardly yet maintained his facade, instructing, take your squad and investigate the missing individuals. Why are they still absent? The squad leader rubbed his eyes, reluctant to comply. Lord Night Falcon, what could possibly happen at this hour? Night Falcon's expression darkened. When I command, you obey. Do not waste words. Startled, the squad leader sprang into action, rallying his team. Get up. We're leaving. The sleep-ridden ninjas followed him down the mountain. Night Falcon watched their retreating figures, a slight smile gracing his lips. As the squad trudged along, they muttered complaints. What bad luck. We have to search for people at this hour. Perhaps those guys have already fled. Suddenly, shadows emerged from all sides, swiftly subduing them. The squad leader continued to grumble. What is this nonsense? We're out here in the dead of night, and we encounter this? He grumbled ahead, oblivious to the dwindling numbers behind him. It was until he noticed the silence behind him that he turned in irritation, calling out, why is everyone so quiet? But before he could finish, terror struck him as he realized only a handful remained, all of whom bore expressions of alarm. What is happening? The squad leader stammered. Before he could receive an answer, members of the Wind Organization emerged from the shadows, capturing them all. In another cave, flickering flames illuminated the scene. Shortly after, nearly 100 individuals, bound with ropes, stumbled into the cavern. The occupants looked up, surprised to see one of their own. Wait, how did you get caught too? The squad leader wore a bitter expression. Don't ask. I have no idea what happened. One moment I was walking, and the next, I was captured. The others in the cave sighed in resignation. The Wind Organization is too formidable. We are utterly defenseless. Indeed, who knows what will happen next? At that moment, a Wind Organization ninja entered the cave, declaring loudly, behave yourselves. Do not even think about escaping, or you will regret it. The group fell silent, filled with a sense of helplessness and dread. Throughout the night, the owl's hooting echoed intermittently until the first light of dawn silenced it. Chapter 43 End on the summit of Sharpstone Mountain, Hirakumo Taro awoke from a deep slumber, stretching his limbs languidly. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was met with several faces, all wide-eyed and staring at him, one of which had a white pupil. Instantly, Hirakumo Taro's mind faltered. These faces seemed vaguely familiar, and their unwavering gaze unsettled him. Where was he? This fellow sleeps quite soundly. Indeed, we have been beside him for half an hour. Upon hearing these words, Hirakumo Taro jolted awake, finally recognizing that the individuals before him were Hinata Kaze and his companions. "You, how did you end up here?" he exclaimed in panic. Hinata Kaze sneered. "Hirakumo Taro, your doom has arrived." Hirakumo Taro's complexion drained of color as he attempted to rise in defiance, only to realize he was tightly bound. "This is impossible. This cannot be happening," he shrieked, struggling frantically. "What is impossible about it?" Red Lotus scoffed. "Your people have been captured. What more can you hope to achieve?" Despair washed over Hirakumo Taro as he collapsed to the ground, muttering, "How could this be?" To recount the events from half an hour prior, after a night of chaos, the individuals descending from Sharpstone Mountain had been apprehended one after another, their chakras sealed and imprisoned. As Hinata Kaze sipped his porridge, a figure entered after lifting the curtain. He looked up and smiled. "What brings you down here? Have all the captures been completed?" "Chief, only Hirakumo Taro remains atop the mountain," the newcomer replied. With that, Hinata Kaze's smile widened. "You shall take the credit for this war, Night Falcon." Night Falcon bowed slightly, saying, "You flatter me, Chief. Were it not for your brilliant command, we would not have succeeded so smoothly." The newcomer was none other than Night Falcon, who had betrayed commercial secrets for profit. Believed to have shared Carmen-esque trade secrets with the Stone Country, little did they know he acted under Hinata Kaze's orders, scheming to consume the Stone Country. Night Falcon had also provided the maps that led to their triumph. Why would a merchant convoy possess confidential information after trading with the Stone Country? And why was it that only Night Falcon returned? Surely, they could not have allowed the others to escape. These individuals were concealed in a hidden location. The Stone Country outnumbered the Wind Organization and remained entrenched in the mountains. Even Hinata Kaze found himself at a loss. Who would have guessed that the Stone Country would dispatch a fool? To make matters worse, Night Falcon had also been sent. This was undoubtedly a message to them, swiftly. "Your infiltrator is here. Didn't you have a sense of the situation?" After a night of collaboration, nearly 100 individuals had been captured one after another. Subsequently, Hinata Kaze and his companions ascended Sharpstone Mountain, unable to contain their relief. Finally, it was over. Except for the over 100 who perished alongside the fallen Chizuru. And the several hundred who had come to their aid, thousands from the Stone Country had been taken prisoner within just a few days. Upon reaching the resting place of Hirakumo Taro, they observed him deeply asleep, and after simply restraining him, they awaited his awakening. Thus, it was that Hirakumo Taro found himself confronted with their gazes. Seeing Hirakumo Taro's dazed expression, Hinata Kaze found no need to explain. Let everyone rest well. This war will soon conclude. Within the Stone Country, a flurry of congratulatory messages arrived, bringing joy to the high-ranking officials and lords. As battles raged on, they reveled in feasts, intoxicated with euphoria. "Have all 36 arrived?" "All 36 are present." "Good. Eliminate the guards and capture the lord. Then this war shall be over." Outside, 37 individuals gathered, whispering among themselves. The 37 swiftly sprang into action, their movements agile and silent as they dispatched the guards. The lord, clutching his wine cup, was still dazed and unaware of what was transpiring when a cold blade was suddenly pressed against his neck. "Do not move, my lord." The lord jolted back to awareness, gazing in terror at the figures before him. Who are you?" "Humph, we are here to put an end to this farce." The lord trembled uncontrollably, the effects of the alcohol wearing off. Meanwhile, on Sharpstone Mountain, Hinata Kaze and his companions were making final preparations, awaiting favorable news from within the Stone Country. Days later, in a lavish residence of the Stone Country, Hinata Kaze surveyed a group of quaking individuals, producing a meticulously prepared agreement. The lord of the Stone Country trembled as he read its contents. Upon seeing it, he ceased to tremble, erupting in rage. "I shall never sign such an agreement. I would rather die." With that, he hurled it to the ground. The other high-ranking officials gazed at the document, which demanded unconditional surrender and the annexation of the Stone Country into the Grass Country. This was no agreement. It was a clear attempt to swallow the entire Stone Country. In an instant, their faces turned ashen, filled with anger yet unable to voice it. If they signed, it would mean utter degradation. What would the populace think? Hinata Kaze chuckled coldly. "My lord, bravado serves no purpose," and with a wave of his hand called forth reinforcements. In mere moments, a group of men, women, and children was brought forth. These were the family members of the high-ranking officials. In times of turmoil, leniency only leads to one's own demise. Hinata Kaze was unperturbed by the methods he employed. What he sought was time to expand his influence, not to indulge this useless assembly of officials. The moment they saw their loved ones brought forth, the officials were thrown into disarray. Their previously defiant attitudes crumbled in an instant. "You, how dare you?" one official exclaimed, his eyes wide with a mixture of fury and fear. Hinata Kaze paid no heed to his outcry, sweeping his cold gaze over the crowd. "Now, you face two choices. Either obey and assist me in stabilizing the situation in the Stone Country, or witness your kin fall one by one before your eyes." A chorus of cries erupted from the crowd, the officials' wives and children trembling in terror. "Please, spare our children," cried a woman. "My lord, we are willing to comply. Just do not harm them." Another official fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Seeing this, the other officials quickly followed suit, the air filled with pleas for mercy. Hinata Kaze nodded in satisfaction. Very well. I trust you will not attempt any tricks, for the consequences would be dire. At that moment, one of his subordinates hurriedly approached, whispering urgently in Hinata Kaze's ear. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Hinata Kaze's eyes as he proclaimed. The situation at Sharp Stone Mountain has been resolved. From this day forth, the Stone Country shall embark on a new chapter. The war commenced and concluded within the span of a mere month. The entirety of the Stone Country was absorbed, yet the Rain Country remained a lingering obstacle. While others believed the Rain Country was led by the formidable Hanzo, only Hinata Kaze understood that it was Nagato controlling the 6 paths of pain. As for the over 2,000 captives, after dealing with a handful of diehard loyalists, the rest were left with no choice but to accept their surrender cheerfully. In return, Hinata Kaze offered them incentives, promising that those who joined the Wind Organization would gain access to advanced ninjutsu. Thus, the influence of the Wind Organization grew even more formidable. Chapter 44. The Wind Organization's influence has surged, and with a splendid victory, Hinata Kaze has garnered significant recognition in the world of ninjas. Through a combination of resolute and strategic methods, he swiftly consolidated various factions within the Land of Stone, firmly securing control over the nation. In the Land of Stone, the Wind Organization initiated extensive reforms, placing a strong emphasis on the education and training of ninjas, thereby cultivating a continuous influx of new talent for the organization. Aware of the paramount importance of skilled individuals, Hinata Kaze established a dedicated ninja academy to select promising children, imparting to them ninjutsu, physical techniques, and a myriad of practical combat skills. Simultaneously, the Wind Organization actively engaged in diplomacy with other nations. Hinata Kaze dispatched articulate envoys bearing sincerity and gifts to the great nations, articulating the organization's willingness to coexist peacefully and pursue mutually beneficial relationships. These diplomatic efforts garnered the Wind Organization greater recognition within the ninja world, while also securing a relatively stable external environment for the Land of Stone. However, the rise of the Wind Organization has aroused the vigilance of some established powers. The higher-ups of Konoha gathered to deliberate on the developments of the Wind Organization. This Hinata Kaze is no ordinary individual. He has rapidly solidified the Wind Organization's foothold in the Land of Stone and continues to expand its influence. Remarked an elder with a furrowed brow. We must not be complacent, yet we should refrain from hasty actions. For now, let us closely monitor their movements, ordered Tsunade, the Hokage, after a moment of contemplation. Meanwhile, the Reikage of Kumogakure received intelligence regarding the Wind Organization. A burgeoning force dares to be so audacious. If they threaten our interests in Kumogakure, I shall show no mercy. The Reikage slammed his fist on the table, his eyes brimming with a fierce battle intent. In the face of potential pressures from various quarters, Hinata Kaze remained undaunted. Standing atop the platform of the Land of Stone's Assembly Hall, he gazed at the neatly assembled members of the Wind Organization below, harboring grander ambitions. Our journey is far from over. Soon, the entire ninja world shall recognize the Wind Organization as an undeniable force. Hinata Kaze's resolute gaze and resonant voice reverberated throughout the hall, inspiring every member present. The Wind Organization, akin to a mighty beast poised to pounce, was ready to stir greater upheavals on the stage of the ninja world. Following the annexation of the Land of Stone, other smaller nations trembled in fear. The 3 major nations of Fire, Lightning, and Wind strengthened their border defenses, while the Water and Earth nations reveled in delight, benefiting from the aftermath of the recent war. Hinata Kaze extended further assistance. Even as the war had obliterated a small nation, despite this devastation, others found themselves powerless against his methods, which left no room for error. Who could have anticipated such cunning? Utilizing immense benefits as bait, he ensnared the Land of Stone. And it was their own inability to resist temptation that led to their downfall. With control over the Land of Stone, he not only implemented various policies but also exploited its mineral resources. Although the land was scarce in resources, it was rich in iron ore. As ninja tools required forging, Hinata Kaze strategically invested in the iron mining industry, organizing a cadre of ninjas and artisans to utilize their unique abilities for efficient extraction and transport of, or to specialized workshops. Within these workshops, fires burned ceaselessly as artisans, aided by the chakra of ninjas, meticulously crafted exquisite ninja tools. The ninjas of the Wind Organization donned these new tools, further enhancing their capabilities and excelling in various missions and training. Moreover, Hinata Kaze sold surplus ninja tools to other nations, garnering substantial profits that bolstered the Wind Organization's financial resources. The once timid smaller nations, witnessing the Wind Organization's burgeoning strength, felt a mixture of fear and helplessness. On one hand, they dreaded becoming Hinata Kaze's next target. On the other, they could not deny the organization's formidable power. While the 3 major nations of Fire, Lightning, and Wind fortified their borders, they refrained from taking further action against Hinata Kaze for the time being, fully aware that his growing might could lead to significant losses if provoked. In contrast, the Water and Earth nations basked in the joy brought by Hinata Kaze's assistance. They utilized the funds to improve their domestic livelihoods and develop their ninja forces, creating a scene of prosperity within their borders. However, They remained oblivious to the fact that Hinata Kaze's support was not without ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to them, their ties with the Wind Organization were becoming increasingly intertwined, gradually ensnaring them in the vast web of Hinata Kaze's interests. Amidst this complex situation, Hinata Kaze was not content with the status quo. Standing on the ramparts of the Land of Stone, he gazed into the distance, plotting his next objective. The dynamics of the ninja world had yet to stabilize. I shall ensure that the name of the Wind Organization echoes throughout the entire ninja realm, he murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with ambition. He understood that in this world of the survival of the fittest, only relentless advancement could secure his position. How he would strategize next, and what transformations he would bring to the ninja world, remained shrouded in uncertainty. In the Land of Fire, within Konoha's root, Danzo perused the scrolls of intelligence presented by his subordinates. A young scion of the Hinata clan. He possesses some skill. It is time to make his acquaintance. A dark voice resonated. A guard behind him, Yamashiro Kazuma, voiced his doubts. Lord Danzo, he has merely subdued a small nation. Can he truly be of assistance to you? Danzo slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the shadows as he coldly regarded Yamashiro Kazuma. A small nation? Do not underestimate this Hinata Kaze. His ability to conquer the Land of Stone without a fight is a testament to his formidable methods. The current situation in the ninja world is unpredictable. Any additional support will only benefit our plans within root. Yamashiro Kazuma slightly bowed his head, respectfully acknowledging, yes, Lord Danzo, your foresight is remarkable, I understand. However, he continued, yet, Hinata Kaze is ambitious. He may not easily submit to our authority. Will collaborating with him prove? Danzo's lips curled into a cold smirk, interrupting, collaborating? It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. He seeks to expand his influence in the ninja world while we in root pursue our own goals. As long as our interests align, a temporary alliance poses no issue. Should he harbor any ulterior motives in the future, I shall find a way to deal with him. With that, Danzo returned to scrutinizing the intelligence, musing aloud, make the arrangements, select a discreet location. I wish to meet with Hinata Kaze. Remember, this matter must remain confidential. We cannot allow the Hokage to catch wind of it. Yamashiro Kazuma affirmed with a quiet yes, before silently departing to prepare for the meeting. Meanwhile, Danzo remained seated in the dimly lit chamber, shadows cloaking his visage, rendering it impossible to discern the machinations that swirled within his mind. In the Land of Stone, Hinata Kaze received a secret missive from Root. Observing the cryptic invitation inscribed upon the letter, a slight smile graced his lips. Danzo? It seems the chessboard of the ninja world is becoming increasingly intriguing, he mused. He held the letter over the candle flame, watching it turn to ash. As he began to contemplate his strategy for the forthcoming encounter with Danzo, he was acutely aware that collaborating with a cunning fox like Danzo was akin to seeking shelter under a tiger's paw. Yet the allure of the potential benefits was equally immense. It would now depend on who could gain the upper hand in this intricate game. Chapter 45. Akimichi Torike's at the border where the Land of Fire, the Land of Grass, and the Land of Waterfall converge. This location was chosen by Danzo. With Hugakaze's consent for their meeting, Danzo aimed to avert any potential conflict during their discussions, as Hugakaze's influence lay within the Land of Grass. Should a skirmish arise, reinforcements could swiftly arrive from his side. Furthermore, Danzo could not afford to act within the borders of the Land of Fire, for news would inevitably reach Tsunade. Thus, this site was selected. Should complications arise, they could retreat into the Land of Waterfall before returning to the Land of Fire. Within a serene grove, natural wooden benches shaped like tree stumps were present. Danzo, gripping his cane, awaited their arrival. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in stark black and white appeared, accompanied by two stout silhouettes, one tall and one short. Indeed, it was Hugakaze along with Raijin and Fujin. Danzo's uncovered eye gradually opened, and he remarked with a hint of surprise, I did not anticipate that the disheartened genius had managed to deceive everyone. Moreover, he could employ such thunderous means to annex the Stone Country, quite remarkable. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Hugakaze took a seat on another stump, coldly retorting, otherwise. I might have been toyed with by Lord Danzo and the higher-ups, don't you agree? As these words left his lips, the tension among Danzo's guards, Yamashiro and Fu, escalated, their bodies taut and poised for action. Danzo gestured for them to relax, stating, regarding the death of your parents, that is a matter for your clan. We have merely chosen not to intervene. I am here to discuss cooperation, not to reminisce about the past. Hugakaze smirked disdainfully, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on Danzo. You are aware of your own situation, yet cooperation is not an issue. It merely depends on what benefits Lord Danzo can provide. The bandages on Danzo's face quivered slightly as he let out a low, rumbling laugh. Hugakaze, you are indeed quite forthright. Speak, if you assist me in ascending to that position, what do you desire? Lord Danzo, you speak plainly, and I shall do the same. I seek the Sharingan and scrolls of ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Danzo's previously narrowed eye widened in alarm and displeasure. The Sharingan? And ninjutsu scrolls? Your appetite is rather considerable. Internally cursing, he reflected that after the Uchiha clan's demise, he had collected most Sharingan, primarily the 1 and 2 Tomo variants, with only a few 3 Tomo Sharingan remaining. Moreover, over the years, he had expended quite a bit through experimentation and application. The fact that Hyuga was aware of his possession of the Sharingan raised his suspicions. Observing Danzo's displeasure, Hyuga was amused and remarked, "How can one collaborate with you if their appetite is small, right? As long as you provide me with 10 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan, I guarantee that the position of Hokage will be yours." His smiling demeanor only heightened Danzo's wariness. What could this young man possibly want with the Sharingan? Wasn't the Hyuga clan relying on the Byakugan? Danzo, of course, was unaware that Hyuga had formed an alliance with Orochimaru, seeking to awaken the Rinnegan, which required the Otsutsuki clan's physique and a substantial quantity of pure Byakugan. The Otsutsuki physique closely resembled that of the Sage of Six Paths, but it necessitated becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. However, Hyuga was more inclined towards research involving the fusion of Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan, intending to expand his research direction further. Danzo snorted coldly. His solitary eye fixed intently on Hyuga, as if attempting to penetrate his innermost thoughts. 10 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Do you think they are mere pebbles on the street, easily acquired? Not to mention the sheer number, I do not possess such a stockpile. Even if I did, what would you do with them? Do not presume that knowing some secrets grants you the right to make such demands. Hyuga, unperturbed, replied leisurely, "Lord Danzo, do not be hasty in your refusal. Since I have made this request, I certainly have my plans. You are aware that my organization, the Wind, holds a significant position within the ninja world. Should I obtain the Sharingan and apply my research, it would undoubtedly bolster your grand ambitions. As for the specific applications, you need not concern yourself. Just understand that with these, I can more effectively assist you in claiming the Hokage title." Danzo pondered silently, realizing that Hyuga obsession with the Sharingan likely had ulterior motives. Yet, he indeed required Hyuga assistance. After careful consideration, he slowly stated, "At most, 5 pairs. That is my absolute limit. Moreover, you must first resolve a pressing concern of mine to demonstrate your capabilities." Hyuga raised an eyebrow and smiled. 5 pairs it is. May I inquire as to the identity of this pressing concern? A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Danzo's eyes as he gritted his teeth. It is an old-school ninja from Konoha. He has become aware of some of my actions within the route and has been investigating me in secret. If he is not eliminated, my plans may be jeopardized. Hyuga nodded. "No problem. Just provide me with detailed information about this individual, and my organization will ensure this matter is resolved. However, once the task is complete, do not go back on your word." Danzo nodded slightly, assuring him, "Rest assured, I, Danzo, am a man of my word. As long as you fulfill the task, 5 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan shall be yours." With their agreement reached, Hyuga departed, while Danzo remained seated in the dimly lit room, still filled with trepidation. He knew well that Hyuga was no ordinary adversary. This collaboration was merely a mutual exploitation. The future would depend on the strategies and fortunes of both parties. Upon returning to the Land of Stone, Hyuga immediately convened the core members of the Wind organization to deliberate on how to accomplish the task assigned by Danzo. Simultaneously, he contemplated how to conduct research on the fusion of the 5 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan with Hashirama's cells to further enhance both his and the organization's strength, thus stirring greater upheaval within the ninja world. Akimichi Torikase, the previous clan leader of the Akimichi clan, had once served as a guard for the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo during their era of strength. Upon receiving this intelligence, Hyuga understood precisely why Danzo aimed to eliminate this individual. As a member of Konoha's elite, Akimichi Torikase possessed greater prowess than his peers and had been a supporter of the third Hokage. Danzo coveted the Hokage position, yet the prevailing belief was that it was the orders of Tsunade and Mito that led to her reinstatement. It was likely that this outcome had been arranged in consultation with him. If that were not the case, why did Jiraiya not assume the role of Hokage after the third's demise and instead seek out Tsunade? Given the chaos wrought by Orochimaru's invasion, Konoha faced internal and external crises and should have prioritized resolving domestic issues. Even if they were averse to Danzo taking the Hokage position, there were certainly more suitable candidates. It was not merely due to Tsunade's formidable strength, but also her status as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, which enabled her to suppress Danzo's ambitions. Chapter 46. Tranquility. Hinata Kazuki was acutely aware of the complexity of the task at hand. Akidu Torikase, the former leader of the Akidu clan and one of the guardians of the second Hokage, possessed a formidable prowess that far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. Not only did he command the powerful multiplication techniques unique to the Akidu clan, but his extensive combat experience also rendered him exceptionally adept on the battlefield. As the group contemplated the implications, it became evident how formidable Akidu Torikase truly was, as evidenced by the intelligence reports. Aoki Kaido set down the intelligence and turned to Hinata Kazuki, saying, "Chief, this situation is rather troublesome. Akidu Torikase has long since retreated from public life, rarely emerging from his clan's territory. Moreover, I fear that before we even reach the gates of Konoha, we may be detected." Indeed. As the former clan leader of the Akidu clan, Torikase seldom appeared in public unless compelled by significant events. Given the close ties among the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akidu clans, coupled with Hinata Kazuki's status as a traitor of the Hyuga clan, any appearance near Konoha would likely result in immediate detection and potential ambush. Send a message to Danzo. Hinata Kazuki said, rubbing his temples. Unless Akidu Torikes leaves Konoha, it is unlikely we can fulfill this condition. Soon after, a messenger departed with the prepared correspondence. Hinata Kazuki urged his comrades to intensify their training, not expecting miraculous advancements in their abilities, but hoping to ensure they would be of use in the future. 2 days later, at the root base, a member presented the letter to Danzo. After reading its contents, Danzo fell into deep contemplation. While he was eager to eliminate Torikes, he understood, as Hinata Kazuki had articulated, that unless Torikes chose to leave the village, even someone as powerful as Danzo would have no recourse. With no other option, Danzo accepted Hinata Kazuki's counsel. After all, gaining the people's favor was indispensable for his aspirations of becoming Hokage. For an extensive period, he had acted as a shadowy supporter of Sarutobi Hiruzen, managing many unsavory affairs behind the scenes. Yet, the accolades had all gone to Hiruzen, while the blame had fallen squarely on Danzo's shoulders. This was the underlying reason for the frequent clashes between Danzo and Hiruzen. Now that Tsunade had assumed the Hokage position, it was unlikely she would relinquish it in the near future. Hinata Kazuki had clearly indicated in his letter that, for the sake of prudence, there would not be an opportunity to assist Danzo in ascending to Hokage for at least 3 more years. Having already waited decades, Danzo was willing to endure this additional wait. He then summoned his guard, Oil Girl Torikane, and reluctantly extracted a pair of Sharingan eyes, placing them in a specialized device, instructing Torikane to personally deliver them to Hinata Kazuki. The allure of Hinata Kazuki's proposals was undeniable, and Danzo recognized that if things progressed as planned, the Hokage position would rightfully belong to him once Tsunade stepped down. To solidify his collaboration with Hinata Kazuki, Danzo was compelled to part with the Sharingan. Initially, he had intended to eliminate Hinata Kazuki once their arrangement was complete. However, that plan was now rendered impractical. Carrying the Sharingan, Oil Girl Torikane swiftly made his way toward the land of grass under the cover of night. Hailing from the Oil Girl clan of Konoha, renowned for their insect manipulation techniques, he had originally joined Root to prevent his friend Oil Girl Shino from entering its ranks, effectively taking his place instead. Many of the Root members were offshoots of various clans, brainwashed by Danzo upon their induction. Additionally, Danzo had implanted a curse mark to ensure their silence regarding confidential matters. After 2 days of evading patrols along the borders of the Land of Fire, Torikane finally arrived at the base of the Wind Organization in the Land of Grass. He handed over the device containing the Sharingan to Hinata Kazuki, fatigue etched across his face, and said, Lord Danzo has instructed that you wait for the right moment to act. He needs time to restore his reputation. Hinata Kazuki accepted the device containing the Sharingan, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes as he scrutinized it for a moment before carefully storing it away. He looked at the weary Torikane, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Understood. When the time is right, I shall take action. Torikane nodded slightly, scrutinizing Hinata Kazuki with a discerning gaze before slowly stating, I hope you will keep your word. Lord Danzo is watching closely. If you are negligent, the consequences will be yours to bear. With that, he turned to leave. Hinata Kazuki watched him depart, his smile unwavering, calling out, Safe travels. The Wind Organization is always reliable. Once Torikane's figure vanished, his smile faded, and he murmured, Danzo, once I gather what I need, your position as Hokage will merely serve as a stepping stone on my path. With that, he tightened his grip on the device containing the Sharingan and hurried toward the secret research chamber. Having secured the Sharingan, Hinata Kazuki promptly summoned his comrades to discuss future strategies. Currently, the Stone Country was under the management of Kamikawa Man and Yamamoto, and the scarcity of talent made the situation increasingly precarious. Fortunately, the Wind Organization had over 5,000 ninjas, barely sufficient to fend off attacks from major nations. However, after the annexation of the Stone Country, the Wind Organization lacked the capacity for further military offensives in the short term. The immediate priority was to develop the economy and cultivate more ninjas to strengthen their forces. Hinata Kazuki addressed the group with a serious expression. The situation in the Stone Country is challenging. While we have 5,000 ninjas, economic development and the training of new recruits are pressing concerns. Kamikawa Man, Yamamoto. You must stabilize the situation in the Stone Country, increase trade and open new revenue sources. The rest of you should focus on identifying promising candidates and accelerate the training of ninjas. Once our strength is sufficient, we can plan our next steps. But we must not rush. The group acknowledged their orders and swiftly set about their tasks, propelling the Wind Organization forward on its path of development. For a time, the ninja world returned to a semblance of tranquility. However, the gaze of the major nations remained fixed on the Land of Grass. Should any disturbance arise, they would be quick to respond. In Konoha of the Land of Fire, due to Danzo's past actions, Root's reputation within the village had become exceedingly poor. Nevertheless, a number of civilians had begun to defend Danzo, having recently found themselves in dire straits and subsequently aided by him. However, These discussions remained confined to his small circle and had yet to reach Tsunade's ears. Following the annexation of the Stone Country, Tsunade grew increasingly wary of the traitorous Hinata Kazuki, who posed a greater threat than Orochimaru. Whereas Orochimaru was primarily consumed by his research or sought to establish a small ninja village to serve him, Hinata Kazuki had initiated a war to obliterate a nation and was strategically positioning himself for development, an intellect far beyond that of an adolescent. Tsunade recognized the threat posed by Hinata Kazuki and privately convened Shikamaru and other strategists to discuss countermeasures. Shikamaru furrowed his brow and analyzed. Hinata Kazuki's actions have disrupted the balance within the ninja world. The major nations are observing. If we act rashly, it could trigger a chain reaction. Yet, if we do nothing, he will become a significant threat once he gains strength. Tsunade massaged her temples, however. Konoha has just emerged from a major conflict and needs time to recuperate. It is not prudent to engage in further hostilities at this moment. At that moment, Ino rushed in, breathless. Lady Tsunade, Root has been unusually active recently. It seems they are plotting something. Tsunade's gaze sharpened as she exchanged a knowing glance with Shikamaru. Both understood that beneath the surface of this tranquility, a tempest was brewing. Chapter 47. The Great Woods of 2 days ping in the blink of an eye. Half a year had quietly elapsed. During this time, Hyuga had ventured to the land of bears, attempting to recruit Yutaka, but to no avail. Yutaka, also known as Foam, was originally a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. As the host of the Six Tails, his mentor had intended to help him master the beast completely, yet failed to disclose this information, leading to a catastrophic loss of control that resulted in his mentor's demise. Consequently, Yutaka defected from the Hidden Mist Village and began a life of wandering. Upon learning of his whereabouts, Hyuga hurried to entice him, but Yutaka, wary due to his status as a tailed beast host, did not trust Kaze and declined the invitation. Kaze understood that in the original narrative, Yutaka's character was inherently aloof and proud, only experiencing a slight change in demeanor upon encountering a woman from the Tsuchigumo clan. After providing some intelligence, Kaze expressed that should Yutaka face difficulties in the future, the doors of the Wind organization would always be open to him. Kaze's intention to recruit Yutaka stemmed from his desire to prevent the Akatsuki from easily capturing the tailed beasts. Although currently collaborating with the Akatsuki, he was reluctant to confront that individual until he awakened the Rebirth Eye. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade sensed increasingly mysterious activities within the Root organization and summoned the Umbu, instructing them to closely monitor Danzo's every move and report any abnormalities immediately. In the Hidden Mist Village, the higher-ups began to strategize anew upon hearing news of Yutaka. While the ninja world appeared calm on the surface, undercurrents of tension were surging, as if a storm was quietly brewing. After returning to the Land of Grass, Hyuga intensified the training of the organization's ninjas and urged Yukushi Kabuto to expedite research on various ninjutsu and bloodline limits, hoping to bolster the organization's overall strength in anticipation of potential crises. On another front, Danzo was secretly contacting his former subordinates in the Leaf Village, attempting to create public sentiment in his favor by supporting those who had benefited from him. He awaited the opportune moment while discreetly mobilizing the Root's forces, seemingly plotting an operation against Tsunade. After deliberation among the high-ranking officials of the Hidden Mist Village, an elite ninja team was dispatched to retrieve Yutaka, aiming to regain control of the Six Tails. They were acutely aware that if the power of the Six Tails were to fall into the hands of outsiders, the Hidden Mist Village would face grave threats. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki was methodically executing its plan to capture the tailed beasts, having sensed the movements of various factions, yet remained unfazed, confident that their strength could handle any unforeseen developments. Each faction in the ninja world harbored its own ambitions, and these undercurrents were gradually converging, heralding an impending storm that would engulf the ninja realm. Amidst this tumultuous season, 3 figures appeared within the Wind organization, clad in flowing robes with their faces obscured. Their identities were difficult to discern. However, Hyuga recognized them at once. A diminutive figure stood between 2 others. The one on the left was stout, while the one on the right was slender, particularly notable for her long, white legs. Kaze approached with a blend of respect and jest, inquiring, "What brings Lord Tsuchikage personally to our midst? What wisdom do you wish to impart?" The newcomer was none other than the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki of the 2-day scale. The 2 individuals accompanying him were his bodyguards, the stout man, Akatsuchi, an elite jonin from the Rock Village, and the slender woman, Kuratsuchi, Inoki's granddaughter and a jonin in her own right. Among the 5 Kage of the current ninja world, it was Inoki, wielding Dust Release, who instilled the most trepidation in Kaze. Such a technique, capable of disintegrating any object into its molecular components, left Kaze uncertain of his ability to withstand it. Even though both parties were covert strategic partners at present, Kaze had no illusions that Inoki was merely here for leisure. Inoki scoffed, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Kaze. "Humph, boy, spare me your flattery. I have come to discuss our next steps in collaboration." Upon hearing that Inoki was here to negotiate cooperation, Kaze promptly ushered him into the reception room, where refreshments were soon served. After taking a delicate sip of tea, Kaze inquired, Lord Suchikage, what precisely does this next collaboration entail? Inoki scrutinized the composed youth before him, setting aside his internal disdain, and replied, Your acquisition of the Land of Stone was motivated by its iron mines, correct? Kaze was somewhat perplexed. This matter was well known throughout the ninja world. So why was Inoki asking? Unable to comprehend, he merely nodded slightly. Seeing him acquiesce, Inoki smiled and continued. You are aware that our land of Earth is rich in resources. While the ninja world may seem tranquil at present, I fear that peace will not endure for long. That brat, Reikage, is already restless. We, the Rock Village, must prepare early. Kaze's heart stirred as he grasped the implication behind Inoki's words, and he replied nonchalantly. Are you suggesting that Lord Suchikage wishes to ally with the Wind Organization to jointly address the potential threat from the Land of Lightning? Inoki regarded Kaze with appreciation. Acknowledging his cleverness and grasping the underlying meaning, he spoke slowly, precisely. The iron mines of the Land of Stone are abundant. Should we collaborate? Transforming it into a supply hub for military resources, alongside the ninja forces of the Wind Organization and the Rock Village, Reikage will think twice before making any rash moves. Kaze pondered for a moment. There were both advantages and disadvantages to cooperating with Inoki. The benefits included leveraging the strength of the Rock Village to bolster his own, providing a defense against other major powers. The drawbacks, however, entailed inevitable constraints imposed by Inoki. Nevertheless, the current strength of the Wind Organization was indeed insufficient to independently navigate the complex dynamics of the ninja world. After weighing the pros and cons, Kaze raised his gaze to Inoki, his resolve firm. Lord Suchikage, I can agree to the collaboration, but throughout this partnership, the Wind Organization must retain a degree of independence. And we must also discuss the distribution of benefits thoroughly. Inoki laughed heartily, patting Kaze's shoulder. Young man, you truly possess boldness. The distribution of benefits is negotiable. As long as our collaboration is harmonious, nothing will pose a problem. Regarding the independence of the Wind Organization, I'm not so overbearing as to interfere in your internal affairs. The two shared a knowing smile, having reached a preliminary agreement on their collaboration. A partnership that would further complicate the dynamics of the ninja world. After 6 months of recuperation, the Wind Organization now possessed a certain level of combat capability. And the original ninjas of the Land of Stone were gradually pledging their genuine allegiance. This was the foundation upon which Kaze felt confident in agreeing to collaborate with Inoki. Once Inoki took his leave, Kurenai and the others immediately gathered around. Akatsuchi inquired, Leader, do you think the Rock Village harbors ill intentions? Although we have a cooperative agreement, we are far from sharing mutual benefits. Kaze regarded Akatsuchi with admiration, replying, sharing benefits? Don't be naive. They merely wish for us to serve as cannon fodder. Hearing this, Kurenai frowned. Then why did you agree to cooperate? Why should I refuse? Otherwise, how could we seize the opportunity to take the Land of Water? Chapter 48. Containment. Upon hearing Hinata Kaze's words, everyone was taken aback. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Hinata Kaze's eyes as he continued. If a Wagakure and the Land of Lightning were to clash, they would be preoccupied. Takigakure, positioned at the juncture of the two nations, holds strategic significance yet is relatively weak. We shall quietly amass our strength, and when the opportune moment arises, we will seize Takigakure and expand our influence. Hanglian furrowed her brow in contemplation before speaking. But if a Wagakure and the Land of Lightning are not at true war, merely engaging in minor skirmishes, would it not expose our intentions and leave us isolated if we rashly acted against Takigakure? No sooner had Honglian finished her words than Hinata Kaze's expression grew grave. At that moment, he mulled over Honglian's statement. If there were indeed conflicts between Youngakure and a Wagakure, why had he received no news regarding it? It was likely that crucial information lay hidden from him. Should a Wagakure have intended to utilize his faction, there would be no need to inform him. The two villages could simply join forces, and with the strength of two great ninja villages, escape would be their only option. If he could not decipher this critical factor, he suspected he might struggle to find rest that night. Furrowing his brow, Hinata Kaze paced back and forth, striving to untangle his thoughts. He contemplated. Why would Noki take the initiative to discuss cooperation and mention dealing with Reikage unless he sought to probe the true strength of the Land of Lightning through my organization? But what benefit would that confer upon a Wagakure? Suddenly stopping, his gaze sharpened, and he considered that Noki might wish to use his organization to deplete the strength of the Land of Lightning, so that even in failure, a Wagakure could reap the benefits. Yet, at the same time, Noki must also be wary of the Wind Organization growing too powerful. Thus, he could not wholly acquiesce to Naka's wishes. He needed to devise a strategy that allowed for cooperation while ensuring the Wind Organization could profit without excessive constraints. A flicker of resolve crossed Hinata Kaze's eyes as he resumed his seat, beginning to formulate specific strategies. Meanwhile, Noki and his two companions were on their way back to Iwagakure. Kuratsuchi could not contain her curiosity and asked, Grandfather, while Youngakure is indeed formidable, do we really need to collaborate with such a small village? That fellow named Hinata Kaze appears rather unremarkable. Upon hearing Kuratsuchi's words, Noki turned and smiled. He regarded his granddaughter as his successor. Though her thoughts were still maturing, Noki had served as a leader for decades and was as shrewd as a cunning fox. Kuratsuchi. One must never underestimate anyone. That young man unified the land of grass in a remarkably short time and unexpectedly annexed the land of stone. Do you still consider him ordinary? Kuratsuchi's expression soured at this remark. Apart from the defector Deidara, she prided herself on being superior to anyone. Pouting, she replied, even so. There's no need for collaboration. We have both Noki and Uncle Han as our Jinchuriki. Noki gently shook his head, his expression turning serious. Kuratsuchi, you must remember. There are no eternal enemies in this world. As long as there are mutual interests, enemies can become friends. While we possess Tailed Beast Jinchuriki, Youngakure is not lacking in that regard either. However, none of the factions wish for that organization to grow too rapidly. Kuratsuchi pouted but nodded. Grandfather, I understand. However, collaborating with Hinata Kaze feels precarious. I fear that Awagakure may suffer losses. Noki slowly rose, gazing into the distance with profound eyes. Hinata Kaze is indeed extraordinary. Yet this presents an opportunity. We shall keep a close watch. During our collaboration with the Wind Organization, we can bolster our military strength and enhance our training. As long as our own power remains robust, we need not fear any tricks he may employ. Kuratsuchi clenched her fists, her determination evident. Rest assured, grandfather. I will monitor Hinata Kaze's every move, and Awagakure shall not incur losses in this collaboration. Noki patted Kuratsuchi's shoulder with satisfaction. With you by my side, I feel at ease. Next, we shall proceed as planned to discuss specific cooperation matters with the Wind Organization, striving to secure maximum benefits for Awagakure amid the ever-shifting tides of the ninja world. The rapid rise of the Wind Organization left even Noki astonished. The current equilibrium among the 5 great nations was precarious. Should another great power emerge, a new round of war could be imminent. After enduring 3 great ninja wars, the ninja world now enjoyed relative peace, with no one wishing to ignite another conflict, save for the brash Reikage AI. Sunagakure relied on Gaara to stabilize the situation, especially since he had recently ascended to the position of Kazakage and faced internal dissent. Kirigakure needed time to recover its strength after losing a crucial tailed beast, bringing its power level close to that of Sunagakure. Konohagakure remained strong under Tsunade's leadership, bolstered by various clans and elite shinobi like Kakashi and Might Guy. Youngakure, with its formidable Reikage AI and powerful Jinchuriki, was also a force to be reckoned with. As for Awagakure, despite possessing both the 4 tails and 5 tails Jinchuriki, the losses suffered after the Third War were significant, and the land of Earth was impoverished, leading to the agreement with the Wind Organization. Regrettably, the Wind Organization's rapid expansion had already stirred Youngakure into action. Following the counsel of his aide Mabui, Reikage AI covertly reached an understanding with Awagakure to curb the Wind Organization's growth. Thus, several days passed. Since the secret meeting between Hinata Kaze and Noki, the Wind Organization had taken no action. Youngakure and Awagakure appeared to be acting independently abroad, yet they were subtly testing each other. The ninjas of Youngakure showcased their formidable lightning release techniques as a show of strength, while the ninjas of Awagakure constructed sturdy defenses with earth release techniques. Although neither side engaged in direct conflict, the atmosphere was rife with tension. Meanwhile, intelligence operatives from Konohagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure flitted through Takigakure and Frost Country like vigilant hawks. They hid among the populace or perched atop trees, closely observing the movements of the 3 factions and continuously relaying information back to their respective villages. The situation in the ninja world grew increasingly tense, and a storm seemed poised to ravage this land, with Takigakure undoubtedly becoming the eye of the storm. Chapter 49. The Trap in the Land of Lightning. Within the office of the Reikage and Cloud-Hidden Village, AI perused the intelligence scroll in his hands, his booming voice resonating through the room. So, Hinata Kaze is still within the borders of the Land of Grass? Beside him, his assistant Mabui, with her sun-kissed skin and striking white hair, spoke up. Lord Reikage, our investigation reveals that the Wind Organization has dispatched only its core member, Honglian, leading hundreds of ninjas who are currently traversing the Land of Waterfall, heading toward the Land of Frost. AI tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk. And before he could respond, Mabui continued. I suspect that the Wind Organization has seen through our plans, otherwise, they would not have mobilized merely a few hundred men. Bang! As soon as the words left her lips, Reikage AI slammed his palm onto the desk, roaring in fury. Damn it! Such young minds, yet so shrewd. Darui, take your men and eliminate that group. Darui, who had been contemplating the several desk changes this month, stood up with a resigned expression and replied, Yes, Lord Reikage. Bullying children doesn't really spark my enthusiasm. As a capable aide to the Reikage, Darui possessed the bloodline limit of storm release, yet he always appeared lackadaisical, prompting AI to shake his head in exasperation. With a sigh of resignation, Darui exited the office to summon his fellow ninjas. Shortly thereafter, a squadron of 1,000 ninjas clad in Cloud-Hidden Village attire, their expressions steely, quickly assembled. Darui surveyed the group and lazily declared, All right, let us head out. Our target is the Wind Organization's team heading to the Land of Frost. Let us make this swift. Meanwhile, the team led by Honglian from the Wind Organization advanced with caution. Suddenly, one of the ninjas halted, alerting, Captain, I sense a strange presence nearby. It seems ninjas are approaching. Honglian's eyes sharpened, and he quietly ordered, "All units, prepare yourselves. We may have enemies closing in." The team members swiftly dispersed, adopting a combat formation, weapons gripped tightly, scanning their surroundings vigilantly. Before long, a flash of lightning illuminated the area as Darui appeared like a specter before them, followed closely by the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village. Darui regarded Honglian and the others, yawning as he said, "Oh dear, I really don't want to engage with you. But alas, it is the Raikage sorters." Honglian scoffed. "Does Cloud Hidden Village not fear sparking a war by attacking us without provocation?" Darui shrugged nonchalantly. "You can't blame us. After all, you chose to meddle in this chaos. Attack." At Darui's command, the ninjas from Cloud Hidden Village launched their assault, unleashing a barrage of lightning-style jutsu that struck the Wind Organization's team, igniting an intense battle. Honglian quickly formed hand seals, shouting, "Everyone, be cautious. Use earth-style jutsu for defense." The ninjas of the Wind Organization complied, erecting earthen walls to counter the lightning assaults, as sparks flew, enveloping the area of the Land of Waterfall in a palpable aura of conflict. The skirmish escalated rapidly, with Darui commanding over 1,000 ninjas, while Honglian's faction could only resort to defense. Their defensive formation was methodical, earning Darui's begrudging respect, yet he sensed something amiss. Crystal Release, Crystal Wall 8 formation. As his comrades struggled against the enemy's onslaught, Honglian swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring cages of pink crystal that ensnared the ninjas from Cloud Hidden Village. Retreat. Fall back towards the edge of the Land of Waterfall. Honglian's command echoed, even reaching Darui trapped within the crystal formation. In an instant, the hundreds of ninjas from the Wind Organization moved with agility, vanishing before Darui could issue a counter-command. Storm Release, Twin Black Spots. Boom. Darui executed his jutsu, summoning 2 panthers enveloped in black lightning that shattered the formidable crystal barrier. Pursue. With Darui's order, the 1,000 ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village surged forth like a tidal wave towards the fleeing Wind Organization. Yet, as they chased, an eerie atmosphere began to envelop them. The path revealed no signs of the Wind Organization ninjas, as if they had vanished into thin air. Just then, a faint rustling sound echoed around them, reminiscent of countless ninjas drawing near, and the ninjas from Cloud Hidden Village immediately fell into a defensive stance, gripping their weapons tightly in preparation for an unforeseen threat. "Oh, are you looking for my companions?" A youthful voice suddenly resonated through the air. In an instant, the ninjas from Cloud Hidden Village tensed, their eyes darting to locate the voice's origin. Darui's gaze sharpened, shaking off his previous lethargy to focus on the figure perched upon a tree trunk. The figure was tall, with striking white pupils and an elegant countenance, dressed in a stark black and white ensemble. He frowned, addressing Darui. "Hinata Kaze, were you not supposed to remain in the Land of Grass?" As soon as he spoke, Honglian and the previously retreating members of the Wind Organization emerged, encircling them. The situation had reversed dramatically, and now it was Darui and his men who found themselves ensnared. Just as Darui was about to inquire, Hinata Kaze leaped down, slowly stating, "Well, with Cloud Hidden Village being so hospitable, I must return the favor." Darui's expression darkened, a cold scoff escaping his lips. "Humph, laying a trap for us. It seems you have been plotting all along. However, you think retaining the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village will be that simple." With that, he rapidly formed hand seals, lightning crackling around him, exuding an aura of power ready to break free from the encirclement. Hinata Kaze, however, remained unfazed, arms crossed, replying, "Darui, do not engage in futile struggles. Look around you. You are surrounded by the elite of my Wind Organization. Do you truly believe you stand a chance?" As Hinata's words faded, Honglian and his comrades assumed aggressive stances, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Even though the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village found themselves encircled, they remained undaunted. Standing back to back, creating a formidable defensive circle, their chakra pulsating with intensity, ready for the impending clash. Bang! Clang! A discordant clamor of clashing metal erupted. When everyone regained their composure, they beheld Darui wielding a large blade, aimed at Hinata Kaze's wrist. Yet, it appeared as though Hinata wore something upon his wrist, which absorbed the force of the strike. "Kill!" Witnessing their leader engage, Honglian made a decisive command. In an instant, the members of the Wind Organization unleashed their jutsu, or hurled their ninja tools, engaging fiercely with the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village. The shouts of battle echoed continuously, various jutsu illuminating the battlefield. It seemed as though both sides instinctively avoided the area where Darui and Hinata Kaze clashed. The two remained locked in a stalemate, neither uttering a word. Darui's hand clenched tightly, lightning chakra surging forth, crackling audibly, as his blade became enveloped in electric energy, coursing towards Hinata Kaze's wrist. As the lightning made contact, a Taichi yin-yang symbol suddenly materialized beneath Hinata Kaze's feet. The moment the lightning brushed against his wrist, it was violently repelled. Darui's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never encountered such an extraordinary jutsu, let alone witnessed it firsthand. Chapter 50, Assault on Rock. Hidden. Hinata Keisuke sees the fleeting moment of Darui's astonishment, moving with the swiftness of lightning to close the distance. His hands became mere afterimages as he deftly absorbed Darui's force with gentle finesse, simultaneously pinpointing an opening to unleash a powerful punch. Darui hurriedly sidestepped, yet was still grazed by the force of the blow, igniting a searing pain in his shoulder. What a bizarre technique! Darui, both astonished and enraged, steadied himself and rapidly formed hand seals with hands that danced like phantoms. Lightning release, lightning pillar. In an instant, brilliance erupted. Even with the Byakugan, Hinata Keisuke had to quickly shut his eyes. The radiance was blinding, and the Byakugan, with its 360-degree vision, was all the more affected. Seeing Hinata Keisuke's movements hindered by the intense light, Darui seized the opportunity, charging forward with his great sword. The lightning pillar was not merely dazzling. It also bore a visual illusion, effectively countering dojutsu like the Byakugan and Sharingan. Bang! Just as the sword was about to cleave Hinata Keisuke's neck, he swiftly spun his body, executing the 8 trigrams palm, revolving heaven. As he rotated, chakra coalesced around him into a spherical form, repelling the fierce assault. The clash between the sword and the chakra sphere sparked a dazzling display, the immense force radiating outward from the two combatants. Trees nearby swayed violently, their leaves drifting down like snowflakes. Using the recoil from the impact, Darui leaped back, silently astonished by Hinata Keisuke's prowess. This lad truly deserves to lead the Wind Organization. His strength is indeed formidable, he whispered to himself, his eyes igniting with a stronger fighting spirit. As the capable aide to Reikage AI, Darui longed for a fierce confrontation with Hinata Keisuke, yet the beleaguered ninja of the Cloud-Hidden Village found themselves overwhelmed. Though their strength was not to be underestimated, the Wind Organization had laid an ambush early on. Despite their swift reactions, managing to fend off immediate threats, they were surrounded by traps, forcing them to contend with attacks while remaining vigilant of the dangers beneath their feet. Yet Hinata Keisuke granted him no respite for contemplation, charging forward with great speed. Water release, water barrier. Lightning release, lightning wave. As Hinata Keisuke approached, Darui formed 3 seals in a mere second, unleashing 2 combined ninjutsu in quick succession. He expelled torrents of water to obstruct Hinata Keisuke, and followed up with another set of hand seals to cast lightning release, electrifying the waves instantaneously. In a heartbeat, Hinata Keisuke felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, caught off guard by Darui's rapid seal formation. With no time to employ the Taichi technique to defuse the attack, he was pushed back by the water, electricity crackling across his form. Darui, seeing Hinata Keisuke's retreat, did not pursue but instead swiftly moved to the fray where the Cloud-Hidden Village ninjas were engaged. Wind release, gale severing lock. He clasped his hands together, unleashing beams of laser-like energy. Boom. Honglian quickly formed seals to deploy crystal release, shielding his comrades from harm. Once the dust settled, the ninjas of the Cloud-Hidden Village had vanished without a trace. Hinata Keisuke steadied himself, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes as he gazed in the direction of Darui's retreat. Scoffing, truly the elites of the Cloud-Hidden Village. Their ability to escape is unparalleled. Honglian stepped forward, a hint of contrition in his tone. Leader, it is my lack of command that allowed them to slip away. Hinata Keisuke waved his hand dismissively, stating, do not blame yourself. Darui is quite strong, and the ninjas of the Cloud-Hidden Village are well trained. It is already commendable that we have managed to inflict losses upon them. At that moment, a member of the Wind Organization rushed over, kneeling on one knee to report, Leader, there are movements from the Rock-Hidden Village. They seem to be gathering forces towards the border of the Land of Waterfalls. Hinata Keisuke's lips curled into a sly smile. It appears Anoki cannot remain idle. This is precisely what we desire. Relay the orders. All members should conceal themselves and prepare for the next act. Honglian complied and departed, while the members of the Wind Organization swiftly concealed their presence, vanishing as if they had never been there. Meanwhile, the situation in the Land of Waterfalls grew increasingly tumultuous with the actions of the Rock-Hidden Village. Back beyond the borders of the Land of Frost, Darui, after accounting for his men, felt a surge of wrath. They had lost over 200 men in the skirmish, leaving him at a loss as to how to report this to Reikage. Allowing the group a brief respite, he was preparing to continue their retreat when a subordinate ninja approached, reporting a large number of unidentified ninjas at the border of the Land of Frost and the Land of Iron. At this moment, still simmering with anger, Darui assumed this was yet another ambush orchestrated by Hinata Keisuke and immediately ordered his men to conceal themselves, ready to launch a surprise attack. However, the approaching ninja squad was composed of Rock-Hidden Village ninjas dispatched by Anoki, led by the elite Jonin, Tsuchikage, to suppress the growth of the Wind Organization. Anoki and AI had conspired, anticipating that Hinata Keisuke's ambitions would lead him to seize the Land of Waterfalls amidst the chaos following their collaboration. Therefore, both sides gathered a portion of their forces, planning to deliver a decisive blow against Hinata Keisuke to weaken the Wind Organization's strength. However, neither had predicted that intelligence indicated Hinata Keisuke was still in the Land of Grass, and Reikage had preemptively struck against the Wind Organization. Reluctantly, Anoki instructed Tsuchikage to adapt to the circumstances. Upon discovering that Hinata Keisuke had already infiltrated the land of waterfalls, Tsuchikage wasted no time in hastily leading his men forward. Darui, along with the ninjas of the Cloud-Hidden Village, concealed themselves like phantoms amidst the trees, their eyes fixed intently on the approaching squad of the Rock-Hidden Village. A surge of murderous intent welled up within him as he quietly instructed the nearby ninjas. Wait until they draw closer, then at my command. Unleash all your lightning release techniques, ensuring a single strike to obliterate them. The ninjas of the Cloud-Hidden Village nodded in unison, gathering chakra in their palms, the power of lightning release flickering in their grasp. The Rock-Hidden Village squad, oblivious to their impending doom, continued onward. Tsuchikage's expression was grave as he contemplated strategies for the imminent battle with the Wind Organization, completely unaware that a surprise attack awaited them. As the Rock-Hidden Village squad entered the range of attack, Darui commanded the strike. In an instant, torrents of lightning surged forth like furious dragons towards the Rock-Hidden Village ninjas, illuminating the forest with blinding radiance, the thunderous roar deafening. Tsuchikage's face turned ashen as he shouted urgently, "Quick! Use Earth Release for defense." The ninjas of the Rock-Hidden Village reacted swiftly, forming seals, and sturdy earthen walls erupted from the ground. However, the overwhelming power of the lightning release shattered some of the walls, and many Rock-Hidden Village ninjas were caught in the electric blast, letting out cries of agony. What is happening? Why is the Cloud-Hidden Village attacking us here? Tsuchikage's heart raced with shock and anger as he directed his ninjas to counterattack while rapidly devising a plan. The Rock-Hidden Village ninjas, after a moment of confusion, steadied themselves and began employing earth release and stone release techniques, sending massive boulders crashing towards the Cloud-Hidden Village, plunging both sides into chaotic combat. The area thick with smoke and the sounds of battle echoing incessantly. Chapter 51. Report though the Rock-Hidden Village suffered a sudden assault, under the command of Huang Tu. They swiftly launched a counterattack, plunging both sides into fierce combat amidst a haze of smoke and dust enveloping the battlefield. Darui felt an unsettling familiarity with the ninjutsu employed by the enemy but could not recall the identity of the user at that moment. Huang Tu and his comrades had altered their attire to conceal their identities, making it unsurprising that Darui failed to recognize them immediately. Wait, cease all hostilities. After a brief skirmish, Darui discerned Huang Tu's features and realized his misjudgment, urgently calling for a halt. At that moment, a faint voice emerged from the shadows. Wow, Captain. The leader was right. Should we make our move now? Yes, but be discreet. We only need to create chaos, replied Heichualeya, gripping two thunderblades tightly. As Darui's shout echoed, the ninjas from both the Cloud and Rock-Hidden Villages halted, eyeing each other warily. With a face full of regret, Darui called out to Huang Tu. Huang Tu, it was a misunderstanding. I thought you were members of the Wind Organization. Huang Tu, furrowing his brow in frustration, retorted loudly. Darui, you reckless fool, you nearly caused a disaster. Just as both sides reached a stalemate, Heichualeya gestured, and dozens of his subordinates stealthily moved towards the battlefield. They, agile and adept, utilized the cover of smoke and trees to draw closer. Suddenly, several Earth-style ninjutsu erupted from the shadows, striking down several Cloud-Hidden Village ninjas with precision. Enemy attack. The Cloud ninjas instantly grew alert, turning to defend against the direction of the Earth-style assault. Observing this, the Rock-Hidden Village assumed that the Cloud-Hidden Village was preparing to strike again. Escalating the already tense atmosphere, Darui shouted furiously, Huang Tu, you still have hidden reinforcements. Darui, do not slander us. It is clearly you who has struck first. Huang Tu shouted back, equally enraged. Before either side could investigate further, an onslaught of lightning and earth-style ninjutsu detonated at the center of the battlefield, causing the situation to spiral out of control, igniting a new wave of chaos cloaked in thick smoke and chakra brilliance. The Rock-Hidden Village, already reeling from the initial ambush, was incensed by the Cloud Village's accusations and retaliated mercilessly. The Cloud ninjas, influenced by Reikage AI's explosive temper, unleashed their full chakra in response to the Rock ninjas' lethal intent, leading to a rapid increase in casualties on both sides. How ruthless. We must retreat. Heichualeya, lurking in the shadows and intentionally stirring discord, quickly led his Wind Organization comrades away as the conflict intensified. Not long after their withdrawal, the battlefield's devastation escalated further. Huang Tu, feeling desperate, understood that continued fighting would only exacerbate losses, yet once battle commenced, halting it proved exceedingly difficult. Darui also exhibited anxiety, shouting orders to his ninjas to fend off the Rock Village's frenzied assault while seeking another opportunity to communicate with Huang Tuesday. Amidst the cacophony of battle cries and anguished screams, the border of the Land of Waterfalls transformed into a hellish battleground. The Land of Waterfalls, home to the hidden village behind the waterfalls, was particularly noteworthy for housing the tailed beast, Seven Tails, Seichmei, currently sealed within a young girl named Fu. Indifferent to the tailed beast, Hinata Kaze was well aware of the narrative ahead, knowing that the Akatsuki would eventually come to capture the Seven Tails, thus merely issuing a warning to the Waterfall Village. Given this, Wind Leader, since you have no interest in the Seven Tails and do not desire our hero's waters, what is your purpose in coming here? An elderly man across a natural stone table inquired, his face etched with confusion. The waterfall village had existed since the era of Senju Hashirama, with many mistakenly believing that the Seven Tails was distributed during the Five Kage Summit. Only they knew that the Seven Tails was captured independently after the village's establishment. Otherwise, how could the waterfall village claim such a beast? What would other small nations think? That Senju Hashirama was biased? Some might question how the waterfall village possessed the strength to capture the Seven Tails. Do not forget, Akatsuki member Kakuzu was a genuine shadow-level powerhouse. Had he not been later hindered by Haiden, he would not have fallen to the protagonist, Naruto. It is important to note that the waterfall village's secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear, allows one to extend their life by exchanging hearts. Kakuzu absconded after stealing this secret technique. Moreover, he had fought against Senju Hashirama. Did he truly believe it was as simple as tossing a shuriken from 800 miles away? Hinata Kaze took a sip of tea, fixing his gaze on the elder, stating, "My visit serves two purposes. First, to warn you that there are those who seek to capture the tailed beast. Second, I am aware that your waterfall village has always remained aloof from worldly affairs, and I intend to incorporate the land of waterfalls under the Wind Organization. I convey this to prevent future misunderstandings." The elder's expression shifted to one of gravity upon hearing Hinata Kaze's words. He set down his teacup, rose slowly, and began to pace before the stone table, pondering for a moment. Wind Leader, while the waterfall village has always been a secluded enclave, we have our principles. As for the tailed beast, we will keep a watchful eye. However, the incorporation of the land of waterfalls into the Wind Organization is no trivial matter. I must discuss this with the village elders. Hinata Kaze nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. This matter is indeed significant. I shall grant you 3 days to contemplate. However, please understand that the current situation in the ninja world is tumultuous. The inclusion of the land of waterfalls under the Wind Organization may serve as a form of protection for both you and the village. The elder furrowed his brow, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He understood that Hinata Kaze spoke truthfully, yet such a monumental decision was not one to be made lightly. Wind Leader, please rest in the village for a few days while we deliberate carefully, he said, clasping his hands respectfully. Hinata Kaze returned the gesture, then followed the waterfall village ninjas to his designated quarters. Meanwhile, at the border of the land of waterfalls, the conflict between the rock and cloud-hidden villages had ceased. This bout had left both sides with heavy losses. Darui's side was reduced to a mere 300, while Huang Tu's situation was similarly grim, with over 200 fatalities and countless injuries, including himself. The two men exchanged fierce glares before departing with the bodies of their fallen comrades. They understood that this matter was far from settled. They must return and report to their respective leaders for decisive action. Upon returning to the cloud-hidden village, Darui, weary and laden with guilt, made his way directly to the Reikage office. Upon entering, he knelt, solemnly declaring, "Reikage-sama, this operation has failed, and we inadvertently clashed with the rock-hidden village, suffering significant losses. I deserve to die for my failures." AI slammed his hand on the table, scattering documents across its surface as he bellowed, "Darui, what in the world were you thinking? How could you engage with the rock-hidden village?" Darui recounted the events in detail, and upon hearing them, AI's brow furrowed deeply as he began to pace, contemplating. This cannot simply be overlooked. The rock-hidden village must provide an explanation. Meanwhile, Huang Tu returned to the rock-hidden village with his remnants and immediately sought an audience with Inoki. With a face of shame, he bowed his head and said, "Father, this operation has failed. Not only did we fail to strike the Wind Organization, but we also clashed with the cloud-hidden village, incurring heavy losses." Inoki's expression darkened, his hand trembling slightly as he leaned on his cane. With a cold huff, he remarked, "What does the cloud-hidden village intend to accomplish? It seems I must have a serious discussion with AI." With that, he ordered Kuratsuchi to prepare for a journey to the cloud-hidden village, signaling the imminent onset of a storm among the high-ranking figures of the ninja world. Chapter 52. The Art of War and the 36 Stratagems in the Village of Awagakure. Upon learning of the conflict between the two great ninja villages, the general of the Land of Iron, Mifune, sent a message to Noki and A staunch advocate of peace and neutrality. He wished to mediate the escalating tensions. Both Noki and A, respecting Mifune's position, agreed to visit the Land of Iron with their respective guards. The Land of Iron is a rather unique nation in the ninja world. Its citizens may wield chakra, yet they do not practice ninjutsu. The nation's armed forces consist not of ninjas, but of samurai. As Noki and A journeyed to the Land of Iron, a piece of intelligence reached Hinata Kaze. After reading the report, he could not help but pound his thigh, laughing uncontrollably. Originally, Noki sought to scheme against him, but it seemed he had shot himself in the foot instead. "Leader, is it truly that amusing?" asked the stoic Kurikiba Rhea, finding nothing particularly funny in the report. "Well, when those two come together, there is only one brain at work. How could it not be amusing? But can you please refrain from hitting my thigh? It hurts." Hinata Kaze suddenly realized that in his excitement, he had been slapping Rhea's thigh rather than his own, and he quickly offered an apologetic smile, sitting up straight. A hint of mischief danced across his face. "Rhea, Think about it. Noki and A intended to unite against me, yet they ended up squabbling amongst themselves, depleting their forces. Now, they are being summoned to the Land of Iron for mediation. They must be seething with frustration. Guren, observing the two, shook her head in exasperation. A peculiar thought crossing her mind. Do the strongest individuals possess the most eccentric thoughts? She quickly discarded this odd notion and asked, so what shall we do now? Takigakure is still hesitating. If Awagakure and Kumogakure are indeed mediated, we will soon face grave troubles. As she spoke, she noticed Hinata Kaze retrieving a book. Its cover emblazoned with the art of war, 36 stratagems. Guren and Kurikiba Rhea watched in silence as he flipped through the pages, stopping at the words feigning weakness to lure in the enemy. Ah, this is splendid. Inform the village chief of Takigakure to deliberate slowly. We shall first withdraw our members to the base. You two will accompany me to the Land of Iron to confront Noki. Guren and Kurikiba exchanged glances. A touch of confusion in their hearts, yet they quickly complied. Guren hurried to convey Hinata Kaze's message to the chief of Takigakure, while Kurikiba began organizing the Wind Organization's members for an orderly retreat to the base. Before long, all preparations were complete, and the three set forth toward the Land of Iron. Along the way, Hinata Kaze elaborated on the stratagem of feigning weakness, and both Guren and Kurikiba soon grasped his cunning plan, unable to contain their admiration for his intellect. Upon arriving in the Land of Iron, Hinata Kaze made his way directly to the venue where Noki and A were discussing peace. The samurai at the entrance attempted to block his path, but Hinata Kaze's commanding voice rang out. I am Hinata Kaze, leader of the Wind Organization, here to speak with Noki and A on urgent matters. Who dares to impede me? The force of his presence momentarily stunned the samurai. Inside, Noki and A engaged in negotiations with Mifune. Exchanged glances upon hearing of Hinata Kaze's arrival, their expressions shifting. Noki thought to himself, what does this young man want? Surely he does not intend to disrupt our efforts. I must not allow Mifune to perceive our prior scheming against him. A clenched his fists, his gaze sharp with vigilance, thinking, whatever his intentions, we shall confront them head-on. Mifune, puzzled, turned to the two leaders. Who is this Hinata Kaze, and why do you regard him with such trepidation? Noki quickly smiled. General Mifune, this is Hinata Kaze, the newly emerged leader of the Wind Organization. His actions are quite unpredictable, and we merely fear he may disturb our negotiations. The two leaders were clearly anxious. They could not divulge their true intentions to Mifune. Would they confess that they had attempted to outmaneuver a mere boy, only to find themselves embroiled in conflict? Initially, as they sat down to negotiate, both were filled with anger, yet as the discussion progressed, a sense of unease began to settle in. When they finally sought to clarify their positions, they were met with the unwelcome arrival of a troublemaker. Noki and Hinata Kaze had secretly formed an alliance, unbeknownst to Mifune, leading both leaders to feel vulnerable and wary of Hinata Kaze's intentions. Shortly thereafter, a samurai ushered Hinata Kaze and his companions into the room. Upon seeing Noki and a glimmer of mischief flickered in Hinata Kaze's eyes as he approached Mifune, extending his hand with a smile. General Mifune, greetings. I am Hinata Kaze, leader of the Wind Organization. Mifune regarded the young man before him, exuding a calm demeanor that piqued his curiosity. He shook Hinata Kaze's hand, smiling. The name of the Wind Organization precedes you. Pray, what brings you here today? Hinata Kaze withdrew his hand, deliberately glancing at Noki and taking his time to respond. Ah, that is indeed a lengthy tale. At this, Noki and A's heart sank, instinctively clenching their fists, their vigilance heightened as they scrutinized Hinata Kaze. Under their watchful gaze, Hinata Kaze pulled out a chair and sat down slowly, with Guren and Kurikiba standing behind him. Before anyone could exhale a sigh of relief, Hinata Kaze abruptly slammed his hand on the table, shouting, Noki, how dare you conspire with Kumogakure against me? The losses my organization has suffered are significant. How shall we reconcile this matter? The sudden outburst left everyone momentarily stunned. The tension in the room thickened, with Nakis and A's allies on high alert. Their muscles tense as they focused on the audacious youth. Yet, surprisingly, Noki and A felt a degree of relief. They secretly chuckled at the boy's impetuousness, realizing that he could not contain his emotions after being outmaneuvered, thus bringing the matter to the forefront. Hinata Kaze's behavior reassured them considerably. Had he swallowed this slight calmly, they would have sought ways to undermine the Wind Organization. After all, a youth so astutely calculating would keep them awake at night. A, known for his fiery temperament, could not help but retort, Young man, do enlighten us. What is the reason for the Wind Organization's presence in the Land of Water? As soon as he spoke, Mifune and the others recognized the apparent inconsistency, their gazes sharpening as they turned toward Hinata Kaze. Only Noki silently cursed his recklessness, thinking, how could Hinata Kaze be so brazenly seated here, and yet leave such an obvious flaw in his defense? A confident smile crept across Hinata Kaze's lips as he replied, Ah, your words are rather amusing. The Land of Water, as a neutral territory, has always welcomed various factions. What is amiss with my Wind Organization seeking dialogue and cooperation? It is you two ninja villages that have resorted to violence on the borders of this neutral land, disregarding the peace of the ninja world. As he spoke, Hinata Kaze turned his gaze toward Mifune. General Mifune, you have long championed peace and neutrality. Would you be so kind as to adjudicate this matter? Who is truly undermining the hard-won peace we cherish? Mifyun's brow furrowed as his eyes darted between Hinata-kaze, Noki, and A, a flicker of doubt taking root in his mind. Noki, inwardly furious at A's impulsiveness, quickly interjected, Hinata-kaze, do not attempt to obfuscate the issue. The actions of your wind organization in the Land of Water are far from mere dialogue and cooperation. Our two ninja villages only acted upon intelligence received to maintain order in the ninja world. Feigning surprise, Hinata-kaze raised an eyebrow. Oh, what intelligence did you receive, Noki? Pray, share it with us. If there truly exists a threat to the ninja world, my wind organization shall not turn a blind eye. However, if your claims lack substantiation and are mere slanders, do not blame my organization for being unyielding. At that moment, Hinata-kaze's visage was one of righteous indignation, presenting himself as a victim of baseless accusations, leaving those present in a state of uncertainty regarding the true nature of the conflict. Chapter 53. The quarrel. Even the astute Noki found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. It would be utterly foolish to admit that he had conspired with the Reikage against Hige-kaze, for if such a revelation were to spread, it would be a disgrace for two great nations to secretly conspire against a smaller one. Left speechless, are we? We had originally agreed to scheme against the Cloud Village, yet you have betrayed me at the first opportunity. Hige-kaze's agitation grew, his finger pointing accusatorily at Noki as he bellowed in anger. This caused Naka's face to flush with embarrassment, as the matter had been discussed in private and should not be brought into the open. However, unencumbered by subtleties, felt his expression darken upon hearing Hige-kaze claim that Noki intended to join forces against him. Ah, Noki, you old fool. No wonder Darui fell into this brat-ass ambush. It appears you two are playing a deceitful game against me. Yet this was not what infuriated the Reikage the most. Originally, they had agreed to collaborate, first to suppress the wind organization and subsequently extract greater benefits from Hige-kaze. Yet, the reality was that both sides had suffered losses in the hundreds without achieving anything. The training of a single ninja often consumes years. And considering the deceased were at least of CH Nin rank, such casualties would be a significant blow, even for a great ninja village. Hige-kaze understood the necessity of preventing these powerful nations from uniting, reflecting on the Fourth Great Ninja War, when 5 villages gathered 80,000 elite ninja. And that was not the entirety, as each village retained a reserve force, averaging around 16,000 per village. He trembled at the thought of them joining forces against him. Noki hastily waved his hand, attempting to defend himself. Do not heed this child's baseless accusations. He is sowing discord. But ablaze with fury, paid no mind to Naka's explanations, slamming his hand on the table and rising to glare at Noki. At this juncture, you still wish to deny it? Hige-kaze presents a compelling case. Do you take me for a fool? Hige-kaze feigned innocence and grievance. I believe partnering with Lord Tsuchikage would usher in a new order for the ninja world, yet he has proven so treacherous. This fa victim had only further incensed his face darkening as he glared at Noki. Mitsuba observed the chaotic scene with growing perplexity, stating solemnly, Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Reikage, if this matter is indeed as Hige-kaze claims, your actions are quite improper. Noki, in a state of urgency, sought a way to quell A's wrath without revealing the truth, yet the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The scene was nothing short of dramatic. Noki felt as though he were a mute suffering in silence, while A's face was a mask of indignation. Hige-kaze, akin to a manipulative green tea, continued to incite discord, exacerbating the conflict between the two. As the representative of the neutral nation, Mitsuba took in the expressions of the trio, fully aware that both the Wagakure and Kumogakure were at fault. A glance at their respective guards revealed a readiness for confrontation, an unspoken threat of violence should discussions falter. Alas, Mitsuba sighed in resignation. Little did he know, this sigh would ignite the powder keg, transforming the once quiet meeting room into a cacophony. Hige-kaze placed one foot on his chair and the other on the table, unleashing a tirade. You two lack any sense of shame. Together you're over a century old, yet you bully a mere child like me. Bristled at this remark, feeling insulted. In the prime of his life, he felt that to equate him with the elderly Noki was an affront. When I was a ninja, you were still in diapers. What gives you the right to lecture me? Noki, equally enraged, exclaimed. You arrogant brat, consumed by ambition and intent on disrupting the ninja world, yet here you are, casting blame upon us. Do you truly believe we are powerless against you? Hige-kaze feigned grievance yet persisted. I am solely devoted to the peace of the ninja world, striving to create a better order for all, while you conspire against me, who truly lacks awareness of their station. A scoffed derisively. Peace? Is your version of peace merely the expansion of your wind organization? Spare us your pretentiousness. Noki chimed in. Indeed, you selfish wretch, how dare you speak of peace? Do not masquerade as virtuous. Hige-kaze trembled with rage. You two bully the weak, and yet you are so brazen. Today, I have witnessed the true face of the shadows of great nations. With this declaration, he hurled the tea before him, splashing Noki unexpectedly. Though the three had been embroiled in a heated debate, they still retained some semblance of composure. However, this act of defiance was the last straw for Noki. As Hajie Kaze moved toward A, Noki retaliated by flinging his own cup of tea. In a twist of fate, Hajie Kaze deftly employed a technique akin to Taichi, redirecting the splashed tea onto A's face. This ignited a fury, and all guards, taken aback by Hajie Kaze's audacity, stood frozen in shock. A's fist connected with Naka's eye, and chaos erupted as the three men became entangled in a brawl. However, none dared to utilize chakra, mindful of their location in the Land of Iron. A full-blown altercation would surely tarnish the Land of Iron's reputation, perhaps even inciting military pressure from other nations. Never underestimate the might of the Land of Iron. Its samurai possess formidable strength, having maintained neutrality among the 5 great ninja villages. Mitsuba observed the trio, a senior, a youth, and a middle-aged man, engaged in a scuffle akin to ruffians, veins pulsing on their foreheads. Their guards remained wary, each side prepared to retaliate should the other make the first move. I had a firm grip on Hajie Kaze's hair, who, in turn, clutched Naka's beard, while Noki held A's nose, creating a peculiar stalemate. With none willing to relent, Mitsuba, unable to bear the sight any longer, bellowed, "Enough!" As the leaders of the ninja world, how can you conduct yourselves in such a manner? His voice reverberated like a thunderclap throughout the meeting room. The trio paused momentarily, yet still showed no intention of releasing their grips. Mitsuba rushed forward, striving to separate them while imploring, "If you wish to maintain your standing in the ninja world, cease this folly. Do not provide amusement for other nations." At Mitsuba's insistence, the three reluctantly let go of one another. Hajie Kaze adjusted his disheveled attire, feigning indignation. "Lord Mitsuba, you see, they have conspired against me, and I was left with no choice but to resort to such measures." Noki, nursing his injured eye, seethed with rage, pointing at Hajie Kaze. "You wretched child, you have deliberately caused this chaos. I will not let this go." A coldly huffed, brushing off the dust from his garments, remarking, "Humph, Noki, were it not for the Land of Iron today, you would regret crossing me. And you, Hajie Kaze, do not think you can easily escape." Mitsuba shook his head in resignation. All parties involved share culpability in today's events. Should you continue to act so impulsively, the ninja world will descend into chaos. I suggest we conclude this matter here. Each of you should return and reflect, lest you provoke further conflict. Though Noki and A still smoldered with anger, they recognized the futility of continuing under Mitsuba's mediation. Meanwhile, Hajie Kaze secretly reveled in his triumph, having deepened the rift between a Wagakure and Kumogakure, drawing closer to his ultimate goal. Chapter 54. Collaborating with AI, Mitsuba exerted all efforts for several hours in mediation. Yet the discord among the three remained unresolved, escalating into more fervent disputes. Having lived a considerable portion of his life, today he was enlightened, witnessing the creative artistry of insults. Hinata Kaze's tongue was like a rapid-fire cannon, leaving Noki utterly bewildered. Had it not been for Darui and Ki's relentless restraint, AI would have lunged forward to silence Hinata Kaze. In exasperation, Mitsuba had no choice but to suspend the meeting. Each of the three, accompanied by their guards, was led by a samurai from the Land of Iron to take a respite. Shortly thereafter, Hinata Kaze, guided by a samurai, arrived at the lounge where AI was situated. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and Darui opened the door to find Hinata Kaze standing there, looking utterly fatigued. "What brings you here?" "I come to discuss collaboration." "Darui, who is it?" AI's resounding voice emerged from within the lounge. Darui turned and called out, "Boss, it's Hinata Kaze. He says he wishes to discuss collaboration with you." Upon hearing this, AI was momentarily taken aback. They had just been embroiled in a fierce argument in the conference room, and now he sought to negotiate collaboration? This boy must be harboring ulterior motives. With a disdainful snort, he declared, "Let him in. I am curious to hear what tricks this little rascal has up his sleeve." Upon hearing AI's response, Hinata Kaze stepped into the room, his expression earnest as he addressed the seated AI. "Lord Rakage, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused in the conference room. I come today with utmost sincerity, genuinely wishing to discuss collaboration with you." AI cast a scornful glance at Hinata Kaze. "Collaboration? Do you truly believe I can trust you? I am well aware of the matters between you and Noki." Hinata Kaze quickly interjected, "Lord Rakage, that was all part of Naka's scheme. He sought to use me to undermine the strength of the Hidden Cloud Village, and it was only later that I discerned his nefarious intentions." AI furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Hinata Kaze intently, attempting to discern any hint of deceit on his face, and coldly stated, "Speak then. How do you propose we collaborate? If you cannot present a convincing argument, do not blame me for turning my back on you." Hinata Kaze's heart surged with excitement upon hearing AI's words. Even if the collaboration were to fail, the enmity between the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud villages would undoubtedly deepen, thereby offering him space for development between these two great ninja villages. After all, this collaboration would inevitably preclude any possibility of maintaining peace with the Hidden Stone village. Noki would not allow him to thrive in tranquility. Then, Hinata Kaze produced a map, pointing to several locations upon it. "Lord Rakage, please observe these two places in the Land of Stone and the Land of Grass." AI followed his gesture, pondering for a moment but failing to glean any insight. Aren't these merely minor territories controlled by your wind organization? You cannot be suggesting I should take them? His guard, He, overhearing this, could not help but cover his face and shake his head, inwardly musing. Boss, this is their territory. How could they possibly relinquish it? Furthermore, these locations are so far from the land of lightning. What use could they possibly serve? They would merely be a burden. Hinata Kaze smiled and shook his head. Lord Rakage, you may find these insignificant places beneath your notice. However, observe the areas that encircle them. They are precisely at the borders of the land of Earth. Upon hearing this, AI examined the map closely, his eyes widening in realization. Indeed, as Hinata Kaze had said, these locations severed the connections between the land of Earth and the lands of wind and fire. Should the land of Earth find itself in peril, reinforcements from other regions would be unable to arrive in a timely manner. Even if they wished to intervene, as long as the wind organization opposed it, the losses would be catastrophic. As AI pondered the prospect of collaboration, he interjected, pointing to the region between the land of stone and the land of grass. What about the land of rain? Although you may traverse this area unscathed, Hanzo the Salamander would not jeopardize his standing with the other great nations for your sake. Would he? As AI considered Ki's pointed observation, Hinata Kaze couldn't help but admire the power of the Akatsuki, as well as Nagato's leadership. Currently, the Hidden Rain village was under the control of Nagato's 6 Paths of Pain, yet this remained unknown to the outside world. The people of the Hidden Rain village knew who their leader was, yet they had refrained from disclosing this information for an extended period. You need not worry about this. I have already established cooperation with the Land of Rain, and they will not interfere. Upon hearing Hinata Kaze's assertion, AI felt a stirring within. If what Hinata Kaze claimed was indeed true, collaborating with the Wind Organization could strategically impose significant pressure on the Hidden Stone Village. However, he remained skeptical. For Hinata Kaze was exceedingly cunning, and their previous encounters had rendered him wary of placing his trust easily. AI crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Hinata Kaze. You claim to have reached an agreement with the Land of Rain. Do you have any proof? Moreover, even if the Land of Rain does not interfere, once this collaboration commences, it will undoubtedly provoke a fierce backlash from Noki. How confident is your wind organization in withstanding such a response? Hinata Kaze had anticipated AI's inquiries. With poise, he retrieved a piece of white paper embedded with chakra from his robes and presented it to AI. This is the token of my cooperation with the Land of Rain. The markings on it are unique to the Hidden Rain village. Should you doubt it, you may send someone to verify. As for the potential backlash from the Hidden Stone Village, the Wind Organization has naturally devised countermeasures. We have already established multiple layers of defenses along the borders of the Land of Waterfall and are constantly reinforcing them. Furthermore, once the collaboration is in place, should the Hidden Cloud Village and the Wind Organization join forces, Noki will need to weigh his own strength before acting rashly. Ki, still skeptical, furrowed his brow, feeling that the risks were considerable. Boss, this matter requires thorough deliberation. Although Hinata Kaze's words seem plausible, there is no guarantee that there are no hidden traps within. Moreover, collaborating with the Wind Organization will inevitably arouse suspicion from other ninja villages, potentially damaging our reputation in the Hidden Cloud Village. AI did not respond immediately to Ki but fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Hinata Kaze waited patiently for AI's reply, knowing that he must not push too hard, lest he provoke the opposite effect. The room fell silent, the only sound being the soft rhythm of breathing. Knock, knock, knock. Just as they contemplated the possibility of collaboration, a knock at the door interrupted them, followed by a voice. Lord Fourth Rakage, Lord Mitsuba requests your presence to continue the unfinished meeting. May I inquire if the Wind Leader is with you? His guard has already proceeded to the conference hall. Upon hearing this, AI ceased his contemplation regarding the collaboration. He observed Hinata Kaze as he folded the map and rose to exit, pausing at the door. We shall discuss the matter of collaboration once this meeting concludes. With that, he led Darui and the furrowed-browed Ki towards the conference hall. A sly smile flickered across Hinata Kaze's face as he followed closely behind AI, making his way to the conference hall as well. Chapter 55, Werewolf Killing in the Iron Country's Conference Hall. They entered the hall, followed closely by Hinata Kaze. The expression on Anoki's face darkened instantly as he pondered privately. How did these two 13s come together? Could it be that they reached a consensus to deal with the Earth Country? As the two took their seats, Mikage announced the commencement of the peace talks once more. Behind she was preoccupied with the thought of why Hinata Kaze chose to confront Anoki and sought collaboration with the Cloud Village instead. Observing Anoki's perpetually grim countenance and Hinata Kaze's smug smile, he inwardly exclaimed, "This is bad. They've fallen into a trap." Regardless of whether Hinata Kaze and the Cloud Village could ultimately cooperate, it would be challenging for the Cloud Village to ally with the Rock Village in the future. Hinata Kaze retreated to the Rakage's lounge, yet his guards arrived early at the venue, appearing alongside him. At this juncture, regardless of the outcome, Anoki would undoubtedly suspect some collusion between them, especially since he had previously been deceived. Meanwhile, Mikage, who was discussing solutions, also sensed the shift in atmosphere. The three ceased their quarrels. Anoki wore a grim expression, Hinata Kaze appeared cunning, and sat with his eyes closed. lost in contemplation. Mikage cleared his throat, breaking the silence, suggesting that since the atmosphere had softened somewhat, they ought to discuss a resolution. Anoki snorted coldly, his gaze darting between A and Hinata Kaze. I am curious to know what scheme you two are concocting. Hinata Kaze smiled and interjected, I propose that our three parties jointly sign a treaty of peaceful coexistence, pledging non-interference in each other's internal affairs, with the Iron Country mediating any disputes. A opened his eyes and nodded slightly. I find this feasible. Anoki, what are your thoughts? Let it be so for the time being, Anoki replied, though he harbored suspicions about the collusion between the two. He could not openly oppose the idea and gritted his teeth. Thus, under Mikage's witness, the three parties hastily drafted an agreement. This tumult appeared to be settling. Yet behind the scenes, each was secretly scheming for the impending developments. This peace talk yielded substantial benefits for both parties, excluding Anoki. Although Ace suffered considerable losses among his ninjas, following the talks, Hinata Kaze agreed to facilitate trade between the Land of Lightning and the Wind Organization, providing a satisfactory explanation for his village. Anoki's situation was far more dire. Not only did he fail to deceive Hinata Kaze, but he also severed ties with him, ensuring that the Wind Organization would no longer grant him commercial advantages. As for why they would not cease their exchanges, it was evident. If they halted, how would the Earth Country acquire resources, and what profit would Hinata Kaze gain? After all, there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Look at the Reikage. Although he was deceived, he ultimately allied with Hinata Kaze, did he not? Do not underestimate his intellect. His collaboration with Anoki to scheme against Hinata Kaze was merely a ploy to gain insight into the Wind Organization's commercial operations. Upon returning to the Takigakure, the village chief and elders deliberated and expressed their unwillingness to become embroiled in the conflicts of the ninja world. Hinata Kaze, too, was only momentarily disheartened. Throughout his endeavors, he had encountered little resistance, whether collaborating with Orochimaru, Kabuto, or Danzo, all progressed smoothly. The same held true when he subdued Honlin, Haishale, and the people of Hashigakure, leading him to mistakenly believe he could easily conquer Takigakure. However, he faced unexpected challenges. Reluctantly, Hinata Kaze returned with his followers to the Land of Grass. Upon his return, Hinata Kaze swiftly summoned the core members of the Wind Organization for a meeting. With a grave expression, he stated, Takigakure's reluctance to engage in conflicts poses an obstacle to our plans, yet it is not an insurmountable predicament. We must accelerate the development of our strength and fortify our foundation in the stone and grass countries. The core members nodded in agreement. One member spoke up, Leader, should we increase our investment in ninjutsu research and ninja training? With unwavering resolve, Hinata Kaze affirmed, Indeed, and furthermore, we must enhance our intelligence network. Anoki will not relent. We need to stay constantly informed about the movements of the Rock Village. He proceeded to inform them of the general circumstances surrounding the collaboration with the Cloud Village, ensuring everyone was prepared for various changes. Under Hinata Kaze's methodical guidance, the Wind Organization promptly sprang into action, and a covert battle surrounding the dynamics of the ninja world quietly commenced. Presently, the Wind Organization controlled the territories of both the stone and grass countries. However, the combined landmass still accounted for less than one-fifth of a major country. More critically, the number of ninjas was lacking. Within the Wind Organization, excluding core members, there was a severe shortage of high-end combat power. Among nearly 5,000 ninjas, the lower-ranked ninjas comprised half, while the middle-ranked constituted 30%, with particularly the upper-ranked making up only 10%, and there were merely a few hundred upper ninjas and only a handful of elite upper ninjas. As for those of shadow-level strength, none were present, and the numbers of ninjas in the 5 great countries far exceeded those in the Wind Organization. The greatest threat to Hinata Kaze was Anoki of the Rock Village, Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, and that man. Thus, Hinata Kaze contemplated orchestrating a werewolf game among the 5 great nations. Currently, Cayman's merchant fleet was dispersed throughout the ninja world, subtly gathering some wandering ninjas. These individuals did not need to possess exceptional strength, merely a quick wit and persuasive skills. Hinata Kaze intended to infiltrate these wandering ninjas into the various ninja villages, ensuring they were unaware of each other's identities and that they belonged to the same group. This was facilitated by the knowledge Hinata Kaze acquired from Kabuto regarding a technique, mind manipulation sand technique. Initially, he had not thought much of it, but later recalled that Kabuto had once been a spy for Sasori of the Red Sand, suggesting that this technique was likely learned from Sasori. Hinata Kaze conveyed this plan to several trusted members of the Wind Organization. While they regarded it as risky, they also understood the precarious position of the Wind Organization, leaving them with no choice but to take an unconventional route. He meticulously outlined the plan, instructing his confidants to carefully select the wandering ninjas, ensuring they met the criteria and would not easily expose themselves. Once these individuals were embedded, they would be given minor tasks to test their loyalty. Upon confirming their reliability, they would be introduced to the confidential intelligence of various nations. Hinata Kaze remarked with piercing eyes, and his confidants promptly accepted their orders and swiftly set about their tasks. Simultaneously, Hinata Kaze began to personally study the mind manipulation sand technique. He dedicated day and night to mastering it, striving to harness its full potential. After several days of arduous practice, he finally grasped its essence, imagining the future where he could manipulate ninjas from various nations with this technique. Stirring the winds behind the scenes, a confident smile spread across Hinata Kaze's face as he envisioned the 5 great countries descending into chaos under his orchestration. In the Land of Fire, Konoha Village, since Danzo began collaborating with Hinata Kaze, leveraging the methods provided by him, his reputation within Konoha had been steadily rising. Although Tsunade remained unaware of Danzo's ulterior motives, she refrained from interfering, given that he had not taken any actions harmful to the village. On the streets, Danzo, wielding his cane and wearing a benevolent smile, strolled leisurely, greeted warmly by numerous villagers. Lord Danzo, come in for a cup of tea. Want tea you? Lord Danzo, try these 3-color dumplings. Lord Danzo, could you help me name my child? Amidst the villagers' enthusiasm, Danzo responded with a smile, secretly reveling in his triumph. He was fully aware that this acclaim stemmed from the strategies devised by Hinata Kaze, yet he maintained the faade of selflessly dedicating himself to Konoha. Chapter 56, My Opposition in the Root Base. Danzo returned to find a member of Root promptly approaching him with intelligence from other nations. Danzo accepted the scroll and, after perusing its contents, felt a slight widening of his exposed eye as he inwardly scoffed. This kid truly possesses some skill, managing to turn the tables under the combined assault of a Wagakure and Kimogakure. However, the more capable a person, the greater the necessity to eliminate them. Once I ascend to the position of Hokage, he must be dealt with swiftly. Setting aside the scroll, Danzo cast a cold gaze at the Root member and instructed, continue monitoring the Wind Organization. Ensure they remain unaware of our presence. Yes, Lord Danzo, the Root member responded respectfully before swiftly withdrawing. Shortly after the last Iron Country meeting, the major nations received relevant news. Konoha Village, Hokage Tower, Hokage Conference Room. Inside the conference room, clan leaders, Konoha's upper echelon, and numerous elite jonin gathered together. At the head of the table sat Tsunade, who, despite having surpassed 50 years, retained an appearance as radiant as a youthful maiden. Behind her stood her assistant, Shizune, bearing a solemn expression. Tsunade surveyed the assembly and, with her crimson lips parting, spoke, I trust you have all reviewed the intelligence. The wind's wings have now fully unfurled, and it is certain they will pose a threat to Konoha in the future. Do any of you have suggestions for addressing this issue? As soon as her words fell, the conference room erupted into a cacophony of discussions. The gazes of many drifted, whether intentionally or not, toward Hyuga Hizashi, seemingly awaiting his response. However, Hizashi, under the scrutiny of the assembly, kept his eyes tightly shut, feigning indifference while internally grumbling. What are you all staring at? How am I to know he would defect? And to create such a commotion? Silence. One of the senior members seated to the right of the head, Karui, spoke in a low, authoritative tone. Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable weight. The room fell instantly silent, for no one wished to offend the higher-ups over such trivial matters. Seeing this, Karui allowed a faint smile of satisfaction to grace her features. However, to the left, Mito Gates Inazuma felt displeased, irritated that Karui had stolen the spotlight. His gaze swept across the assembly, and in a calm yet commanding tone, he remarked, the Hokage is inquiring about your proposals, not inviting you to a market brawl. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense once more, as everyone lowered their heads in contemplation, hesitant to speak freely. In that moment, Inazuma's expression darkened, clearly displeased by the lack of acknowledgement from the assembly. As soon as Karui spoke, everyone obediently fell silent. Yet when I asked you to contribute, you remained utterly mute. What does that signify? If the assembly could hear his inner thoughts, they would likely cry injustice. Who doesn't he know that the first bird gets shot? The very individual in question, Hyuga Hizashi, had yet to voice his stance, so how could they dare to speak out? Once again, the collective gaze of the assembly turned toward Hizashi, as if trying to bore a hole through him with their stares, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under their scrutiny. Hizashi realized that if he remained silent any longer, he would incite the ire of those present. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. All decisions are to be made by the Hokage. The moment his words echoed, the assembly nearly erupted in applause, barely suppressing their admiration for Hizashi's cleverness. If the situation had been less formal, they might have genuinely clapped for his astuteness. How had they not thought of such a response? A peculiar silence enveloped the room as all eyes discreetly shifted back to Tsunade, awaiting her next directive. At that moment, a vein throbbed on Tsunade's forehead, silently cursing the assembly for their slippery nature. She fought to restrain the urge to strike them and managed to force a smile. However, to the others, this smile bore an ominous undertone. Noticing this, Nara Shikaku, a staunch supporter of the Hokage, stood up. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a steady tone. Hokage-sama, esteemed colleagues. Since Hyuga Kaze's defection, he has not only severely injured Konoha's ninjas, but has also stirred unrest within the ninja world, even consuming the Stone Country. As he spoke, the expressions of the assembly shifted to seriousness, clearly recalling the various actions of Hyuga Kaze. Shikaku continued, while we may not grasp the precise reasons for his defection, Given his past actions, Hyuga undoubtedly poses a significant threat to Konoha. Therefore, I implore you all to present effective recommendations to address this predicament. With that, he gradually returned to his seat. Beside him, Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza barely restrained their applause. His statement, seemingly neutral, adeptly sidestepped all sensitive points while aligning the interests of all with the safety of Konoha. Yet, unbeknownst to many, Shikaku's words concealed a deeper implication. His assertion of uncertainty regarding the reasons for the defection implied that Hyuga actions were not solely the fault of the Hyuga clan, but rather stemmed from some uncontrollable factors. Thus, the Hyuga clan appeared as victims, suggesting that should Hyuga attack Konoha, other clans would also suffer. Upon hearing this, Hizashi felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, internally acknowledging, this fellow truly knows how to speak without leaving a trace. The conference room fell silent once more, as everyone exchanged glances, none wanting to be the first to speak. Tsunade's smile grew increasingly dangerous as her fingers unconsciously tapped the table, as if counting down to something. I believe we should promptly capture Hyuga, stated Shiratori. His tone resolute. With the Wind Organization's power rapidly escalating, if we do not take action soon, Konoha will find itself in a precarious position once they fully consolidate their strength. The atmosphere in the conference room grew even more grave. His proposal was straightforward, lacking any circumlocution, evidently stemming from his recent experience of being defeated by Hyuga in the Land of Bears, which heightened his sense of threat. As soon as he finished speaking, two voices rang out simultaneously. I concur. So do I. The assembly turned to find that the speakers were none other than Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage, and his fiancée the Genjutsu master, Kurenai Yuhi. Both had suffered at the hands of Hyuga, possessing first-hand experience of his threat. Asuma, cigarette unlit between his fingers, wore a serious expression. Hyuga strength and ambition cannot be underestimated. We cannot afford to remain idle. Kurenai nodded in agreement, adding, the actions of the Wind Organization have already tarnished Konoha's reputation. If we do not act swiftly, other smaller nations and ninja villages may follow suit, rendering the situation even more difficult to control. Their statements plunged the conference room into a brief silence once more. Clearly, the threat posed by Hyuga transcended mere theoretical speculation. It had become a palpable crisis. Tsunade nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping across the assembly. It appears the proposal to capture Hyuga has garnered some support. Are there any further opinions? Though her tone remained calm, a sharp glint in her eyes hinted that it was time to make a decision and cease the endless deferrals. Hizashi remained silent, eyes still closed, yet his brow furrowed, revealing inner turmoil. Meanwhile, the clan leaders and senior members exchanged glances, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, contemplating how to express their stance. I oppose. Chapter 57, The Umbrella I oppose. A somber voice shattered the silence of the conference room. The attendees turned to find that it was Shimura Danzo, who had remained silent until now, seemingly just an observer. No one expected him to voice dissent at this moment. Tsunade furrowed her brow, a simmering anger rising within her. Yet she managed to suppress her emotions and coldly inquired, oh, pray tell, Danzo, what objections do you have? Her tone was laced with repressed fury, as if she would have hurled a chair at Danzo's head had there not been others present. Danzo was acutely aware that if he did not provide a reasonable explanation, Tsunade would not let the matter rest. Gripping his cane, he slowly rose, his expression calm, yet chilling. Ladies and gentlemen, my opposition is not to the capture of Hyuga, but rather to the large-scale offensive against the Wind Organization. He paused, casting his gaze over the assembly. Surely, you are all aware of the ongoing conflict in the Land of Water? The clan leaders and elite ninjas nodded in acknowledgement, evidently informed about the strife in the Land of Water. Sensing their agreement, Danzo felt a sense of satisfaction, relishing the feeling of control and authority. His ambition for the position of Hokage intensified at that moment, though he maintained an outward composure. The joint schemes of Awagakure and Kumogakure had ultimately led to significant losses at the hands of the Wind Organization. Danzo continued, his tone tinged with a note of caution. I do not wish to raise others' spirits at the expense of our own, but have any of you considered the repercussions of failure? The reputation of Konoha would plummet to its nadir. His words cast a heavier pall over the atmosphere in the room. The attendees exchanged glances, evidently stirred by Danzo's insinuations. Seeing the effect of his words, Danzo pressed on, the strength of the Wind Organization should not be underestimated. Rash actions will only leave us vulnerable. I propose that instead of a full frontal assault, we should discreetly undermine their power, waiting for the opportune moment to strike decisively. Tsunade listened, her brow knitted. Although she felt discontent with Danzo's suggestion, she could not deny the validity of his argument. Taking a deep breath to quell her anger, she coldly asked, then, Danzo, do you have a specific plan? Danzo smiled faintly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Indeed, I have some preliminary ideas, but I require your cooperation. Once again, the conference room fell into silence as everyone weighed Danzo's proposal. Tsunade fixed her gaze on him, internally wary of the old fox. What schemes was he truly concocting? The atmosphere remained tense, with Danzo's proposal prompting deep contemplation among the attendees. Yet, no one stepped forward to explicitly support or oppose his stance. Danzo noted this with a silent smirk, understanding that the ultimate decision still lay with Tsunade. Resigned, he slowly sat back down, closing his eyes in silence, as if detached from the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, his mind was busy plotting another scheme. How could I allow you to capture Hyuga now? What would become of my aspirations for the Hokage? Until I ascend to that position, I, Danzo, shall be his umbrella? Elsewhere, Tintin and Mito Minju exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion at Danzo's intentions. What was his true motive? Was it to undermine Tsunade's authority? Yet, his proposal seemed to carry some merit. Not only were these two high-ranking individuals perplexed, but even Nara Shikaku, known for his intelligence, found it difficult to decipher Danzo's motives. He furrowed his brow, pondering what benefits Danzo could gain from such actions. Did he harbor ulterior motives? However, the covert collaboration between Danzo and Hyuga was known only to their inner circles, remaining undetected by outsiders. This clandestine alliance rendered Danzo's strategies even more enigmatic. In the conference room, most clan leaders leaned towards supporting Danzo's cautious approach, advocating for prudence to avoid hasty actions. Conversely, the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, along with the Hyuga clan, remained silent, seemingly unconvinced by Danzo's proposal. The elite Jonin, however, held differing views, preferring direct action over the complexities of familial interests. In the early morning light, Asuma Saratobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and others voiced their support for an offensive against the Land of Grass and the Wind Organization, asserting that Hyuga threat must be swiftly eradicated. Tsunade observed the divided opinions in the room, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Taking a deep breath, she rapped her knuckles on the table. Since opinions are so varied, we shall adjourn today's meeting. I will consider everyone's suggestions before making a decision. Dismissed. As Tsunade's words echoed in the room, the attendees began to rise and exit. Danzo remained, eyes closed in contemplation, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. Yet, a subtle smile curled at the corners of his lips, betraying a hint of satisfaction. Hyuga, do not disappoint me, he silently mused. In the Land of Water, at Kirigakure, the situation had gradually stabilized following the alliance with the Wind Organization, with prosperity even surpassing previous times. The streets bustled with life, shops thrived, and ninjas resumed their training and missions, breathing new vitality into the village. However, the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, found no relief in this newfound stability. Since assuming her role, she had been inundated with a deluge of paperwork and was tirelessly striving to restore Kirigakure's strength. Despite her exceptional abilities, this lifestyle left her feeling utterly drained. In the Mizukage's office, Terumi Mei sat in her chair, gazing out the window at the scenery, unable to suppress a sigh. She rubbed her temples, inwardly lamenting. Why can't I lead a simple, unremarkable life? I long to find a handsome man to marry. Her mind conjured a beautiful vision of herself in a pristine wedding gown, standing beside a dashing groom in a hall adorned with the blessings of friends and family. The air suffused with happiness. Yet, as she reveled in this enchanting daydream, the office door was abruptly flung open with a crash. Bang! The loud noise jolted Terumi Mei back to reality. She looked up to see one of her guards, Ao, rushing in, breathless and clutching a scroll of intelligence tightly. Water. Mizukage. Ao stammered, but he was met with a chilling glare from Terumi Mei, who seemed ready to devour him whole. Curse that fool for interrupting my wedding dreams, she seethed internally. It turned out that just moments ago, she had been daydreaming about stepping into the sanctity of marriage when Ao's entrance shattered her reverie. The delightful fantasy evaporated in an instant, leaving her understandably irritable. Sensing Terumi Mei's wrath, Ao broke out in a cold sweat and quickly lowered his head, cautiously stating, Mizukage, I apologize for the interruption. But this information is critical and requires your immediate attention. Taking a deep breath to temper her anger, Terumi Mei replied, hand it over. Ao promptly passed the scroll to her, then retreated to a corner, holding his breath in trepidation. Terumi Mei unfurled the scroll and skimmed through its contents, her brow gradually furrowing. Her expression shifted from anger to seriousness, ultimately taking on a grave demeanor. The movements of the Wind Organization, indeed. They are not to be taken lightly, she murmured to herself. Noticing her serious demeanor, Ao could not help but inquire, Mizukage, is something amiss? Terumi Mei closed the scroll, her gaze penetrating as she stared out the window. It appears our partners are once again on the move. Ao, summon a high-level meeting immediately. We must reassess our relationship with the Wind Organization. Yes, Mizukage. Ao replied promptly, hastily exiting the office. Jiamei Ming rose to her feet and approached the window, gazing at the bustling misty hidden village in the distance, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. It seems that my plans for marriage must be postponed once more. She smiled wryly, then quickly regained the dignified demeanor befitting her role as the water shadow. However, prior to that, I must first ensure the safety of the village. She turned and walked towards her desk, beginning preparations for the upcoming meeting. The sunlight streaming through the window bathed her in warmth, illuminating her resolute and beautiful silhouette. Chapter 58. Betrayal in the Land of Water. At the Hidden Mist Village's conference room, a gathering of elite mist ninjas sat upright, casting furtive glances towards the entrance, anticipating the arrival of two significant figures. At the elevated seats above, several high-ranking officials had already taken their places, yet the two central positions remained conspicuously vacant. Tap, tap, tap. The steady sound of footsteps resonated from outside the door, prompting everyone to turn their heads in unison. In walked Terumi May, supporting an elderly man leaning on a cane, followed closely by her two guards, Ao and Chjr. This venerable figure was none other than the esteemed elder of the Hidden Mist Village, the Sennin. Approaching his 90th year, his spirit remained undiminished, and his gaze reflected a wealth of wisdom born from a lifetime of experience. As a legendary figure who had lived through the era of the first Mizukage, the Sennin commanded immense respect within the village. With utmost care, Terumi May helped the Sennin to his seat before taking her place beside him at the main table. Her actions were imbued with profound respect and gratitude, for the Sennin was not only her supporter but also her mentor. To facilitate her rapid growth, he had willingly emerged from retirement to oversee crucial matters on her behalf. A heavy silence enveloped the conference room as all present held their breath, waiting for the Sennin and Terumi May to speak. The Sennin cleared his throat gently. Although his voice was somewhat hoarse, it resonated with strength. Esteemed colleagues, the purpose of today's gathering is to deliberate on a matter of great significance for the future of the Hidden Mist Village. His gaze swept across the assembly, continuing. As you are likely aware, the activities of the Wind Organization have become increasingly frequent, encroaching upon the interests of our land of water. As members of the Hidden Mist Village, we must respond accordingly. Terumi May seized the moment to speak, her tone steady and resolute. The Sennin is correct. The ascendance of the Wind Organization poses a threat to the balance within the ninja world. While we have previously collaborated with them, the current situation necessitates a reassessment of our relationship and the formulation of appropriate strategies. Her words ignited a murmur of low discussions among the attendees, clearly reflecting their concerns regarding the movements of the Wind Organization, coupled with a growing anticipation for the forthcoming actions. The Sennin nodded slightly, expressing his approval of Terumi May's performance. He rose slowly, tapping his cane gently on the floor to command silence. Everyone, the future of the Hidden Mist Village rests in your hands. I implore you to unite in effort, contributing to the prosperity and safety of our village. His words struck like a hammer, resonating deeply within each heart present. The assembly straightened their postures, their gazes filled with resolve and determination. Terumi May too stood, her eyes scanning each individual present. We shall now engage in a detailed discussion regarding our strategies to counter the Wind Organization. I encourage everyone to voice their thoughts freely in service of our village's future. Once more, silence returned to the conference room, the atmosphere now more solemn than before. All understood that the ensuing discussions would shape the trajectory of the Hidden Mist Village. The Sennin settled back into his seat, a glimmer of satisfaction evident in his eyes. He recognized that Terumi May was steadily evolving into a competent Mizukage, and under her leadership, the future of the Hidden Mist Village would shine ever brighter. In the land of grass, at the base of the Wind Organization, wisps of smoke rose lazily into the air, the aroma of grilled meat wafting about. A group of individuals sat in a circle, laughter and chatter filling the atmosphere. The brothers F. Jean and Rai Jean indulged heartily, ravenously stuffing their mouths with various dishes as if they could never be satiated, while the group reveled in the delights of food and merriment. High GAF's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of vibrant red hair fluttering in the distance. His heart skipped a beat, yet his expression remained composed. You all carry on. I'll fetch some seasoning, he announced casually as he stood. All right. F. Jean and Rai Jean continued their feast, oblivious to the underlying tension. Do you need me to go with you? Asked Karen casually. You're the best, hurry back, chimed in the others, entirely unaware of High GAF's ulterior motives. With a swift technique, High GAF vanished from sight. Slipping away, they can perish while I remain unharmed, he chuckled inwardly, unhesitant in abandoning his comrades. However, shortly after his departure, SH Rin stormed onto the scene, her vivid red hair flowing in the wind, every strand seemingly radiating her fury. Without a word, she kicked over the grill. Feasting? I'm investigating spies, and you're here partying and indulging. Her voice was almost deafening, leaving the gathering momentarily paralyzed. Karen bowed her head, silent and still, too afraid to utter a word. Hikaira and Midori exchanged glances, silently cursing. Damn it, the leader fled without a word. The others huddled together, trembling like quails, lamenting, our leader is truly lacking in loyalty, abandoning us. Had High GAF been aware of their thoughts, he would have chuckled and remarked, what do we rely on in this life? Naturally, it's the betrayal of comrades. With her arms crossed, SH Rin's gaze pierced through the group like a blade. Do you think the affairs of the Wind Organization are of no concern to you? Or do you believe I, as the intelligence officer, am merely a decorative figure? The group hastily shook their heads, expressing their utmost respect. SH Rin scoffed, continuing from this moment forth. All of you are to investigate spies. Anyone caught slacking off will face my wrath. Her tone was laden with menace, prompting the group to spring into action, ready to fulfill their tasks. F. Jean and Rai Jean cast longing glances at the discarded grilled meat, murmuring, but we Haven Tea finished eating. One stern look from SH Rin silenced them, and they obediently followed the others. In the distance, Higaf concealed himself behind a large tree, stealthily observing the unfolding scene. A smirk played on his lips as he thought, "Thank goodness I left quickly, otherwise, I would be the one in trouble now." He patted his chest and exhaled deeply before turning to depart, content to remain in the shadows. Life within the Wind Organization continued, filled with both joy and treachery. Chapter 59 in this game, the soothsayer bears full responsibility. In the land of grass, the Wind Organization's base has witnessed the swift passage of 6 months. While this duration may seem brief in the context of the ninja world, the events that transpired during this time have subtly altered the very fabric of the shinobi landscape. The Wagakure took the lead, promoting a multitude of ninjas. Although their abilities varied, the sheer number signaled a resounding declaration: a Wagakure remains formidable. Kumogakure, not to be outdone, adjusted its strategy following the failure of its previous collaboration with the Wind Organization. They not only elevated numerous ninjas but also began recruiting wandering ninjas from within the Land of Lightning. However, Kumogakure's intelligence division meticulously vetted these wanderers to prevent the infiltration of spies. Such maneuvers by these two great ninja villages naturally raised the vigilance of others. Kirigakure similarly promoted numerous exceptional ninjas, yet they refrained from recruiting wandering ninjas like a Wagakure and Kumogakure. Through their collaboration with the Wind Organization, Kirigakure acquired abundant resources and further strengthened their internal training, steadily enhancing their capabilities. Konohagakure and Sunagakure maintained a watchful stance, their alliance robust. As long as they were not simultaneously besieged, they harbored no fear of the actions taken by other villages. However, internal discord within Konohagakure, stemming from Danzo's muddying tactics, led to delays in the capture of Hinatafu. Upon hearing this news, Hinatafu gazed at the intelligence scroll in his hand, scratching his head in bemusement. A wry smile gracing his features. "So, you're telling me that our infiltrated werewolves not only succeeded in entering the major villages, but some even ascended to grassroots leadership positions?" His words left everyone present momentarily stunned. Over 6 months ago, Hinatafu orchestrated a werewolf operation, embedding a select group of undercover agents, the so-called werewolves, within the major villages. Yet, no one anticipated the ineptitude of these villages' intelligence departments, the soothsayers, which, after verifying their identities, categorized them as civilians and even promoted them to significant roles. In this round, the soothsayer bears full responsibility. "Boss, this is utterly ridiculous." Black Hole could not help but voice his disbelief. "Are these intelligence departments merely ornamental?" Honglian chuckled in amusement. "It seems our werewolves have performed so well that even the soothsayers were deceived." Hinatafu shook his head, a look of resignation crossing his face. "It appears we overestimated their vigilance. Nevertheless, this is fortuitous for us." He rose, surveying the gathered members, his tone infused with excitement. "Since they have successfully infiltrated their ranks, we must seize this opportunity. Our next step is to await the opportune moment to dramatically reshape the ninja world." Nods of agreement and glimmers of excitement flickered in their eyes. The Wind God and Thunder God, stuffing their mouths with food, mumbled, "Boss, shall we commence our actions?" Hinatafu smiled, patting their shoulders. "Patience, the real spectacle has only just begun." In the conference room, the members exchanged knowing smiles, as if already envisioning the future brilliance of the Wind Organization. The winds of change in the ninja world were quietly shifting. In the Land of Rain, in Amigakure, torrential rain poured down, shrouding the village in a dense mist. In a concealed chamber, a massive stone statue loomed at the center, its arms outstretched like petals. And most fearsome were the 9 tightly shut eyes upon it, the fabled Outer Path statue. Buzzing, several ethereal projections materialized in the chamber. As Pain and Conan slowly opened their eyes, their gazes coldly sweeping across the assembly. This was the Akatsuki's secret meeting place, gathering rogue ninjas from various villages, each possessing strength at or beyond the level of a Kage, the rogue from a Wagakure, the explosive artist Deidara, the rogue from Sunagakure, the puppet master Sasori of the Red Sand, the core member of Akatsuki, the angel of paper Conan, the immortal cultist Haiden, the rogue from Takigakure, the wielder of the earth grudge Fear Kisame, the rogue from Kirigakure, the tailless beast Kisame, the rogue from Konoha, the genius of the Uchiha clan Itachi Uchiha, the wielder of the Rinnegan, the leader of Akatsuki, Pain, and lurking in the shadows, the underlings, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. Once all members' projections appeared, Pain's emotionless gaze swept across the assembly, his voice cold and authoritative. The tailed beast capture plan officially commences. He paused, his gaze landing on Sasori and Deidara. "Sasori, Deidara. The one-tail, Shikaku, is your responsibility." Deidara's lips curled into an excited grin. "Is it finally time to begin?" "Humph. Art is an explosion. And I will ensure that Shikaku witnesses my ultimate art." Sasori's expression remained impassive, his voice low and gravelly. "The one-tailed Jinchuriki is merely a minor figure from Sunagakure. The task will be completed swiftly." Pain nodded, continuing, "Everyone else, prepare yourselves. The tailed beast capture operations will commence in phases. Remember, our goal is to collect all tailed beasts, fulfill the Eye of the Moon plan, and bring true peace to the ninja world." Itachi Uchiha stood quietly to the side. his gaze profound, as if contemplating something. Kisame grinned broadly, ready for action. I can't wait to unleash my might. Haiden brandished his blood-stained scythe, exclaiming excitedly, for our lord. The evil god, I will ensure those tailed beast Jinchuriki experience excruciating pain. Kakuza shot Haiden an irritated glance, his tone impatient. Stop with the theatrics. Remember to divide the spoils once the mission is accomplished. Konan stood quietly beside Pain, her gaze betraying a hint of worry, quickly concealed. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu exchanged hushed laughter from the shadows. The plan has finally commenced. We are one step closer to our goal. Pain cast a final glance at the assembly, his voice cold and resolute. Let us act for the future of Akatsuki. As his words faded, the projections gradually dissipated, leaving only the 9 closed eyes of the outer path statue, ominously heralding the storm to come. The Akatsuki's tailed beast capture operation had officially begun. Meanwhile, in Konohagakure, Naruto and Sakura were engaged in training assessments with Kakashi, unaware that the winds of change were silently sweeping through the ninja world, heralding an impending storm that would engulf all. In the land of wind, Sunagakure, nestled within an endless desert, stands as the most inhospitable and resource-poor of the 5 great ninja villages. Were it not for the prior Kazekage's ability to manipulate magnetism to extract gold from the sand, Sunagakure might have long been expelled from the ranks of the 5 great villages. However, despite the harsh conditions, under the leadership of the new Kazekage, Gaara, Sunagakure has begun to flourish anew. With his immense power and composed intellect, Gaara has guided the village toward prosperity. Yet, not all embrace this young Kazekage. The reason is simple. Gaara is the Jinchuriki of the One-Tail, Shikaku. In the ninja world, Jinchuriki are often viewed as harbingers of misfortune, objects of fear and disdain among villagers. Even with Gaara as Kazekage, many harbor resentment towards him, secretly questioning his leadership capabilities. In the desert, as the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the land, 2 figures clad in red cloud-black robes, their heads adorned with hats, traversed the searing sands, leaving long footprints in their wake. Their destination, Sunagakure. As night descended upon the hidden sand village, an air of tranquility enveloped the surroundings. However, this serenity was soon shattered. A white clay bird silently soared over the village, and upon it sat Deidara. A smirk danced upon his lips as he clutched several miniature clay bombs in his hands. Boom, boom, boom. The faint sounds of explosions echoed, and before the guards could react, they were quietly dispatched. Within the Wind Shadow's office, Gaara stood by the window, his gaze calmly surveying the village below. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, sensing an anomaly. He lifted his eyes to the night sky, his focus honing in on the white clay bird. Sand began to flow from his gourd, encasing his form. In the next instant, he vanished from the room. Mission accomplished. Deidara leapt from the clay bird and crouched atop a building, muttering to himself. Excitement flickered in his eyes, as though he could already envision the completion of his task. Yet, as he raised his gaze, a figure bearing a gourd stood silently before him. Sand trickled from the gourd's mouth, poised to unleash an attack at any moment. Sandstorm. Gaara. Deidara grinned, a hint of provocation in his tone. At last, they met. The waves of sand surged forth, relentlessly advancing towards Deidara. He swiftly leaped to evade the assault, simultaneously retrieving clay from his pocket and shaping it into several small birds. Art is an explosion, he exclaimed, launching the clay birds into the air as he formed hand seals. Ha! Boom! 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 The violent explosions reverberated through the night sky, thoroughly disrupting the tranquility of the sand village. Standing atop the waves of sand, Gaara's expression remained steely. He understood that the battle of this night was merely in its infancy. Chapter 60. The actor's self-cultivation in the night sky. Explosions erupted in a cacophony, with flames and yellow sand intertwining to create a chaotic tableau. The fierce battle between Gaara and Deidara captivated the attention of all. As the shinobi of Sunagakure looked up in awe, yet none dared to intervene. Below, Kankuro stood with a furrowed brow filled with apprehension. Tamari was en route to Konohagakure. Unable to join the fray, Gaara was left to confront his formidable foe alone. However, while everyone was engrossed in the aerial conflict, in a secluded corner of Sunagakure, dozens of shinobi quietly melded into the crowd. Within a concealed structure, these shinobi gathered in a hidden edifice, exchanging glances before softly reciting the secret code. Close your eyes. The night is dark. Werewolves, open your eyes. Upon confirming the code, their tense nerves finally relaxed. One individual approached the wall and gently knocked on a brick, revealing a hidden compartment from which he extracted a book. The cover bore the bold title, The Actor's Self-Cultivation. This group consisted of werewolves planted within Sunagakure by Inada, functioning as undercover agents. They had been subjected to a mind-altering technique, only regaining consciousness under specific circumstances, thereby recognizing their true identities. All right, everyone, our mission is clear. The lead agent murmured. Our current standing in Sunagakure is precarious. We must rely on our acting skills and performances to elevate our status, enabling us to support the organization in the future. Nods of agreement circled the group as they convened to study the actor's self-cultivation. They understood that only through honing their craft could they establish a foothold in Sunagakure and even ascend to higher ranks. Remember, our objective is to blend into Sunagakure and earn trust, not to arouse suspicion, another agent cautioned, emphasizing the need to behave like ordinary shinobi, especially during such turbulent times. Once more, they nodded in unison before swiftly dispersing, silently returning to their respective posts. The aerial battlefield, the clash between Gaara and Deidara raged on. Waves of sand surged forth like a tempest, while Deidara adeptly evaded attacks with his clay birds, launching counterstrikes with clay explosives. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated, illuminating the night sky of Sunagakure as if it were midday. Gaara stood atop the surging sands, his gaze steely. He recognized that this battle was not merely a test of strength, but also a trial of his capabilities as Kazekage. Sand funeral, he declared, sweeping his hands to summon the sands to grasp at Deidara. Yet, Deidara, with the agility of his clay birds, narrowly escaped the onslaught once more. Haha, your sand is far too slow. Deidara laughed, fashioning another clay bird. Art is an explosion. He hurled the clay bird skyward and formed seals with his hands. Boom. A violent explosion echoed, causing the structures of Sunagakure to tremble under the shockwave. Below, Kankuro clenched his fists, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. He knew he could not intervene in the battle and could only silently pray for Gaara's victory. Meanwhile, the recently awakened undercover agents mingled among the crowd, behaving like any other shinobi. Their eyes glimmered with complex emotions, as if contemplating future plans. The fate of Sunagakure was subtly shifting. The werewolves of the Wind Organization had begun their actions. After an intense battle, Deidara ultimately triumphed over Gaara at the cost of an arm. Had it not been for his determination to protect the village, Gaara would not have been distracted and would not have fallen victim to the concealed clay bombs hidden in the sand. Nevertheless, even in his final moments before unconsciousness, Gaara summoned the willpower to expel the sands enveloping Sunagakure, averting the village's destruction. His actions deeply moved the shinobi of Sunagakure. Kazekage-sama. The shinobi gazed at the unconscious Gaara, their eyes filled with respect and concern. They finally recognized this young Kazekage, understanding that he was not only a powerful shinobi but also a leader willing to sacrifice everything for the village. Quick, retrieve Kazekage-sama. The shinobi sprang into action, attempting to reclaim Gaara from Deidara's grasp. However, Deidara, utilizing the speed of his clay birds, swiftly retreated from the battlefield, vanishing into the night sky. Seeing this, Kankuro wasted no time in pursuing him, his eyes aflame with anger and determination, followed closely by several Sunagakure shinobi. We cannot allow them to take Gaara. Kankuro gritted his teeth, quickening his pace. As Kankuro chased after Deidara, two werewolves exchanged knowing glances below Sunagakure and nodded slightly. They silently trailed Kankuro's group, maintaining a safe distance. Our task is to ensure the intelligence is relayed without exposing our identities, one of the werewolves whispered. The other nodded in agreement, understood. However, should the opportunity arise, we might subtly assist Kankuro to gain his trust. The two quickly reached a consensus, following Kankuro's team from a distance, blending in as mere ordinary shinobi of Sunagakure. Boom. As they trailed behind, an explosion erupted at the exit, sending boulders tumbling. By the time they arrived, Maki had also brought a group of Sunagakure shinobi to the scene. Kankuro was seen cradling two individuals, evidently having saved them at great cost. This explosion was a trap set by Sasori. From the onset of the invasion of Sunagakure, the captain of the entrance guard, Yura, had revealed his true identity as a spy planted by Sasori. This was the reason why the invasion went unnoticed. While Deidara battled Gaara, Sasori had already laid his trap. Kankuro gently set down the two individuals, instructing Maki to tend to the injured, before resuming his pursuit alone. Retrieve the Kazekage, no matter the cost. Two voices echoed in unison as they closely followed Kankuro. Hey, you two. Maki, noticing others pursuing, intended to caution them to be careful. Yet they had already vanished into the distance. Unbeknownst to him, they were undercover agents. Their reason for pursuing and shouting was rooted in the performance and judgment outlined in the actor's self-cultivation. It was evident that most of the individuals on the ground were deceased, and the two rescued by Kankuro had only sustained minor injuries, rendering a large rescue team unnecessary. Moreover, they were not medical shinobi, remaining there served little purpose. Subsequently, the two exchanged glances, clearly agreeing that calling out to assist the Kazekage would garner them greater credit. And thus, they disregarded everything else and closely tailed Kankuro. We're not medical shinobi. Staying behind serves no purpose, one werewolf murmured. Indeed. Following Kankuro to rescue the Kazekage will yield greater accolades, the other nodded in response. The two shared a smile before quickening their pace, closely trailing behind Kankuro. Chapter 61. Life is a play, all dependent on performance. In the vast desert, two individuals followed the footprints etched in the golden sand. Along their path, the footprints diverged into three directions, with the central trail clearly indicating the presence of an additional person. Thus, they continued their pursuit along the middle track. Before long, they beheld a shadowy figure engaged in combat ahead. As they drew closer, they discovered the ground littered with shattered puppets, and Kanjiro lay unconscious nearby. More bothersome minions have arrived. A hoarse, deep voice dripped with irritation. Upon witnessing this scene and seeing the poisoned Kanjiro, the two individuals, under the perplexed gaze of the scorpion, inexplicably began to peruse a book they had produced. Upon reaching the page detailing the feigning injury strategy, they halted, their eyes glinting with excitement as they charged toward the scorpion. Clang! Bang! The scorpion was utterly baffled by their actions moments ago. The iron-like tail of the crimson flow had seemingly struck them, yet it felt as though it had not. In no time, the scorpion deciphered the source of this peculiarity. The two tore their garments, discarding the iron plates that protected their chests, and hurled them with force. Subsequently, they retrieved a vial, uncorked it, took a sip, and promptly spat it out. Now even more perplexed, the scorpion wondered, what are these two doing? Are they staging a farce? Wait, was that blood they just drank? Following this, the two began to pummel each other relentlessly until their bodies were bruised and battered, then collapsed onto the ground, glaring menacingly at the scorpion. Damn it! It's our fault for being incompetent and failing to rescue Lord Gaara. As the words escaped their lips, the scorpion finally grasped the situation. Either these two were not truly from Sunagakure, or they were merely seeking to take credit for a victory. He chose to disregard them and slowly made his way in the direction that Deidara had departed. For he had to seal the one tail and had no time to waste on these two clowns. Shortly after the scorpion's departure, one of the individuals produced a signal flare and shot it into the sky. Whoosh bang! The desert sky was clear, and the brilliance of the signal flare stood out conspicuously. After firing the flare, the two collapsed. They've been located. They are here. Quickly, medical team, these two are severely injured and require immediate assistance. Lord Kanjiro has been poisoned. This is dire. It's a toxin we have never encountered before. We must return him at once. Not long after the signal flare was dispatched, ninjas from Sunagakure arrived to offer support, and the medical team promptly attended to the three individuals. The two werewolf-like figures were relatively unscathed, appearing worse off than they truly were. However, Kanjiro's condition was dire, as he was not only injured but also severely poisoned. Once they were transported back to Sunagakure after receiving treatment, the two werewolves were deemed stable, but the toxin affecting Kanjiro posed a significant challenge for the medical staff. In desperation, they sent a message to their allied village, Konohagakure, seeking aid. In the land of fire, Konohagakure, an urgent report reached Tsunade's hands. After a quick perusal, she hastily summoned Kakashi and his Team 7. Before long, the trio arrived at the Hokage's office. At that moment, aside from the traitorous Sasuke Uchiha, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura stood before Tsunade. From the moment he entered, Naruto wore a beaming smile, but upon hearing Tsunade's account, his expression swiftly morphed into one of fury and disbelief. It turned out that Gaara, the fifth Kazekage of Sunagakure, had been abducted following an invasion by enemies after his defeat. As allies of Sunagakure, Konohagakure was obliged to extend their assistance. Tsunade immediately issued an urgent S-rank mission to Team 7 to assist Sunagakure in reclaiming Kazekage Gaara. After receiving their orders, the three set off without delay. Not long after their departure, Shizen arrived to report that Team Guy, led by Might Guy, had completed their mission and returned. Tsunade, with little time to spare, assigned them an urgent task as well, instructing them to aid Kakashi in supporting Sunagakure. Concerned for Gaara's safety, and with Naruto's eager insistence, the group hastened their journey, reaching Sunagakure in just over a day. As Tsunade's prized disciple, Sakura immediately headed to the medical room upon arrival to treat the poisoned Kanjiro. Meanwhile, due to the relationship between Kakashi and the elder Chiyo of Sunagakure, a minor conflict arose. Fortunately, it was resolved through the mediation of Ero Sennin, allowing both parties to temporarily set aside their animosities and opt for collaboration. At that moment, they urgently needed to gather detailed intelligence to ascertain Gaara's whereabouts. Soon, they arrived at the hospital room of the two injured Sunagakure ninjas. You two did exceptionally well. Though you were unable to recover the Kazekage, you have showcased the unity of Sunagakure. Upon entering the room, Ero Sennin first extolled the two. After all, while others hesitated to pursue, they bravely charged forward without fear of death. His subsequent words were aimed at Kakashi, intending to convey that despite the Kazekage's plight, Sunagakure remained steadfast. Kakashi, discerning the underlying message in Ero Sennin's remarks, chose to remain silent. After all, if he were to voice his true thoughts, it would undoubtedly bring shame to Sunagakure. Steadfast indeed? With the Kazekage in peril, only 3 individuals ventured to rescue him, one of whom is Kanjiro, Gaara's brother. Is this a jest? In response to Ero Sennin's praise, the expressions of the two shifted to one of profound anguish, and suddenly, they burst into inconsolable tears. We're sorry, Elder. It is our inadequacy that prevented us from rescuing Lord Gaara. We should pay the ultimate price for our failure. Their heart-wrenching cries, coupled with their words, stirred the emotions of all present, prompting Naruto to rush to comfort them, his face equally marred by sorrow. You are both good children and the pride of Sunagakure. You must rest and recover. Once you regain your strength, Sunagakure will not neglect you. As he gazed upon this scene, Ero Sennin's eyes glistened with tears. Striving to console the two, he silently lamented that Sunagakure still possessed worthy talents. Perhaps once this crisis passed, he could take these two under his wing for careful nurturing. Subsequently, Erosenin inquired about Gaara's circumstances. However, how could the two possess any knowledge on the matter? They had pursued blindly, only to find Kanjiro collapsed. Intending to interrogate where the Kazekage had been taken, but faced with an overwhelmingly powerful foe, they had no choice but to fire a signal flare and retreat. Despite not acquiring any valuable intelligence, Erosenin expressed his intent to make arrangements once the two recovered, and the group subsequently departed. Meanwhile, the medical staff in the hospital room held the two in high regard, regarding them as true heroes of Sunagakure. Beneath the unseen covers, the two clutched their thighs tightly, fearing they might burst into laughter, and the tears they shed were entirely from the pain they could barely endure. Life is indeed a play, all reliant on performance. Chapter 62. The Strategist. At the same time, news of the defeat and abduction of the 5th Kazekage from Sunagakure spread throughout the ninja world. In the Land of Grass, at the base of the Wind Organization, upon hearing this news, Honglian and others hastily gathered around Hinata Kaze. Everyone felt that this was a fortuitous opportunity. Although the Land of Grass was not as barren as the Land of Wind, its resources were still limited and its area compact. In contrast, the Land of Wind, with Sunagakure situated in the desert, boasted natural geographical defenses. Any enemy wishing to invade would need to invest substantial resources and manpower. Thus, they believed that, amidst the turmoil within Sunagakure, Hinata Kaze should lead an attack to seize the village. Leader, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, exclaimed Chin Kue, visibly excited. Indeed, leader. With the Kazekage captured, we must take Sunagakure, marking the beginning of our unification of the ninja world, echoed Shinchao Man. Others chimed in with their encouragement. Yet they found Hinata Kaze's expression to be calm and untroubled. Kaze, do you harbor other concerns? Xianglin speculated, noticing his silence. Upon hearing Xianglin's inquiry, Hinata Kaze finally revealed a faint smile, acknowledging the intelligence within the organization. First, although Gaara has been captured, let us not forget that he is not the highest authority in Sunagakure. Secondly, can we truly seize Sunagakure with our current manpower and strength? More critically, Sunagakure has an alliance with Konohagakure. Despite our ongoing expansion, the Wind Organization's foundation pales in comparison to the 5 great ninja villages. The Wind Organization was initially formed by wandering ninjas, and even though we now possess ninjutsu scrolls, nurturing our own forces requires time. Moreover, the Werewolf Project is already taking shape, serving as a vital piece for our future confrontation with other ninja villages. Yet, I am acutely aware that these efforts alone are far from sufficient. The group fell into a momentary silence, contemplating his words. They realized the truth in his assessment. Currently, they were situated near the Land of Earth, and should they launch a large-scale assault on Sunagakure, Iwagakure would undoubtedly intervene. Furthermore, recalling the previous incident in the Land of Water, despite their current cooperation with Kumogakure, who could say that Iwagakure would not act surreptitiously. Such matters leave no room for negligence. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Let us continue to strengthen our lower ranks, Hinata Kaze concluded. We require more time, more resources, and more werewolves. With no other option, the others reluctantly abandoned the idea. Hinata Kaze merely urged them to focus on fortifying the organization's lower ranks. He hoped that the developments in Sunagakure would mirror those of the original story, thereby weakening the Akatsuki's strength. While he could not directly intervene in the situation of Sunagakure, he had his own plans in mind. He aspired for the plot of Sunagakure to unfold as it did in the original narrative, thus diminishing the power of the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki's goal was the tailed beasts, and Shikaku, the one-tail, was merely the beginning. Hinata Kaze murmured to himself, let them exhaust each other's strength. We shall merely reap the benefits. Although unable to make significant moves for the time being, the Werewolf Project of the Wind Organization was steadily progressing. These infiltrators in various ninja villages would become pivotal forces in reshaping the landscape of the ninja world. Standing atop the base, Hinata Kaze gazed into the distance with profound contemplation. He understood that the rise of the Wind Organization was merely a matter of time, and the tumult of the ninja world would soon undergo significant transformation. However, was reality truly as he envisioned? Not entirely. At this moment, Sunagakure was mired in both internal strife and external threats, while Konoha was taking actions in accordance with the original narrative. The interference from Danzo hindered Tsunade from smoothly advancing various matters. Among the 5 great ninja villages, only Kirigakure was developing unstably without restraint. What of the other 2 villages? Do not presume that only the werewolves of Sunagakure would awaken. Hinata Kaze's werewolf project was not confined to Sunagakure. In the various ninja villages, members of the Wind Organization were gradually awakening, realizing their true identities. These individuals appeared no different from ordinary ninjas, yet upon purchasing goods, they received a special gift, the actor's self-cultivation and the 36 stratagems. These books served not only as their operational guidelines but also as key instruments for elevating their status. Armed with this wisdom, they began to make their mark in the various ninja villages, even gaining access to core intelligence. Due to the residual effects of the incident in the Land of Water, Iwagakure and Kumogakure had signed a peace agreement, yet the covert competition had never ceased. Both sides dispatched numerous ninjas to stir trouble along the borders, attempting to create chaos within each other's territories. However, unbeknownst to them, some of these troublemakers were the awakened werewolves. For these werewolves, the clandestine rivalry between a Wagakure and Kyomogakure presented an excellent opportunity to earn merit. Intense battles ensued beyond the borders, and although neither side deployed top-tier forces like the Jinchuriki, the scale of the conflict remained formidable, leaving nearby smaller nations in a state of trepidation. Moreover, due to the presence of werewolf infiltrators within both factions, each side suffered considerable losses. As night fell, a profound silence enveloped the vicinity of Kymogakure's main camp, interrupted only by the occasional sound of wind and the chirping of insects. Perched upon a large rock, a figure sat, a cigarette held between his fingers, with smoke gently wafting upwards, clearly lost in thought. "Hey, Akai, what are you pondering here?" A familiar voice broke the quietude as Akai looked up to find Darui, an elite Jainin from Kyomogakure. Darui held a bottle of sake, a relaxed smile gracing his face as he settled beside Akai. "Darui, I was contemplating how to break the enemy's strategy," Akai replied with a slight smile, his tone tinged with fatigue. Darui chuckled, offering the sake bottle. "Care for a drink?" Akai frowned slightly, shaking his head in refusal. "Darui, during wartime, I suggest we avoid alcohol." Darui raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, you're quite the cautious one." Akai had joined Kyomogakure during its expansion, having barely passed the strength assessment at that time. However, no one anticipated that he would not rely on brute strength but rather on intellect. In numerous encounters with the Wagakure, Akai's strategies had repeatedly aided Kyomogakure in avoiding peril. He had now become an indispensable strategist within the Kyomogakure camp. Recalling the recent battles, Darui felt a twinge of headache. The Wagakure had deviated from its usual straightforward confrontation style, opting instead for ambushes, traps, and tactics of luring the enemy. Were it not for Akai's cunning, Kyomogakure would have likely suffered considerably under a Wagakure's strategies. "Akai, why do you think a Wagakure has suddenly become so crafty?" Darui sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. Akai smiled faintly, his gaze deep. "Perhaps they too have acquired their own strategist." Darui nodded, his respect for Akai deepening further. He patted Akai on the shoulder. "With you here, I feel much more at ease." Akai smiled in return, but did not elaborate. His gaze drifted once more into the distance, his mind pondering another matter entirely. Chapter 63. Deception and Strategy in the Camp of a Wagakure. As night descended, a young man crouched beneath a tree, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His brow furrowed in concentration as he murmured to himself, "Damn it, how could they see through my plan so quickly?" He was none other than the young ninja of a Wagakure, Kyomogakure. For some time, he had been devising strategies for a Wagakure. Initially, his tactics had inflicted considerable damage upon Kyomogakure. However, merely 2 days later, Kyomogakure began to tread carefully, uncovering all of his schemes and traps, leading to a stalemate. "Kyomogakure, why are you here alone?" A deep voice resonated through the air, and Kyomogakure looked up to see the commander of the battle, Taichi, an elite jonin of a Wagakure. Taichi was robust, both in physique and intellect, his capabilities unquestionable as one of the future leaders in the Fourth Shinobi World War. Taichi approached Kyomogakure and patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not lose heart, Kyomogakure is no easy opponent either." Kyomogakure sighed, a bitter smile playing on his lips. "Lord Taichi, I just didn't expect them to unravel my strategy so swiftly." Taichi chuckled lightly, his tone imbued with comfort. "You have performed admirably. It is essential to recognize that Darui of Kyomogakure is not a mere figure." His rapid response was anticipated. Reflecting on the recent battles, Taichi felt a wave of nostalgia. Initially, he had been skeptical of Kymogakure's boldness in confronting Kyomogakure directly. However, the elemental disparity, earth versus lightning, had placed a Wagakure at a disadvantage. After much persuasion from Kyomogakure, Taichi had decided to embrace his strategies, which ultimately caused Kyomogakure considerable distress. "You, my friend, are utterly shameless," Taichi remarked with a wry smile, recalling the audacious tactics involving excrement to disrupt Kymogakure's camp. Kyomogakure shrugged, a sly grin emerging. "In war, victory is all that matters. The means are inconsequential." His unconventional strategy had indeed thrown Kymogakure's camp into disarray. Under the cover of darkness, Iwagakure's ninjas launched excrement into Kymogakure's encampment, saturating the area with a foul stench. The following day, Kymogakure's ninjas appeared lethargic. Even with water and wind techniques to cleanse the filth, the tents remained damp, and the air still reeked. Seizing the opportunity, Iwagakure launched a surprise attack, catching Kymogakure's ninjas off guard, which led to Kymogakure's ascension as the military strategist for Iwagakure. However, Kyomogakure soon adapted its tactics, becoming increasingly cautious in countering Iwagakure's schemes. Kymogakure's traps and baiting strategies were systematically unraveled, resulting in another deadlock. "Lord Taichi, we require a new strategy," Kyomogakure declared, extinguishing his cigarette, determination glinting in his eyes. Taichi nodded solemnly, inquiring, "What do you propose?" Kyomogakure smiled slightly, whispering, "Since they've seen through our schemes, let us feign exhaustion. Then, we shall deliver them a surprise." Taichi's eyes sparkled with appreciation. "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. The following dawn, Darui led a contingent of Kumogakure's ninjas toward Iwagakure's camp, though they encountered several traps along the way. These had been preemptively addressed by Akai. Suki, once again employing baiting tactics, appeared to be retreating, as if Iwagakure had exhausted its options. Both sides engaged in a chase, yet curiously, the cunning strategists Kumogakure and Akai were absent from the fray. Meanwhile, flames engulfed the Kumogakure camp. Lord Kumogakure, the enemy camp is unguarded. We can only salvage a portion of the supplies. The rest, as per your instructions, shall be incinerated, reported an Iwagakure ninja respectfully. Without contesting the title of Lord, the respect Kumogakure had garnered for his strategies was evident. However, upon hearing the report, Kumogakure's face contorted with confusion. No guards? That seems improbable. Such an important camp could not be left unmonitored. A sense of unease gripped him as he recalled the report. Darui had taken a limited number of ninjas, pursuing Suki. Suddenly, a dreadful thought struck him. This is bad. We must return. Kumogakure shouted, swiftly turning back with the Iwagakure ninjas. Conversely, a similar scenario unfolded outside the Iwagakure camp. Flames raged as Akai led his Kumogakure ninjas, their mission accomplished. Lord Akai, the supplies in Iwagakure's camp have been destroyed. What shall we do next? Inquired a Kumogakure ninja. Akai smiled slyly. Mission complete. It is time for us to return. Yet, just as they prepared to withdraw, Akai's brow furrowed in realization. Something is amiss. How could Iwagakure's camp be so easily breached? A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he quickly recognized he might have fallen into a trap. Quickly, back to the camp, Akai commanded, hastening his Kumogakure ninjas in retreat. Kumogakure and Akai, two cunning wolves positioned in Iwagakure and Kumogakure, displayed remarkable sagacity in this battle. Kumogakure had employed the strategy of deception, leading Kumogakure to believe Iwagakure was out of options, while planning a surprise raid on Kumogakure's supplies. Meanwhile, Akai had executed a feigned retreat, making Iwagakure assume that Darui's objective was merely to repel them, while his true goal was the destruction of Iwagakure's resources. Both leaders hurriedly directed their respective forces back to their camps. Unlike before, they did not opt for the right detour but made a beeline homeward. Resulting in an awkward encounter, both sides converged in the same path. As strategists of their factions, the two wielded decisive authority. They instructed their subordinates not to act rashly. For the second rule of the Wolf Code explicitly stated, ensure personal safety without revealing one's identity. They both relied on intellect. A confrontation seemed absurd. If one were to strike, the other would undoubtedly flee. Seeing that neither party exhibited the intent to engage, the two approached each other with two guards in tow, signaling to their comrades to remain at a standstill. In this tense moment, both understood the other's true identity but were compelled to maintain appearances. Soon, the forest echoed with a cacophony of insults. You Iwagakure ninjas are all. That Yuki is especially. You Kumogakure are nothing but. That Reikijin is even more so. Their faces flushed with anger, the two lambasted each other's villages with fervor. Had it not been for their respective guards restraining them, it seemed an all-out brawl might have ensued to defend their village leader's honor. Kumogakure's guard whispered, Lord Kumogakure, remain calm. Do not stoop to their level. Akai's guard urged similarly. Lord Akai, do not act impulsively. We have a mission. Feigning residual ire, Kumogakure and Akai glared at each other fiercely before retreating with their respective forces. In the midst of this chaos, their subordinates momentarily forgot the devastation awaiting their camps. The truth behind it all was, as they distanced themselves, both Kumogakure and Akai bore subtle smiles, a hint of amusement gracing their lips. Impressive acting, Kumogakure mused inwardly. It appears he is indeed a clever individual, Akai reflected similarly. Chapter 64. A deceptive maneuver. As night approached, Darui and the Earth Ninjas called a ceasefire, each leading their men back to regroup. Darui returned to the camp with the weary Cloud Ninjas, only to be met with a scene that nearly left them breathless. The once orderly camp had been reduced to charred remnants, supplies were destroyed, tents reduced to ashes, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of smoke. What has happened here? Darui's face turned ashen, nearly choking on his own breath. Seeing this, Akai hurriedly stepped forward, kneeling on one knee and bowing his head in apology. My lord Darui, this is my fault. I will pay for this with my life. His voice was filled with a mix of guilt and resolve, as if he had made peace with the consequences of his actions. Darui regarded the young strategist with a complex array of emotions. He understood that the destruction of the camp could not solely be blamed on Akai. After all, it was Darui who had consented to the feint strategy proposed by Akai. If blame were to be assigned, it would lie with the cunning of the Rock Village. Other Cloud Ninjas began to speak in Akai's defense. My lord Darui, we cannot blame Lord Akai. The enemy is simply too cunning. Indeed, Lord Akai even led us to burn down the enemy's main camp. Yes, we have merely returned to the same starting point. Their voices were filled with admiration and support for Akai. Darui sighed in exasperation at the rallying of his men, who said I was blaming him. He stepped forward, lifting Akai to his feet, his tone resolute. Were it not for Akai, we would have been crushed by the enemy's schemes. I will inform Lord Reikij that the responsibility for the camp's destruction lies with me. Darui's words moved the Cloud Ninjas deeply. The nature of war entails both victory and defeat, yet their leader and strategist were willing to shoulder all the blame. Such accountability and courage ignited their morale in an instant. My Lord Darui, Lord Akai, we will surely reclaim our honor. Yes. What is the Rock Village to us? The Cloud Village shall never yield. The spirits of the Cloud Ninjas soared, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the Rock Village's camp, a similar scene was unfolding. Before long, news returned to their respective ninja villages. Anoki and AI, informed by the front lines, learned of the progress of the battle. With no other options, they arranged for supplies to be sent to the battlefield. They praised those in their ranks who had proven capable of strategizing, promising rewards upon their return to the village, regardless of the outcome of the battle. In the temporary camp of the Rock Village, Yukai sat in his tent, his expression grave, having not touched a single bite of dinner. His mind raced with thoughts of future plans, filled with complex emotions. Huangtu entered the tent carrying a bowl of porridge, noticing Yunkai's furrowed brow, mistakenly believing he was still blaming himself for the camp's destruction earlier in the day. Yukai, you cannot blame yourself this time. Do not dwell on it. Please eat something. Yukai returned to himself, forcing a smile as he accepted the porridge. Thank you, Lord Huangtu. I am merely contemplating our next course of action. Huangtu nodded, patting his shoulder. You have done well. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. However, Yunkai's thoughts were not on self-reproach. He was contemplating how to secure achievements while ensuring self-preservation in the aftermath of defeat. The Rock Village had once boasted ample supplies, yet after the day's raid, they had enough provisions to last only 3 days. If action was not taken soon, the Rock Village would have no choice but to retreat. Yunkai took the porridge, but did not eat it immediately. Instead, he spoke softly. Lord Huangtu, I have an idea. Huangtu raised an eyebrow. Oh, do tell. Yunkai's gaze deepened as he slowly articulated 4 words. Cut off the supply. Simultaneously, Akai, within the temporary tent of the Cloud Village, was pondering the same strategy. The Cloud Village's supplies were equally dwindling, and if action was not taken soon, they too would have to withdraw. Cut off the supply. Akai murmured to himself, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. This tactic, known as cutting off the firewood from under the pot, implies addressing a problem at its root. In warfare, the most direct method is to sever the enemy's supply lines. Both Yukai and Akai had arrived at this conclusion almost simultaneously. As the convoy transporting supplies moved toward the battlefield, the members suddenly felt a chill creeping up their spines, as though some dreadful presence was watching them. On the third night, to successfully intercept the enemy's supply lines, Huangtu and Darui led their forces to launch a surprise attack on the enemy camp, executing a deceptive maneuver. The long line of supply transporters moved cautiously through the darkness, their carts laden with provisions. Having traveled day and night, the ninjas escorting the supplies were utterly exhausted, with many grumbling quietly. When will this end? Just hold on a bit longer. We are nearly at the front lines. Yet, just as they were at their most fatigued, an unsettling chill swept over them, as if they were being targeted by something terrifying. Something's not right. Everyone, be cautious. Attack. A sudden battle cry shattered the tranquility of the night. Akai, concealed in the shadows, calmly directed the elite team of Cloud Ninjas. The Cloud Ninjas surged forth from the darkness like phantoms, swiftly charging toward the supply convoy of the Rock Village. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Though the Rock Village ninjas were weary, they were elite forces and quickly organized a defense. However, the Cloud Village's assault was too sudden, and coupled with their fatigue, their lines were soon breached. Quick, protect the supplies. The commander of the Rock Village shouted, but it was already too late. The Cloud Ninjas swiftly ignited the supplies, flames leaping high into the night sky, illuminating the darkness. Meanwhile, Yukai led the elite team of the Rock Village, infiltrating the supply routes of the Cloud Village. At the same time, Huangtu and Darui's main forces crossed paths. Both had intended to execute a deceptive maneuver to distract the opponent, only to collide unexpectedly on the way. Huangtu, I did not expect you to have the same idea. Darui scoffed. Likewise, Darui, it seems we are on the same wavelength. Huangtu retorted without hesitation. Without any further words, they engaged in a fierce battle. Earth release, earth flow river. Huangtu formed hand seals, the ground transforming into a torrent of mud that surged toward the Cloud Ninjas. Lightning release, lightning beast pursuit Fong. Darui retaliated swiftly, lightning morphing into a ferocious beast that roared toward the ninjas of the Rock Village. In the midst of their fierce clash, a sudden burst of flames lit up the distant night sky. It was the direction of the supplies. Huangtu's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of foreboding settling in. Darui, too, noticed the flames, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Huangtu is here, and the enemy likely shares the same intention. Huangtu gritted his teeth and shouted, retreat. Quickly retreat. Withdraw. We must support the supply line. Darui echoed urgently. Both sides of ninjas swiftly retreated, hurrying toward the direction of the supplies. However, by the time they arrived, the supplies had already turned to ashes. Chapter 65, The Arrival of Fei as the supply lines were severed. The frontline forces of Awagakure and Youngakure found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Huangtu and Darui led their weary ninjas back to the hastily erected encampment. With our supplies cut off, we have no choice but to retreat, Huangtu lamented. Darui sighed in agreement. I never expected we would find ourselves in such a plight. The mutual assaults between the two factions resulted in a fruitless endeavor, inflicting substantial damage to both resources and personnel. What began as minor skirmishes had escalated into major conflicts. This operation, initially intended as a mere test of strength, had unveiled hidden talents within the opposing camp, who employed ingenious strategies that inflicted grave losses upon their own side. With supplies exhausted, further delay would only lead to starvation. Under the cover of night, both parties hastily procured provisions in a nearby town before retreating to their respective villages. Upon returning to Awagakure, Huangtu took full responsibility for the failure of this operation. Observing this, Yunkai quickly interjected, insisting that the blame lay with him, as all strategies had originated from his council, and thus he should bear the consequences. In the conference room, Ohayaki and several high-ranking officials nodded in agreement. Although this exploratory endeavor ended in failure, it revealed a strategic talent within Iwagakure. Little did they know, Yunkai's insistence on taking the blame was not entirely genuine. While his plans had faltered, Yungakure had not fared any better. It was essential to note that Huangtu was not only an elite jounin of Iwagakure but also the son of Ohayaki. By shouldering the blame, he ensured that Yukai, as the strategist, would not be perceived as irresponsible, potentially facing severe reproach. As the two men argued passionately over accountability, Ohayaki rapped his knuckles on the table. Enough. While we may have suffered a setback, A side has not emerged unscathed either. Ohayaki expressed satisfaction with Yunkai's willingness to accept blame, his last trace of doubt completely dissipated. After all, it was peculiar for an unremarkable individual to suddenly display strategic acumen on the battlefield. However, Yunkai's bold acceptance of blame diminished the likelihood of him being an enemy spy. Careless handling of such a situation could result in dire consequences. Despite the failure of this operation, Yungakure also faced significant repercussions. Yukai, your performance has illuminated your worth to us. You are not only an exceptional strategist but also a responsible ninja. Consequently, the high-ranking officials decided to promote him to special jounin and appoint him as chief strategist. Upon hearing this decision, Yunkai felt both surprised and gratified. He understood that while this failure burdened him with responsibility, it also garnered him greater trust and opportunity. Meanwhile, Akai, situated in Yungakure, faced a similar circumstance and received comparable recognition. Time passed swiftly, and with the support of Kanahagakure, Sunagakure successfully rescued Gaara, the Kazekage. However, the cost of this victory was steep. Although Gaara was saved, the one-tail, Shikaku, had been extracted by the Akatsuki. Devoid of the tailed beast, he was left in a state of profound weakness, requiring an extended period of recovery. More heart-wrenching was the loss of a pillar of strength for Sunagakure Chiyo, the elder. Having lived in seclusion for many years, she had resolutely returned to the fray to save Gaara. Yet, none anticipated that this would mark her last stand. The ninjas of Sunagakure were torn between joy and sorrow. They rejoiced at the return of their young leader, Gaara, who, despite losing the tailed beast, brought newfound hope to the village. However, Chiyo's sacrifice cast a pall of grief over the entire village. Her departure represented not only a tremendous loss for Sunagakure but also a heavy blow to all. Chiyo's brother, Hai Laozong, stood before the monument in Sunagakure. His gaze profound. "Sister, you can finally rest in peace," he murmured, his voice tinged with both solace and sorrow. He knew that Chiyo's children had long perished on the battlefield, and her life had been dedicated to Sunagakure. In her final act, she sacrificed her life to save Gaara, thus providing closure for her grandson, Sasori of the Red Sand. Despite the loss of Chiyo, the ninjas of Sunagakure remained undeterred. They understood that the road ahead was long, and their village needed their continued efforts. Gaara, though bereft of the tailed beast, stood resolute. He gazed out of the Kazekage's office window, observing the village landscape with calm determination. "Chiyo, your sacrifice will not be in vain. I will lead Sunagakure towards prosperity," he vowed quietly. In the land of rain, within the village of Amigakure, the colossal fingers of the outer path statue began to reveal projections. Members of the Akatsuki congregated once more, ready to embark on a new mission. "Ah, a new face," Hoshigaki Kasame remarked, observing the masked figure in place of Sasori, unable to resist a quip. The others turned to look, with Kakuzu casting a dismissive glance before returning his attention elsewhere, his tone laced with disdain. "Pathetic. Taken down by an old woman and a little girl." After sealing the one-tail, Kakashi's rescue team arrived at the Akatsuki stronghold. Deara had lured Naruto and Kakashi away using Gaara's corpse, while Chiyo and Sakura engaged in a fierce battle with Sasori. Ultimately, Sasori met his end at the hands of the very puppets he had crafted from his parents. With his demise, the Akatsuki needed a new member to fill the void. And that new member was none other than the masked Fae. "Ah, I look forward to your guidance, esteemed seniors," Fae's whimsical voice echoed among the gathered members. Laced with jest and levity, Kisame raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Newcomer, don't hold us back." Kakuzu grunted dismissively. "I hope you prove more useful than Sasori." Haiden appeared impatient. "Hey, newcomer, enough chatter, let us get on with the mission." Uchiha Itachi stood quietly to the side, his gaze deep and contemplative, saying little. Paine's cold and authoritative voice broke the silence. "Fae, from this day forth, you are a member of the Akatsuki. I hope you will contribute your strength to our objectives. Fei cheerfully nodded. Rest assured, Pain-senpai, I shall endeavor to do my best. Within the stone visage of Amagakure's architecture, Nagato, in his guise as Pain, sat in quiet contemplation, his gaze penetrating the layers of rain that enveloped the village. His demeanor was stern, as if he were one with the somber skies. Zetsu has returned with news. The discord between Iwagakure and Youngakure is evidently linked to Hinata Kaze. Conan's figure materialized, crafted from white paper, standing behind Pain, her tone calm, yet probing. Should we attempt to recruit him? Pain remained resolute, not turning to face her. His voice frigid and detached. No need. He is not someone who can be swayed. His gaze remained fixed on the horizon, as if pondering something profound. Hinata Kaze's ambitions and methods rival our own. As long as he does not impede our plans, we need not concern ourselves with him. Conan nodded, refraining from further comment. She understood Pain's temperament and recognized the danger posed by Hinata Kaze. However, Zetsu would continue to monitor his movements. Conan added that if he posed any threat to our operations, we would be informed immediately. Pain nodded slightly. His tone imbued with an undeniable authority. The Akatsuki's objective is the tailed beasts in the Moon Eye plan. Everything else is of no consequence. Conan remained silent, simply standing quietly behind Pain, her gaze also directed towards the distant curtain of rain. Chapter 66. The layout in the land of grass, beneath a towering peak. A thunderous shout reverberated through the valley, accompanied by a deafening roar. The summit was cleaved evenly by an immense force, and the colossal mass of rock began to slide downwards, threatening to crush the young boy at its base. The boy crouched low, gazing up at the sky-blocking mountain top, his expression devoid of any trepidation. He gradually raised his hands, gathering an invisible power within his palms. Taichi, dual void palm. With a sudden thrust, the boy unleashed his palms, sending forth two invisible shockwaves that erupted from his hands. Just as they were about to strike the towering summit, the waves merged into a singular, far mightier invisible shockwave that surged towards the peak. Boom. The explosive sound was thunderous as the immense summit shattered under the impact of the invisible force, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Dust and debris enveloped the valley, shrouding it in a veil of gray. As the dust settled, the boy remained steadfast, seemingly unfazed by the cataclysmic event that had just transpired. He was Hinata Kaze, the leader of the Wind Organization. After concluding his training, the young leader hoisted the timber behind him and strode purposefully towards the village, leaving behind neatly severed tree stumps. Is little Kaze back? Oh, has he been sent to chop wood again by Xiaolin? Isn't that the truth? These kids are helping to build houses. Faced with the amiable elders, Hinata Kaze could only manage an awkward smile. After all, a ninja leader being dispatched to gather firewood would surely become a source of ridicule if other great nations were to learn of it. Yet, in the eyes of these common folk, Hinata Kaze did not appear as an exalted ninja. Rather, he resembled one of their younger kin. The land of grass had gradually transitioned from a once chaotic realm to one of burgeoning prosperity. Beside a building, a dozen individuals sat in a circle. In stark contrast to the commotion often found in other ninja villages, the Wind Organization had settled into a tranquil state. In the center lay a map of the ninja world. Now that Sunagakure has returned to stability, we have missed our opportunity, Honglian observed, studying the map alongside recent intelligence. Haikuzura Raiga interjected, pointing towards the land of rain. Not so. Even if we had seized the moment during Sunagakure's turmoil, we would still have had to pass through this territory. The land of rain is a strategic war zone. How could other nations refrain from placing spies there? As the Wind Organization's strength burgeoned, they faced mounting pressure from the great nations. The balance among the five major powers had been maintained for years, and they would not allow a new force to rise unchallenged. We need to seize a location that allows for stable development, Honglian asserted. But the geographical positions of the land of grass and the land of stone were highly disadvantageous. If we act recklessly, we risk being besieged from all sides, leading to our demise. A group of individuals sat in heated debate for quite some time but failed to devise a feasible plan. We should first fortify the defenses of the land of grass before seeking opportunities, suggested King Kue. That is not feasible. The resources of the land of grass are limited. Long-term entrenchment will only lead us to passivity, Xingu Qiao retorted. What do you propose? Should we take the initiative to attack a great nation? Attack a great nation? Have you lost your mind? Our current strength is insufficient to confront any of the major powers directly. As the voices of dissent rose, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Hinata Kaze sat quietly to the side, his gaze fixed on the map, refraining from joining the fray. His fingers lightly tapped the table, as if pondering something profound. Leader, do you have any thoughts? Honglian, noticing Kaze's silence, could not resist inquiring. Hinata Kaze lifted his head, surveying the group with a calm yet authoritative demeanor. Our objective is not to engage the great powers head-on, but to identify an opportunity for stable development. He pointed to a small nation on the map and spoke slowly. Here lies our breakthrough. The group followed his finger, gradually grasping the insight. The land of waves. The land of waves. Situated between the land of water and the land of fire. This nation has a scarce number of ninjas. However, due to Cayman's commercial influence, A significant portion of its economy is under his control. Furthermore, because Cayman is merely an ordinary man, he frequents the Wind Organization, and others perceive him as a collaborator. Only the core members of the Wind Organization are aware that Cayman is, in fact, one of their own. This explains why the economy of the Land of Waves surpasses that of the Land of Grass, a strategic piece set in motion by Hinata Kaze long ago. Observing the position of the Land of Waves that Kaze indicated, Xianglin expressed concern. The Land of Waves is indeed a commendable choice, Kaze. But must we abandon the Land of Grass? Not abandon, merely lay our plans in secret. We will assign some members to covertly proceed to the Land of Waves and join Cayman's merchant convoy. In time, they will serve as our blade inserted between the great nations. The group wholeheartedly believed in Hinata Kaze's words and immediately began discussing which members to send to the Land of Waves. What appeared to be a tranquil time in the ninja world was on the cusp of a significant transformation. Chapter 67, The Position of Hokage in the Land of Wind. Sunagakure. In the aftermath of Daidar's invasion, Sunagakure has united under a common purpose, with Gaara wholly devoted to the revitalization of the village. He has bestowed high commendations upon the two individuals who courageously participated in the rescue mission. Not only have they received generous rewards, but they have also been appointed as gatekeepers to the Kazekage's office, becoming trusted aides to Gaara. This appointment has incited jealousy among the lurking werewolves within Sunagakure, who lament their failure to seize the opportunity to rescue Gaara, pondering that it could have been them standing at the Kazekage's door. Regret, however, proves futile. They can only strive to demonstrate their worth in other ways. Their efforts have led other shinobi of Sunagakure to mistakenly believe that the werewolves are driven by guilt for failing to protect the Kazekage, prompting them to train harder and fulfill their missions with renewed fervor. The atmosphere in Sunagakure has grown palpably tense, with the ninjas embroiled in a competitive spirit. Should Hinata Kaze become aware of this, he would likely deliver a reprimand to each of them, exclaiming, "Is this not making my task all the more difficult?" Outside the Kazekage's office, Kanjiro approached with documents in hand. Greeting with a smile, "Yao, Ing, you both look quite spirited." Since the last time they rescued Gaara and signaled for Kanjiro's successful retrieval, he has shown particular enthusiasm towards them. Unbeknownst to him, even in the absence of these two, the narrative would have unfolded to ensure his rescue. Yao and Ing exchanged glances, sharing a subtle smile. "Lord Kanjiro, you flatter us. We merely fulfilled our duty." Kanjiro patted their shoulders, his tone imbued with gratitude. "Regardless, you saved both me and Gaara. I shall not forget this kindness." The two simply smiled in response to Kanjiro's appreciative gaze. In the Land of Waves, within the opulent estate of the Cayman Trading Company, the atmosphere in the reception hall was palpably tense. Hinata Kaze and Terumi Mei sat across from one another, their expressions calm, as if engaged in casual conversation. Yet, their guards remained on high alert, sharply observing the opposing side. "Ah, so you wish for us to delay Konoha, thus instigating war upon the Land of Wind?" Terumi Mei remarked, her lips pursed slightly, her tone laced with skepticism. "Let us not even consider whether we can indeed delay Konoha, given your current strength." Her sentence trailed off, yet her implication was clear. Given the present capabilities of the Wind Organization, the notion of conquering Sunagakure was utterly preposterous. In the face of Terumi Mei's doubts, Hinata Kaze smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over her guard, Aoi, as he replied calmly, "Indeed, Lord Mizuki's is astute. For I merely suggested that you delay Konoha. I did not specify that it must be now." "Oh, then when shall it be?" Terumi Mei raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident in her tone. Hinata Kaze did not respond directly, instead offering a subtle smile, implying that the timing would be revealed in due course. Aoi, standing behind Terumi Mei, felt a sense of discontent towards Hinata Kaze's demeanor. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the glance Hinata Kaze had cast his way, stirring an unsettling feeling within. "Setting aside your confidence in conquering Sunagakure, Konoha is not to be underestimated," Aoi spoke coldly, questioning. "What incentives can you offer us to delay Konoha?" He paused, continuing, "Without substantial benefits, the Mist Village would never take such a risk. After all, Konoha is formidable. We have no need to jeopardize ourselves for your sake." Hinata Kaze remained unruffled, his gaze steady upon Aoi. "I completely understand your concerns. However, I assure you, the Mist Village will not labor in vain." He paused before elaborating. "The geographical position and resources of Sunagakure are equally enticing to the Mist Village. Should we successfully seize Sunagakure, a bountiful reward awaits." Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei's eyes flickered with interest. "Oh, pray, elaborate." Hinata Kaze smiled subtly, his tone imbued with confidence. "The gold sand resources of Sunagakure, alongside their strategic standing in the Land of Wind, will become the possession of the Mist Village. Furthermore, we can establish a long-term partnership to ensure the Mist Village occupies a favorable position in the future landscape of the shinobi world." Terumi Mei lightly tapped the table, her gaze contemplative. She recognized the allure of Hinata Kaze's proposition, yet understood the substantial risks involved. "Leader of the Wind, your proposal is indeed intriguing," she finally stated. "However, we require time to deliberate." Hinata Kaze nodded, understanding in his tone. "Of course, Lord Mizuki may take her time. Yet, time waits for no one. I hope you can reach a decision promptly." Very well then, leader of the wind, we shall take our leave, Terumi Mei remarked, departing with Aoi and Chijiro. After Terumi Mei, Aoi, and Chijiro had exited, Honglian glanced at the mirror on the back of her hand, confirming their departure, unable to suppress her curiosity. Didn't you previously claim that conquering Sunagakure had no benefits? Why propose such conditions just now? Hinata Kaze smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his voice. Who said I truly intended to attack Sunagakure? Then what was that all about? Honglian inquired, perplexed. This is merely a ruse, Hinata Kaze explained. I have no genuine intention of assaulting Sunagakure. I merely wish for Terumi Mei to be aware that we will take action. This will keep her vigilant and perhaps lead her to initiate contact with us. Honglian's understanding dawned, and she nodded. I see now. You aim to pique the interest of the Mist Village through this means, thus positioning us favorably for future collaborations. Hinata Kaze chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei, Aoi, and Chijiro walked the path back to the Mist Village. Aoi furrowed his brow, a note of concern in his voice. Lord Mizukage, must we truly collaborate with the Wind Organization? Offending Konoha could prove detrimental to us. Terumi Mei chuckled lightly, her gaze imbued with depth. Aoi, you are far too naive. Do you truly believe Hinata Kaze would attack Sunagakure? Aoi was taken aback. Isn't that so? Did he not just propose those conditions? Terumi Mei shook her head, her tone dismissive. That was merely a tactic. If he genuinely intended to seize Sunagakure, he would have struck long ago. Why wait until now? She paused before continuing. At that moment, Sunagakure was vulnerable. With the Kazekage Gaara captured, it was the perfect opportunity for an assault. Yet he remained passive. What do you think is the reason? Aoi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I am but a fool. I beseech you, Lord Mizukage, clarify. Terumi Mei's gaze deepened as she slowly articulated. Hinata Kaze's true objective has never been Sunagakure. He is merely testing us, gauging our willingness to cooperate with him. As for his genuine plans, only he knows. Unbeknownst to her, this clandestine meeting would soon be public knowledge. However, that was a matter for another time. Meanwhile, certain members of the Wind Organization had quietly integrated into the Cayman Trading Company, laying the groundwork for future strategic arrangements. In the Land of Fire, Konoha Village, Danzo has recently been riding high on a wave of confidence. Having successfully restored his reputation, he has shifted from his previously aggressive demeanor to a more tempered approach, secretly courting several clan leaders. Now, during critical decision-making meetings, he finds himself able to stand on equal footing with Tsunade. Despite these decisions being advantageous for Konoha, their implementation often proves challenging, prompting Tsunade to voice opposing views. However, with the backing of the majority of clan leaders, Tsunade is left with little choice but to acquiesce. Danzo's transformation has instilled a sense of caution within Tsunade. She keenly perceives that his actions are driven by a deeper, more insidious agenda. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that Danzo's true ambition had always been that coveted position, the Hokage. What Danzo relished was the authority that came with wielding command. On the surface, he appeared to endorse decisions beneficial to Konoha. Yet in the shadows, he was fortifying his own power, meticulously preparing for a future coup. Chapter 68. The Abnormal in the Land of Thunder, on the outskirts of Cloud Thunder Gorge. A distant castle appeared both beautiful and shattered under the glow of the setting sun, resembling a long-forgotten ancient relic. However, at this moment, a thrilling chase unfolded outside the castle. Wow! Look! Two figures in crimson cloaks are pursuing a beautiful woman. Outside the castle, a lady with a telescope excitedly observed this scene, while her companion looked at her in astonishment, as if discovering a new facet of her personality for the first time. They've gone in to take a look. The two figures were none other than the infamous members of the Akatsuki organization. The lady continued her animated commentary. That one is Kakuzu, a money-loving heart collector with the ability to manipulate threats. And the other is Haiden, who possesses immortality and enjoys stabbing himself with sharp objects while exclaiming, "This feels great." They've entered the castle's passage. Oh no, we can't see them anymore. The lady lowered her telescope, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. This duo, the lady and her companion, were the werewolf pair hidden in Hidden Cloud Village, tasked with monitoring the movements of the Jinchuriki to ensure the smooth execution of the Wind Organization's plans. You were commentating just now? Her companion finally asked. Unable to contain her disbelief, the lady shrugged and laughed. What? Is that not allowed? I have a talent for commentary. Her companion shook her head in resignation. Let's focus on completing our mission. The emergence of the Akatsuki signifies potential danger for the Jinchuriki. The lady nodded, her expression turning serious. Indeed. We must swiftly relay the information back. As dusk fell, the castle crumbled amidst intense combat, smoke billowing through the air as Kakuzu impatiently glanced at Haiden, who lay sprawled on the ground. It's always like this, a waste of time, Kakuzu remarked coldly, clearly displeased with Haiden's post-battle ritual. Haiden, however, was unfazed, lying on the ground with a satisfied smile. Ah, this is so comfortable. This mission was fantastic. In the distance, a figure was pinned to the wall, her palms pierced by sharp iron. Blood trickled down the wall, and her complexion was pale, indicating her loss of the ability to resist. Well, to have her palms pierced and nailed to the wall, truly a perversion among perverts. The lady named Yu exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment. Do these two not like women? Yu. The lady they harmed is renowned for her beauty in Hidden Cloud Village. Yu. Can you tone down your exuberance a bit? We need to return to report, her companion, Yu, interjected, covering her face in exasperation. Yu pouted in dissatisfaction. Humph. What do you mean tone it down? Yu, you're just too boring. Otherwise, we would have become core members long ago. Yu shook her head, exasperated. Focus on the mission. Stop the antics. Though Yu grumbled, she promptly stowed away her telescope, her demeanor turning serious. Let us go. We must hurry back to report. The Akatsuki's movements are swifter than we anticipated. Yu nodded. And the two swiftly departed their observation point, heading toward Hidden Cloud Village. In Hidden Cloud Village, Yu and Q trudged down the street, their appearances disheveled as they deliberately ruffled their hair and rolled in the dirt to appear more urgent. The ninjas of Hidden Cloud Village quickly recognized them and began to whisper among themselves. Isn't that the subordinate of Commander Akai? It seems to be Yu and Q. What happened to them? Were they not sent to investigate the defenses? In the Raikage's office, the door burst open with a loud bang. Akai, who was reporting on his duties, frowned and chastised. Don't you knock. Inside the office, Darui and Ki were also visibly displeased. But upon seeing Yu and Q's appearance, their expressions quickly turned serious. Since the last incident, Akai had not only been promoted to commander, but had also dedicated himself to the affairs of Hidden Cloud Village, earning greater trust from Raikage A. With A's confidence in him, Akai had elevated Yu and Q to become his capable assistants. What transpired? A asked gravely, concern flickering in his eyes. Yu, panting, replied urgently. Raikage-sama, Commander Akai, we discovered two perverts attacking Lady Yuki while investigating the defenses. Perverts? What kind of perverts would dare to assault a Jinchuriki? The statement startled those present. Q, suppressing her irritation, quickly added, Raikage-sama, they were two men clad in crimson cloaks, and Lady Yuki has been severely injured and taken away. Akai's expression turned grave at once. Crimson cloaks? Could it be the Akatsuki? The weight of his words carried significant implications. The phrase could it be indicated a high probability. Akai was certain they were members of the Akatsuki, but he could not reveal this, as he sought to steer the focus of Hidden Cloud Village's people towards the Akatsuki. This was precisely why Yu and Q were near Cloud Thunder Gorge, because the Jinchuriki was there. Hinata Kaze was aware of this situation. To prevent the Akatsuki from successfully capturing more tailed beasts, they needed to create obstacles for them. Darui and Ki also wore shocked expressions. The emergence of the Akatsuki signified that the Jinchuriki of Hidden Cloud Village had become their target. A abruptly stood, slamming his fist on the table. The Akatsuki. They dared to target the Jinchuriki of Hidden Cloud Village. Akai quickly regained his composure and said in a serious tone, Raikage-sama, we must act immediately. The Akatsuki's target is likely the tailed beasts, and Lady Yuki is in grave danger. A nodded, determination flashing in his eyes. Darui Ki. Immediately assemble an elite team and prepare to pursue the Akatsuki. Akai, you are responsible for intelligence support. Ensure you locate Lady Yuki. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, swiftly springing into action. In an instant, the entire Hidden Cloud Village was thrown into turmoil regarding the incident of the severely injured Jinchuriki being captured. I did not wish to publicize it to avoid causing panic among the villagers. After all, to have defeated a Jinchuriki with just two people indicated that their opponents were formidable. Hence, a dispatched Darui to lead an elite team to pursue. Although this news could be concealed from the ordinary citizens of Hidden Cloud Village, it still reached the Wind Organization. Chapter 69, Capturing the Three Tails in the Land of Grass. At the base of the Wind Organization, Hyuga-Kaze held a recently received intelligence report, his expression shadowed with gravity. He swiftly perused its contents and then rose, preparing to return to the Land of Waves. It is time for the plan to unfold, he murmured to himself, a note of determination resonating in his voice. Moments later, he set off with Honglian, Haishu-Lia, and Xianglin, leaving the internal affairs of the organization to Xinxiao Man. To create disturbances for the Akatsuki organization, Hyuga-Kaze had already enlisted Akai to provide intelligence on them to the Hidden Cloud Village. This would prompt the Hidden Cloud Village to pursue the Akatsuki, thereby hindering their progress in capturing the tailed beasts. As the story unfolded, without the activation of the Rebirth Eye, he could merely flee from that man. Thus, his strategy was to slow the Akatsuki's actions without arousing their suspicion. At a lake in the Land of Waves, the Three Tails Isanade had been reborn. Tailed beasts are conglomerates of chakra, and even in death, they will resurrect after several years. Following the death of the fourth Mizukage, the Three Tails also perished, but now it had finally reformed. Hyuga-Kaze's objective was this newly reborn Three Tails. Honglian's crystal release could restrain the Three Tails, while Xianglin's sensory and healing abilities would ensure the team's safety. Haishu-Lia's lightning release could limit the Three Tails' movements. And Hyuga-Kaze's task was to attempt to capture the Three Tails to negotiate with the Akatsuki. If capture proved impossible, he would simply apologize to the Three Tails and let it be reborn as a good turtle in a few years. Days passed, and Hyuga-Kaze, Honglian, Haishu-Lia, and Xianglin continued their search along the lake's edge for traces of the three tails. Yet, no matter how diligently they searched, the three tails seemed to have vanished without a trace. This lake is larger than I anticipated, Hugakaze remarked, frowning as he stood by the water's edge. Neither Xianglin's sensory abilities nor Hugakaze's Byakugan could penetrate the depths of the lake, leaving their search at an impasse. Gazing at the placid surface of the water, an idea struck him. If we cannot find it, let it come to us. He turned to Honglian and instructed, prepare some grilled fish, the stronger the aroma, the better. Honglian nodded and swiftly set to work. Before long, the enticing scent of grilled fish wafted through the air, enveloping the entire lakeshore. As time trickled by, with the firewood replenished multiple times, the aroma intensified. However, the lake remained tranquil, as if the three tails did not exist. Is this method truly effective? Haishaliya asked, unable to suppress his skepticism. Hugakaze smiled faintly. Have patience. Although the three tails is powerful, it possesses its own habits. If we remain sufficiently patient, it will surely be drawn to us. Half an hour later, Xianglin's complexion paled slightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She had never sensed such a colossal chakra, as if the entire lake trembled in response. It's coming, Xianglin exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing her words, Hugakaze activated his Byakugan. In his line of sight, a massive turtle-like creature was swimming swiftly towards them from the depths. Its tail bore 3 appendages, each movement sending forth tremendous waves. In a matter of moments, the water erupted as a colossal turtle, covered in spines and sporting 3 tails, surfaced. Its massive form rendered Hugakaze and his companions seemingly insignificant. This is the 3 tails Isanade, Honglian murmured, all evident in his voice. Haishaliya tightened his grip on his lightning blade, a spark of battle intent flickering in his gaze. It has finally appeared. Now it is our turn, Hugakaze stated with calm resolve, issuing commands swiftly. Honglian, use crystal release to restrain it. Leah, employ lightning release to limit its movements. Xianglin, be ready to support. Understood. The 3 replied in unison, springing into action. Honglian formed hand seals, crystalline structures rising from the ground and swiftly extending towards the 3 tails. Haishaliya swung his lightning blade, channeling electric energy aimed directly at the 3 tails. The 3 tails emitted a low growl, its massive tail crashing against the water's surface, creating towering waves. Honglian's crystal release was dispersed by the surge, and Haishaliya's lightning release was likewise weakened. This creature's strength is overwhelming. Honglian gritted his teeth, frustration evident in his tone. Without a moment's hesitation, Hugakaze dove into the water, swiftly swimming towards the 3 tails. The creature's gaze fell upon the diminutive human approaching it. Seeing this, Honglian quickly formed seals. Crystal release. Crystal 5 seals. A gigantic 5-sided crystal prism rose from the water's surface, binding the 3 tails. However, in an instant, cracks appeared on the pink crystal. Take this. Haishaliya shouted, channeling immense lightning from his blade to strike the 3 tails back. With a roar of anguish, the 3 tails trembled violently, beginning to condense a tailed beast ball, clearly preparing to unleash a lethal attack. Just then, the water beneath the 3 tails trembled violently. Taichi, dual void palm, inch. Hugakaze's palm struck the 3 tails' abdomen, unleashing a powerful shockwave that propelled the creature out of the water. The 3 tails rolled in the air, its tailed beast ball formation disrupted. It let out a reluctant roar before crashing back into the water with a tremendous splash. We did it, Honglian exclaimed, exhilaration evident in his voice. Haishaliya also wore a satisfied smile. As expected of the leader, that strike was magnificent. No, not yet. Xianglin suddenly interjected, her tone laced with urgency. The 3 tails, now flipped over on the water's surface, glared menacingly at Hugakaze, its body thrashing, clearly not yet defeated. Hugakaze's gaze hardened, showing no hesitation. He swiftly formed hand seals, chakra surging within him. Taichi, mountain-shattering strike. A colossal, invisible shockwave erupted from his palm, barreling towards the 3 tails' abdomen. This strike encapsulated all of Hugakaze's power, as if it could shatter mountains. Boom. The shockwave struck the 3 tails, eliciting a pained roar. Its massive form shuddered, then slowly sank beneath the water, motionless. The lake gradually returned to tranquility, with only gentle ripples remaining. This time, we truly succeeded, Honglian sighed in relief, fatigue evident in his voice. Haishaliya nodded, admiration shining in his eyes for their leader's prowess, which proved to be unfathomable. Xianglin also smiled with satisfaction, noting, the 3 tails chakra has stabilized. It seems it has temporarily lost its capacity to resist. The capture of the 3 tails was a triumph. Hugakaze stood by the lakeside, his gaze penetrating the calm water's surface. He understood that this was merely the commencement of the plan. Next comes the negotiation with the Akatsuki. He murmured with a tone of resolute determination. Chapter 70. Rescue. Following the successful capture of the 3 tails, Honglian swiftly employed the crystal escape technique, isolating a portion of the lake's waters to create a temporary enclosed space. Hinata-kaze then utilized his chakra to transport the 3 tails to the lake bed, ensuring it could not escape for the time being. However, being a tailed beast, the 3 tails posed a risk of breaking free upon awakening. To definitively prevent its escape, Kaguya stepped forward. Allow me, she stated confidently. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are unparalleled in the ninja world. With her hands moving deftly, she formed seals, chakra coalescing at her fingertips before she forcefully struck the three-tails abdomen. 8 trigram seal. A complex sealing formation rapidly spread across the three-tails body, ultimately culminating in a robust sealing array. The creature shuddered slightly before succumbing to slumber. Despite the successful sealing, Hinata Kaze felt a lingering unease. Approaching the subdued beast, he remarked, "Just to be safe, let me teach you a lesson." Without hesitation, he landed several heavy punches on the three-tails head and abdomen. The creature twitched, but showed no signs of awakening. "Now it should be fine," he said, clapping his hands together in satisfaction. Having completed these tasks, Hinata Kaze departed the lake with Honglian, Haishu Raiga, and Kagaya. "Next, we must engage in negotiations with the Akatsuki," he murmured, his tone resolute. Honglian expressed her concern. "Leader, are we truly going to negotiate with the Akatsuki? They are far from benevolent." Hinata Kaze smiled gently. "Fear not, I have my plans. The goals of the Akatsuki differ from ours, yet we can leverage them to procure more time and resources for the Wind Organization." In the land of Earth, in a desolate valley, Old Purple, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, walked alone, a person of simple aspirations. He found himself ensnared as a weapon of war by a Wagakure. Disagreeing with the ideals of the Tsuchika Jinoki, he chose to wander and seek inner peace. However, this solitary lifestyle rendered him a target for the Akatsuki. Old Purple halted, his gaze wary as he observed a man clad in a red cloud cloak, brandishing a bandaged weapon, coldly watching him. "No need to look, Itachi-san will not intervene." The man, Kisame Hashigaki, grinned widely, slamming his weapon into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Out of the corner of his eye, Old Purple noticed Itachi Uchiha perched on the cliff's edge, his heart secretly alert. He understood that his adversary was no ordinary foe. In the nearby forest, Zetsu, curious, observed 2 Iwagakure ninja hiding behind a tree. Initially sensing the presence of ANBU following Old Purple, he had dispatched them. Yet, he discovered 2 individuals trailing Old Purple closely behind the ANBU. As Zetsu revealed himself, the 2 fled like startled rabbits. Strangely, they neither returned to a Wagakure nor reported the deaths of the ANBU, instead continuing to shadow Old Purple. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu concealed themselves in the shadows, quietly observing the 2 ninja from a distance. "These 2 are clearly not from a Wagakure," Black Zetsu whispered hoarsely. "Who could they be?" White Zetsu inquired, confusion lacing his voice. "Let us observe further," Black Zetsu calmly replied. Nearby, a woman known as Yuna tugged at the man beside her. "Hate. Look, it's about to get intense." Hate remained composed, quietly reminding her, "Yuna, remember the leader's mission." Yuna pouted, reluctantly calming herself, her gaze fixed on the battlefield ahead. Their conversation was overheard by Zetsu hidden in the shadows. Leader? It seems they are indeed not from a Wagakure," Black Zetsu murmured, a note of realization in his tone. Upon hearing this, White Zetsu asked, "Should we eliminate them?" Black Zetsu shook his head. "No, let us not disrupt the plan. It seems there is unrest within a Wagakure as well." On the expansive battlefield, the clash between Kisame Hashigaki and Old Purple intensified. The collision of water release and lava release generated vast clouds of steam, obscuring visibility throughout the area. Yuna assessed the situation. Hate, enveloped in steam, could not discern the unfolding events and relied on his companion Yuna for insight. Nodding, Yuna swiftly formed seals with her hands, initiating her perception of the battlefield. However, her expression abruptly changed, and she seized Hade's arm, urging him to flee without hesitation. "We've been discovered. I didn't expect a sensory-type ninja." Black Zetsu realized their cover was compromised upon witnessing their actions. Before White Zetsu could speak, Black Zetsu swiftly executed the Shunshin technique, appearing before them and blocking their escape route. Confronted by the sudden appearance of the carnivorous plant-like creature, Hate quickly regained his composure. Grasping Yuna's arm, he whispered, "You go on ahead and relay the information." Yuna hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing Hate's determined gaze, she ultimately nodded and swiftly departed. Hate then produced a scroll from his pocket, unfurling it with a crash. As the white smoke dissipated, he held an array of ninja tools. "You think you can stop me? Not so easily," he declared coldly, a glint of battle fervor in his eyes. Zetsu, realizing Hate had drawn his weapons to stall him, promptly summoned his clones, surrounding Hate in an instant. Hate found himself encircled by the white Zetsu clones, yet he clutched his tools tightly, his gaze calm and resolute. He understood that he must delay Zetsu to buy time for Yuna. Not far away, Yuna was making her swift retreat. Initially flustered by anxiety, she soon regained her composure. Recalling leader Hinata Kaze's teachings, Wolf Code, Rule 7. When a companion is in peril, all wolves must mobilize for rescue before returning to the organization. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuna produced a signal flare from her pocket, igniting the fuse. Whoosh bang. In the sky, a signal flare exploded, blossoming into a massive wolf-head firework. Within the borders of the land of Earth, whether rogue ninjas, guarding ninjas, or those from a Wagakure, all were drawn to the sudden signal flare. What is that? A wolf-head firework? What does it mean? Many were perplexed, yet the wolves hidden among them understood instantly. It's a distress signal. Quickly mobilize. In an instant, numerous seemingly ordinary ninjas discreetly departed, racing toward the source of the signal. Chapter 71. The emergence of the wolf-head fireworks disrupted the previously intense atmosphere of battle. Both Kakashi and Old Purple halted their movements, gazing skyward with a flicker of confusion in their eyes. What is that? Kakashi furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with impatience. Old Purple, ever vigilant, scanned the surroundings but soon redirected his focus to the adversary before him. Whatever it is, I shall deal with you first, Old Purple growled. Gathering his melting chakra once more, seated at the cliff's edge, Itachi Uchiha's previously tranquil gaze darkened with uncertainty. He lifted his head slightly, observing the distant sky where the wolf-head fireworks illuminated the air. Whose signal could this be? Meanwhile, the battle in the woods escalated to a fever pitch. Just as Zetsu's clone was about to subdue Rinya, Yuna suddenly returned. Clutching a kunai in her hand, she stood resolutely beside Rinya. Why are you back? Rinya gasped. His body marred with wounds, yet his tone conveyed a hint of reproach. Yuna clenched her teeth and replied in a hushed voice. Rule 7 of the werewolves. I cannot abandon you. The number of Zetsu's clones multiplied, intent on swiftly dispatching the two. However, the recent wolf-head fireworks instilled a sense of foreboding within them. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Black Zetsu stated coldly, we must eliminate them swiftly. The white Zetsu clones surged towards the two, their assault growing increasingly fierce. Just as Zetsu's clones seemed poised for victory, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the forest. The werewolves are gathering. Reinforcements have arrived. Dozens of werewolves from the Wind Organization rushed in from all directions, swiftly joining the fray. Their presence instantly turned the tide. Zetsu's clones encircled the werewolves, and Black Zetsu sneered. Heh, is this all you've got? Allow me to send you on your way. He sensed the werewolves' varying strengths and the inadequacy of their chakra, dismissing them with disdain. Countless white Zetsu clones emerged, surrounding everyone in an instant. Outnumbered. A deep voice resonated, and Zetsu whirled around to see a man accompanied by hundreds of Rock Village ninjas emerging from the forest. Black Zetsu's heart sank. Damn it. I was so focused here that I didn't notice this group. Upon seeing the newcomers, Yuna's eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed loudly, Lord Yunkai. They are here to capture Old Purple. Her words ignited the fury of the rock ninjas. Although the Jinchuriki were often overlooked, their existence as weapons of war directly impacted the village's safety. Losing a Jinchuriki would significantly increase Rock Village's disadvantage on the battlefield, leading to more potential sacrifices. What? They dare to capture Lord Purple? It cannot be allowed to succeed. The rock ninjas glared fiercely at Zetsu, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yukai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Yuna's words. His timely arrival was due to his role as the chief strategist of Rock Village, leading ninjas in a defensive patrol. Upon witnessing the wolf-head fireworks signal, anxiety gripped him, for securing his position had not been easy. After weighing the risks, he decided to bring the patrolling ninjas for support. Though the method was perilous and could expose their identities, he had no other choice for the organization's plan. Everyone, prepare for battle. Yukai commanded, his tone unmistakably authoritative. Faced with hundreds of rock ninjas and the werewolves of the Wind Organization, Zetsu realized that continuing the fight would be detrimental. Retreat. Black Zetsu stated coldly, activating the fleeting technique, causing white Zetsu's clones to vanish below ground. Zetsu's hasty withdrawal elicited a cold snort from Yukai, but he understood that the performance had to be convincing. He turned to Rinya and Yuna. His tone stern as he inquired, were you not supposed to be on patrol? How did you end up here? Yuna lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers as she quietly explained, we heard sounds of battle nearby and wanted to see, then we found them attacking Old Purple. Old Purple? Old Purple. Yukai momentarily failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, but upon realizing the seriousness, he urgently asked, where is Old Purple? Quick, we must assist. Yuna pointed in a direction, and Yukai immediately led the rock ninjas toward it. Meanwhile, those werewolves who had not entered Rock Village seized the chaos to withdraw silently. When Yukai and his team arrived, they were met with desolation. The ground lay scorched, remnants of melting jutsu still visible, yet the enemy had vanished without a trace. Yukai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, though outwardly he seethed with rage. Damn it, we are too late. What are you all standing around for? Search. The rock ninjas quickly dispersed to seek Old Purple. However, they were acutely aware that he had likely been captured by the Akatsuki organization. While Yunkai felt a sense of relief at Rock Village's loss of a Jinchuriki, he maintained an outward display of fury and regret. He knew he had to appear convincingly distraught to avoid arousing suspicion. Continue searching. We must find Lord Purple. Yukai ordered loudly, his voice laced with urgency and anger. The news of Old Purple's capture by the Akatsuki soon reached Inoki's ears. Initially mocking the Sand Village for losing the One Tail and the Cloud Village for losing the Two Tails Jinchuriki, his expression darkened. The Akatsuki? They dare to target our Rock Village. Inoki slammed his fist down, his tone infused with rage and disbelief. Standing behind Inoki, Kuratsuchi interjected after hearing the report. The Akatsuki? Isn't that the organization that Deidara joined? Her words triggered varied expressions among the attendees, all eyes turning toward Inoki. Deidara was Inoki's student, and Kuratsuchi was his granddaughter. They had grown up together. No one had anticipated that Deidara would betray the village and join an organization known as the Akatsuki. Deidara's defection was said to be in pursuit of his art, yet the people of Rock Village dismissed it, believing he was merely acting out. Ahem. Feeling somewhat awkward under everyone's scrutiny, Inoki cleared his throat twice in an attempt to lighten the mood. That brat, if I encounter him, I shall give him a thorough beating and bring him back. Huh? Just a beating? The assembly murmured internally, yet none dared to openly refute Inoki, given his authority. After all, Deidara was Inoki's disciple, and Inoki was the Tsuchikage of Rock Village. His decisions were beyond question. Noticing the various expressions among the crowd, Inoki hastily steered the conversation back on track. Yunkai, what is your perspective on this matter? Yunkai rose, his demeanor serious as he replied, Lord Tsuchikage, esteemed colleagues. I believe there is a grand conspiracy behind the Akatsuki's capture of the Jinchuriki. His statement sparked immediate discussion among those present. Yunkai's intellect and strategy were well known in Rock Village. Although his analysis could not yet be substantiated, many trusted his judgment. Silence, continue. Inoki commanded, tapping the table to restore order and encourage Yunkai to elaborate. Nodding, Yunkai proceeded. First, the Kazekage of the Sand Village has been captured. Although the means of his survival are unclear, intelligence indicates that the one-tailed Shikaku has vanished from within him. Secondly, the two-tailed Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village has also been taken. Though they have tried to conceal the news, there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. He paused, his gaze sweeping the assembly, his tone grave. The Akatsuki's objective is evidently the tailed beasts. Their capture of the Jinchuriki is likely aimed at amassing the power of the tailed beasts for some grand, nefarious scheme. Upon hearing Yun Jian's analysis, Dian Mu furrowed his brow, clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation. If this is indeed the case, then the threat posed by the Akatsuki organization is far greater than we had previously envisioned. Dian Mu spoke solemnly, asserting that we must act swiftly to thwart their plans. Chapter 72, the canine strategist at the border between the land of rain and the land of grass, when Hinata Kaze arrived with his entourage. Pain and Conan had long been awaiting his presence. Pain's tone remained icy and devoid of emotion as he inquired, Hinata Kaze, what brings you here? Hinata Kaze approached Pain with a smile gracing his lips. I wish to discuss a collaboration. Though his demeanor appeared innocuous, Conan sensed an undercurrent of scheming behind his words. What sort of collaboration? To annihilate Konoha. What? Have you lost your mind? Conan exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock, her voice laced with anger and disbelief. The notion of destroying Konoha not only held no benefit for the Akatsuki, but could also incite a widespread war within the ninja realm. Pain regarded Hinata Kaze's cheerful visage. A sudden impulse to strike him surged within, yet he suppressed this sentiment forcefully. He had an inkling that if he did not act now, he might lose his opportunity once the discussion concluded. What makes you think I would agree to such a partnership? Pain asked coldly, based on prior intelligence. Hinata Kaze was known to never engage in ventures without certainty. His proposal undoubtedly concealed a deeper ulterior motive. The Three Tails, Hinata Kaze replied succinctly, his tone imbued with confidence. At the mere mention of the Three Tails, both Pain and Conan's expressions shifted dramatically. The atmosphere grew tense as Pain's murderous intent erupted. His gaze icy as he fixated on Hinata Kaze. Are you seeking death? In the face of Pain's lethal glare, Hinata Kaze remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. That depends on whether you possess the capability. The two combatants' chakra clashed instantaneously, the overwhelming energy causing the surrounding space to warp. Conan and the others swiftly retreated. This level of conflict was beyond their capacity to intervene. Shinra Tensei, 8 trigrams palm, heavenly spin. A thunderous explosion ensued as their jutsu collided midair. When the dust settled, a vast circular crater marred the ground beneath them, while the trees behind Hinata Kaze lay utterly obliterated by Pain's Shinra Tensei. In this exchange, Pain clearly held the advantage. Yet he refrained from pressing the attack. His Rinnegan caught a peculiar detail, a vague phantom beneath Hinata Kaze's feet. What could that be? This unknown factor dissuaded him from recklessly continuing his assault. Pain had intended to utilize this opportunity to eliminate Hinata Kaze. But the situation proved far more intricate than he had anticipated. Hinata Kaze's strength was now far more elusive, even evoking a sense of caution within Pain. It seems you are more troublesome than I imagined, Pain remarked coldly, a hint of wariness in his tone. Hinata Kaze chuckled, a hint of provocation in his voice. Likewise. Have you given any thought to the collaboration, Pain? Pain coldly responded, I will consider it, before departing with Conan. Hinata Kaze observed their retreating figures, a slight smirk playing on his lips, unperturbed by the possibility of rejection. He understood that the Moon Eye plan was a crucial objective for the Akatsuki, and to confront Konoha, he required Pain's strength. Amidst the chaos, eliminating the main family and extracting high-purity Byakugan was his true aim. The ninja world is best in turmoil. Even if it isn't chaotic, I yearn to stir the pot. Red Lotus and Black Holeya exchanged glances, bemused by their leader's occasional eccentricities. Leader, do you believe the Akatsuki will acquiesce? Red Lotus inquired, concern evident in her tone. As Hinata Kaze strolled back, he replied with a relaxed confidence, he will agree. Acquiring the tailed beast is imperative. After departing from his meeting with Hinata Kaze, Conan could not restrain her curiosity and asked Nagato, "Are we truly going to acquiesce to him?" Nagato, the puppeteer behind Pain, paused, his gaze penetrating the distance. His tone heavy. "Conan, we must obtain the tailed beasts, and Konoha possesses the Nine Tails host. I cannot refuse Hinata Kaze's collaboration." Conan nodded, though apprehension lingered in her heart. She recognized that Nagato's decision was aimed at fulfilling the Akatsuki's goals. "Let us expedite the capture of the tailed beasts," Nagato declared coldly, determination resonating in his voice. The Akatsuki collaborated with unseen forces to jointly capture the tailed beasts. The hidden entities planned to employ the infinite Tsukuyomi, crafting a dream world for the ninja realm. Nagato aspired to inflict suffering upon the world through the power of the tailed beasts, thereby instilling fear in humanity, while Hinata Kaze's ambition was to unify the ninja realm. Though their processes bore similarities, the outcomes diverged drastically. In the land of fire, within the tranquil confines of a tea house, Danzo sat at a table, steam rising from the freshly brewed tea. He awaited the arrival of a certain individual, an expression of anticipation in his eyes. The door creaked open, and a middle-aged man entered. His name was Hayabusa. Though merely a chunin, he was unremarkable within the ranks of Konoha. Yet Danzo held no trace of disdain for him as a superior. "Apologies for the delay, Lord Danzo. I just concluded a mission." Hayabusa entered with a smile, his tone imbued with humility. "Not at all," Danzo replied dismissively, his voice carrying an unusual note of tolerance. Danzo's leniency towards Hayabusa stemmed from the latter's keen intellect. Having elevated Danzo's reputation on multiple occasions and his impeccable execution of tasks. Initially, Danzo sought to recruit him into Root, but after a series of Hayabusa's arguments, he ultimately abandoned that notion. Hayabusa's rationale was straightforward. Once he acquired an identity within Root, any action he undertook would be perceived as Danzo's direction, thereby curtailing his own ingenuity. Thus, Hayabusa became Danzo's trusted advisor, offering counsel while maintaining a certain distance. "Hayabusa, do you think I should vie for that position now?" Danzo inquired suddenly, his tone authoritative and unmistakably commanding. Internally, Hayabusa cursed. "Had it not been for your role in the leader's scheme, your ambition would have been extinguished long ago." Nevertheless, he maintained an outward demeanor of respect, replying with a smile, "Lord Danzo, that depends on whether you wish to ascend with legitimacy or to bear the infamy of usurping that position." Chapter 73. The Grand Sister in the Tea Room of Konoha Village. The moment Hayake's words fell, Danzo's expression darkened, resembling the depths of a blackened pot. What did it mean to bear a bad reputation? What constituted a rightful claim? Did he, Danzo, not deserve to occupy that position? His cold gaze fixated on Hayake's. And had it not been for Hayake's utility, he would have acted upon his ire. He lifted his teacup, sipping the brew to quell the rising fury within, and coldly inquired about the implications of Hayake's statement. Observing the shifting emotions on Danzo's face, Hayake's understood that without a reasonable explanation, Danzo would not easily relent. "Lord Danzo, the moment has not yet arrived," Hayake's replied in a calm tone, yet his eyes hinted at caution. "Should you ascend to that position now? Dissent from the major clans would undoubtedly arise, citing your past transgressions. When I take that position, who would dare oppose me?" Danzo retorted, slamming his palm on the table, his voice tinged with brutality. He envisioned a future where, upon claiming the Hokage title, he would deal with opposition as he had with the Uchiha clan. Once fear settled in their hearts, who would still challenge him? Hayake smiled wryly, a hint of resignation in his tone. "Lord Danzo, even if they feign compliance, what of their covert sabotage? You cannot simply eliminate everyone, for that would only incite public outrage." He feigned assistance while inwardly cursing Danzo's folly. "You tolerated Sarutobi's reign. Can you not endure a little longer?" Upon hearing Hayake's words, Danzo regained his composure, pondering. "Then when do you suggest the opportunity will arise?" A glimmer of insight flickered in Hayake's eyes as he whispered, "It shall come when Konoha faces a crisis, and you, Lord Danzo, emerge as their savior." Within the land of fire, amidst the ruins of a mountain temple, what was once a grand edifice lay in desolation. The air thick with the stench of smoke and blood. Two figures clad in red cloud cloaks stood amongst the rubble. One grasped the lifeless body of a monk, preparing to depart. These two were none other than Kakuzu and Haiden, derisively labeled as the Deviant Duo. Not only were they members of the Akatsuki organization tasked with capturing tailed beasts, but they also sought to fund the organization's endeavors. The monk on Kakuzu's back was none other than Jairu, one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire. His head was worth 30 million ryo in the black market, a significant bounty indeed. The ninja world black market thrived on illicit dealings, encompassing both prominent figures and rogue ninjas alike on their bounty lists. News of the temple's destruction and Jairu's demise swiftly reached Konoha village. Upon learning this, Tsunade dispatched 20 squads to investigate and capture the perpetrators. On their way to the black market, Kakuzu and Haiden arrived at a concealed bounty exchange. Situated beneath a public restroom, the location reeked, causing Haiden to step outside in discomfort. Kakuzu, however, paid no heed, counting the stacks of cash in his hands, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. For him, counting money was a moment of pure enjoyment. In the land of rain, on the outskirts of Amigakure, Conan stood in a clearing, her gaze tranquil as she surveyed the hundreds of carts before her, laden with boxes, They contained the explosive tags she had ordered, 100 million in total. Lady Conan, here are the 100 million explosive tags. Rest assured, quality is guaranteed. If not, I shall compensate threefold, a man said, his face beaming with servility. Conan nodded gently, her tone unruffled. Ensure the next batch is prepared and delivered promptly. Yes, yes. Lady Conan, we will deliver the moment the production is complete, the man replied, his demeanor ingratiating. What? Am I being called a sycophant? So what of it? This is the illustrious grand sister of the Carmen Trading Company. I would gladly serve her, even as a mere dog, for the wealth she possesses. In the land of grass, at the base of the wind organization, Kabuto returned once more, weariness and anxiety etched upon his face. Approaching Hugakaze, he spoke with a hint of exasperation. The cells of Senja Hashirama are overwhelmingly potent, although I can suppress them with the Sharingan you provided. It is merely a temporary measure. Since the inception of the experiments, I have failed to achieve a perfect fusion. Since their last transaction, Kabuto had been tirelessly experimenting to amalgamate the cells of Hashirama with other powers. Yet, each specimen was consumed by Hashirama-S cells. And the only semi-successful result survived solely due to the suppression of the three-tomo Sharingan. Hugakaze, hearing Kabuto's report, displayed neither surprise nor disappointment. He had anticipated the challenges. For the cells of Senja Hashirama were among the most formidable forces in the ninja world. After a moment of contemplation, he called out to the outside, "Summon Karen." The response came swiftly, and Kabuto, puzzled, wondered what purpose Kaze had in mind for Karen. Before long, Karen entered, a smile adorning her face. "Kaze, you called for me?" "Indeed, please provide a blood sample," Kaze stated matter-of-factly. Karen paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly complied, albeit reluctantly extending her arm. Moments later, she gazed at Kaze with a mix of grievance and confusion. He affectionately ruffled her hair. Kaze handed the vial containing Karen's blood to Kabuto, his tone grave. "Commence experiments with this blood first. The Uzumaki clan's robust physique may yield compatibility with the Sharingan. If unsuccessful, seek me out again. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly." Kabuto accepted the vial, surprise and anticipation flickering in his eyes. He nodded resolutely. "Understood. I will expedite the experiments." Once Kabuto departed, Karen looked at Kaze, perplexed. "Kaze, why conduct this experiment? Why my blood?" In response to Karen's inquiry, Kaze elucidated slowly. Chakra is not limited to the 5 basic elements. It encompasses 2 additional properties, Yang and Yin. The Uzumaki clan's strength originates from Yang release chakra. What about the Sharingan? Karen pressed further. The Uchiha clan's ocular techniques are of Yin release nature, while my Byakugan falls under the same category. Senja Hashirama epitomizes Yang release. Thus, should Kabuto's experiment succeed, I might unlock an entirely new power. The new power Kaze referred to as the Rinnegan. Unlocking the Rinnegan necessitated 2 crucial conditions, the possession of a sage body and the Dijutsu of Tsutsuki lineage. Since the inception of the Tsutsuki clan, they had inherently possessed both Yin and Yang chakra properties, a vital prerequisite for awakening the Rinnegan. Additionally, the transplantation of a pair of high-purity Byakugan eyes was essential, along with a substantial supply of high-purity Byakugan as support. Chapter 74. As long as I lack morality, you cannot enslave me in the land of grass. The base of the Wind Organization, news from Konoha indicated that the elite J. Suma Saratobi had been slain by the immortal duo of the Akatsuki, Haiden and Kakuzu. The situation in Konoha grew increasingly tense, as if anyone who incurred misfortune would soon find themselves in dire straits. However, none of this concerned Hinata Kaze, whose gaze had long since turned towards horizons yet untrodden. The wandering ninjas lurking in Awagakure began to withdraw to the Wind Organization, while those werewolves bearing the identity of Awagakure remained concealed, dutifully executing their missions. As Hinata Kaze perused the intelligence in his hands, he mused to himself. How intriguing this werewolf hunt would prove to be in the future. One fateful day in the land of waterfalls, emissaries from Takigakure arrived at the Wind Organization, bearing news that took Hinata Kaze aback. The Jinchuriki of the 7 Tails had gone missing. Takigakure was a secluded ninja village with minimal contact with the outside world. It was precisely this insular nature that made it impossible for Hinata Kaze to place a pawn within their ranks, as their villagers were intimately familiar with one another, creating significant barriers for outsiders. Forcing a pawn into their midst would be akin to attending a friend's date, merely a bystander. Hinata Kaze regarded the emissaries from Takigakure with barely concealed disdain. Were it not for the significance of the land they represented, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver them a sound thrashing. Hadn't he warned them to be vigilant regarding the Jinchuriki? Missing? Nonsense. They had undoubtedly been captured by the Akatsuki. Were it not for his awareness of the unfolding narrative, he might have suspected these individuals were attempting to deceive him. Fortunately, Hinata Kaze had already sealed the 3 Tails, using it as leverage in negotiations with the Akatsuki. Now, if Pain were to agree to cooperate and procure rice from Konoha, he could orchestrate a significant upheaval there. The emissaries from Takigakure, witnessing Hinata Kaze's brooding expression, trembled as they hesitantly inquired about Fu. "Forget it. She's dead, beyond rescue." Hinata Kaze curtly dismissed their inquiry, irritation lacing his tone. It was irrelevant whether Fu had been missing for some time or had only recently vanished. Should she have fallen into the hands of the Akatsuki, what could he possibly do to reclaim her? Ridiculous. While it was well known that the Akatsuki's duo was formidable, they were manageable. However, should the entire organization mobilize in a collective assault, even the most powerful of shadows would find themselves at a disadvantage. 3 minutes. And shadows would be reduced to mere specters. What? He snapped, cutting off the Takigakure emissary's startled exclamations, his frustration mounting. He stood abruptly and strode out, leaving the Takigakure emissaries in a state of bewilderment. In a certain underground lair, Orochimaru lay half-reclined on his bed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he gasped for breath. Upon the arrival of his protege, Sasuke Uchiha, the latter wasted no time and plunged a blade through him. Moments later, the skirmish concluded. When Kabuto Yakushi hurriedly entered, he found Sasuke passing by. As he glanced into the room, he beheld the grotesque, serpentine form of Orochimaru, now severed and motionless on the ground. After Sasuke departed, Kabuto collected Orochimaru's genetic blood samples and returned to his laboratory. Back at the Wind Organization's base in the Land of Grass, word of these events swiftly reached Hinata Kaze. Presently, he had no time to dwell on Orochimaru, whose value had long since diminished. Orochimaru quipped, "So, shall I take my leave?" Meanwhile, Hinata Kaze busied himself with affairs concerning the Land of Waterfalls. Though the territory was more fertile than that of other minor nations, it boasted a sparse population of ninjas, particularly within Takigakure. Even after pledging allegiance to Hinata Kaze, the villagers maintained an air of superiority. The village elder addressed him with respect, stating, "Leader of the Wind, we have long ceased our participation in worldly disputes. We shall rely on you in the future." Yet, Hinata Kaze discerned no trace of genuine respect in the elder's demeanor. The implication was clear. While the Land of Waterfalls was entrusted to him, Takigakure intended to remain in seclusion, expecting to receive compensation. They had grasped the leverage of his inability to act against them. After all, should he resort to violence against a village that had pledged fealty, other minor nations would reconsider their alliances with him. This moral extortion was deftly orchestrated by the village elder. Nevertheless, Hinata Kaze was impervious to such pressures. As long as he remained devoid of morality, no one could hope to ensnare him. In a decisive display, he retaliated against the elder with a barrage of strikes, accompanied by his entourage. The petite figure of K-Rin found herself unable to join in, relegated to watching from the sidelines. It was said that a bear raised in captivity would share the same nature as its captor. These individuals had long been led astray by Hinata Kaze, harboring no inclination towards reverence for the elderly or compassion for the young. If he were to suffer, then so too would they. "You wish to entrust this to me? To support you as well?" he declared, his voice laced with cold derision. "Consider this your medical fee." As he continued to strike, the elder sat on the ground, bruised and battered, glaring at Hinata Kaze. "Leader of the Wind, what is the meaning of this?" Hinata Kaze chuckled softly, a hint of mockery in his tone. "What do you mean? Old man, do you take me for a fool?" He had long since discerned the elder's intentions. Should Takigakure be willing to contribute their manpower, Hinata Kaze would not object to offering additional resources, especially with the support of the formidable Konan, ensuring the Wind Organization never faced financial woes. However, Takigakure sought to reap the benefits without offering any assistance, clearly attempting to exploit the situation. "Do you presume to be my father?" Hinata Kaze retorted, impatience creeping into his voice. Faced with the eager young men at his side, the elder finally realized that they were all too eager to see him refuse, only to be met with further punishment. What a peculiar organization this was, addicted to assaulting the elderly. Though he silently cursed them, he ultimately suppressed his pain and said, "Leader of the Wind, how about this? We in Takigakure are self-sufficient. As long as we are spared from involvement in worldly conflicts, we shall be content." Hinata Kaze scoffed, a note of disdain in his tone. "Self-sufficient? Very well. However, since you choose not to engage in worldly strife, the security of the Land of Waterfalls shall henceforth fall under the purview of the Wind Organization. You of Takigakure may remain in your secluded existence." The elder gritted his teeth, ultimately nodding in agreement. "Agreed. It is a deal." Chapter 75, Hidden in the World of Ninjas. Apart from the Hidden Sand Village and the Hidden Mist Village, the remaining 3 major ninja villages were in a state of chaos. Following the death of Asuma, Konoha was relentlessly dispatching personnel to track down the whereabouts of the immortal duo. The Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Cloud Village had engaged in several small-scale skirmishes along the border, with tensions mounting continuously. Yukai, the chief strategist of the Hidden Stone Village, and Akatsuki from the Hidden Cloud Village were constantly employing cunning strategies on the battlefield, inflicting mutual damage. Yet a full-scale war had yet to erupt. Meanwhile, the Wind Organization seized this opportunity to bolster its strength in preparation for the impending great conflict. Various factions were stirring beneath the surface, and the situation in the ninja world grew increasingly tense. Soon after, news reached Konoha. The immortal duo had been dealt with. Kakuzu had been slain, and Haiden had been blown to pieces, buried in the forbidden grounds of the Nara clan. Upon hearing this news, Hinata Kaze immediately resolved to venture into the Land of Fire. Haiden was not so easily vanquished. He had merely been fragmented and buried in the Nara clan's sacred grounds. His journey to the Land of Fire was precisely to acquire Haiden as an asset. It was not a matter of his incompetence, but rather a question of how to utilize him effectively. In the Land of Fire, when Tsunade caught wind of Hinata Kaze's entrance into her territory, she instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Hinata Kaze had appeared in the Land of Fire? Tsunade furrowed her brow, a hint of caution lacing her tone. She promptly ordered the assembly of elite ninjas of Jounin rank and above. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi Itaki, Hate Geku, Noera Hikari, Aoyamashiro, along with the formidable members of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, gathered in the Hokage's office. Tsunade addressed the assembly with a serious demeanor, stating that according to intelligence analysis, Hinata Kaze was headed toward the forbidden grounds of the Nara clan. What could possibly attract him there? Surely it was not for medicinal herbs? Besides the deeply buried Haiden, who else could there be? This operation would be led by Kakashi, with the imperative to thwart Hinata Kaze's objectives. If possible, eliminate him on the spot. Tsunade issued her final command. Kakashi nodded, his expression grave. Understood, Hokage-sama. A messenger hawk landed on Hinata Kaze's arm. He retrieved the message from the hawk's leg, which bore only 4 succinct words: beware of Konoha. Hinata Kaze smiled slightly, nonchalantly tucking the letter away. It seemed our movements have been detected by Konoha. He murmured to himself, his tone relaxed. However, it mattered little, as he had never intended to conceal his whereabouts. Hinata Kaze was no longer a pawn easily manipulated by Konoha. He aimed to seize this opportunity to elevate his renown and showcase the prowess of the Wind Organization to the ninja world. Days later, Hinata Kaze and his entourage arrived at the outskirts of a forest. Although he deemed it improbable, he felt compelled to speak. Come back with us willingly, and your past transgressions will be met with leniency, Kakashi stated calmly from atop a tree. Boom. Hinata Kaze suddenly surged forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. His Byakugan activated instantly as he coldly retorted, the Nara clan? Your shadow imitation technique will not work on me. It turned out that while Kakashi was speaking, Nara Sazako had stealthily cast the shadow imitation technique in an attempt to control Hinata Kaze. TCH, seen through already? Nara Sazaka furrowed his brow, a hint of unwillingness in his voice. Indeed, he was not to be underestimated. Yamanaka Sanda and Akimichi Shido stood nearby, their expressions serious, faced with Konoha's interception. Hinata Kaze was not taken aback. He turned to his companions, Kurenai and Kuroki Raya, instructing them, you go after Haiden, I'll handle this group. Kurenai and Kuroki Raya nodded in agreement, preparing to depart. Vacuum slash. Bang, the two halted in their tracks, noticing a distinct slash mark on the ground. They quickly assumed a defensive stance, gazing ahead to find a man wielding a long sword standing before them. This individual was none other than Konoha's elite Jounin, Hate Geku. Turning. 8 trigrams. Air palm. Boom. Just as Yamanaka Sanda was about to execute a jutsu, Hinata Kaze swiftly unleashed an air palm, interrupting him. Akimichi Shido, witnessing this, hastily scooped Yamanaka Sanda up to evade. Just moments before, the spot where Yamanaka Sanda had stood was obliterated by the force of that palm. What are you waiting for? Move quickly. Hinata Kaze bellowed, prompting Kurenai and the others to action as he charged toward Kakashi and the others. Seeing this, the rest of the group prepared to intercept Kurenai and the others, but Hinata Kaze unleashed a series of air palms once more. Ka. Ninja art, Thousand Crows technique. In an instant, a swarm of crows surged toward Hinata Kaze, seemingly intent on hindering his progress. This technique was executed by Yamanaka Chiyo. Bang. 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 Hinata Kaze rapidly formed hand seals, his chakra materializing as he transformed into a spiky figure akin to a porcupine, instantly piercing through the flock of crows. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Noera Hikari inquired, puzzled, standing beside Kakashi. By this time, Kakashi had pulled down his forehead protector. His Sharingan intently focused on Hinata Kaze's every move. This resembles the peacock method of the Star-Hidden Village, yet there are distinctions. Indeed, as Kakashi had observed, this technique was an adaptation of the peacock method that Hinata Kaze had cultivated. With the aid of his Byakugan and under the guidance of the Summer Star, Hinata Kaze had successfully mastered the peacock method. The variations from the original stemmed from his lack of reliance on celestial forces during training. Partially amplified technique, hand. A colossal fist descended upon Hinata Kaze like a mountain. He halted, raising his hand to fiercely strike against the giant fist with a taijutsu technique, Taichi, bone-shattering. As Hinata Kaze executed this move, the air reverberated with a thunderous sound. Where his palm landed, the massive fist appeared to be sliced by an invisible blade, instantly fracturing into countless shards before exploding into a fine powder, dissipating into the atmosphere. Akimichi Shido, who had employed the partially amplified technique, hand, stood in shock. He had not anticipated that his powerful strike would be so effortlessly neutralized by Hinata Kaze. Is this the extent of Konoha's ninjas? Hinata Kaze smirked provocatively, surveying the gathered Konoha ninjas. Damn it. Hate Geku roared, his longsword slicing through the air with lethal precision as he lunged toward Hinata Kaze. Simultaneously, Yamanaka Chiyo began forming more seals, sending yet another wave of crows as a black torrent toward Hinata Kaze, attempting to disrupt his evasion. Hinata Kaze's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he transformed into a blur. With astonishing speed, he navigated through the oncoming sword strike and the swarm of crows, utilizing his Byakugan to precisely identify every opening in the barrage of attacks. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward, closing the distance to Hate Geku and delivering a powerful elbow strike imbued with potent chakra aimed directly at Hayate's face. Chapter 76, Mastery of Ninjutsu Whoosh. The sound of air being cleaved abruptly halted Hyuga-Fu's assault on Shirokamo Hayama. A Senbon, half buried in the earth, demonstrated its formidable power. In an instant, 7 figures encircled him, precluding any avenue of escape. Time seemed to stand still as both sides awaited the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. With a deep exhalation, a Taichi phantom materialized beneath Hyuga-Fu's feet. Kakashi's Sharingan widened in astonishment. Though familiar with the Hyuga clan's gentle fist style, the apparition beneath Hyuga-Fu's feet was indecipherable even to his discerning eyes. Ninja art, shadow sowing. Nara Suzaku launched the first attack, his shadow morphing into dozens of dark tendrils that snaked toward Hyuga-Fu. Yamanaka Maitake stood poised, ready to unleash his ninjutsu. Observing this, the others surged forward, launching a coordinated assault to overwhelm Hyuga-Fu. Alas, with his Byakugan, their every move was laid bare. Evading the persistent shadows, Hyuga-Fu sought a breach in their defenses. Bang! 8 trigrams palm, heavenly spin. Evading Shirokamo Hayama's sharp strike, Hyuga-Fu began to spin rapidly, executing the heavenly spin technique. As Konoha shinobi, they were familiar with this Hyuga clan technique. They leaped backward to avoid the attack's radius, anticipating his vulnerability upon cessation. As Hyuga-Fu ceased his rotation, they charged once more. However, the enigmatic phantom reappeared beneath his feet. Wait! Kakashi exclaimed, his Sharingan perceiving the change. Shirokamo Hayama and Shiranui Ginma halted, but Yamashiro Chiba and Akimichi Shido were too slow. Taichi, heavenly spin. Without rotation, Hyuga-Fu's chakra began to swirl rapidly. Yamashiro Chiba and Akimichi Shido were blasted away by the force. Seizing the opportunity, Hyuga-Fu charged toward Akimichi Shido, wary of the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique. Quick! Support them! Kakashi urged, leading the charge. Nara Suzaku's shadows lunged, but were either evaded or deflected by an unseen force. Hyuga-Fu weaved through the shadows, closing in on Akimichi Shido. The latter, still reeling from the Taichi, heavenly spin, used the multi-size technique, expanding to impede Hyuga-Fu's advance. Hyuga-Fu smirked, his eyes gleaming with resolve. 8 trigrams 64 palms. He darted forward, striking Akimichi Shido's massive form with a flurry of chakra-infused palm strikes. Despite his size, Akimichi Shido was forced backward. Shirokamo Hayama seized the moment, launching a silent attack from the flank, aiming for Hyuga-Fu's nape. As the blade neared, Hyuga-Fu sidestepped, unleashing an 8 trigrams vacuum palm that sent Shirokamo Hayama flying. Kakashi arrived, his Chidori crackling with energy. Taste this, Chidori. Sensing the lethal intent, Hyuga-Fu turned, his Byakugan blazing, and braced for the impact. Bang! Zzzt. The sound of electricity filled the air as Kakashi's hand met Hyuga-Fu's. Time seemed to freeze. All present stared in disbelief. As the Chidori was about to strike, lightning emanated from Hyuga-Fu's hands, neutralizing the attack. You can use ninjutsu, Kakashi exclaimed. The Hyuga clan was known for gentle fist, not ninjutsu. This was a matter of perception. All shinobi possessed chakra, and could manifest chakra nature transformations. Chakra nature transformations could be applied to weapons, the body, or ninjutsu. The Raikage lightning release armor enhanced his cells, while Kakashi's Chidori possessed piercing power. When similar chakra nature transformations collided, they would negate each other, hence the shock. Heh, Hyuga-Fu chuckled. I never said I couldn't use ninjutsu, did I? Before they could recover, Hyuga-Fu shoved Kakashi back and charged toward Yamashiro Chiba and Akimichi Shido. No good. Nara Suzaku cried, attempting to ensnare Hyuga-Fu with his shadows. But Hyuga-Fu was too fast, only his sleeve was caught. Hyuga-Fu flung the shadow, causing Nara Suzaku to stumble. Akimichi Shido, enduring the pain of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, used the super multi-size technique, expanding to crush Hyuga-Fu. Yamashiro Chiba cast ninja art, crow clone technique, sending crows to impede Hyuga-Fu. Unfazed, Hyuga-Fu's Byakugan pierced the chaos. He leaped high, evading the crushing weight and the crow clones. Chapter 77, Jiraiya Taichi, Mountainfall Strike. In midair, Hyuga-Kaze felt an explosive surge of chakra, transforming him into a towering mountain as he descended with tremendous force. Bang! Puff! Below, Akimichi Shirdong, previously injured and immobilized, struggled to perform his jutsu. Though his mind urged him to evade, his body remained unresponsive. Hyuga-Kaze's fist landed heavily on his chest, causing Shirdong to spurt blood and collapse, his life hanging in the balance. Shirdong, witnessing this tragic scene, Nara Suzaku and Yamanaka Maiten were engulfed in sorrow and rage, shouting in despair. Vacuum slash! Bayanzeo immediately unleashed a series of swift and fierce slashes toward Hyuga-Kaze, attempting to buy time for his companion's rescue. Yamanaka Chiba rushed forward to assess Shirdong's injuries. How is he? Kakashi, while covering Chiba, rapidly gathered chakra, seemingly preparing to unleash a more formidable jutsu. After a thorough examination, Chiba's expression grew grave as he spoke slowly. His pulse has ceased, he may not last long. Blood flowed profusely from the fallen Shurdong, while Narasazaku and Yamanaka Maiten, tears streaming down their faces, rushed to his side, rendered speechless by their grief. Hyuga Kaze deftly evaded Bayun Zeo's slashes, landing with unyielding momentum, his gaze icy as he surveyed the onlookers, treating them as mere shadows. Narasazaku's eyes were bloodshot, his hatred blazing like fire. "You bastard! I will make you pay in blood." With that, he unleashed his shadow manipulation, which surged toward Hyuga Kaze like a torrent. In the same instant, Yamanaka Maiten activated the mind transfer jutsu, a strand of chakra morphing into an invisible blade aimed directly at Hyuga Kaze's consciousness. Hyuga Kaze, sensing the dual attacks closing in, rapidly activated his Byakugan, instantly comprehending their intentions. He lightly stepped, moving like a specter, evading Narasazaku's shadow. Bagua, empty palm. As he evaded the shadow, he struck out with a palm, unleashing a shockwave akin to a rampaging tiger, hurtling toward Yamanaka Maiten. Unbeknownst to him, Noera Jenkins swiftly pulled Maiten away, saving him from the strike and interrupting the mind transfer jutsu. Caw, caw, a flock of crows suddenly appeared, disrupting Hyuga Kaze's subsequent actions. Just as he formed a hand seal with his right hand, the shadow beneath him was stealthily connected. In an instant, his body stiffened. Yet he quickly channeled more chakra, attempting to break free from the binding. Ninjutsu, shadow strangulation technique. Narasazaku rapidly altered his hand seals, and the shadow beneath Hyuga Kaze morphed into a hand, slowly reaching for his neck. Ninjutsu, mind transfer technique. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Maiten employed the jutsu again, his consciousness fading as his body began to falter. Yamanaka Chiba hurriedly supported him. Yet in a blink, Maiten regained awareness, exclaiming, "That was a substitution technique." Substitution? When? The group was taken aback. Bang! Just as the shadow grasped Hyuga Kaze, he transformed into a wooden figure. The crowd gasped, quickly scanning for his whereabouts. Yamanaka Maiten hastily formed seals, closing his eyes to sense, cold sweat pouring down as he shouted, "Kakashi, watch out behind you." A potent aura of danger surged from behind them. Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine, realizing there was no time to evade. And the others were too far to assist. Taichi, mountain smash. Puffaha? This strike was akin to a mountain collapsing, both heavy and fierce. Kakashi felt as though he had been struck by a heavy object from behind, followed by a muffled grunt of confusion. Cough, cough. Kakashi, struck in the chest, couldn't help but cough several times. When he regained his composure, he saw Yamanaka Chiba, who had shielded him from the lethal blow. At that moment, Chiba's nose and mouth bled, his breath faint. He was on the brink of death. "Chiba!" The group cried in unison. Meanwhile, Hyuga Kaze's expression grew particularly grim. He had meticulously prepared to ambush Kakashi. The moment Kakashi began forming seals and gathering chakra, Hyuga Kaze sensed something amiss. He noticed Kakashi's Sharingan had transformed into a pinwheel-shaped Mangeki Sharingan. This was the true source of Hyuga Kaze's apprehension. In the world of Hokage, if one were to name the strongest Mangeki Sharingan user, many might say Uchiha Shirsui. Yet, when faced directly, Hyuga Kaze could only think that anyone who activated the Mangeki Sharingan was not to be underestimated, understanding that if he did not conclude the battle swiftly, the situation would turn dire once Kakashi fully unleashed the power of the Mangeki Sharingan. He steeled his resolve, no longer holding back. Bagua, 128 palms. As he moved, chakra surged violently around him, transforming him into a bolt of black lightning that charged toward Kakashi. Kakashi, holding Yamanaka Chiba, could not evade in time, the brilliance of his Mangeki Sharingan intensifying as he prepared to forcefully employ his ocular technique to defend. Just as Hyuga Kaze's palm was about to strike Kakashi, a familiar voice interrupted. "Fire style, great fireball technique." A massive inferno surged from the side, sweeping toward Hyuga Kaze. He had no choice but to halt his offensive and dodge to the side. The group focused and saw that it was Jiraiya who had arrived. Adorned in his signature toad oil forehead protector and carrying the Mount Maiboku contract scroll, he gazed sternly at Hyuga Kaze. "You have quite the audacity to cause trouble on Konoha's territory, little brat." Hyuga Kaze furrowed his brow, not expecting Jiraiya to appear at such a critical moment. Yet he remained composed, sneering, "Jiraiya, your timing is impeccable, but it changes nothing." With that, Hyuga Kaze and Jiraiya faced off, tension palpable, as another fierce battle was poised to erupt. This is troublesome. The thought flickered through Hyuga Kaze's mind. Among the few individuals in Konoha he truly feared, Jiraiya was undeniably one. A tricky little brat. This was Jiraiya's sentiment at that moment. He could distinctly sense that upon his arrival, the young man before him had tensed, appearing as though he were facing a formidable adversary. Yet, even so, Hyuga Kaze's peripheral vision caught sight of the two fallen figures. Akimichi Shurdong was lifeless, while Yamanaka Chiba seemed to hang by a thread. At that instant, Jiraiya's aura surged dramatically. This young man must be dealt with now, or he would surely become a future threat. A leaf drifted gently down, just touching the ground. Bang! The two simultaneously stamped their feet, causing the ground beneath them to shatter. Boom! In that moment, Hyuga Kaze and Jiraiya engaged in a fierce struggle. Their movements were exceptionally agile, with the wind from their strikes creating ripples of force, and the ground beneath them quickly cracked like spiderwebs. Chapter 78. Taichi Shattered Stars. Jiraiya seized the initiative, swiftly condensing a sphere of immense chakra into a spiraling orb, launching it towards Hinata Kaze with the force of a tempest. With eyes like lightning, Hinata Kaze deftly evaded the fierce strike, simultaneously raising his hand to unleash a rapid 8 trigrams empty palm. In an instant, a powerful current of chakra surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, roaring towards the spiraling orb. Boom! The two collided with a deafening roar, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Taking advantage of the obscuring haze, Jiraiya moved like a specter, closing in on Hinata Kaze. With his other hand, he swiftly formed seals and shouted, "Fire release, flame bullet." A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, resembling a blazing meteor, hurtling directly towards Hinata Kaze. Hinata Kaze's expression grew serious as he rapidly formed seals with both hands and shouted, "Water release, water barrier." In an instant, a formidable wall of water rose from the ground, acting as a massive shield to firmly block the fireball. The flames clashed violently against the water wall, producing a thick mist that hissed and crackled ominously. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Jiraiya decisively bit his fingertip, a series of intricate hand seals rapidly forming in his hands. Summoning technique. With a resounding boom, a gargantuan toad materialized beneath him, adorned with a necklace bearing the character for loyalty. "Toad Shinobu, prepare oil," Jiraiya commanded urgently. The toad opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of oil that merged instantly with Jiraiya's fire release, creating an even more ferocious wave of flames that surged towards Hinata Kaze like a rampaging fire dragon. The sheer power of this attack was astonishing, scorching the ground beneath it to a glowing red heat. As the flames dissipated, Hinata Kaze was revealed, enveloped by chakra. Once the fire extinguished, the chakra seemed to be drawn back into his body. "Peacock mystique," Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment. Having traveled throughout the ninja world, he was well aware of the secretive techniques of the Star-Hidden Village. To find such a clandestine art mastered by this young boy was indeed unexpected, indicating his considerable ambition. It appeared that summoning those two esteemed individuals for assistance was now imperative. "Kakashi, buy me some time," Jiraiya called out to Kakashi and the others, then swiftly bit his palm, using his blood to trace a line across his eyes. With a snap, he pressed his palms together to gather chakra. "What? You're actually going to use Sage Mode against me? You're serious about this?" Hinata Kaze, who was recovering his chakra, felt a slight reddening of his skin from the flames. Understanding Jiraiya's intentions, he prepared to interrupt him, but Kakashi and the others quickly positioned themselves in front of him. Hey, don't pull my hair, that hurts." Just as tensions escalated, a loud and incessant voice rang out. Everyone turned towards the forest to find Honglian gripping Fadewan's head, the shouting emanating from that very head. Except for Kakashi, the others were momentarily taken aback at the sight of a disembodied head still capable of vocalizing, leaving them in shock. Even Hinata Kaze, familiar with the anime, was momentarily stunned. Heiju Leia followed closely behind Honglian, carrying a bag containing Fadewan's severed body. "Leader, you all retreat first." Hinata Kaze interrupted Honglian's imminent words. The current situation far exceeded his expectations. Jiraiya's appearance was entirely unforeseen. Though Honglian and Heiju Leia hesitated, they promptly turned and prepared to flee. However, at that moment, Inazuma Jenkins suddenly bellowed, "Want to leave? Not so easy." With that, he gripped his kunai tightly and charged forward like an arrow released from its bow. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Inazuma Jenkins quickly halted, as a sharp pressure surged past him, the sensation prickling his skin and leaving him shaken. Honglian and Heiju, still clutching the shouting Fadewan's head and carrying his severed body, hurriedly retreated, fully aware of their leader's intentions and executing the command without hesitation. As Kakashi aimed his Mangeki Sharingan at Honglian and Heiju, he caught a glimpse of Hinata Kaze's strange movements, his chakra rapidly surging. In that fleeting moment, he abandoned the pursuit of Honglian and focused on Hinata Kaze. "Kamui, Taiji Void Shatter." At this juncture, Obito expressed gratitude for the ninjutsu gifted by his comrades. Hinata Kaze struck with a palm, releasing a force so powerful that it distorted the surrounding space, demonstrating the staggering might of his attack. Simultaneously, Kakashi activated his eye technique, warping the space around him into a swirling vortex. In the blink of an eye, Hinata Kaze's formidable strike vanished into the distorted space. Had Obito known that Kakashi frequently sent various objects into his dimension, he might have been infuriated enough to stab him with a kunai. After interrupting Kakashi's actions, Hinata Kaze remained vigilant, constantly dodging left and right. Meanwhile, shadows on the ground seemed to detach and move towards him, seeking to ensnare him. Vacuum cross slash. Fire release. Fire dragon bullet. The simultaneous shouts echoed, accompanied by fierce assaults. Bayan Zhaochen unleashed a sharp sword strike, while Inazuma Jenkins rapidly formed seals to unleash a fire release technique, sending searing flames surging towards Hinata Kaze like a raging dragon. 8 trigrams palm. Revolving heaven. Hinata Kaze adeptly evaded the shadow's grasp, spinning like a top, the centrifugal force dispersing both attacks in an instant. Kamui. Kakashi seized the moment when Hinata Kaze's spinning ceased, decisively activating his eye technique. sending a distorted spatial force surging towards Hinata Kaze's neck. Drip, drip, blood dripped from Hinata Kaze's hand, his heart racing with anxiety. Had he not exerted every ounce of effort to evade, his neck would surely have been snapped by that bizarre spatial force. The impact of Kamui had torn a small chunk of flesh from his shoulder, causing blood to gush forth. However, in a matter of moments, he quickly pressed several chakra points on his shoulder to staunch the bleeding. Indeed, Kakashi should not be underestimated. His battle awareness and ability to seize opportunities consistently posed a lethal threat to his adversaries. Through the inside of his Byakugan, Hinata Kaze clearly observed that Jiraiya had already gathered half of his chakra. There was no time to delay, otherwise his life would truly be at risk. Bang, bang, bang. Hinata Kaze swiftly tossed several smoke bombs, and in an instant, thick smoke billowed up, obscuring everyone's vision. Seizing the opportunity, he began to concentrate his chakra with all his might. He's still inside. Inazuma Jinken shouted loudly, sensing the chakra within the smoke. Wind release, typhoon. Inazuma Jinken quickly formed seals, unleashing a violent gust that instantly dispersed the smoke. At the same time, Bayan Zhaochen gripped his longsword tightly, charging forward with the ferocity of a tiger. Everything unfolded as Hinata Kaze had anticipated. His gaze turned sharp, locking onto the advancing Bayan Zhaochen. Realizing the impending danger, Kakashi felt a sense of foreboding, but it was already too late. Taichi Star Shatter. Hinata Kaze slowly extended his palms, the motion seemingly languid, yet enveloped in a chillingly deadly aura. Bayan Zhaochen found his body frozen by an invisible force, helplessly watching as a minuscule object instantaneously penetrated his being. As if ensnared by the very fabric of time, Kakashi and the others found themselves frozen, their movements rendered agonizingly deliberate. Helplessly, they could only bear witness as Hayama Shirakumo turned back, a fleeting smile gracing his lips, before his form began to disintegrate, fragment by fragment, until he vanished entirely. Chapter 79. Where is everyone? Witnessing the bizarre and tragic demise of Bayun in the early morning instilled a chilling dread in the hearts of the onlookers. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the scene unfold, his Sharingan spinning rapidly in an attempt to decipher the principles behind Hinata Feng's technique. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Narajuchue's voice trembled. For he had never seen such a horrifying move that could reduce a living being to mere dust in an instant. Pale and exhausted, Hinata Feng felt the immense toll of his taijutsu, Star Shatter. Yet, he understood that if he did not exert his utmost effort, he might not escape from this predicament alive. Breathing heavily, he cast a resolute glance at the crowd, his eyes filled with determination. Do you still wish to continue on this path to death? Hinata Feng's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet it was laced with an undeniable ferocity. Jiraiya watched from the sidelines, growing increasingly wary of the young man. He knew that if Hinata Feng were to escape now, he would undoubtedly become a great threat to the shinobi world in the future. Thus, he hastened the gathering of his chakra, preparing to deal a fatal blow when Hinata Feng was at his weakest. Kakashi quickly adjusted to the situation, realizing that he must not panic but instead devise a way to stall Hinata Feng, waiting for Jiraiya to complete his sage mode. Everyone, do not act recklessly, remain vigilant. He is also heavily drained, Kakashi quietly reminded his companions, while secretly gathering his own chakra, searching for the opportune moment to strike. As Jiraiya clasped his hands together, a faint white light began to emanate from him, clearly indicating that he was on the verge of successfully summoning the two sages of Myoboka Mountain. The others grew alert, for the jutsu Hinata Feng had just unleashed had greatly impacted them. Hinata Feng thought to himself, I can no longer afford to delay. Once Jiraiya enters sage mode, I will surely suffer grievously. With this in mind, his chakra surged violently within him. In a flash, he moved like lightning, completing 6 hand seals in a heartbeat. Before slamming his palms together, water release, violent water surge. In an instant, a massive curtain of water appeared as if conjured from the depths of the ocean, crashing down upon the crowd. What? Jiraiya exclaimed in shock. In his understanding, the Hyuga clan had always excelled in physical techniques. How could he possibly wield ninjutsu? Wait. How come no one informed me that you could use ninjutsu? The other Konoha ninjas, having witnessed Hinata Feng's ninjutsu previously, were not as taken aback. Jiraiya had just arrived, and Hinata Feng had yet to demonstrate his abilities, leaving no time for communication. It was no wonder Jiraiya was astonished. Kakashi reacted swiftly, hastily forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. With his exclamation, 3 earthen walls adorned with dog heads erupted from the ground, swiftly sheltering everyone within. The surging water curtain slammed into the earthen barrier, only to helplessly flow aside. As the water receded, everyone strained their eyes, searching for any trace of Hinata Feng. Where did he go? Kakashi and the others were left dumbfounded. The vibrant life that had just been before them had vanished without a trace. Especially Jiraiya, who was on the verge of summoning the two sages of Myoboka Mountain. What had happened? Such a large figure had simply disappeared into thin air. Sanjamaiten hastily employed sensory ninjutsu, meticulously searching for some sign of Hinata Feng, but to no avail. Reluctantly, Jiraiya had to abandon the summoning. With heavy hearts, Kakashi and the others lifted their fallen comrade's body, turning back towards Konoha, their faces etched with sorrow. In a distant place, Hinata Feng landed gracefully on the ground. exhaling a long breath. This battle had yielded significant results. Techniques that were once still maturing had been successfully executed in combat. All of this was thanks to the confrontation with Jiraiya and the pressure exerted by Kakashi's Manjiki Sharingan. The Taijutsu, Star Shatter technique, required an immense amount of chakra as its foundation, along with the need to compress that chakra to an incredibly minuscule size. Its inspiration stemmed from the Tailed Beast Bomb, a unique technique developed by Hinata Fong based on this concept. I nearly miscalculated this time, yet the ultimate goal was achieved. In Konoha, before the hero's monument, the weather was particularly gloomy, as if mourning the fallen heroes. A group of individuals clad in black stood solemnly. This operation had not only failed to capture Hinata Fong, but Konoha also mourned the loss of 3 ninjas. Yamashiro Chiba and Akimichi Shido were struck down by Hinata Fong. Their hearts shattered in an instant, while Bayun had been utterly obliterated, leaving only his garments to be buried in remembrance. Grief permeated the faces of those present. With Narashike and Sunjamiten unable to contain their sorrow, weeping openly. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had always maintained deep bonds, forming small teams to fight alongside one another through generations. They had known Akimichi Shido for decades, sharing a profound camaraderie. Yet today they were forced to bid farewell to their dear friend. Mourners approached the grave one by one, placing a white flower before departing in silence. As the head of both the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan, a shiver ran down their spines. After all 3 deceased had fallen by Hinata Feng's hand. Even though he had defected from Konoha, he still bore the name of the Hyuga clan. Fortunately, Tsunade had been present to prevent others from acting impulsively. Otherwise, the leaders of the Hyuga clan would have surely faced a beating. As a result, the standing of the Hyuga clan within the village began to wane. Time swiftly passed, and several days had elapsed since these events. In the land of grass, within the Wind Organization. Hey, why should I join you? After his body had been reattached, Haiden shouted indignantly. Hinata Fong had anticipated Haiden's reaction, for he was a peculiar individual, his heart solely devoted to the veneration of the evil god. Thus, in the following days, a peculiar scene unfolded within the Wind Organization. A loquacious individual was bound and hung upon a pillar. Initially, some were perplexed by the situation, but upon approaching to offer assistance, they found themselves pulled in by Haiden, who insisted they join the evil god cult. From that point forward, no one was willing to acknowledge him again. Chapter 80. The Fourth Shinobi World War. Hinata Kaze gazed at Fade Wan, bound to a pillar, contemplating ways to secure his complete allegiance. After all, Fade Wan possessed an immortal body. Should he be swayed to Hinata's side, he would undoubtedly become a formidable asset in future conflicts. However, Fade Wan's peculiar nature demanded that he perform his dark rituals periodically, or he would suffer immensely. Thus, Hinata was left to endure the waiting game with him. Meanwhile, in the Land of Fire, the atmosphere in the Hokage's conference room was tense. Clan leaders and high-ranking officials had gathered, and even Danzo, typically at odds with Tsunade, remained unusually silent. Tsunade's grim demeanor was palpable, and no one dared provoke her ire at such a crucial moment. Her piercing gaze swept over the assembly, and those caught in her stare instinctively averted their eyes. The purpose of today's meeting was to discuss how to respond to the leader of the Wind Organization, Hinata Kaze. As Tsunade's words hung in the air, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Hinata had brazenly trespassed into the borders of Konoha, killing 3 ninjas, one of whom was a member of the Akimichi clan. Tsunade's expression made it clear that she would not easily forgive Hinata, and no one wished to take the risk of being the scapegoat. At that moment, Akimichi clan leader Akimichi Daisuke stood up, voice raised. Hokage-sama, I believe the Hinata clan must clarify their stance. I second that. His words were echoed by Narashikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi. As the 3 clans had always shared a strong bond, and with Narashizuku and Yamanaka Mitsu also having made requests of them, the solidarity was palpable. Hinata Hayashi felt as if he were being roasted over an open flame. The call for a stance essentially meant that the Hinata clan would act as the vanguard against the Wind Organization. Yet, the reality was stark. Even though Hinata had defected, the mark of the Hinata clan remained indelible upon him. Taking a deep breath, Hinata Hayashi slowly rose, responding, Hokage-sama. Do you mean to declare full-scale war against the Wind Organization? War? Indeed, Tsunade affirmed. Although the Land of Grass was a minor nation, under Hinata's influence, its ninjas had been unified. Furthermore, Hinata had assimilated the Land of Stone through commercial means, leading even the Hidden Star Village to join his ranks. Thus, taking action against Hinata, now entrenched in the Land of Grass, would be akin to declaring war. Hinata Hayashi's inquiry stemmed from a desire to avoid the escalation to full-scale war. After all, such an endeavor would require immense military resources. While Konoha, at full strength, could indeed overpower the Wind Organization, the latter's current might should not be underestimated. The issue lay in Konoha's composition of numerous clans, each contemplating their potential gains from war. As Hinata Hayashi's words faded, the clan leaders lowered their heads in thought. Should war be declared, they would need to consider their family's interests. Even Tsunade was compelled to weigh the implications of a large-scale conflict, pondering how to address a possible attack from other major ninja villages if Konoha's forces were thin. At this juncture, Danzo, who had been quietly contemplating, slowly opened his shadowed eyes. If Hokage-sama decides to wage war against the Wind Organization, the Root will provide full support. His declaration startled the assembly as they regarded him with disbelief. What had come over him? Danzo, who typically seized every opportunity to undermine others, was now proclaiming his unwavering support? Surely, he must be plotting something. In truth, this conclusion arose from Danzo's discussions with Hate, both understanding the necessity of denying the Wind Organization further opportunities to strengthen. However, Danzo did not anticipate that his words would extinguish Tsunade's initial resolve to launch a decisive offensive against their enemy. Tsunade scrutinized Danzo for a few seconds, noting his unperturbed demeanor. Subsequently, she turned to the assembly, asking, "Are there any other opinions?" The clan leaders exchanged glances, wary of Danzo's potential schemes. They cared little for the lives of Root members, but if their own kin suffered losses, it would be unacceptable, even if war was inevitable. A full-scale conflict was not an option. Seated beside Tsunade, Danzo remained oblivious to the shift in focus among the leaders, who were now preoccupied with preserving their family's strength. Hokage-sama, if we engage in all-out war, we risk exploitation by other great nations, one leader voiced. Agreed. I concur. I support that as well. Are you suggesting we disregard the sacrifices of our fallen heroes and allow the perpetrators to roam free? Danzo thundered, rising in fury, his chakra emanating uncontrollably, as if he had lost a close relative. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, incredulous at Danzo's unexpected display of loyalty. The clan leaders exchanged glances, their expressions contorted in disbelief at Danzo's self-righteousness. This was not the norm. It was always Danzo being blamed, carrying the burden of their grievances. Why have the tables turned? Kurenai, ever the peacemaker, quickly interjected, Danzo, that's not their intent. It's just that if war breaks out, we must deliberate carefully to avoid being caught off guard by other factions. Indeed, the others chimed in, seizing upon Kurenai's words as a lifeline. Midogate's Hayashi also added that they must strategically allocate the number of ninjas left to guard. Though the Wind Organization was formidable, Konoha was not to be trifled with. Dispatching a select group of elite ninjas would suffice for victory. With their sentiments expressed, Danzo slowly resumed his seat, remaining silent. His objectives had been achieved, if they triumphed. He would have the opportunity to control Hinata Kaze, if they lost. He would stand on moral high ground to chastise the assembly for not heeding his counsel to strike with full force. This dual advantage was not something Danzo would readily disclose. In due course, after extensive deliberation, Konoha resolved to dispatch an elite ninja force to confront the Wind Organization. Such a significant military initiative could not remain hidden from the other nations. After all, each village had its spies, and everyone was acutely aware of the situation. Konoha's actions would not go unnoticed by the other great nations, who would certainly respond. Thus, a series of chain reactions, akin to falling dominoes, ensued, ultimately igniting a war throughout the entire shinobi world. The Fourth Shinobi World War was poised to erupt. Chapter 81. Akai's Intentions in the Land of Thunder. Within the village of Cloud, as Konoha busily prepared for mobilization, an urgent intelligence report swiftly reached the hands of Reikage AI. Given the gravity of the situation, AI promptly convened an emergency meeting. The conference room filled with elite ninjas and high-ranking officials from the village of Cloud was nearly at full attendance. Apologies for my tardiness. Akai hurriedly entered the meeting room, offering his sincere apologies. Upon seeing him arrive, AI breathed a sigh of relief and said, Akai, please take a seat. We will rely on your expertise as the chief strategist to analyze the current situation. The others nodded in agreement. As the chief strategist of the village of Cloud, Akai was responsible for establishing border defenses and providing professional strategic planning for various regions, which had significantly elevated his status within the village. Once Akai was seated, all personnel were present. Mabu-e then produced the intelligence report and stated, Everyone, Konoha is mobilizing a large number of elite ninjas, intending to launch a vengeful war against the Wind Organization in the Land of Grass. She then elaborated on the conflicts between Konoha and the Wind Organization, conducting a series of in-depth analyses of Konoha's actions. Based on her analysis, she believed that this war presented an opportunity for the village of Cloud to seize resources from the prosperous Land of Fire. The high-ranking officials and elite personnel unanimously expressed their agreement. Although the Land of Thunder was a major power, its land and resources paled in comparison to those of the Land of Fire. In previous conflicts, the Land of Thunder had often targeted the Land of Fire, but Konoha's strength proved overwhelming. The first Hokage, Senja Hashirama, was exceptionally powerful, deterring other nations from daring to invade, while the second Hokage, Senja Tobarama, though he fell on the battlefield, the village of Cloud suffered considerable losses as well. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was a paragon of ninjutsu, and during his tenure, Konoha's clans were also formidable. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, known as the Yellow Flash, was said to allow enemies to retreat without punishment upon encountering him. Thus, no major nation had succeeded in penetrating the borders of the Land of Fire, with most wars occurring in the Land of Rain. With such a favorable opportunity at hand, they were eager not to let it slip away. With the Wind Organization preoccupying Konoha, they could launch a substantial invasion, at the very least forcing the Land of Fire to make concessions and pay reparations. I oppose this proposal. just as everyone was in high spirits. An incongruous voice pierced through the atmosphere. Angered glares met the speaker, and upon recognizing it was Chief Strategist Akai, they reluctantly quelled their anger. Though resentment lingered in their hearts. Such a golden opportunity, and you failed to grasp the situation? If it weren't for your rank as Chief Strategist, I would have wanted to teach you a lesson. Raikage AI was acutely aware of the villagers' reactions. Should Akai fail to provide a reasonable explanation, he would likely face ostracism within the village of Cloud. Although AI himself harbored dissatisfaction with Akai's opposition, he acknowledged that Akai's previous suggestions had always borne merit. Akai, please share your perspective. With the Raikage's approval, Akai rose, producing a map of the ninja world, displaying it for all to see. Raikage-sama, esteemed colleagues, please observe this location. He pointed to the land of stone. The assembly looked on, their expressions clouded with confusion. Only Mabui seemed to have an inkling of what he was alluding to, yet remained silent, waiting for Akai to continue his analysis. At that moment, an impatient ninja abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Lord Akai, we are discussing the land of fire. Are you pointing to the wrong place?" To this inquiry, Akai merely smiled, a gesture that only heightened the ninja's impatience. Akai then pointed to the land of earth, slowly articulating, "The land of stone shares a border with the land of earth. Although Awagakure has not yet made a move, should Konoha engage in war against the Wind Organization?" His statement hung in the air, akin to a resounding bell, awakening the assembly. Indeed, Awagakure would not remain idle. Their strategic position made it difficult for them to directly confront Konoha. However, should the Wind Organization contend with Konoha, the ninjas from the Land of Stone would undoubtedly be recalled. This would allow Iwagakure to effortlessly seize the Land of Stone. Mabui had grasped the situation and turned to Akai, asking, "Akai, are you implying that if we strike at Konoha, it will ultimately benefit Iwagakure?" "Precisely," he affirmed. "According to the latest intelligence, Konoha has stationed a significant number of ninjas for defense, making it challenging for us to secure a swift victory. If we were to assault Konoha, even if the village of Cloud managed to occupy some territory, we would only end up inflicting mutual devastation." He then pointed towards the Land of Wind, continuing, "Let us not forget that Konoha has Sunagakure as an ally. If we assign a strength of 10 to the 5 major ninja villages, a direct confrontation with Konoha would reduce both sides to 5. Meanwhile, the Wagakure's annexation of the Land of Stone could bolster their strength to 12, while the combined might of Sunagakure and Konoha would reach 15. And the village of Mist would remain at 10. In contrast, our village of Cloud would be left with merely 5. At that point, we would be akin to fish on a cutting board, vulnerable to being sliced and diced, gradually consumed." Upon hearing Akai's analysis, the expressions of the assembly grew grave. The previously impatient ninja sat down quietly, realizing his prior recklessness. Raikage AI furrowed his brow tightly and slammed his fist on the table, causing the teacups to bounce, and exclaimed angrily, "Damn it! Must we simply acquiesce? Allow Konoha to act so arrogantly within the ninja realm?" Akai respectfully looked at the Raikage, his smile exuding confidence as he replied, "Raikage-sama, that is far from the case." The anticipation in the room was palpable as they awaited his next words. "We have previously established cooperation with the Wind Organization, and during this period, they have provided our village with substantial resources. Now that the Wind Organization finds itself in a predicament, it is only fitting for the village of Cloud to extend a helping hand." His statement left everyone bewildered. Even the astute Mabui struggled to comprehend his intent. Help the Wind Organization? Has he lost his mind, thinking himself a paragon of virtue? Setting aside the benefits of aiding them, what if Konoha and Awagakure were to join forces against the village of Cloud? At this moment, Akai elaborated, "Of course, we will not assist unconditionally. We can first request a shipment of resources from the Wind Organization, and subsequently dispatch elite troops to the border of Awagakure for deterrence. This way, we stand to gain in 3 ways. First, we acquire substantial resources while simultaneously preventing Awagakure from expanding its power. Second, when Konoha initiates war, we do not exploit their misfortune, thus extending a favor to Konoha. Third, we can observe the developments of the situation before seizing the opportune moment to act." As the assembly absorbed Akai's further explanation, their doubts gradually dissipated and contemplative expressions emerged. Raikage AI stroked his chin, musing, "Your plan does hold some merit. We gain benefits while maintaining the initiative in this chaotic situation, without deeply offending Konoha." A glimmer of appreciation sparkled in Mabui's eyes as she nodded, stating, "Akai, your analysis is astute. Given the current situation, this indeed appears to be a sound strategy. However, sending elite forces to Awagakure's border for deterrence requires careful calibration to avoid provoking direct conflict while still applying sufficient pressure." The other ninjas engaged in hushed discussions, expressing their endorsement of Akai's proposal. The previously impatient ninja scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he remarked, "Lord Akai, I was reckless earlier. I did not anticipate you had such a comprehensive plan in mind." Akai smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "We all strive for the welfare of the village of Cloud. Differing opinions are entirely natural. What matters most now is that we unify our thoughts and determine our next course of action." Raikage AI scanned the assembly, proclaiming loudly, "In that case, let us proceed as Akai has suggested. Akai, you are to immediately initiate contact with the Wind Organization. negotiating the requisition of supplies and the specifics of subsequent actions. As for the deployment of troops, I shall assign that task to Darui, ensuring that every detail is meticulously planned. Akai respectfully replied, "Yes, Lord Rakage." He then turned and prepared to execute his mission. Thus commenced a delicate game of strategy involving the Hidden Cloud Village, the Hidden Leaf Village, the Hidden Stone Village, and the Wind Organization. The dynamics of the ninja world would inevitably become more intricate due to this series of decisions. Akai stepped outside, weary, and gazed up at the sky. He had reached his limits, his intentions unmistakable. Leader, the unfolding situation now rests upon your shoulders. Chapter 82, The Elite Clash in the Land of Earth. Within the village of Awagakure, Inoki swiftly gathered his advisors upon receiving intelligence regarding Konoha's situation. Among the 5 Kage, Inoki possessed considerable experience and foresight, allowing him to analyze the state of affairs in the Stone Country. If Konoha and the Wind Organization were indeed embroiled in a fierce conflict, he contemplated remaining an observer, ready to seize the opportunity should the Wind Organization falter. The prospect of conquering both the Stone Country and the Grass Country, which were orderly under the governance of Hinata Kaze, was enticing. Such an acquisition would not only expand his territory, but also enhance his resources. Inoki deemed the likelihood of Konoha's defeat to be minimal. Some might question why he didn't act swiftly to seize the Stone Country amidst the chaos. Inoki could only smile wryly at this notion. Based on his understanding of the young Hinata Kaze, he was certain that a surprise attack would draw Awagakure into the fray. Seated at the head of the table, Inoki turned to his chief advisor, asking, "Kumo, what is your perspective on the war between Konoha and the Wind Organization?" The room fell silent as all eyes turned to the young man seated beneath Inoki, admiration evident in their gazes. As the chief strategist of Awagakure, Kumo had not only excelled in defense but had also successfully repelled incursions from Kumogakure. "Lord Tsuchikage, esteemed colleagues, I believe our focus must extend beyond Konoha and the Wind Organization," Kumo asserted as he rose to present his views. His statement ignited a flurry of whispers among the attendees. Silence. Inoki rapped the table forcefully, restoring order. "Kumo, elaborate. I trust your judgment." His words signified profound faith in Kumo's insights, though he remained oblivious to the fact that his advisor was, in truth, an infiltrator. Kumo unfurled a map, indicating several locations. Shock washed over the room as the audience beheld his pointed references. One senior official, drenched in cold sweat, inquired urgently, "Kumo, do you mean?" "Indeed. I refer to Kumogakure." Kumo replied directly. Despite this confirmation, skepticism lingered. Why would Kumogakure, amid Konoha's turmoil, choose to provoke Awagakure instead of capitalizing on Konoha's vulnerabilities? Many remained doubtful, yet Inoki found Kumo's analysis compelling. He considered that, had he been in Kumogakure's position, he might have arrived at a similar conclusion. Although the Rakage, was not particularly astute, there were undoubtedly clever minds within Kumogakure who would advise caution regarding Awagakure's potential growth. Seeing the confusion etched on the faces around him, Kumo elaborated. Konoha has merely mustered its elite forces, yet a significant number of ninjas remain behind. Even if Kumogakure were to execute a surprise attack, Konoha would surely respond swiftly. Conversely, the Wind Organization would likely wait for both Konoha and Kumogakure to exhaust each other before launching a counteroffensive. However, should we become embroiled in this conflict? Given the Wind Organization leader's temperament, it is plausible he might abandon his assault on Konoha to engage us in a destructive confrontation. This reasoning resonated with the majority. Although a small faction remained convinced that Kumogakure would not forsake the opportunity to strike Konoha for a conflict with Awagakure. Ultimately, the decision rested with Inoki. After deliberation, he resolved to closely monitor Kumogakure's movements before determining subsequent actions. Upon hearing this decision, Kumo exhaled with relief, knowing that his comrades hidden within Kumogakure would likely echo this counsel, thereby alleviating the leader's concerns. In the Land of Grass, within the Wind Organization, Hinata Kaze proactively dispatched a shipment of supplies to Kumogakure, expressing that these resources symbolized their alliance, regardless of how circumstances unfolded. He could not afford to wait for Kumogakure to initiate negotiations. With the majority of Stone Country's ninjas having quietly returned to the Land of Grass, he was determined to avert any disruptions while engaged in battle with Konoha. Hinata Kaze was acutely aware of Konoha's every maneuver. He had thoroughly anticipated various scenarios. Recognizing that confrontation with Konoha was inevitable, he saw this as an opportunity to assess the capabilities of his organization's members. With individuals like Honglian already dispatched to fortify the borders, he intended to adopt a strategy of waiting for Konoha to exhaust itself. Since Konoha had deployed its elite forces, he would confront the so-called elite. Simultaneously, Hinata Kaze instructed Kamen to confer with Kirigakure, aiming to ensure that they would restrain Sunagakure to prevent any support for Konoha during the impending conflict. Hinata Kaze's strategic maneuvers had cast a shadow of war across the ninja world, heralding an imminent clash. To mitigate the involvement of Konoha's top-tier combatants in the conflict against the Wind Organization, he directed his informants embedded within Konoha to disseminate rumors regarding the whereabouts of the Akatsuki leader in Amigakure. This information, while perhaps inconsequential to others, was akin to a potent stimulant for Jiraiya, who had been diligently investigating the Akatsuki's movements, particularly concerning the leader's location. Initially, Jiraiya planned to verify the news after the war, yet a more explosive revelation soon followed. The Akatsuki had captured 5-tailed beasts. This news unsettled him, compelling him to journey to Amigakure for confirmation. Hinata Kaze felt no remorse for betraying Nagato, as he had not received any communication since their last encounter, which had caused him considerable dissatisfaction. He now saw this as an opportunity to provide Nagato with a compelling reason to attack Konoha. Moreover, this was an excellent chance to eliminate Jiraiya, a formidable force from Konoha. Hinata Kaze mused that, with the leak of his own intelligence and the situation surrounding the Three Tails, there was no way Nagato could remain passive while Konoha thrived. If the Wind Organization could withstand this crisis, Konoha would lose Jiraiya, and Danzo would successfully seize power, allowing Hinata Kaze's subsequent plans to unfold seamlessly. As the specter of war loomed, it would later be remarked that the Fourth Great Ninja War was ignited by the white eyes of a single youth. Days flew by, and Konoha finally completed its troop assembly. Leading the charge were the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, whose Byakugan enabled them to keenly scout the battlefield while adeptly responding to unexpected developments. Danzo also dispatched root ninjas to participate, primarily tasked with covert surveillance. Despite dissatisfaction among the other clans, no one dared to openly oppose the current circumstances. The elite force comprised nearly 5,000 ninjas, though most were merely Chunin level. The mission was led once again by Kakashi Hitaki, with Nara Shikaka serving as the strategist, formulating battle plans. Tsunade needed to remain in Konoha to guard against potential interference from other ninja villages while also keeping a watchful eye on Danzo, whose recent actions had raised her suspicions. Everyone understood that this war was destined to endure for a considerable duration. Chapter 83, Division of Forces. At this moment, a palpable tension enveloped the entire ninja world. Sunagakure had summoned a contingent of ninjas, poised to lend support to Konoha, although the two villages were allies. A significant faction within Sunagakure opposed this assistance. However, as it was a decision made by their own Kazekage, the villagers had no choice but to comply with the orders. Just as Sunagakure had assembled its forces, Kirigakure had already set its plans in motion. Over 3,000 ninjas from the Mist Village infiltrated the Land of Waves, their gaze fixated menacingly on Sunagakure. This predicament thrust Sunagakure into a dilemma. Should they assist Konoha, they would have to consider Kirigakure's maneuvers. Although the two villages were separated by the Land of Fire, if Kirigakure's objective was indeed Sunagakure, any attempt by Konoha to intervene would necessitate a division of their own forces. This would complicate matters significantly, and it was quite possible that Kumogakure would seize the opportunity to join the fray. In this state of urgency, Gaara sent a message to Konoha, alerting them to the need to restrain Kirigakure to prevent Konoha from being caught in a pincer attack. Upon receiving the intelligence, Tsunade concurred with Gaara's assessment and relayed Sunagakure's situation to the personnel stationed at the borders to avert any unnecessary misunderstandings. Currently, nearly all of the 5 great nations found themselves embroiled in this conflict, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the true mastermind orchestrating these events was Hyuga Kaze. At the border of the Land of Grass, Hyuga Kaze personally led 2,000 members of his organization to commence defensive preparations. A total of 5,000 personnel had been mobilized, marking the full extent of his available forces. Honglian and Haishu Thunderfang each commanded 1,500 troops, deploying to the left and right borders, respectively. Meanwhile, Kakashi led a formidable contingent of 5,000 elite shinobi from Konoha to the border, establishing their encampment for a brief respite. Suddenly, a shout of alarm echoed through the camp. Enemy attack. It was none other than Haishu Thunderfang attempting to exploit the Konoha force's momentary disarray with a surprise assault. However, one of the Hyuga clan's ninjas, utilizing their Byakugan, detected the impending danger, serving as an invaluable scout in this critical moment. Realizing their ambush had been foiled, Haishu Thunderfang bellowed, "Retreat." In an instant, the assailants hastily withdrew. By the time Konoha's forces arrived, the intruders had vanished without a trace. Left with no other choice, Kakashi urged his comrades to remain vigilant and continue fortifying their camp. In an unnoticed corner, a pink lens shimmered faintly. Honglian, stationed at the right border, gazed at the crystal on the back of his hand, murmuring to himself, "Do they share the same eyes as the leader? This situation has become rather precarious." In that moment, Kaze's organization had divided its forces into 3. Typically, splitting forces against a formidable opponent is unwise, yet Hyuga Kaze arranged it thus, subtly forming a pincer strategy. Upon receiving this intelligence at the Konoha camp, Kakashi furrowed his brow and inquired of Nara Shikaku, "Shikaku, what are your thoughts on Kaze's division of forces?" Shikaku, just placing a small flag representing the enemy's position on the strategy board, responded thoughtfully, "It appears this battle will be challenging." "Is there a problem, Shikaku?" asked his friend Yamanaka Inoichi, fixated on the board, oblivious to any anomalies. Others gathered around, equally perplexed. Shikaka drew a line between the 3 flags representing Kaze's divided forces. When the others looked again, they were struck by the realization that the 3 positions formed a triangular cross. This configuration indicated that regardless of which location Konoha chose to assault, the other 2 enemy factions would swiftly converge for support. Should the situation be mishandled, Konoha's troops risked encirclement, plunging them into peril. Shikaku closed his eyes in contemplation. Within moments, dozens of counter-strategies flashed through his mind. However, upon further reflection, he found none that could easily vanquish the enemy. Should they choose to divide their forces in retaliation, it would likely play right into Hyuga Kaze's hands. Moreover, Kaze's defensive positions held substantial strategic advantages, making them difficult to breach. It appeared the only viable option was to devise a way to lure the enemy into action. After some deliberation, Shikaku articulated his thoughts for group discussion. Lure the enemy into action? Kakashi echoed pensively, but given Kaze's cautious nature, how can we entice him? Yamanaka and Noichi stroked his chin and proposed, perhaps we could fabricate a ruse, feigning a shortage of supplies to lure them into a raid? Shikaku shook his head gently, explaining, Kaze undoubtedly places immense value on intelligence gathering. It would be challenging to deceive him with a mere pretense of scarcity, even if he took the bait. His strategic acumen would ensure he was thoroughly prepared, potentially leading us into a trap. At this juncture, Inazuka Kiba interjected. What if we dispatched a small team to harass one of the factions, intentionally exposing a weakness to entice the other two factions for support, and then set an ambush? Shikaku pondered this for a moment, then slowly replied, that is indeed a viable strategy, but given Kaze's formation, he must have anticipated various scenarios. Our harassment team cannot be too weak, lest we fail to capture their attention, yet if they are too strong, they may raise suspicion. Moreover, the location and timing of our ambush are crucial. Any misstep could lead to failure. The group engaged in a lively debate, each person contributing their thoughts to refine the plan. Kakashi listened intently while observing the strategy board, his mind racing with possibilities. He understood that every decision made in the face of Hyuga Kaze could determine the fate of Konoha's ninjas and must be approached with utmost caution. Amidst their fervent discussions, a ninja approached with urgent news. Sir, scouts report that one of the factions within the Wind Organization seems to be mobilizing. The atmosphere shifted instantly, faces paling as attention turned to this new intelligence. What? 1,000 troops are missing? And they are retreating into the land of grass? The revelation left everyone bewildered. Even Shikaku struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet, he sensed that Kaze's actions were undoubtedly laden with ulterior motives. Without hesitation, Shikaku declared, Kakashi, we cannot afford to delay any longer. We must swiftly defeat Hyuga Kaze before we uncover the reasons behind this retreating thousand. I have a strong premonition that any further delay will only exacerbate our predicament. Kakashi, recognizing the urgency in Shikaku's voice, nodded in agreement and quickly mobilized a portion of the shinobi to prepare for an assault on the core of the Wind Organization's defenses, all while seeking to draw Hyuga Kaze into action. Hyuga Kaze's decision to withdraw 1,000 troops reduced the number of defenders at his position. Thus, if Konoha launched an attack from the left and right flanks, they would face a dilemma. The distance of the remaining enemy forces would delay their arrival for support. However, should the reinforcements arrive too late, their scheme could be unraveled, as they could not risk the lives of those tasked with drawing the enemy out. In no time, Konoha's camp had gathered hundreds of ninjas, ready to initiate their offensive against Hyuga Kaze's position. Chapter 84. The Death of Noera Genkin Boom. A trap. As the Konoha ninjas traversed the forest, they inadvertently triggered a concealed trap, resulting in several injuries within moments. Leading the operation was Noera Genkan, who hurried to the side of the wounded to assess their conditions. Fortunately, the injuries were minor. What transpired here? Had the reconnaissance team failed to detect the traps? His inquiry, though framed as a question, was laden with reproach, given that the responsibility for scouting this area lay with the branch family of the Hyuga clan. Soon, several Hyuga branch ninjas arrived to investigate, their expressions equally bewildered. They had meticulously examined the area with their Byakugan and found no traps. How could they have suddenly emerged? Observing their changing expressions, Noera Jinkin realized that even the traps had eluded their detection. This was troubling, if traps undetectable by the Byakugan lay ahead. Any reckless advance could lead to significant casualties before they even reached Hyuga Kaze. At that moment, Noera Jinkin felt the full weight of the challenge posed by Hyuga Kaze. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to continue with the plan. He instructed the injured to return for treatment and report the situation, while he led the others onward, albeit at a decidedly slower pace. The path was fraught with traps, skillfully hidden and strategically placed, forcing them to proceed cautiously, clearing obstacles as they went. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, Hyuga Kaze's team swiftly entered a state of readiness. These traps were meticulously crafted by Hyuga Kaze himself, designed to evade detection by the Byakugan. As a member of the Hyuga lineage, he had spent years studying the Byakugan, his understanding surpassing that of many within his clan. The members watched their leader as Hyuga Kaze sprinted towards the direction of the explosion, prompting them to closely follow in his wake. Enemies approach. A sudden shout echoed through the forest, compelling Noera Jinkin to signal the Konoha ninjas to heighten their vigilance and prepare for defense. The group quickly gathered, abandoning their task of trap clearance. Defend. Before they could even catch a glimpse of their adversaries, a ninja from the Hyuga branch shouted in alarm. With the aid of his Byakugan, he spotted countless weapons raining down upon them. Some of the Konoha ninjas, caught off guard, fell to the ground. Writhing in pain, Noera Jinkin scanned the surroundings for the enemy, but found no trace of them. shouting in desperation, "Where are the enemies?" Just as his voice faded, several trembling Hyuga branch ninjas stammered, We are surrounded." "What? You didn't notice earlier?" Noera Jinkin incredulously questioned. Hadn't the enemy just appeared? How had they managed to encircle them so swiftly? As this thought crossed his mind, he saw Hyuga Kaze, flanked by numerous followers, closing in around them. Noera Jinkin glared at Hyuga Kaze with a fiery resentment, desperate to uncover how he had orchestrated this ambush. "How did you pull this off?" he demanded. In response to Noera Ginkan's inquiry, Hyuga Kaze merely waved his hand, signaling his members to engage. He understood the adage that villains often fall due to excessive chatter. There was no way he would reveal his strategy to the enemy. If even one managed to escape, it would spell disaster. Breakthrough. Seeing that Hyuga Kaze had no intention of explaining, but rather was preparing to attack, Noera Jinkin urgently shouted orders for a breakout. Boom. The clash of various ninjutsu erupted, accompanied by cries of anguish. Hyuga Kaze's gaze was firmly locked on Noera Jinkan, his thoughts focused on the principle of capture the leader to disrupt the ranks. If he could eliminate Noera Jinkan, the Konoha ninjas would surely falter. Like a specter, Hyuga Kaze wove through the Konoha ninjas, unerringly pursuing Noera Jinkan. His hands glimmered with the light of chakra, each strike infused with lethal intent. Noera Jinkan gripped his kunai tightly, straining to fend off Hyuga Kaze's onslaught while remaining acutely aware of the movements of other foes nearby. Despite the formidable strength of the Konoha ninjas, they found themselves in disarray under the siege of the Wind Organization. Although they quickly regained their composure, the Wind Organization held a numerical advantage, employing every tactic at their disposal. Often, groups of 3 or 4 would converge on a single Konoha ninja, dispatching him before swiftly moving to assist their comrades. Can you imagine? As 2 ninjas faced each other, suddenly, a member of the Wind Organization would leap from behind, delivering a kick between the legs. The agony was not something an ordinary person could endure. Furthermore, there were tactics involving stepping on toes or stealthily inserting kunai from behind. In essence, they would resort to any means necessary to secure victory. Some Konoha ninjas, preparing to weave hand signs for their jutsu, would find themselves abruptly pierced by kunai from behind. Collapsing to the ground, their last words a cry of despicable. In the face of the Wind members' blank stares. Witnessing this scene, Noera Jinkin grew increasingly frantic. However, in the midst of battle, the more anxious one became, the more likely it was to reveal a flaw. Taichi, shattered veins. Hyuga Kaze would not let this golden opportunity slip away. He struck Noera Jinkin squarely in the chest. Puff, Noera Jinkin was sent reeling, blood splattering from his lips. Clutching his chest, his gaze began to fade. Even in his weakened state, Hyuga Kaze did not forget to deliver a fatal blow. Just as he prepared to strike, he noticed Kakashi leading reinforcements approaching. Hyuga Kaze turned back to the fallen Noera Jinkan, realization dawning upon him. So that was the plan. To draw the snake out of its hole. You are too late to understand. Noera Ginkan's words came in broken gasps. Yet he continued to fixate on Hyuga Kaze. As Noera Jinkin gazed into Hyuga Kaze's expression of calmness, a strong sense of foreboding surged within him. Yet before this premonition could dissipate, a swift strike from Hyuga Kaze plunged him into an abyss of darkness. The death of Noera Jinkin did not precipitate the chaos among the Konoha ninjas as Hyuga Kaze had anticipated. On the contrary, they reacted like enraged beasts, launching a more frenzied assault against the members of the Wind Organization. It is said that sorrowful soldiers are destined to triumph, but to Hyuga Kaze, this notion did not apply on his battlefield. If one were to pinpoint the reason, it would be that the slaughter had not yet reached a sufficient magnitude. In that moment, Hyuga Kaze resembled a wolf that had infiltrated a flock of sheep, darting through with lethal precision. In mere moments, he claimed the life of yet another Konoha ninja before swiftly targeting his next victim. Chapter 85. Assault on the camp. Curse it, we need reinforcements. Came the furious shouts from a distance. Through the keen perception of his Byakugan, Hyuga Kaze discerned the rapid approach of a multitude of leaf ninjas. Casting a glance at the grievously wounded leaf ninjas before him, he shouted, "The enemy reinforcements have arrived. Retreat swiftly." Upon hearing their leader's command, the members of the Wind Organization swiftly dealt a fatal blow to the critically injured foes and hastily followed behind Hyuga Kaze as they retreated. Meanwhile, Kakashi, leading thousands of his men, hurried towards the scene. Upon their arrival, they were met with a gruesome spectacle. Nearly 400 corpses lay scattered across the ground. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the majority were clad in the garb of leaf ninjas, with only a handful belonging to the Wind Organization. This war was brutally unforgiving. Realizing the futility of carrying away the fallen comrades amidst the enemy's encirclement, Hyuga Kaze was acutely aware that such an action would not only fail to honor the dead, but also severely hinder the survival of the remaining members. Kakashi stood before the body of Nara Shikaku, his expression one of profound sorrow. He never anticipated that this battle plan would culminate in Shikaku's tragic demise. Kneeling slowly, Kakashi gently closed Shikaku's eyes. "Rest assured, I shall avenge you." After leaving a portion of his men to tend to the wounded, he pressed on with the remainder, resolutely pursuing the direction from which the enemy had fled. Hyuga Kaze, perceiving Kakashi's pursuit through his Byakugan, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. A smirk that seemed to mock Kakashi for his relentless chase. In the face of this determined pursuit, Hyuga led his members towards their designated defensive position. Thanks to his Byakugan, he was acutely aware that Kakashi had brought nearly 3,000 men with him, even after leaving some behind to assist the injured. Over 2,000 were still in hot pursuit. Previously, they had relied on strategy to successfully encircle Narashikaku, but it had taken considerable effort, and they had not managed to eliminate his entire force. As Hyuga darted past a tree, he signaled towards a hidden crystal nearby, before continuing his desperate run towards the defensive position. There was no choice. They had to flee with all their might. For if Kakashi caught up with them, the consequences would be dire. In the area where Hong Lian was stationed, she noticed the crystal on her hand flickering. Raising her hand to inspect it, she instantly understood the leader's intent. Swiftly, Hong Lian gathered all the members present and led them in a determined direction. Meanwhile, on the side of Leia, a member rushed to report that a message had come from Hong Lian. In this era of ninjutsu, where technology was not yet widespread, they relied on Hong Lian's crystal-based communication for urgent messages. Lord Leia, Hong Lian's crystal has transmitted a signal. The leader instructs us to mobilize all personnel for a surprise attack while the Leaf Camp is vulnerable. Upon hearing this, Leia immediately rose and commanded, "Gather everyone. Prepare for action." He swiftly assembled all his subordinates, and the ninjas of the Wind Organization wore expressions of grim determination, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Under Leia's leadership, they stealthily advanced towards the Leaf Camp. Simultaneously, Hyuga continued his frantic escape, deliberately leaving traces to entice Kakashi and his men to pursue him relentlessly. Kakashi, leading over 2,000 Leaf ninjas, pursued closely behind, his Sharingan fixed on Hyuga, determined to capture him. "Don't let them escape," Kakashi bellowed, and the Leaf ninjas quickened their pace, their morale surging. However, they were unaware that they were gradually walking into a trap meticulously laid by Hyuga. Hong Lian's team converged with Leia's forces not far from the Leaf Camp. The two exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting resolute intent. "Leia, this operation must succeed. Failure is not an option," Hong Lian whispered. Leia snorted in agreement, "Rest assured. The Leaf Camp is currently vulnerable. Our combined forces are more than sufficient to deliver a painful lesson." Enemy attack. Before they could launch their assault, a loud shout echoed throughout the Leaf Camp. The Leaf ninjas quickly assembled, and Narashikaku appeared before them, casting his gaze towards Hong Lian and Leia's concealed positions. "Since you are here, why hide?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Lian and Leia emerged with their respective teams, confronting the Leaf ninjas. Upon recognizing that it was Narashikaku speaking, Hong Lian could not help but commend. "Ah, the leader of the Nara clan. No wonder the guards are so vigilant." She immediately recognized that the one who had shouted the warning was indeed a member of the Hyuga clan. Although the Hyuga clan members were not as powerful as their leader, Hyuga, their Byakugan abilities were indeed formidable, explaining why they had been detected before launching their attack. While Kakashi led the troops to execute the battle plan, all defensive matters at the camp had been entrusted to Narashikaku. The Nara clan was renowned for their intelligence, and having analyzed Hyuga previous battle records, Narashikaku was well prepared, unwilling to allow the enemy an easy opportunity to storm the camp. Standing at the center of the camp, Narashikaku surveyed the multitude of Wind Organization members behind Hong Lian, a cold smile curling at his lips. "Ah, knowing who I am. Does Hyuga still allow you to come here to meet your demise?" His tone dripped with sarcasm, yet a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Hyuga had evidently seen through their scheme, complicating the situation. Hong Lian wasted no time with words, swiftly forming hand seals. "Crystal release. Crystal pentagonal path." In an instant, the ground erupted with numerous sharp crystals, piercing towards the Leaf ninjas like swords. Several unsuspecting Leaf ninjas were struck by the crystals, emitting cries of agony as blood stained the crystalline formations, plunging the scene into chaos. Narashikaku's expression hardened, and he immediately commanded, "Everyone, counterattack." The Leaf ninjas quickly unleashed their ninjutsu, intertwining fire release, wind release, and earth release to clash fiercely with the Wind Organization's crystal release. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth flow wall. The entire Leaf Camp descended into a fierce melee, the brilliance of ninjutsu and the sounds of explosions ringing out in succession. While directing the battle, Narashikaku calmly analyzed the situation. He understood that while the Wind Organization's onslaught was fierce, the Leaf's foundation was profound. As long as they maintained their composure, victory was not beyond reach. "Taichi, Dingsuwa, you are responsible for the left side defense. Zhuke, prepare the shadow imitation technique." Narashikaku quickly issued commands in an effort to stabilize the situation. Hong Lian stood at the forefront of the Wind Organization, her hands continuously forming seals as her crystal release technique swept through the Leaf Camp like a torrential storm. Her gaze was cold, as if she sought to transform the entire Leaf Camp into a sea of crystals. Crystal release, emerald crystal blade. Countless crystal blades shot up from the ground, aiming directly for the vital points of the Leaf ninjas. As the battle escalated into a fevered intensity, while the Wind Organization enjoyed numerical superiority, the strength of the Leaf ninjas was not to be underestimated. The two sides fought with fierce determination, the conflict escalating in intensity. Though the Leaf Ninjas were formidable, they struggled to withstand the relentless assault of the Wind Organization members who adhered to Hyuga Kaze's teachings. Victory was paramount, and all means were permissible. A few members ganging up on a single opponent was merely a tactic of war, as both sides began to suffer casualties. An explosion erupted from the Leaf camp, sending flames soaring into the sky. What? Narashikaka turned abruptly. Shock etched across his face as he gazed towards the direction of the camp. He could not comprehend how, despite having detained Hong Lian and the others, the Wind Organization had infiltrated the camp. That direction. It was the supply tents. Narashikaku's complexion changed dramatically, and an ominous premonition surged within him. It turned out that Hyuga Kazuharu had anticipated that Narashikaki would exert all his efforts to hold back Hong Lian and the others. Consequently, he secretly dispatched an elite squad to bypass the front lines, infiltrating the Konoha encampment and targeting the supply warehouse directly. Narashikaku, do you truly believe that merely stalling us would secure your victory? Hong Lian scoffed, her crystal-based ninjutsu becoming increasingly formidable in her grasp. The explosion at the supply warehouse plunged the Konoha camp into chaos, severely demoralizing the ninjas. Narashikaka gritted his teeth and swiftly commanded, "Everyone, hold your ground. Hachi, take your teams to extinguish the fire." However, the offensive from the Wind Organization grew ever more ferocious, and the Konoha ninjas found it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught. Chapter 86. Friendly Care. The flames of the Konoha camp blazed high into the night sky. When Hai and Akimichi Dingzu arrived at the supply warehouse, they were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. A group of youths stood before the burning warehouse, with dozens of Konoha ninjas sprawled on the ground. Evidently defeated by these youngsters. What could have transpired? How did this gang of youths infiltrate such a guarded area? However, before they could process the situation, the youths sprang into action. Peacock mystical art, wings. The purple chakra behind the boys instantly transformed into wings, lifting them into the air as they swiftly evacuated the Konoha camp. Outside the camp, Hong Lian and others, engaged in battle, caught a glimpse of the purple chakra rising from within and immediately shouted, "Mission accomplished, retreat now." In an instant, the members of the Wind Organization withdrew like a receding tide, leaving behind a chaotic Konoha camp. Narashikaka was inclined to pursue but, lacking manpower and with the camp ablaze, he had no choice but to abandon that thought and instead directed efforts to extinguish the fire. Meanwhile, Kakashi, leading the Konoha pursuit team, was also ensnared by various traps set by Hinata Kaze, ultimately being forced to abandon the chase. Upon returning to the Konoha camp, Kakashi immediately sensed the disheveled state of the remaining personnel, realizing the camp had been attacked. He quickly sought out Narashikaku, who stood with a furrowed brow before a heap of ruins. "Shikaku, what has transpired?" Kakashi inquired urgently. Narashikaka recounted the events in detail, his tone laced with a mixture of helplessness and fury. After hearing Shikaku's report, Kakashi's brow furrowed deeply. "We must relay the situation back to Konoha and await the Hokage's decision." He surveyed the surroundings. Most of the camp's supplies had been consumed by flames, and if they pressed on, the Konoha ninjas would face a dire shortage of provisions. At the border of the small nations, fierce battles raged between Konoha and the Wind Organization, while unrest simmered in other regions as well. Upon learning that the Hidden Cloud Village had dispatched ninjas across the border to settle in other small nations, the Rock Village, unwilling to be outdone, also sent a significant number of ninjas, resulting in a tense standoff. Yet, this confrontation was destined to be anything but tranquil. The werewolves, lying in ambush within both camps, began to subtly incite discord. When the Hidden Cloud ninjas gathered water by the river, the Rock ninjas would urinate from above. When the Rock ninjas soaked in hot springs, the Cloud ninjas would invade to practice lightning release. These seemingly innocuous actions rapidly escalated tensions between the two factions. What began as a minor skirmish between a few individuals gradually evolved into a small-scale war involving thousands. You can fight all you want, but must you do it here? What have we done to deserve this? The citizens of the small nations lamented their plight, powerless to prevent the conflict. One morning, the Rock and Cloud factions once again prepared for battle. Yao Tu noticed Darui approaching with his chief of staff, Akai, and he too advanced with Yunjian. "Yao Tu, clever tactics. Are we attempting to cut off supplies again?" Darui remarked listlessly, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Indeed, the same can be said of you, Darui." Yao Tu retorted with a cold smile, refusing to back down. It turned out that both sides had been in a protracted standoff, consulting their respective chiefs of staff in search of strategies to repel the other. However, Akai and Yunjian, having trained together, were all too familiar with each other's tactics, rendering it nearly impossible to outmaneuver one another. The previous night, the Rock Village attempted to cut off supplies, but the strategy had already been employed, and before their forces could breach the enemy line, they were discovered. Ultimately, both sides withdrew with their respective troops. Yet both understood, this standoff's outcome hinged on whose strategy would prevail first. Regardless, whether it be Akai or Yunjian, their true objective remained to pin the other down and buy time for their respective leaders. In the land of Rain Hidden Village. As battles erupted across the ninja world, the Rain Hidden Village was enveloped in a serene curtain of rain. A frog quietly surfaced on the surface of the tranquil sea. From its mouth emerged an arm. Moments later, a figure leaped from the frog's mouth, murmuring to himself. Infiltration successful. This figure was none other than Jiraiya. His mission was to investigate the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain. However, Jiraiya was unaware that every drop of rain in the rain-hidden village served as Pain's eyes. Anyone drenched by the rain would be sensed by Pain. The instant Jiraiya appeared, Pain, who had been still atop the village's architecture, suddenly turned towards the direction of the sea. What is it? Conan inquired. Noticing Pain's unusual behavior, Pain spoke slowly. Someone has infiltrated. Conan responded with mild surprise. Given the ongoing upheaval across the ninja world, it was unlikely that anyone would pay attention to the rain-hidden village. How audacious for someone to dare infiltrate here. I shall investigate. Before Conan finished speaking, her entire form transformed into countless sheets of white paper, scattering with the wind as she departed the scene. At the Konoha camp on the border of the land of grass, Kakashi stood at the heart of the camp, his brow furrowed. Since the supplies had been destroyed, Konoha's situation had grown exceedingly precarious. He could only issue orders to fortify the camp and await reinforcements from Konoha. However, it was evident that Hinata Kaze had no intention of allowing him the luxury of time. Kakashi, are we fighting or retreating? Are we going to hide in the camp like turtles? The mocking voices of the Wind Organization members echoed throughout the Konoha camp. Faced with the enemy's taunts, Kakashi felt utterly helpless. Ever since the supplies had been incinerated, Hinata Kaze had periodically sent people to provoke them. Kakashi had attempted to lead a sortie. Yet the members of the Wind Organization fled faster than rabbits. The moment Konoha ninjas ventured out, they would turn tail and run, leaving no opportunity for a direct confrontation. After several encounters, the Konoha ninjas found their stamina and chakra severely depleted, and the exhaustion of supplies only exacerbated their plight. Even with military rations providing a temporary boost, such sustenance could not be relied upon indefinitely. Ultimately, Kakashi had no choice but to reluctantly adopt a strategy of avoidance, holding the camp and awaiting supplies. Though Kakashi's avoidance strategy temporarily stabilized the situation, it was not a sustainable solution. The more astute ninjas managed to remain calm, but those with impulsive temperaments could no longer contain themselves. Hey, don't go out! A ninja stationed by the camp entrance spotted a figure stepping outside and hurriedly called out, but it was too late. You've got guts to a hot-headed Konoha ninja, unable to restrain his taunts, stepped out of the camp, only to find his ankle ensnared by a rope lying on the ground. Damn it, let me kick him. Hey, don't crowd. I'm the leader. Let me take a swing at him first. After being pulled down by the rope, the Konoha ninja was immediately met with the Wind Organization members' friendly care. One person could hardly suffice to share among thousands. Even Hinata Kaze struggled to squeeze in. This was due to the fact that they had been relentlessly pursued by Kakashi earlier. Kakashi stood inside the camp, watching the scene unfold, feeling a mix of helplessness and anxiety. He knew that if this continued, the morale of Konoha would plummet further. Everyone, do not leave the camp without permission. Kakashi commanded loudly, his tone laced with stern authority. Chapter 87. Despicable tactics. Deep within the wood-leaf encampment, Naruto stood in his tent, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, desperately seeking a solution to their predicament. He conceived several strategies to counter their current plight. Yet the mysterious withdrawal of 1,000 shinobi by Hyuga Hate some time ago left him deeply unsettled. Shikaku, is something amiss? Yamanaka and Taichi, noticing his comrade's troubled demeanor, inquired with concern. Others echoed his sentiment, turning their gazes towards Naruto. With a sigh, Naruto voiced his anxieties. Where have those 1,000 shinobi vanished to? Intercepting our supply lines seems improbable, as it would necessitate crossing the Fire Country's border. Yet, the border is patrolled by vigilant shinobi. Such a large contingent couldn't possibly move unnoticed. Now Hyuga Hate is audaciously taunting us outside the camp. If this continues, the morale of the Woodleaf forces will undoubtedly plummet. Furthermore, why has only Hyuga Hate led the assault? Where are Guren and Kuratsuchi Raiga's units? Their conspicuous absence is deeply concerning. The confluence of these events compelled Naruto to remain vigilant. In the Woodleaf village, within the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat, her countenance somber. Upon learning of the setbacks at the front lines and the tragic demise of Shiranui Genma, she was consumed by rage, yet felt powerless to intervene. She could only report to the daimyo and confer with the upper echelons, arranging for the transport of supplies to the front. Tsunade murmured, her voice tinged with weariness. She was obligated to remain in Woodleaf, unable to mobilize rashly. Intelligence reports indicated that the Rock and Cloud villages were embroiled in a fierce conflict, while the Mist and Sand villages were locked in a tense standoff. Were she to venture to the front lines, she would not only fret over the home front but also contend with potential internal unrest. These myriad concerns deepened the furrows on her brow. At the border of the Grass Country, since the unfortunate incident involving the unlucky shinobi who charged out, only to be brutally beaten and displayed as a warning, the ninjas of the entire Woodleaf camp had learned their lesson. Regardless of Hyuga Hate's taunts, they remained steadfast in their defense. They simply ignored the jeers of the Wind Organization, enduring their insults without retaliation. Hyuga Hate did not refrain from attacking. But the Woodleaf camp was too heavily fortified. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan kept watch over the surroundings, and the sensory abilities of the Yamanaka clan rendered any surprise attacks impossible. Even when employing ninjutsu, the Woodleaf shinobi countered with their own, ensuring no advantage could be gained. As the days passed, Hyuga Hate finally reached his breaking point. He resolved to show the Woodleaf shinobi the true meaning of depravity. That night, in Hyuga Hate's makeshift camp, a member of the organization entered, pinching his nose, exuding a foul odor. Ugh, leader, everything is prepared. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hate leaped to his feet with glee. Excellent. Prepare everyone and launch it all into the Woodleaf camp. On the watchtower, the Hyuga clan shinobi frowned, his gaze fixed on the distant Wind Organization camp. What are they up to? His comrade followed his gaze, observing the Wind Organization members busily assembling something. Clang, clang, clang. Without hesitation, the shinobi on the watchtower frantically rang the alarm bell. Kakashi and others, hearing the alarm, swiftly rose and rushed out of their tents. What's happening? Are we under attack? He surveyed the surroundings, finding the camp serene, devoid of any anomalies. He promptly questioned the night watchman. The shinobi on the watchtower responded, Lord Kakashi, the enemy appears to be assembling something. Kakashi and his comrades ascended to higher ground, peering towards the Wind Organization camp. However, the night was pitch black, obscuring their activities. Is that a trebuchet? A Hyuga clan shinobi, using his Byakugan, finally discerned their actions, his voice tinged with uncertainty. A trebuchet? What use is that? Ninjas can easily evade thrown stones. Soon, the Woodleaf shinobi would discover the purpose of these trebuchets. Hyuga Hate stood in the Wind Organization camp, gazing with satisfaction at the assembled trebuchets, and commanded, load them with the prepared items. Hundreds of masked Wind Organization members carried over foul-smelling packages, placing them in the trebuchet slings. Launch. With a resounding command, Hyuga Hate ordered the trebuchets to hurl the packages. Creak, thud. Use wind release to intercept them. Kakashi shouted. Dozens of Woodleaf shinobi swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Dozens of gusts of wind erupted from their mouths, hurtling towards the incoming packages. Boom. As the gust of wind made contact with the packages, the explosive tags attached to them detonated. Drip, drip. The contents of the packages scattered across the Woodleaf camp, a sticky, slimy substance exuding a revolting stench. What is this? Ugh, this is feces. Several Woodleaf shinobi, struck by the projectiles, recognized the substance clinging to them and erupted in angry shouts. How could Hyuga Hate be so unscrupulous, resorting to throwing excrement in battle? This is outrageous. They're throwing excrement. Ugh. Throughout the Woodleaf camp, the sounds of retching echoed, and some shinobi with obsessive cleanliness fainted on the spot. Instantly, various water release ninjutsu manifested within the Woodleaf camp. Water release, water formation wall, water release, water dragon bullet. The Woodleaf shinobi unleashed their water release techniques, attempting to cleanse themselves of the filth. Hyuga Hate, observing through his Byakugan, saw everything clearly. Although he himself found it somewhat disgusting, this was a golden opportunity. Quickly, they're using water release. Unleash lightning release. Hyuga Hate exclaimed with excitement. Wind Organization members swiftly stepped forward, forming hand seals. Lightning release. Lightning strike. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hundreds of lightning bolts descended upon the Woodleaf camp, and the water release techniques employed by the Woodleaf shinobi served as perfect conductors. Kakashi, hearing the thunderous roar above, shouted anxiously, quick, seek higher ground to avoid the water. Most of the Woodleaf shinobi heeded the command, scrambling to higher ground away from the water. However, those still retching were unable to evade in time and were struck by the lightning, their bodies charred, emitting a burnt odor. The Woodleaf shinobi who had managed to evade the lightning witnessed the horrific fate of their comrades, their eyes widening in a mixture of rage and terror. Kill. Leave no one alive. Annihilate them all. Hyuga Hate's murderous voice reached their ears. He kicked open the gates of the Woodleaf camp and charged into the fray. Taichi, bone-shattering. 8 trigrams. Empty palm. Accompanied by Hyuga Hate's war cries. Those Woodleaf shinobi who dared to stand in his path fell before his onslaught, their lives extinguished with a single blow. Indeed, a single strike was all it took to send them crashing to the ground, their fate uncertain. Damn it. Kakashi, witnessing the carnage, moved to intervene. However, Nara Shikaku restrained him. Kakashi, maintain your composure. Retreat. Look at them. Do they even appear capable of retaliation? Kakashi, awakened by Nara Shikaku's words, regained his composure. Retreat. Kakashi reluctantly ordered the retreat. There was no other option. The Woodleaf shinobi, disgusted and repulsed, struggled to endure the foul stench while fending off the Wind Organization's relentless assault. The Woodleaf shinobi retreated like a tide, burdened by exhaustion and humiliation. Swiftly abandoning the camp, Hyuga Hate stood amidst the ruins of the Woodleaf camp, coldly watching the retreating Woodleaf shinobi, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 88. I will ensure the main family accompanies you. Hyuga Kaze stood amidst the ruins, coldly observing the retreating figures of the Konoha ninjas, showing no intent to pursue. Clear the battlefield and gather the supplies, he commanded. The members of the Wind Organization swiftly sprang into action, beginning to collect the resources left behind by Konoha. Although they had achieved victory through cunning, the Wind Organization had also paid a steep price, with many members injured or even sacrificed in the fray. This illustrated the disparity in their foundations. Konoha, with its long-standing history and rich heritage, had numerous ninjas seasoned by the crucible of battle. In contrast, most members of the Wind Organization were wandering ninjas, lacking systematic training and real combat experience. Meanwhile, Kakashi, having led the remaining ninjas to escape, finally halted by the riverside after a considerable distance. Observing the disheveled appearance of his comrades, Kakashi was filled with self-reproach. 5,000 elite, defeated by a mere boy. Leaving us with just over 4,000, he muttered, his tone laced with helplessness and guilt. It was one thing to suffer defeat. The loss of so many left him at a loss for how to report back to the Hokage. Nara Shikaku sat nearby, his face clouded with worry. He believed himself to be as astute as Hugakaze, yet this time he had succumbed to the opponent's shameless schemes. It was not a matter of intellect, rather. He lacked the audacity displayed by his adversary. Just as the Konoha ninjas began to lower their guard, two chilling voices suddenly rang out. Crystal Release, Shuriken Dance, Lightning Grave, Feast of Thunder. Screams erupted in succession. Across the river, thousands of Wind Organization members launched a sudden assault. This is bad. It's an ambush. Kakashi's complexion changed dramatically as he shouted urgently, quick, defend yourselves. The Konoha ninjas, already fatigued, found themselves compelled to muster their strength for battle. Hong Lian and Haishu Liu were the first to charge in, leaving a trail of fallen Konoha ninjas in their wake. Kakashi and other elite ninjas attempted to intervene but were repelled by a barrage of smoke bombs and poison gas. While Hugakaze was busy berating them at the Konoha camp, the members of the Wind Organization had stealthily crossed the camp and had been lying in wait for days. Understanding the disparity in high-end combat power, they relied on ninja tools to create disturbances, preventing Kakashi and the other elite shinobi from stopping Honglian and her group. Damn it. Are ninja tools free? Kakashi cursed inwardly. Nara Shikaku and the others found themselves obstructed by countless ninja tools, their anxiety mounting. They had indeed surmised correctly. The Wind Organization had a significant patron in Konan, allowing them to acquire ninja tools at minimal cost. As casualties began to mount, Kakashi, with a heavy heart, ordered a retreat once more. Withdraw, quickly. The Konoha ninjas fled like startled birds, yet Honglian and her companions did not allow them to escape as Hugakaze had. They pursued relentlessly. The Konoha ninjas understood that if caught, even survival would be a grim affair. The unfortunate soul who had stepped out of the camp door would likely never return, perhaps still hanging from a post. They sprinted desperately, with pursuers hot on their heels. The chase continued for nearly an hour until, as the Konoha ninjas traversed a mountain valley, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from behind. Cries of agony filled the air as the Konoha ninjas turned to see a troop emerging from above the valley. Aoi-Q. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the figure leading the charge. He never anticipated that Aoi-Q would appear here, accompanied by over 1,000 members of the Wind Organization. In that moment, Kakashi finally understood where the 1,000 soldiers from Hugakaze's troop had vanished. What a coincidence. They had been waiting for them here. As for how Aoi-Q had crossed the border, Kakashi realized, if the people of Star Hidden Village could silently infiltrate the camp, then escorting them across the border posed no challenge. Kamui. Seeing a massive boulder rolling down the valley, Kakashi, without hesitation, activated his ocular technique. With the distortion of space, the boulder vanished before it could strike the Konoha ninjas. Nara Shikaku and his group continued to shield their comrades as they traversed the valley. Once the remaining personnel had passed, they began their retreat towards Konoha. Run! There's an ambush above, and the pursuers are still behind, Nara Shikaku shouted. His tone tinged with urgency. The Konoha ninjas, having run for an extended period, were severely exhausted. Covered in dirt and disheveled, they pressed on with all their might. Observing the Konoha ninjas fleeing in disarray, Aoi-Q chose not to pursue further. They had already penetrated deep into the land of fire. Continuing the chase might lead them all the way to Konoha. Thus, he ordered a retreat. Eventually, the Konoha ninjas encountered a supply convoy along the way, allowing them a moment to rest. Finally, a chance to catch my breath. Kakashi slumped to the ground, breathing heavily, his eyes filled with fatigue. At the temporary camp of the Wind Organization on the border of the Land of Grass, Hugakaze was visiting the injured members of his organization. A gentle smile gracing his face. Rest well, I have witnessed your sacrifices, he spoke softly, his tone imbued with concern. Leader, they captured dozens of individuals. A member of the organization entered the tent, respectfully reporting. That quickly? Hugakaze was slightly taken aback. It should not have happened so fast. Stepping outside the camp, he beheld the Wind Organization members pushing forward dozens of Konoha ninjas. Hugakaze, you traitor of the clan, how dare you treat us this way? Among the captives, several members of the branch family began to curse vehemently. Upon hearing their voices, Hugakaze turned his gaze toward them, members of the Hyuga clan, but alas. From the branch family, his expression shifted from joy to disappointment. After all, the branch family bore the caged bird seal. Forget about the Byakugan. The branch family members soon met with a flurry of blows. How dare you insult our leader? Hyuga observed quietly, showing no intention to intervene. After a while, the members of the Wind organization ceased their assault and turned to Hyuga, asking, Leader, what shall we do with these individuals? Hyuga approached the branch family members. His gaze icy. The trembling captive stammered, Hyuga, what do you intend to do? Release us, and we will plead for you with the main family. Plead? Hyuga regarded them coldly. Yes, release us, and we will intercede on your behalf. The branch family members nodded fervently. Crack. Before one could finish speaking, Hyuga snapped his neck. You. The remaining few were instantly thrown into a panic, their voices trembling with fear. They had not anticipated that Hyuga would be so ruthless, disregarding familial ties entirely. Hyuga, we are from the branch family. Your enemies are with the main family. Spare us. The others began to plead. Spare you? Hyuga expression remained indifferent. After snapping the neck of another, he remarked. And who spared my parents? Hyuga, the main family will not let you go. Rest assured, I will ensure the main family accompanies you, he concluded, and with that, the remaining captives met the same fate, their heads lolling to the side as they drifted into eternal slumber. Chapter 89. Experimental success. The other Konoha captives trembled at the brutal scene before them. After all, the instinct for survival is innate to every normal human being. Hinata Kazekage ordered his subordinates to place the severed heads of the branch family members into boxes. Please deliver these to the 6 old geezers of the Hyuga clan and inform them that I shall inevitably pay them a visit. Let them clean their necks and await my arrival, he said with a smile that only sent chills down the spines of the Konoha people, who could only nod in agreement. The 6 old geezers he referred to were naturally the 6 elders of the Hyuga main family, with their lives hanging by a thread. They had no choice but to comply. As for the boxes, they would first report to the Hokage before making any decisions. Once they departed, a member inquired with confusion. Leader, do you really believe they will act as you instructed? Whether they comply or not is irrelevant, as long as they return with the items, he replied. In the land of rain, Amigakure, has the legendary Sannin Jiraiya finally met his demise? Pain pondered softly, his tone imbued with complexity. Jiraiya had been detected upon infiltrating Amigakure and ultimately fell to the combined assault of the 6 paths of pain, a fate that the legendary ninja could not escape. However, the beast path had been drawn away into the toad barrier. At that moment, the figure of Zetsu slowly emerged from the walls of the building. It certainly took quite a bit of effort, White Zetsu remarked nonchalantly. After all, he is one of the Sannin. His strength cannot be underestimated, Black Zetsu coldly replied. Pain's gaze deepened as he spoke slowly. The information has been leaked. You should inform Hinata Kazekage. I have agreed to his cooperation. The content of their collaboration had already been disclosed to Zetsu. With the 3 tails in his possession, their partnership was merely a matter of time. With the information now compromised, Pain had already devised a new plan. He resolved to personally go to Konoha to address the leak while simultaneously utilizing the opportunity to solidify his alliance with Hinata Kazekage. The shinobi world was engulfed in flames of war, with tensions running high. Although the borders of the land of grass had temporarily calmed, Hinata Kazekage was keenly aware that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Following the return of Guren and others, he promptly ordered intensified training for his organization members in preparation for the impending tempest. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the forest, Akatsuki's Deidara unexpectedly encountered his nemesis, Uchiha Sasuke. With Karen having been taken by Hinata Kazekage, Sasuke had no choice but to rely on Jugo and Suigetsu for assistance. Upon tracing the whereabouts of the Akatsuki members, Sasuke bravely confronted Deidara alone. Their battle was extraordinarily fierce, culminating in Deidara's self-detonation. On another front, the base of the Wind organization welcomed a mysterious visitor. Cloaked in a long robe that concealed his entire figure, he aroused the vigilance of the onlookers. However, Hinata Kazekage recognized the identity of the newcomer through his Byakugan. He led the enigmatic figure to the research laboratory. I never imagined you would still recognize me in this state. The mysterious man spoke in a hoarse voice, tinged with self-mockery. This person was none other than Kabuto Yakushi, who had assimilated Orochimaru's genes, famously known as the dreamer of the shinobi world. To survive after being consumed by Orochimaru's cells is indeed astounding, Hinata Kazekage quipped, dismissing the taunt and getting straight to the point. Kabuto paused slightly, then recalled Hinata Kazekage's Byakugan ability, thus understanding the reason behind his inquiry. This is merely temporary. I have come to inform you that the experiment has succeeded, Kabuto stated calmly. Successfully? Did the transplantation experiment also pass? Hinata Kazekage could hardly contain his excitement. Kabuto, however, doused his enthusiasm. The transplantation experiment did indeed pass. But do you know how low the success rate is? Hinata Kazekage's excitement waned at the words. Indeed, the transplantation of Hashirama's cells was no simple feat. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not have invested years, ultimately only succeeding with Yamato as a case. Time was of the essence, and he urgently needed to enhance his strength. Yet if the success rate was exceedingly low, he could not gamble with his life. Kabuto sensed his hesitation and continued. Your eagerness to transplant Hashirama's cells likely goes beyond merely acquiring wood release, does it not? As soon as the words left his mouth, Kabuto felt the intense killing intent emanating from Hinata Kazekage. Yet, he did not flinch. Instead, he smiled calmly. This is merely my conjecture. Do share, Hinata Kazekage said, retracting his killing intent and gesturing for Kabuto to continue. Kabuto gradually revealed his speculations. The shinobi world was gradually formed after the Sage of Six Paths established the shinobi sect, and the legends surrounding the sage were varied. In his investigations, Kabuto discovered that the sage possessed a pair of extraordinary eyes. Initially, he paid no heed to this, but one day, seemingly guided by a personal directive, he stumbled upon the corpse of an elderly man underground. Upon examination, he realized that although this corpse was not that of the sage, it was missing its eyes. Combining this with his research on the impure world reincarnation, he arrived at a shocking conclusion: Rinnegan. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the legendary Sage of Six Paths had a brother, who was the ancestor of the Hyuga clan. With the research materials left by Orochimaru and the intelligence provided by Hinata Kazekage, Kabuto deduced that if the Sharingan's ultimate form was the Rinnegan, then what was the ultimate form of the Byakugan? This was the answer he sought today. Hinata Kazekage remained silent for a moment, a glimmer of profound insight flashing in his eyes. He understood that Kabuto's conjectures might have touched upon the core of the truth. The pursuit of power had only just begun. Let us first discuss the successful transplantation cases. Hinata Kazekage deliberately avoided the topic of the Rinnegan, redirecting the focus to the experiment. However, his avoidance only further convinced Kabuto of his suspicions, that the ultimate form of the Byakugan perhaps concealed some astonishing secret. Kabuto smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He understood that pressing further at this moment would yield no results. So he answered in accordance with Hinata Kazekage's inquiry. Although that experimental subject succeeded, he could not endure for long. Could not endure for long? Hinata Kazekage's brows knitted together, forming a deep furrow. His tone held confusion and dissatisfaction. What kind of success is that? How is it different from failure? Kabuto remained unruffled as he continued. The experimental subject did indeed succeed. He could even utilize wood release. But do you know what his ultimate fate was? What fate? Hinata Kazekage pressed. Kabuto chuckled coldly, his tone laced with irony. When I went to check on him the following day, I found that he had been completely consumed by Hashirama's cells and had transformed into a tree. Hinata Kazekage's heart jolted at the revelation. The overwhelming power of Hashirama's cells surpassed his imagination. Even a successful experimental subject could not escape the fate of being devoured. It seemed that only one individual could successfully transplant Hashirama's cells, and Yamato was merely a half-finished product. Kabuto's tone carried a note of warning. The power of Hashirama's cells is indeed formidable, but its backlash is equally terrifying. Without adequate preparation and understanding, reckless attempts will only lead to self-destruction. Hinata Kazekage remained silent for a moment, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. He understood that to gain greater power, one must bear the corresponding risks. However, he also recognized that he could not become a casualty of power like that experimental subject. It appears I need more time and research, Hinata Kazekage said slowly, his tone tinged with reluctance. Kabuto smiled knowingly, remarking meaningfully, time may be limited, but opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. If you truly wish to break through your limits, perhaps we can continue our collaboration. Hinata Kazekage cast a glance at him, refraining from an immediate response. He understood that Kabuto's proposal concealed deeper intentions, yet at this moment, he seemed to have no alternative. Collaboration is indeed possible, but I require additional experimental data and support, Hinata Kaze ultimately stated. Pharmacist Do nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Certainly, I shall fully cooperate. After all, I too am profoundly intrigued by the ultimate manifestation of Byakugan. The gazes of the two converged in the air. An unspoken understanding shared between them, a collaboration steeped in power and secrets. Chapter 90, The Vengeance of Konoha in the Land of Fire, within the village of Konoha. The news of defeat at the front lines struck the hearts of its inhabitants like a heavy hammer, shattering their spirits. The entire village was engulfed in a shroud of sorrow and anguish. Some families mourned the loss of loved ones who had fought bravely on the battlefield, while others were consumed by anxiety, fearing that rival nations might seize the opportunity to wage war. Before they could recover from this devastating blow, an even graver calamity followed. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, had perished in battle. This revelation swept through Konoha like a tempest, intensifying the villagers' unease and dread, as if the end of days was imminent. Amidst this chaos, Danzo quietly schemed, seeking to bolster his reputation and seize greater power amid the turmoil. However, the crisis in Konoha was far from over. A more formidable storm was brewing. The grim realities of the front lines could no longer be concealed, and prominent clans within Konoha soon learned of the dire news. Within the Hyuga clan's estate, an enraged roar shattered the silence of the main house. Arrogant fool! How dare Hyugafong speak such insolent words? A senior elder seethed, his voice echoing throughout the mansion. Following Konoha's defeat, the main house had inquired about the situation from the returning branch family members. Initially, they regarded the outcome of the conflict with indifference, acknowledging that victory and defeat were commonplace in warfare. However, the captives brought back several boxes containing the severed heads of branch family members, gifts from Hugofone to the main house. Tsunade, already troubled by the defeat, had ordered the news to be sealed temporarily to prevent further unrest. Yet, Danzo had somehow learned of this incident. Ever the opportunist, he relished the chance to capitalize on Hugofeng's provocations. Consequently, those boxes and the taunts of Hugofeng were delivered intact to the Hyuga clan. How dare he demand we clean our necks for him? This is utterly outrageous. Another elder slammed his fist on the table, his face ashen with rage. The 6 elders of the main house were incensed. They could hardly fathom that someone they considered a mere tool from the branch family would display such audacity. Hugofeng's actions were not only a direct affront to the main house, but also a blatant disregard for the authority of the entire Hyuga clan. This traitor must pay the price. One elder gritted his teeth. But he possesses extraordinary power. Even the front lines could not contain him. How should we respond? Another elder expressed his deep concern. The atmosphere within the main house was thick with tension. The 6 elders exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with both fury and unease. They understood that Hugofone was no longer a pawn they could easily manipulate. He had become a formidable threat to the main house and to Konoha itself. At that moment, the shadow of Danzo crept into their minds. Perhaps this ambitious leader of the root organization could become their ally. Danzo might be of use. One elder murmured. Indeed, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Another elder nodded in agreement. Thus, the 6 elders of the main house began to conspire, hoping to employ Danzo's strength to eliminate the looming menace of Hugofone. However, they remained oblivious to the far-reaching conspiracy lurking behind this power struggle. Meanwhile, Naruto, the destined child, plunged into profound sorrow upon learning of Jiraiya's demise. Jiraiya had not only been his mentor, but also one of the most significant guiding lights in his life. Thankfully, Iruka's patient guidance helped him gradually emerge from the shadows of despair. Nevertheless, Naruto knew he could not afford to halt his progress. He understood that only by becoming stronger could he protect those around him and prevent the recurrence of tragedy. Thus, summoned by the sage of Mayaboka Mountain, he embarked on a journey to Master Sage Mode. Simultaneously, at the base of the Wind Organization in the Land of Grass, Kabuto departed after acquiring the necessary data from Hugofone. He had numerous experiments to conduct, particularly regarding the secrets of Hashirama's cells and the Byakugan. Shortly after his departure, a white Setsu clone from the Akatsuki organization unexpectedly appeared in the Wind Organization's conference room. Ah, Wind Leader. Pain has agreed to your terms and is preparing to head to Konoha, White Zetsu remarked with his characteristic nonchalance. The members of the Wind Organization immediately grew vigilant, assuming combat stances. After all, White Zetsu's sudden appearance left them uneasy. If this was an assassination attempt, the consequences would be dire. However, Hugofone remained calm, as if he had anticipated this turn of events. He gazed at White Zetsu, contemplating the advantages of possessing such infiltration abilities for his own endeavors. Quickly dismissing that thought, he replied, "Very well, I shall accompany him. As long as he fulfills his end of the bargain, I will gladly deliver the 3 tails." Satisfied with Hugofeng's explicit response, White Zetsu nodded and vanished into the ground. Yet, he failed to perceive the deeper implications of Hugofeng's words when he mentioned that Pain would come to find him. It was clear that if Pain were to perish, the agreement would cease to exist. They say those who play tactical games possess dark hearts, he mused, contemplating the truth in that statement. "Leader, shouldn't we go together?" Honglian inquired, catching the underlying meaning in Hugofeng's words. She noted that he said I instead of we, indicating his intent to act alone. Hugofone shook his head, his tone resolute. "No, I can handle this alone. A larger group would only attract too much attention. Besides, there are matters I must attend to." "Matters you must attend to," Honglian echoed softly, a dawning realization stirring within her. A cold fire ignited in Hugofeng's eyes. Those 6 elders of the main house must be dealt with by his own hands. This hatred could only be cleansed with their blood. The downfall of Konoha was but a fragment of his grand scheme for vengeance, and his true ambitions extended far beyond that. Continue to follow the plan, strengthen your abilities, and prepare for the approaching conflict, Hugofone commanded his followers. The members of the Wind Organization nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with anticipation and determination for the future. They understood that every move their leader made was a step toward leading them to greater heights. As Hugofone stood by the window, gazing into the distance, it was as if he pierced through time and space, witnessing the demise of Konoha and the flames of his vengeance roaring to life. A slight smile graced his lips as he muttered to himself, "Konoha, are you ready to welcome my arrival?" Chapter 91. Carrying rice in the land of rain. Within the hidden village of Amigakure, he had already consented. The figure of White Zetsu abruptly materialized in the dimly lit room, his tone frivolous. Pain, with his back turned, did not respond, yet White Zetsu was aware he had been heard. Noticing Pain's lack of reply, White Zetsu chose not to indulge in futility. Gradually melding into the ground and vanishing from sight, Konan emerged from the shadows, a hint of concern in her eyes. Is it truly necessary to venture to Konoha? Her instincts warned her that this mission might place Nagato in peril, even jeopardizing his return. After a moment of silence, Pain spoke slowly. "Konan, the collection of tailed beasts is central to our plan. White Zetsu has searched for the 3 tails, but found no trace. Clearly, Hugafeng has sealed and hidden it away. Konoha possesses the Nine Tails. We must undertake this journey. Since Hugafeng has proposed cooperation, we have no grounds to refuse. Conan understood that Pain's decision was unyielding. She could only nod silently, her heart heavy with unease. Meanwhile, Hugafeng received word of Pain's actions. He set forth towards Konoha alone, without any companions. Half a month later, in the Land of Fire, at a secret location not far from Konoha, beneath a colossal tree, Nagato manipulated the 6 paths of Pain, patiently awaiting their arrival. On the outskirts of Konoha, 8 figures convened, the 6 paths of Pain, Conan, and Hugafeng. Your presence for oversight is rather uncharacteristic. Deva Path Pain remarked, his expression neutral, infused with an air of skepticism. Hugafeng did not respond, his gaze fixed over the walls of Konoha, staring intently at the territory of the Hyuga clan. His eyes burned with an icy fury, as if he intended to incinerate that land entirely. Proceed with your actions. I shall await your good news here, Hugafeng said coldly, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Pain ceased further dialogue, while Azura Path crouched down, cradling the smaller Animal Path in his hands. With a sudden motion, Azura Path hurled Animal Path into the skies above Konoha like a cannonball. As Animal Path breached the barrier of Konoha, alarms blared. Intrusion detected. One intruder. All personnel to alert, shouted the guards at the Konoha Barrier Division. However, their warning arrived too late. Animal Path swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, summoning jutsu, with a loud bang and a puff of white smoke. The other 5 paths of Pain instantly appeared within Konoha, dispersing rapidly to commence their search for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. Boom. Explosions echoed one after another. And Konoha was swiftly engulfed in chaos and smoke. Villagers panicked, while ninjas launched a rapid counterattack, but the might of the 6 paths of Pain exceeded their imagination. Outside the village, Danzo's silhouette quietly emerged behind Hugafeng. Is this how you intend for me to ascend to the position of Hokage? Danzo's voice dripped with dissatisfaction and skepticism. Hugafeng turned to face Danzo, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, which he quickly masked with a smile. Rest assured, Lord Danzo, this position will not be merely symbolic. Danzo scoffed. Konoha has been ravaged to this extent. Those involved have shown no restraint. If everyone in Konoha perishes, what significance will the Hokage position hold? Hugafeng smiled enigmatically. Lord Danzo, aside from a few members of the Hyuga clan, the rest will survive. Survive? The reanimation jutsu. This technique he had only heard of in legend. Danzo's lone eye widened in shock. Reanimation jutsu? How could that be possible? Hugafeng did not provide a direct answer, merely stating with a cryptic tone, you need only to wait patiently. Everything will unfold as you desire. After a brief silence, Danzo eventually nodded. He understood that Hugafeng's scheme was far more intricate than he had anticipated, and all he could do was place his trust in him. Within Konoha, smoke billowed and flames raged. Most villagers had been swiftly evacuated to shelters under the guidance of ninjas. Elite ninjas from various clans responded, utilizing intelligence relayed by Jiraiya before his demise to mount a targeted defense against the 6 paths of Pain. Tit for tat. The elite of the Inuzuka clan transformed into whirling tornadoes, fiercely restraining Hungry Ghost Path at the edge of the battlefield. Their ninja dogs coordinated flawlessly, continuously disrupting the movements of Hungry Ghost Path. Interrogation expert Marino Abiki led a special operations team, using chains and sealing techniques to firmly ensnare Animal Path. You shall not summon those beasts again. He gritted through clenched teeth, cold sweat trickling from his brow. The elite Umbu formed squads, swiftly traversing the rooftops, directing the summoned beasts away from the shelters. Maintain formation. Do not allow them near the refuge. Kakashi engaged with Deva Path and Azura Path amidst the ruins. Lightning Blade. A dazzling arc of lightning sliced through the smoke, only to be intercepted by Azura Path's abruptly extended mechanical arm. Damn it. Their intelligence is indeed accurate. Simultaneously, Conan maneuvered through the village using paper jutsu, traversing swiftly alongside Human Path and Hell Path. They seized every encountered ninja, ruthlessly extracting souls for information. Where's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Ino was intercepted before the medical unit, Human Path's hand mercilessly pressing against her head. Memory extraction. With a scream, the truth emerged. Naruto is in Mayaboku Mountain. Upon acquiring this intelligence, the 5 paths of Pain rapidly withdrew from the battlefield, leaving only Deva Path to confront the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. What do you want? Tsunade roared, her golden hair billowing in the surge of chakra. Deva Path ascended slowly, his indifferent Rinnegan surveying the devastated Konoha. He spread his arms wide, his deep voice resonating with chakra, echoing throughout the skies above Konoha, to carry a bag of rice. To carry it to the 2nd floor. Feel the pain. Contemplate the pain. Accept the pain. Understand the pain. Terrifying chakra coalesced around Deva Path, causing the very air to tremble. Tsunade's pupils constricted as she swiftly formed seals. All personnel, defensive formation. Now, Super Shinra Tensei. In an instant, blinding white light consumed everything. Centered around Deva Path, a cataclysmic shockwave radiated outward in a spherical fashion. Houses, trees, streets. All disintegrated in an instant. A massive plume of dust rose into the sky, and Konoha trembled under the thunderous roar. When the dust settled, The once thriving village of Konoha had transformed into a radial wasteland. Only a few areas with special defenses had managed to withstand the onslaught. Within the shelter, survivors huddled together, trembling, the cries of children echoing amidst the ruins. Tsunade emerged painfully from the rubble, blood trickling from her mouth. She gazed at the ravaged village, her fists clenched tightly, cracking with rage, pain. On a distant cliff, Hyuga Fang's Byakugan captured the entire scene. A cold smile crept across his lips. The true spectacle has only just begun. Chapter 92. Too late above the ruins of Konoha, the dust had yet to settle. Naruto. Sakura's heart-wrenching cry echoed through the debris. In this moment of despair, bang. With a great cloud of white smoke, the three great figures of Myaboku Mountain descended in a thunderous arrival. Fukasaku, with a pipe in his mouth and a short blade at his waist. Shima, carrying dual swords and eyes like lightning. And Gamabunta, brandishing a colossal fork. Exuding an imposing aura. Above Fukasaku's head, Gamakichi stood ready, and above him, I have returned. Uzumaki Naruto, bearing a colossal scroll, his eyes resembling those of a toad, stood with the two sages of Myaboku Mountain, Shima and Fukasaku. His vibrant orange eyeshadow stood out amidst the haze, radiating immense natural energy. Just as Deva Pain landed, the remaining 5 bodies materialized at his side, 6 pairs of Rinnegan locking onto Naruto simultaneously. So this is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Deva's voice was cold and detached. Meanwhile, from a distant cliff, Hinata Kaze's figure had already vanished. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly darting through the ruins. Each instantaneous movement accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air. Veins bulged around his Byakugan as he locked onto the direction of the Hyuga clan's territory. Finally, this moment has arrived. His silhouette swept past burning structures, treading over shattered rubble. Ahead, the gates of the Hyuga clan's compound came into view. That door, which had once barred his entry, now trembled precariously amidst the flames of war. Within the clan, 6 elder members gathered in the shrine. Through the vision of their Byakugan, they had already caught sight of the approaching figure. The traitor, he has come. The elder, Hinata Tenrin, slammed his hand down, shattering the low table before him. Prepare for battle. All branch family members, assemble at once. With the command given, dozens of Hyuga branch family ninjas swiftly gathered. The cursed seals on their foreheads simultaneously illuminated, forcing them into a defensive formation. Hinata Kaze's figure finally appeared before the gate. He slowly raised his head, his pure white eyes ablaze with icy fury. Old fools. I have come to fulfill our agreement. His voice, though soft, rendered the entire Hyuga compound silent. The next moment, a violent surge of chakra erupted from within him. A blue chakra cloak igniting like flames. Today, I shall personally end you. Before his words could fade, his figure vanished from the spot. The door to the family shrine shattered with a resounding crash, and thus began a fateful confrontation. Arrogant. A mere traitor from the branch family dares to act so brazenly before the main family. A young man from the main family stood defiantly before Hinata Kaze. His eyes filled with disdain. Within the Hyuga clan, the main family indeed wielded absolute superiority, complete mastery of the gentle fist, secret techniques passed down through generations, and most crucially, the bird in a cage technique that controlled the life and death of the branch family. However, these pampered scions of the main family, save for a few elders who had experienced warfare, were mostly mere decorative pillows lacking substance. Let me go. The young man's arrogant expression froze in an instant. Hinata Kaze's hand, like an iron claw, grasped his throat, lifting him off the ground. The young man kicked out desperately, his face rapidly turning a deep shade of purple. Hinata Kaze, how dare you strike at the main family? The third elder barked, quickly forming hand seals. But suddenly froze in place, the bird in a cage's curse mark had failed. The other elders' expressions changed drastically. Finally believing the reports brought back by the pursuing squad, Hinata Kaze had possibly broken the bird in a cage. Crack. The crisp sound of bone snapping echoed through the courtyard. Under the horrified gaze of all the clan members, Hinata Kaze expressionlessly twisted the young man's neck. Then precisely extracted his pair of Byakugan, placing them into a specially crafted container. The entire process was swift and decisive, as if he were performing a ritual practiced 1,000 times before. 1. Hinata Kaze, you seek death. A middle-aged man from the main family glared furiously, his figure darting forth like lightning. He shaped his hands into palms, fierce chakra swirling at his fingertips. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Simultaneously, 2 shouts erupted, and the sound of rapid palm strikes fell like rain. To the eyes of the main family youths, the two appeared evenly matched, their palms intertwining in a fierce contest. Yet to the elders, each of Hinata Kaze's strikes preceded the opponent's, precisely intercepting their assaults. His movements flowed like water, as if he had already predicted every one of his adversary's techniques. Bang. Stop. Within a mere dozen exchanges, the middle-aged man was struck at vital points. The elders urgently called for a halt, but saw Hinata Kaze remain undeterred, his palm strikes growing increasingly ferocious. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the air. Each of Hinata Kaze's strikes carried the weight of thunder, shattering bones wherever his palm winds passed. By the time the 64 palms concluded, the middle-aged man lay lifeless on the ground, a mere puddle of clay, seeking death. The long-silent elder, Hinata Tenrin, finally spoke, his icy gaze sweeping across the branch family members. Do you also wish to betray the clan? These words fell like a death knell, causing the branch family members to tremble in fear. The cursed marks of the bird in a cage on their foreheads grew warmth, as if reminding them of their dire predicament. Plop. 2. Hinata Kaze, unfazed, extracted the second pair of Byakugan, his movements so practiced they instilled fear. Just then, dozens of elite branch family members suddenly launched their attacks. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Dozens of chakra shockwaves surged forth, yet as they neared Hinata Kaze, they were consumed by the sudden eruption of blue chakra spiraling around him. Taichi, return to heaven. Hinata Kaze's voice was as calm as water, but the azure vortex of chakra resembled an endless abyss, nullifying all incoming attacks. The swirling air lifted his garments, revealing 2 containers strapped at his waist, glinting coldly in the sunlight. How can this be? Gasps of shock arose, all eyes widened in disbelief. The return to heaven technique was indeed familiar to the clan's elites, but such an application, executed without the need for body rotation, was unheard of in the historical records of the Hyuga clan. At that moment, the elders finally grasped where Hinata Kaze's confidence stemmed from. No wonder the forces sent to capture him had returned empty-handed. They had thought him reliant on external power. Even with Kakashi and others confirming it, they had refused to believe. They could not accept it. For who understood the Gentle Fist better than the Hyuga clan? With only the incomplete inheritance of the branch family, how could he simultaneously contend against so many elite ninjas? Even turning the tide against several? Cold sweat beaded on the forehead of the third elder, his voice trembling. Elder brother, we can no longer hesitate. We must join forces. His inner fear was now impossible to conceal. It was not cowardice. Any who witnessed a foe capable of enduring dozens of empty palms unscathed would be filled with dread. Hinata Kaze's icy gaze swept across every individual present, finally resting upon the 6 elders. Now you wish to join forces? It is too late. Arrogant fool. Allow this old man to impart some wisdom. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. Hyuga man roared, his palm thrusting forth with a sudden burst, unleashing a sharp chakra blast that tore through the air. Taichi, vacuum palm, inch. Hyuga remained unfazed, meeting the attack with a palm of his own. The 2 streams of energy collided in midair, erupting in a deafening roar, the shockwave forcing those nearby to retreat several paces. Just as everyone believed the offensive had dissipated, Hyuga man's pupils constricted. He acutely sensed that concealed behind the initial vacuum palm was a second, latent force. 8 trigrams palm, revolving heaven. Bang. Before his revolving heaven could fully materialize, the second hidden force struck his chest like a thunderbolt, sending him flying several yards. Man, second elder. The clansman cried out in alarm, unable to comprehend how a second attack could follow after the vacuum palm had been negated. Unharmed, Hyuga man forced himself up, enduring the intense pain, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. As everyone looked on in bewilderment, Hyuga figure darted into the branch family ranks like a phantom. Each of his strikes carried lethal intent. Taichi, pulse fracture. Taichi, bone shatter. Cries of agony echoed throughout. These so-called branch family elites were utterly defenseless before him, collapsing after a few moves at most, falling silent and still. Stop. Hyuga finally lost his composure, leaping forward to halt the carnage. I've been expecting you. Hyuga icy voice slithered into the great elder's ears like a venomous serpent. The great elder, who had been heavily guarded, had taken the initiative to attack, playing right into his hands. Taichi, thunderclap palm. Gentle step twin lion fists. 2 distinctly different chakra streams clashed fiercely in midair. The great elder's lion-shaped chakra roared as it lunged, only to be torn apart inch by the lightning emanating from Hyuga palm. In a flash, Hyuga palm strike transformed, shifting from hardness to softness, completely deflecting the great elder's chakra. This is. The great elder was horrified to discover that his gentle fist, cultivated for decades, was being effortlessly neutralized by this traitor as if it were child's play. Brother. The great elder was struck in the arm by a palm, groaning in pain. The force of the lightning instantly shattered the entire limb, its residual power continuing to erode upward. Without hesitation, he used his left hand as a blade, severing the mangled arm. Brother. The other 5 elders were aghast. A hint of admiration flickered in Hyuga eyes. Such a decisive individual would have been a valuable comrade. Alas. Today, this needed to end. The 5 elders quickly formed a defensive formation in front of Hyuga, but they were soon in dire straits after only a few exchanges. At that moment, they finally tasted the bitterness of regret, not for failing to nurture this prodigy, but for not eliminating this root of potential calamity along with his parents years ago. Quick, evacuate the clansmen. The great elder's face was ashen, sealing the blood vessels at the severed arm with chakra, staggering toward a main family clansman. We will hold them off. Great elder. The young clansman was in tears. Where's the clan head? Where is the clan head at a time like this? These words struck everyone like a thunderclap. Indeed, Hyuga Hizashi's family had not appeared from beginning to end. Only the elders knew the truth. Years ago, the Hidden Cloud Village plotted to kidnap Hinata, but Hyuga discovered and thwarted the plan. After Hyuga Hizashi accidentally killed a cloud ninja, Hiruzen Sarutobi, forced the Hyuga clan to hand over the culprit to appease the situation. In the end, Hyuga Hizashi, the head of the branch family, voluntarily sacrificed himself for his brother. This incident became a permanent thorn in the side of the clan head and the elders. What shocked the elders even more was that no one in the entire clan had noticed the Cloud Ninjas infiltrating, except for one child. As time passed, they were horrified to discover that this branch family clansman's talent far surpassed that of any main family clansman. Fear spread in their hearts. They feared the branch family's retaliation. And even more, they feared losing control. So, when the war broke out, they deliberately arranged for Hyuga Fu's parents to go to the battlefield. So, we were so utterly wrong. The great elder looked at Hyuga Fu, who was still holding his own against the 5 elders, and smiled bitterly. The child they once saw as a threat had now grown into a monster capable of overturning the entire Hyuga clan. Go now. The great elder suddenly roared. His entire body ablaze with chakra. Today, let us old bones atone for the Hyuga clan's sins. Trying to escape, Hyuga Fu's Byakugan suddenly constricted. The veins around his pupils bulging, his chakra erupting like a volcano. He formed hand seals, and a sharp chakra gathered in his palm. Taichi, sky-rending palm. This palm strike incorporated wind-style chakra nature transformation, the palm wind transforming into countless sharp blades of air, whistling as they swept toward the 5. Quick, defend. Hyuga Mayan cried out in alarm. In haste, the 5 spun around, executing the Hyuga clan's strongest defensive technique, 8 trigrams palm, revolving heaven. 5 chakra vortexes barely managed to block this lethal strike. However, Taichi, revolving heaven. Hyuga Fu's figure suddenly appeared behind the 6th elder, the same revolving heaven technique, but with a faster rotation, directly negating the opponent's defense. His right hand clamped around the 6th elder's throat like iron tongs. Cough, cough. The 6th elder's face turned crimson, his legs kicking futilely in the air. 6th brother. The other 4 were beside themselves with rage. Crack. A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. Hyuga Fu did not hesitate, ending the 6th elder's life cleanly and decisively. Then skillfully removing the Byakugan eyes and storing them in a container. He understood a simple truth: villains die from talking too much. An enemy that can be eliminated should not be left for the next second. Beast, I'll make you pay with your life. Hyuga Man's eyes were bloodshot, his entire body ablaze with chakra, disregarding his own defense as he lunged madly at Hyuga Fu. Each of his strikes carried the determination to perish together, the palm winds tearing through the air with a piercing screech. Seeing this, the great elder immediately shouted sternly at the remaining clansmen, "Go! Everyone, evacuate immediately!" Before he could finish speaking, his one arm had gathered a dazzling chakra light, forming a pincer attack with Hyuga Man toward Hyuga Fu. The clansmen who remained were all members of the hawkish faction who had participated in the persecution of Hyuga Fu's family. The great elder knew that if they stayed, they would be slaughtered. Trying to escape, Hyuga Fu's offensive suddenly became as sharp as a blade, each move lethal. Even with the great elder fighting desperately, their defensive line was easily torn apart like paper. The remaining clansmen fled in panic, some trembled with fear. Others left with tears in their eyes so as not to burden the elders. The Hyuga compound echoed with chaotic footsteps and suppressed sobs. Bang, bang, bang. Muffled impacts exploded one after another, and several elders fell one after another like broken dolls. In the end, only the great elder remained standing, leaning on his severed arm, covered in blood, but still stubbornly upright. Ha, ha. The great elder's breath was ragged, laced with blood. If I had known this would happen, I should have. A cold light flashed. Hyuga Fu's chakra blade cleanly sliced through the great elder's throat, sealing the unfinished words forever. He bent down and removed the cloudy Byakugan eyes, his movements as precise as a surgical procedure. Rest in peace. Hyuga Fu gazed at the fleeing figures in the distance. None of them will escape. Chapter 94. Uchiha Obito. Within the village of Konohagakure, all eyes were fixated on the monumental clash between Pain and Naruto. Amidst the smoke and ruins of the battlefield, 2 figures intertwined, unleashing deafening roars. Meanwhile, in the dense forest at the outskirts of the Hyuga clan's territory, Hinata Kaze carefully stored the last pair of pure white eyes into a specially crafted container. Blood dripped from his fingertips, blooming dark red flowers upon the withered leaves. Some debts indeed lie with your parents, and it is time for you to move forward. A calm voice suddenly echoed from behind. Hinata Kaze turned to see Hinata Hayashi standing stoically in the dappled shadows of the trees. The clan leader's expression was tranquil, as though the recent bloodshed within the clan had no bearing on him. Silently, Hinata Kaze tucked the container into his embrace and whispered as they brushed past each other, "Thank you." Hinata Hayashi did not halt his steps, his figure gradually fading into the forest shadows. Yet both understood the weight of that gratitude. Had it not been for this clan leader's clandestine protection all those years ago, Hinata Kaze might have already become another lost soul beneath the cage of despair. Gazing towards the direction Hayashi departed, a flicker of complexity crossed Hinata Kaze's eyes. Following this battle, the Hyuga clan had suffered grievous losses, rendering them incapable of maintaining their status as the foremost clan in Konohagakure. However, with his agreement with Danzo intact, at least the Hyuga clan would not be devoured by other forces. Suddenly, a brilliant green light erupted from afar, the radiance of the Rinnegan's power. Hinata Kaze squinted, watching as resurrected leaf ninjas rose from the debris. Yet those Hyuga clan members he had personally dispatched would never return in this resurrection. It was time to depart. He cast one last glance at this land burdened with countless grievances, his figure dissolving into a wisp of breeze deep within the forest. The flames of vengeance had extinguished. But a new journey was just beginning. Half a month after the devastation of Konohagakure, Shimura Danzo finally ascended to the position of Hokage. Tsunade had fallen into a coma from overexerting her chakra to protect the villagers, and although Nara Shikaku fervently recommended Hatake Kakashi as her successor, Danzo's impassioned speech successfully swayed the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Simultaneously, another staggering piece of news swept through the ninja world. The rogue Uchiha Itachi had perished in his conflict with his brother, Uchiha Sasuke. With Nagato's demise, the shadowy hand of the Akatsuki organization began to surface. Surprisingly, Uchiha Sasuke chose to join the Akatsuki. In the Land of Grass, at the base of the Wind organization, Hinata Kaze perused the latest intelligence, unable to suppress a sigh at the overwhelming inertia of the storyline. Although Kinshiki was currently under his care, Uchiha Sasuke had nonetheless succeeded in defeating both Deidara and Uchiha Itachi. Such leniency was glaringly obvious. He muttered to himself, astonished that Itachi, with his Manjiki Sharingan, had fallen to the hands of a mere three-tomo Sasuke. Leader, members of the Akatsuki seek an audience, a subordinate reported. Hinata Kaze raised an eyebrow. The Akatsuki? With Nagato dead, who would seek him out? Upon entering the conference hall, he encountered two figures clad in the Akatsuki's signature black cloaks adorned with red clouds. One was the starkly contrasting Zetsu, while the other was a mysterious individual wearing an orange spiral mask. He immediately recognized the latter, the self-proclaimed Uchiha Obito, a man of many identities. To what do I owe the honor of the Akatsuki's presence? Hinata Kaze inquired with a knowing smile. The masked man interrupted Zetsu before he could speak. Hinata Kaze, Pain has fulfilled his agreement with you. Now it is your turn to honor your promise. Ah, they had come for the three tails. Hinata Kaze cast a sidelong glance at Zetsu, instantly understanding their intent. However, he had no intention of relinquishing the three tails easily, especially not to this dangerous individual skilled in space-time ninjutsu. Moreover, the man's revival would render him a sacrifice for that woman. His confidence was not rooted in her strength, but rather in the absurdity of her space-time manipulation. Did Zetsu not clarify the terms? Hinata Kaze feigned confusion. Zetsu, looking bewildered, replied, I was quite clear. Pain destroyed Konoha, and you shall hand over the three tails. The Sharingan beneath the mask suddenly flared crimson, and Obito's voice turned cold. Are you attempting to renege? The atmosphere thickened with tension. Hinata Kaze sensed the oppressive fury emanating from Obito, yet he remained unflustered. Indeed, Pain fulfilled his end of the bargain. But the condition was for him to come personally to collect. Regrettably, he paused meaningfully. He is no longer with us. Zetsu finally understood. Smacking his forehead in frustration, Obito narrowed his eyes, the three-tomo Sharingan slowly revolving. So, you are toying with the Akatsuki? Not at all. Hinata Kaze replied with a slight smile, but the party with whom I made the deal is no longer present, and thus the contract is void. However, he shifted the focus. If you are interested, perhaps we could discuss a new collaboration? Obito remained silent for a moment before suddenly chuckling softly. Interesting. Then do tell me your proposal. Hinata Kaze recognized that this game had only just begun. He had to navigate cautiously, for standing before him was one of the most treacherous schemers in the ninja world. The Moon Eye plan. Indeed, it was compelling. Hinata Kaze's lips curled upward, yet no mirth sparkled in his eyes. Obito's pupils constricted beneath the mask, his fingers tightening unconsciously within his black robe, though he swiftly regained his composure. The subtle tremor had not escaped Hinata Kaze's Byakugan. We can cooperate, Obito rasped, but the three tails must be surrendered now. Hinata Kaze chuckled lightly, a sound that caused Obito's brow to furrow beneath his mask. What is the matter? Obito's voice dripped with sarcasm. Is this the extent of your sincerity? And yet you wish to negotiate? Sincerity? Hinata Kaze tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Once you acquire the three tails, I fear I may not survive until tomorrow. The air grew thick with tension. Obito's Sharingan glimmered with bloodlust, the intent to kill palpable within the room. Zetsu quietly took a step back, a playful expression crossing his monochromatic face. Indeed, Obito's voice resonated like a whisper from the abyss. You understand me better than I anticipated. Planning to make a move? Hinata Kaze arched an eyebrow, yet remained perfectly still. I suggest you reconsider. His calm demeanor only deepened the furrow in Obito's brow. This man was not only well-versed in his secrets, but also demonstrated an extraordinary level of confidence. The space-time vortex flickered beside Obito, yet began to steadily calm, wishing to participate in the plan while refusing to surrender the three tails. What a rarity, Obito's voice lowered. Where is the benefit in such a deal? Sensing a shift in Obito's tone, Hinata Kaze knew the moment had arrived. He lightly tapped the table, proposing a compromise. Upon your capture of the 8 tails and 9 tails, I shall gladly present the 3 tails to you. How does that sound? Zetsu glanced around nervously, and the black half of him suddenly interjected ominously. Who knows if you'll come up with another excuse by then. Silence. Obito raised a hand to halt him, his lone eye fixating intensely on Hinata Kaze. Remember your promise. Before he could finish, the space-time vortex enveloped the two, leaving only a dissipating trace of chakra. Hinata Kaze watched their vanishing forms, his Byakugan flickering slightly. This game had only just commenced. And the Three Tails remained his most crucial bargaining chip. Chapter 95. Miso Soup. To this day, the flames of war have gradually subsided across various lands. With Uchiha Obito stepping out from the shadows, the modus operandi of the Akatsuki organization has undergone a notable transformation. When the intelligence regarding the Eight Tails Jinchuriki fell into the hands of Hyuga Kaze, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. How could this individual possibly have survived the onslaught of Killer Bee, with Kagaya on his side? Did he merely endure with the aid of Ryu's curse mark? While pondering this, a subordinate announced the arrival of Konan. After properly burying Nagato and Yahiko, she had come to the Wind Organization. She remained perpetually wary of that masked man, and the extensive supply of explosive tags acquired through the Cayman trading caravan was intended to counter him. Her purpose for this visit was not to demand the Three Tails. Nagato had forewarned her of the trap buried within Hyuga Kaze's words just before he unleashed the rebirth technique. Aware of his impending demise, Nagato sought to secure a reliable ally for Konan. In the meeting room, Hyuga Kaze scrutinized the angel who had lost her support, a playful smile dancing on his lips. I did not expect the esteemed angel of the Akatsuki to grace us with her presence. So, Kaze, you are not here to reclaim the Three Tails, are you? Konan met his gaze coldly. Were it not for the disparity in strength, she would have relished the opportunity to strike that smiling face. Hyuga Kaze exhibited a rare expression of surprise. Are you feigning ignorance? What is your game? Sensing his discomfort, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Konan's mind, and she continued. Pain mentioned that your agreement was for him to come and retrieve it personally. Indeed. But he is no longer with us. Hyuga Kaze's tone returned to calm, yet his words resonated sharply in the hushed meeting room. Konan's fingertips trembled slightly before tightening into a fist. She understood that the true purpose of their discussion was yet to come. With her delicate fingers trembling, the paper within her sleeve silently shifted. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the impulse to pierce the man before her, stating coldly, if this is a partnership, it would not bode well for the Wind Organization to refuse to bear any cost, would it? Hyuga Kaze raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he appraised this angel. She was unwilling to claim the Three Tails, yet adamantly sought compensation. In a flash, he recalled the scene from the original work, where he was surrounded by 6 billion explosive tags, and Obito's contorted mask. He suddenly chuckled, reclining lazily in his chair. Reputation? When has our Wind Organization ever cared for such matters? Konan's pupils contracted, nearly losing control of the paper crane in her hand. She had envisioned countless scenarios, but she never anticipated that her opponent would be so brazen. A rare crack appeared on her perpetually indifferent face. You, however. Hyuga Kaze leaned forward, a glint of cunning flickering in his Byakugan. If this concerns a collaboration against Uchiha Madara, I would be most interested to hear what you have to say. Konan's breath hitched suddenly. The paper transformed in her sleeve into the shape of kunai, only to slowly disperse. She finally comprehended why Nagato had claimed that this person was more dangerous than Obito. He had anticipated even this. Taking a deep breath, she sought to quell the tumult of emotions within her, speaking slowly. That man is not Uchiha Madara. I am aware. Hyuga Kaze replied with a calm demeanor. He knew? To ascertain this information, Konan had invested considerable time and effort. Yet how did Hyuga Kaze come to possess such knowledge? Upon hearing his response, Konan could no longer maintain her composure, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at him. Witnessing her astonishment, Hyuga Kaze couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. After all, in the anime, Konan always appeared as an icy figure. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to offer her a warning. Do not rely on those explosive tags. You cannot kill him. At this proclamation, Konan's expression shifted from shock to a hint of fear. She had kept her preparations for the explosive tags a secret even from Nagato. How could Hyuga Kaze possibly know? At that moment, Konan was rendered speechless by the weight of the revelation. It was no wonder Nagato had said that Hyuga Kaze was more terrifying than that masked man. Hand over the Rinnegan as well. It does not belong to Nagato. Hyuga Kaze reiterated. Impossible. Konan exclaimed, her emotions surging as she shouted. The Rinnegan had been with Nagato since his childhood. She would never agree to such a demand. Her breathing became rapid, her slender fingers unconsciously tightening around the hem of her garment. She stared intensely at the inscrutable man before her, her voice trembling. What else do you know? Hyuga Kaze leisurely lifted his teacup, the steam blurring the curve of his lips. Much more than you can imagine. He took a sip and continued, for instance, who the true master of those Rinnegan is. The teacup clinked crisply against the table. Konan abruptly stood, countless pieces of paper swirling around her. Stop, she commanded sharply. You shall not desecrate Nagato's legacy. Legacy? Hyuga Kaze chuckled lightly, a flicker of pity crossing his Byakugan. That was merely a pawn placed by that man upon Nagato. Do you truly believe a war orphan would possess the Rinnegan? Konan staggered back, as if struck by lightning. The deliberately overlooked discrepancies, the timing of Nagato awakening his Rinnegan, the masked man's infiltration of the Akatsuki, the cost of the rebirth technique, all of it coalesced into a horrifying truth. No, this is impossible. Her voice faltered, barely audible. Hyuga rose and walked to the window. The setting sun elongated his shadow, enveloping the stunned Conan with those eyes. You will never escape his pursuit. Hand them over, and at the very least, you may preserve your life. Conan's nails dug deeply into her palm, blood trickling through her fingers. She suddenly recalled the expression Nagato wore in his final moments, the suspicious water stain next to Yahiko's body. All clues pointed to a reality she was loath to accept. Why are you telling me this? She raised her gaze, her violet eyes bloodshot. Hyuga turned to face her, the sunset casting a golden hue upon him. Because, compared to him, his smile suddenly took on a dangerous edge. I despise being a pawn even more. Pawn, Conan murmured, her purple pupils narrowing. She suddenly grasped everything. The masked man must have sought out Hyuga, and while they appeared to have forged some form of collaboration, they each harbored ulterior motives, plotting to eliminate the other. Just as the atmosphere thickened, a clear voice shattered the silence. Dinner is ready. Kaguya peeked her tousled red hair around the doorframe, timidly glancing at the unfamiliar violet-haired woman before quickly retreating. Hyuga stern expression softened in an instant, a rare warmth flickering in his eyes. He turned to the still-immersed Conan, his tone lightening. Would you care to join us for a meal? Conan hesitated, observing this man who had appeared inscrutable just moments ago, now resembling an ordinary youth. For a fleeting moment, she was transported back to the time spent dining with Yahiko and Nagato in the Rain Village. Those simple, warm memories had now dissipated into mere illusions. No, thank you. She ultimately declined coldly, as paper began to coalesce around her once more. I will consider your suggestion. Hyuga shrugged noncommittally, watching as Conan transformed into a flurry of paper butterflies, drifting towards the dimming twilight outside. Only then did Kaguya dare to approach. Whispering, who was that sister? She seemed quite frightening. A pitiable soul on the verge of making a significant choice. Hyuga ruffled Kaguya's hair. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, what are we having for dinner? Ah, my miso soup, Kaguya exclaimed, dashing toward the kitchen in a flurry. Hinata gazed at her hurried silhouette, an involuntary smile gracing her lips. In this chaotic world of ninjas, perhaps it is these ordinary moments that are most worthy of cherishing. Chapter 96, the 5 Kage Summit days later, in light of the abduction of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Reikage AI deemed it imperative for Konoha to provide an explanation. After all, Uchiha Sasuke was a rogue ninja who had defected from Konoha, and based on this, Reikage AI even contemplated waging war against the village. It is worth noting that it had not been long since the last great ninja war. The Land of Iron, being a neutral nation, extended an invitation under these circumstances, initiating the second 5 Kage Summit. The first summit was convened by Senju Hashirama. Mitsuba, the leader of the Land of Iron, after weighing the pros and cons, deemed it necessary to invite the now powerful leader of the Wind Organization. The rationale was simple. Mitsuba was apprehensive that this individual might act as a disruptor once more. Since the last summit, Mitsuba had come to realize that behind every major conflict between nations, the leader of the Wind Organization was often lurking in the shadows, stirring trouble. Thus, the invitation was sent out with the hope that the leader of the Wind Organization would uphold the ideals of peace and refrain from causing unnecessary discord. When the gilded invitation was handed to Hyuga, he was toying with a beautifully adorned container of Byakugan. The seal of Mitsuba, the general of the Land of Iron, glimmered coldly under the candlelight. The 5 Kage Summit. Hyuga tapped his fingers lightly on the table, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. When did the affairs of the ninja world become my responsibility to adjudicate? Honglian took the letter and studied it intently. Mitsuba specifically noted that you are invited to attend as a witness of peace. Witness? Suddenly, a ghostly blue chakra flame erupted at Hyuga fingertips, reducing the letter to ashes. Perhaps they are wary of me becoming a disruptor again. He brushed the ashes from his palm, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Xianglin adjusted her reflective glasses. Will Danzo be in attendance? Hyuga interrupted abruptly. The newly appointed Hokage is indeed on the guest list. Honglian nodded. Hyuga rose abruptly, his cloak billowing behind him like a dark cloud. Very well. This time, we must ensure the survival of that old fox, Danzo. 3 days later, in the northern region of the Land of Iron, amidst the blinding snowstorm, the 3 figures moved like ink spots across the pure white expanse. Hyuga Byakugan emanated a faint azure glow in the swirling snow, and he suddenly raised his hand to signal a halt. 2 miles southeast, 5 chakra signatures. Xianlin's sensory barrier trembled slightly. That chilling chakra is Uchiha Sasuke. Honglian's crystal release blossomed in her palm, resembling a blood-red rose. Should we intercept? Let him pass. Hyuga gazed toward the distant, towering steel walls, a cold smile playing on his lips. However, he turned to whisper a few words to Honglian, who nodded in understanding. Xianglin anxiously gripped the leader's sleeve. Are we truly to confront the 5 Kage? Hyuga gently brushed the snow from her hair, his touch surprisingly tender. Remember, it is not us who should be afraid. He raised his gaze to the towering spires of the land of iron. His voice carried away by the wind and snow. After all, this time, I come bearing Mitsuba's aspiration for peace. The snowstorm intensified, and the figures of the three gradually faded into the vastness. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the land of iron, the crystal chandelier cast the shadows of the Kage upon the gilded walls, resembling slumbering behemoths. A meeting capable of tearing apart the existing structure of a ninja world was about to commence in this frozen land. Land of Iron, 5 Kage Summit Hall. The wind howled past the towering steel walls of the land of iron, and the stained glass windows trembled slightly in the gale. When Hyuga and the others were led into the conference hall by fully armed samurai, the gilded doors slowly opened to reveal a myriad of surprised and sullen faces. Ah, is that not the newly appointed Hokage? A smile played on Hyuga lips as he strode towards the figure draped in a white Hokage cloak, a garb that suited him far better than the attire of the Umbu. Danzo's singular eye flickered with surprise as he instinctively tightened his grip on his cane. Leader of the Wind Organization? Mitsuba did not mention you would be attending. While the two appeared to engage in familiar pleasantries, their guards stood on high alert. Honglian's fingertips began to coalesce into delicate crystal release prisms, while the root ninjas behind Danzo discreetly placed their hands on their ninja tool pouches. Taking advantage of the handshake, Hyuga leaned slightly forward, whispering in a voice only the two could hear, "Lord Danzo, I have come today to lend you a hand." The warmth of his breath brushed against Danzo's ear, causing him to furrow his brow. What exactly was this dangerous collaborator plotting? The atmosphere in the conference hall felt as though it had frozen. The gazes of the other Kage pierced like blades. Terumi may absently stroked the edge of her Mizukage hat. Anoki floated in midair, his brow furrowed as if he could crush a fly. Raikage AI slammed his fist onto the table, the sound of his lightning chakra crackling ominously. Even Gaara, usually composed, had the sand behind him stirring uneasily. Ladies and gentlemen, as Mitsuba rose, the clanging of his armor resonated crisply. Please allow me to introduce, this is Hyuga, the leader of the Wind Organization, attending as a witness of peace for this 5 Kage summit. A witness? Raikage's furious roar shook the chandelier. How could he be? This is a decision made by the land of iron. Mitsuba's hand rested firmly on the hilt of his sword, his tone brooking no argument. As Xianglin drew near during the exit, her red hair brushed against Hyuga cheek. Kaze, Sasuke's chakra, is in the underground passage, rapidly approaching. Her voice trembled noticeably. Hyuga remained unperturbed as he took his seat, his long fingers tapping lightly on the gilded armrest. Honglian understood and pressed her ear pendant, silently activating the crystal release barrier. The shadows cast by the crystal chandelier divided the attendees into fragments of light and darkness, foreshadowing the impending storm of bloodshed. Raikage AI's bellow erupted within the hall, the violent lightning chakra surrounding him forming blinding arcs. Yet, Hyuga did not even raise an eyebrow, continuing to converse quietly with Xianglin. You brat. AI's fist shattered the solid wooden conference table. What is it you dare not say in front of everyone? Only then did Hyuga leisurely turn his head, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. I was merely stating. The third Raikage's demise was indeed poorly timed. He elongated his tone deliberately, suggesting that if it were not for this, the strongest spear would still be seated here, no doubt. You seek death. AI's entire being erupted with terrifying chakra, his lightning armor instantly enveloping him. Simultaneously, Hyuga Byakugan bulged with chakra, the azure energy surging like flames. The guards of the 5 Kage immediately entered a state of battle readiness. Crystal release, emerald crystal wall. Honglian's crystalline barrier shielded Hyuga sand shield. Gaara's sand formed a defense. The Byakugan locked onto the entire room. The earth chakra of the Tsuchikage surged beneath the ground, while Danzo's root ninjas covertly hand-sealed. The other 4 Kage watched with cold indifference. Terumi may even leisurely lifting her teacup, her red lips curling. Youngsters are indeed so hot-headed enough. Mitsuba suddenly drew his sword, the cold gleam slicing through the air, as the shattered conference table was neatly cleaved in two. Dozens of fully armed samurai surged in from every entrance, encircling the conference hall. Lord Raikage, Mitsuba's voice was as icy as his blade. The Wind Leader has come at the invitation of the Land of Iron. If there are personal grievances, please resolve them after the meeting concludes. Turning to Hyuga, his eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Wind Leader, please remember your role as a witness. This statement was nearly forced from between clenched teeth. Hyuga shrugged, his chakra gradually retracting. I merely speak the truth. He cast a pointed glance at AI, indicating that some individuals could not bear the truth. AI's lightning armor emitted a piercing hum. But under the watchful gaze of the samurai, he ultimately huffed and returned to his seat. The atmosphere in the conference hall, however, felt even colder than the blizzard outside. Chapter 97. The Five Shadows Conference commences. A cold voice resonated through the conference hall. According to intelligence, the Akatsuki organization has captured 7-tailed beasts. Should they gather all 9, the consequences would be dire. The wind shadow's hat from Sunagakure swayed slightly behind Gaara, while the sand within the hourglass flowed silently. The meeting quickly descended into heated debate. The 8-tails Jinchuriki from Kumogakure has been abducted. Your rogue ninjas from Konoha must bear full responsibility. The Raikage's fist slammed onto the newly replaced conference table, leaving charred marks from his lightning chakra. Danzo scoffed. Uchiha Sasuke has long been a rogue ninja. What concern is that to Konoha? Yet certain villages. Enough. Mei Terumi's fingertips tapped rhythmically on the table, the mist of her lava release swirling around her. Is there any purpose in casting blame at this juncture? Hinata Hayashi rested his chin on one hand, yawning in indifference. These so-called shadows, each harboring ulterior motives, feigned a faude of righteousness. His gaze swept across the assembly, finally resting on Mifune, the leader of the Iron Country, who thoughtfully stroked the hilt of his sword. Gentlemen, Mifune suddenly rose, the clinking of his armor resonating. Since the Akatsuki poses a common threat, I propose we form a coalition of the 5 nations. A coalition? Inoki floated midair, a cunning smile creasing his wrinkled face. Then who shall command it? The conference hall fell abruptly silent. The 5 shadows exchanged glances, the unspoken tension thickening the air. Hinata's lips curled into a slight smile, an exquisite performance was about to unfold. Silence enveloped the hall, with only the sound of wind and snow striking the windows audible. Mifune slowly stood, his hand resting on the sword hilt. Voice steady and powerful, I propose that the current Hokage, Danzo Shimura, lead the coalition. As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Danzo's singular eye, yet he maintained his authoritative posture. The reactions of the other 4 shadows varied. The Raikage, AI, erupted, slamming the table once more, causing cracks to appear. By what right should he lead? Inoki hovered higher, his eyes narrowing into slits, while Mei's lips pressed tightly together, her fingers unconsciously drumming against the water shadow's hat. Gaara remained expressionless, though the flow of sand behind him noticeably quickened. Mifune's gaze swept across the assembly, unhurriedly continuing. There are 3 reasons. First, to lead requires strategic foresight. While you, Raikage, possess great valor, you. His gaze lingered on the shattered table. Lack composure. Turning to Inoki, his tone became respectful yet firm. While you are esteemed and venerable, your age may hinder your capability to handle the burdens of command. His eyes then shifted to Gaara. That you are a prodigy, your experience is still limited, making it difficult to rally support. Lastly, he addressed Mei. Your governance is commendable. Yet the past of the Blood Mist village raises doubts. Mifune then turned to face Danzo, his armor glinting under the light. In contrast, Hokage, you have commanded Konoha's Umbu for many years and possess abundant experience. Moreover, he paused meaningfully. With the whereabouts of the 3 tails unknown and the 9 tails belonging to Konoha, it is most prudent for the Hokage to oversee the coalition. Danzo cleared his throat at the opportune moment. I am honored by your recommendation, General Mifune, but I object. The Raikage roar interrupted him. Who doesn't know that this old fox, Danzo, excels in political maneuvering? The atmosphere in the conference hall instantly grew tense. Hinata observed the shifting expressions of the attendees with keen interest, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest. This battle for power was unfolding even more spectacularly than he had anticipated. Mifune's gaze roamed over the charged assembly before suddenly turning to Hinata. In that case, let us hear the opinion of the Wind Leader. Hinata's smile faltered, his mind racing with curses for Mifune's lineage. Before he could speak, the Raikage shot up again. That brat is also a rogue ninja. Why should we heed his counsel? Hinata slowly rose, veins bulging around his Byakugan. Since you asked, Lord Mifune. He surveyed the room, enunciating each word. I support the Hokage's leadership. An eerie silence enveloped the conference hall. Mei's teacup hovered in midair, ripples forming on the surface. Inoki's altitude lowered slightly. Gaara's sand emitted a faint grinding sound. All eyes turned incredulously towards Hinata. The foremost rogue ninja of Konoha had openly endorsed Danzo. A flicker of understanding sparkled in Danzo's eye. He finally grasped the meaning behind Hinata's earlier words of assistance. This dangerous ally had indeed presented him with a significant gift. Amidst this bizarre silence, the figure behind Mei, Ao, suddenly activated his Byakugan. His expression changed as he discerned the secret concealed beneath Danzo's bandages. Hokage, Ao swiftly positioned himself before Mei. Could you please unveil your right eye's bandage? The air thickened with tension. Ao's Byakugan fixated on Danzo's right eye, revealing Hokage's right eye. It is Uchiha Shirsue's Sharingan. What? Mei's teacup shattered, scalding tea splattering onto her kimono, yet she remained oblivious. Inoki's altitude plummeted as his eyes glimmered with intensity. The Raikage's lightning armor emitted a piercing hum, while Gaara's sand swiftly adopted a defensive stance. Uchiha Shirsue, the prodigy famed for his instantaneous prowess, possessed the Kodo Amatsukami, capable of altering an opponent's will without their awareness. Such a perilous eye lay hidden beneath the Hokage's bandages? Danzo's single eye narrowed, his hidden hand forming seals. Just as the tension reached its zenith, whoosh, a white figure flashed by. Hinata had, unbeknownst to anyone, seized Ao by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Your prize? Hinata's voice was colder than the winds of the Iron Country. Then you may now serve as my trophy. Ao's legs flailed helplessly in the air, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. What horrified the onlookers was that they had completely failed to perceive how Hinata had acted, despite distractions. His speed surpassed anything within the Shadow Realm. Hinata, Mei summoned her lava release mist, commanding, Release my guard. In that critical moment, Gaara's sand suddenly surged. Hinata slightly shifted his body, easily dodging as Ao fell to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing violently. The atmosphere became eerily silent. It dawned on everyone. Hinata's true motive in striking was revealed, though he was now a rogue ninja from Konoha. To mention seizing the Byakugan as a trophy was akin to slapping the entire Hyuga clan in the face. If Hinata were aware of their thoughts, he would likely stifle a laugh. What significance did the Hyuga clan's dignity hold? His true intent was merely to muddy the waters further. Hello. A flippant voice suddenly echoed from beneath the floor.